Chapter 1. By heaven above, I vow to abhor gambling and drugs for life. As dawn broke in a pristine room, a handsome man suddenly opened his eyes. I am Chu Liufeng. By heaven above, I vow to abhor gambling and drugs for life. Consequently, through my commendable character and relentless effort, I successfully enrolled in Xiaogui University, becoming a freshman. University life is indeed delightful. Although merely a month into the semester, I have already fallen in love with the life of a college student. The only regret I harbor is that my mother, fearing I might indulge in reckless behavior and make her a grandmother prematurely, entrusted me to her exceptionally close friend, Aunt Xing Yishan. Aunt Xing is strikingly beautiful, with a lovely disposition, and her treatment of me is nothing short of affectionate. However, at times, she tends to treat me as if I were still a child, which I find somewhat intolerable. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, my physique is robust from years of playing basketball and training with athletes, resembling that of a male model, with defined pectorals and abs. I am entirely natural, devoid of any enhancements, and my features are not overly sharp. I am in the prime of my youth, my muscular contours maintained in their optimal state, radiating an invigorating vitality. Do you understand what it means to be a remarkable student at Xiaogui University? Strategically leaning back yet, in Aunt Xing's eyes, I still appear quite young. But am I truly that young? Little phone, are you awake? Aunt Xing's sultry voice floated in from outside the door. Get up, it's time for milk. Her tone was gentle and nurturing, almost coaxing, evoking a sense of longing. Aunt Xing, I'm no longer a child, I have grown up. I retorted with a frown as I opened the door. There stood a radiant young woman, exuding the scent of sweat, smiling brightly. Aunt Xing appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps in her early 30s, with a flawless complexion that bore no traces of age. Her eyes sparkled with allure, captivating one's soul and making it difficult to look away. Having a morning exercise routine, her smooth face flushed with a healthy glow, rendering her stunningly beautiful. Her long, slender legs and shapely figure accentuated by fitted yoga attire revealed the essence of a mature woman's charm, every gesture infused with grace. Gazing at this woman, who was half a head shorter than me, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite being a mother, her physique defied belief. Hee, you're up, aren't you, little rascal? Aunt Xing giggled, turning away with a playful sway towards the dining room. Mesmerized by her graceful silhouette and enviable legs, I felt an undeniable attraction. Yoga indeed has its merits. Aunt Xing's waist-to-hip ratio is nothing short of extraordinary. Even amidst the plethora of stunning beauties at Xiaogui University, her figure remains unparalleled. To put it bluntly, she is perfection. I inhaled deeply, and after a few moments, I gradually settled at the dining table. At that moment, Aunt Xing approached, carrying 2 glasses of pristine white milk and a few slices of bread, placing them before me with a radiant smile. Drink your milk and eat the bread, don't choke, she said affectionately, then tilted her head back, revealing her swan-like neck, elegantly finishing a glass of milk. After wiping her mouth with a tissue, she displayed a look of contentment and softly murmured, "Ah, how refreshing." Following a yoga session with a glass of milk, Aunt Xing felt entirely rejuvenated. Resting her chin on her hands, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on me, she said, "Little phone, hurry and drink up. Your mother has issued a strict order if I let you lose weight. She won't spare me. You know how formidable your mother is." Aunt Xing playfully made a comical gesture, pretending to choke herself and rolling her eyes, as though genuinely fearing the wrath of her close friend. This left me in a state of amused bewilderment. Although Aunt Xing is in her 30s, her spirit resembles that of a spirited young girl, full of mischief. This is likely due to her early attainment of financial freedom, allowing her to embrace the role of a full-time homemaker. It is said that she amassed considerable wealth over a decade ago, later marrying a successful businessman, creating a formidable partnership. After receiving a substantial sum, Aunt Xing's husband ventured abroad for investments and indeed found great success, reportedly achieving multiple financial milestones annually. Eventually, Aunt Xing grew weary of handling finances herself. As long as she refrained from entrepreneurship, her wealth was inexhaustible. Consequently, she entrusted all financial authority to her husband, only requesting an annual allowance, allowing her to comfortably live as a wealthy matron. Thus, Aunt Xing's mindset remains youthful. When one is in a good mood and free from financial worries, life becomes immensely enjoyable. Despite being in the age bracket of an old Bentley, her physical form remains peak and sublime. This paradoxically adds to her mature femininity, a quality that young maidens cannot rival. It is often said that a woman is akin to a fine vintage wine, becoming richer and more elegant with age. I found myself utterly captivated. Just then, Aunt Xing leaned closer, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Little Feng, tell Aunt honestly, have you been flirting with girls at school?" I hesitated, my palms raised in protest. How could I dare? Aunt Xing pouted, her brows arching in playful indignation. "To be frank, your mother is rather unfair. My little Feng is so handsome and well-built. If I were a decade younger, I might be tempted myself. Yet she forbids you from dating." I could only smile ruefully. "Aunt Xing, please don't tease me. If my mother finds out, she would come rushing to punish me." "Hee hee, what are you afraid of? Aunt is here after all." Aunt Xing clung to my arm, playfully winking. "If you truly wish to have a girlfriend, I could help you keep it a secret from your mother. After all, she hasn't installed any surveillance on you. No matter what I say, she will only believe what she wants to," Aunt Xing mused. Can a young person truly be considered young if they do not date? I felt increasingly unsettled by her teasing. Just then, Aunt Xing received a phone call. Her brow furrowed, momentarily disrupting the atmosphere, and she answered the call with an irritated tone. "Hello, what do you want?" A few seconds later, her expression turned pale. "Wang Lei, you scoundrel!" Tears streamed down Aunt Xing's face uncontrollably. "How could I have been so blind as to fall for a beast like you?" With that, she angrily tossed her phone aside, collapsing onto the dining table, sobbing uncontrollably. Her weeping was heart-wrenching. Chapter 2. A Daily Act of Kindness. "Aunt Xing, I am deeply sorry." I was utterly bewildered by Aunt Xing's sudden breakdown. It took me several moments to comprehend the situation, and I hurriedly approached, gently patting her back. "Aunt Xing, what happened?" However, Xing Yishan remained silent, simply resting her head on the dining table while sobbing. Chu Liufeng hurriedly embraced Aunt Xing with tender concern. Her delicate form nestled in his arms. The usually playful and charming aunt appeared fragile, like a porcelain doll at that moment. Xing Yishan resembled a water-soaked peach, her entire being drenched in tears that quickly soaked Chu Liufeng's chest. With a heart full of compassion, Chu Liufeng gently caressed Aunt Xing's silky hair. "Aunt Xing, please don't rush. What has happened? Take your time to tell me." His hand glided over her smooth back, the touch softer than the finest silk. While softly patting her, he urged, "Aunt Xing, please tell me what has transpired." Chu Liufeng was unaware of the situation, only able to offer futile comfort. After a long while, Aunt Xing finally calmed down and slowly sat up, her eyes still red and her face pale with anger. "That scoundrel! He's not coming back from abroad and has absconded with all the money from home. Not only that, he has taken out hundreds of millions in debt in my name, and then ran off to the United States to live with a bunch of foreign women. I have truly been blind. How could I have trusted such a beast?" Aunt Xing trembled with rage. Her yoga outfit had become disheveled from crying, revealing large patches of smooth skin, and her hair fell loosely, the sense of fragmentation reaching its peak at that moment. From Aunt Xing's description, Chu Liufeng quickly grasped the situation. Her husband had been investing in a small country in Africa for the past few years. This year, whether due to bad luck or misfortune, that country had plunged into chaos, and his factory was inevitably seized. He had declared bankruptcy a month ago and was in deep debt. Instead of seeking resolution, he opted for reckless abandonment, devising schemes to swindle money over the past month, even borrowing over 50 million in Xing Yishan's name and secretly pawning everything of value in their home. Through this cycle of borrowing and mortgaging, he amassed a fortune and fled to the United States with several local women he had been seeing. Once he had safely landed in the United States, he cut off all contact, disappearing as if he had sunk into the sea. After the banks and various loan institutions lost contact with him, they turned to Xing Yishan. The phone call she had just received was a collection notice from a bank. Accompanying it was a long list of debts. Chu Liufeng stared at a shattered phone screen, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the debts and numerous property mortgage contracts. It was evident that Xing Yishan was burdened with approximately 50 million in debt, a staggering sum. Furthermore, the villa they resided in had also been mortgaged to the bank. The phone displayed a final notice from a bank. If the overdue payment of 10 million was not settled by 8 a.m. the next morning, they would come to seize the villa. This was truly an alarming predicament. Couples are like birds of a feather, yet in times of crisis, they abandon each other. The key was that he had left Aunt Xing to shoulder this burden alone. That despicable wretch, I will find you. Report. I will report him right now. Aunt Xing suddenly seemed to remember something, reaching for the phone. In her haste, she stumbled into Chu Liufeng's embrace, her fingertips grazing his smooth skin, leaving a few red marks. Aunt Xing, please calm down. Chu Liufeng shook his head, quickly holding her close. I glanced at the bill, and the oldest debts date back over 6 months. This indicates that scoundrel has been plotting this for a long time and has certainly prepared for it. Moreover, he is already in the United States. Reporting him would be futile. Furthermore, the bank does not concern itself with such matters. They are set to seize the house tomorrow, he continued, striving to make his voice sound resolute. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan realized the validity of Chu Liufeng's words, but it only deepened her despair, leaving her face filled with a sense of fracture. She had not managed finances in years. Frankly speaking, she didn't even know how much money was in her account. Chu Liufeng guided Aunt Xing to sit on the sofa, pouring her a cup of hot water to help her regain composure. After all, what had happened had already transpired. Whether she was angry or sad would not resolve any substantive issues. The immediate priority was to understand Aunt Xing's financial situation and the state of her debts. Half an hour later, Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan sorted through the household assets, looking for anything that could be liquidated to repay part of the debts. The findings were shocking. The over 100,000 remaining in her account had just been withdrawn, and all other savings were gone. They were left with only a few thousand in cash. What's more, the property documents and car titles were nowhere to be found, evidently already mortgaged. The several bank cards held no funds, leaving them with merely a few thousand in cash, while Aunt Xing's personal debts amounted to over 57 million, with 20 million due in just 7 days. Upon realizing this, both were left in stunned silence. Aunt Xing's face was ashen, her heartbroken, despondent form slumped on the sofa, embodying a profound sense of despair. Heaven and hell could shift within moments. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng hastily retrieved a bank card from his room and handed it to Xing Yishan. Aunt Xing, this is the 20,000 yuan I earned from basketball competitions over the years. Please use it for now, and we'll figure out the rest later. For an ordinary university student, this sum was considerable, yet for Xing Yishan's current predicament, it was but a drop in the bucket, helpful, yet insufficient. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A celestial voice resonated within Chu Liufeng's mind. Ding! Detection of host's act of generosity at the level of financial ruin. Daily benevolent system is binding. What the heck, system? Why this sudden interruption? I thought it was the daily tournament. Chu Liufeng internally grumbled. The daily tournament was something he could hardly bear, often leaving him feeling dizzy. It seemed the system had picked up on his thoughts and altered its name. Ding! Daily acts of kindness system successfully bound. Daily acts of kindness. Each time the host performs a good deed, unexpected rewards will follow. The host is encouraged to engage in more acts of kindness. What on earth? The daily acts of kindness system. Drawing upon his experiences commenting on system-related posts in various forums, Chu Liufeng realized he had acquired an extraordinary system. He understood that the moment for fate to change had arrived. However, the name of this system felt rather peculiar. Daily acts of kindness. Aunt Xing, I apologize. A strange smile suddenly crept onto Chu Liufeng's lips. Chapter 3. Oh my! The butterfly. Xiaofeng. Gazing at that bank card and the charming, gentle visage of Chu Liufeng, Xing Yishan could no longer contain herself. The tears she had painstakingly held back surged forth once again, filling her eyes with warmth. The fabric of her yoga attire became soaked, revealing the hue of her purple lingerie beneath. It's all my fault. I've brought trouble upon my dear Xiaofeng. Her eyes reddened, and she suddenly embraced him tightly. At that moment, Chu Liufeng was still immersed in the immense joy of successfully binding to the system. In an instant, a delicate fragrance enveloped him. Almost immediately, he felt the soft touch of her body against his chest. Upon regaining his composure, he found Xing Yishan nestled in his embrace, her form trembling gently. Chu Liufeng thought to himself, Aunt Xing, do you realize you're testing my resolve? He quickly inhaled deeply, recalling that military training had its merits, and gently patted her smooth, flawless back, offering comfort. Aunt Xing, let us not speak of burdens or troubles. You are my mother's dear friend, and your matters are naturally my concern. Besides, it's merely tens of millions. We will certainly repay it. If we cannot pay it back in a day, we can in a month. If a month is insufficient, then in 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime, we will repay it together. And anyway, Aunt Xing, you are still so young, like a girl of 18. We could take our time. Chu Liufeng spoke with great confidence, primarily to console Xing Yishan. After all, with the system at his disposal, how could they possibly lack funds? Just a few tens of millions was nothing. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's shoulders quivered slightly. She lifted her head to meet Chu Liufeng's gaze, their proximity so close that they could feel each other's breath. Suddenly, Xing Yishan burst into laughter. 18? And is already old. She was encouraged by Chu Liufeng's words. Xing Yishan was not one to easily resign to fate. Soon, she adjusted her mindset. After all, repaying the debt was secondary. The primary source of her frustration lay in being inexplicably burdened with such a blame. She could not let that scoundrel go unpunished. The resentment she felt would not allow her to find peace until she did. Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled with determination as she rose on her toes and brushed her soft, red lips against Chu Liufeng's ear. All right, I will listen to Xiaofeng. We will repay it slowly. For now, and will sell a few bags and some jewelry. Over the years, she had accumulated numerous expensive luxuries. Although selling them would yield less than their original worth, she could still raise a few million. While this would not completely solve their immediate dilemma, it would alleviate some pressure. With circumstances compelling her, there was no time for hesitation, so Xing Yishan decisively accepted Chu Liufeng's bank card. She then scampered up the stairs, her delicate feet padding softly, rummaging through the wardrobe for jewelry and bags. At that moment, a glimmer of gold flickered in Chu Liufeng's pupils. The golden eyes shone brilliantly in the light of the rising sun. Ding! Detected a benevolent gift from the host. Reward, X-ray vision. What? X-ray vision? What is that? Chu Liufeng felt a rush before his eyes, and suddenly the world around him transformed. It was as though all barriers had been removed, allowing him to see through everything, even the floor, revealing the scenes within the basement, including the carefully stored wines. By some strange twist of fate, Chu Liufeng looked up, and he found himself in what appeared to be Xing Yishan's bedroom. Upon raising his gaze, the scene became peculiarly vivid. The arrangement of furniture and objects appeared disassembled yet clear, yet there was no sign of Xing Yishan. Only a few intimate garments lay carelessly draped on the edge of the bed and on the floor. How strange, Chu Liufeng murmured softly, shaking his head as he curiously searched the surroundings. Soon, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh dear." As his pupils constricted, the sight before him startled him. A sea of crimson filled his vision, revealing a network of blood vessels, casting an eerie red hue over the entire scene. With a few deep breaths, Chu Liufeng gradually acclimated. When he looked up again, the grotesque view of blood vessels had transformed into muscles and bones. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. What a useless opportunity. However, the good news was that Xing Yishan possessed a plethora of jewelry, and she continued to search. Chu Liufeng's proficiency in his newfound X-ray vision grew with each use, rendering her yoga attire translucent, revealing her delicate, creamy skin beneath. The butterfly. Oh my! Chu Liufeng's eyes widened. He spotted a butterfly birthmark nestled in the small of Xing Yishan's back, resembling wings poised for flight, breathtakingly beautiful. What am I looking at? Quickly avert your gaze. At that moment, as Xing Yishan bent down to rummage through her jewelry cabinet, her yoga pants accentuated her perfect curves. She suddenly felt an odd sensation of being watched, her lovely brows furrowing slightly. Why does this feel so strange? Is Xiaofeng here? Yet, this is my dressing room. There shouldn't be anyone else here. Xing Yishan shook her head, dismissing the thought, and continued to search for her treasured adornments. Observing this, Chu Liufeng hastily averted his gaze. I cannot look any longer. If I do, I shall be overwhelmed. However, after several uses of his X-ray vision, Chu Liufeng grew increasingly adept. This power had its quirks. He had to blink his left and right eyes twice to activate or deactivate it. Moreover, his golden eyes could be adjusted according to his desires. If he wished to show off, they could gleam with brilliance. If he desired to remain low-key, they would appear no different from usual, albeit with a slightly brighter and more spirited glint. Serendipitously acquiring a new ability, Chu Liufeng reveled in the experience. He oscillated between observing the ceiling and the floor, as if discovering a new realm. Throughout his explorations, he meticulously surveyed the entire villa, to ensure no hidden cameras were installed for voyeurism and to protect Aunt Xing's privacy. He focused on inspecting her bedroom for any concealed devices. While diligently examining the room, Chu Liufeng's attention was drawn to an unusual detail. It was a valuable painting hanging on the wall. However, he was not concerned about its worth, but rather the peculiarities of the wall behind it. Oh, a delightful surprise. Chu Liufeng's lips curled into a smile as he approached the painting and carefully removed it. Upon inspecting the wall behind, it appeared normal at first glance. But, bang! With a swift motion, Chu Liufeng clenched his fist and struck the wall, creating a hole. It was hollow. Within the cavity of the wall lay a small wooden box. He extracted it effortlessly and opened it to reveal 12 neatly arranged gold bars, glimmering enticingly under the light. Hidden so well, if it weren't for Chu Liufeng's X-ray vision, these gold bars would surely have remained undiscovered for eternity. Chapter 4. Look, Annie. What color are you wearing today? Each gold bar glimmered with an alluring sheen. These were 1 kilogram bars. Chu Liufeng took out his phone to check today's gold buyback price. At 666 yuan per gram, these 12 gold bars were worth nearly 8 million. A windfall indeed, although he was unaware of the original purchase price. With the current gold rate, it was merely a matter of profit, whether more or less. The study was rather dusty, indicating that even Xing Yishan was oblivious to these 12 gold bars, which were secretly hidden by the rising sun, Dongxi. If he could conceal gold bars, he could surely hide other valuables. Chu Liufeng activated his X-ray vision again, scanning the room meticulously. Unfortunately, nothing else was revealed. The study contained only this secret compartment, along with several empty safes. Clearly, the contents had long been removed. After all, carrying so many gold bars through customs would attract significant attention. It was likely not a matter of desire, but rather of fear. This inadvertently benefited Chu Liufeng. Pondering for a moment, he was about to inform Aunt Xing when he glanced up, his pupils instinctively focusing. Aunt Xing was tiptoeing to reach the jewelry box atop the wardrobe. The snug yoga pants accentuated her perfect figure, creating a breathtaking silhouette. Taking a deep breath, Chu Liufeng grasped the small golden box, composed himself, and hurried upstairs. Upon entering the dressing room, he found Xing Yishan amidst a heap of jewelry and handbags, the floor littered with various designer bags and sparkling gems, shimmering under the light. Her gaze was filled with reluctance. She was not one to indulge in frivolous spending. Every piece she purchased was something she genuinely adored. Much like that gold bracelet that perfectly matched her aesthetic. It had cost tens of thousands when purchased, but had accompanied her for over a decade. Yet now, no matter how much she hesitated, there was no better alternative. Furrowing her brow, she appeared to be calculating their value. Aunt Xing, look, I found this. Chu Liufeng squatted down, presenting the box containing the gold bars to Xing Yishan. Confused, she accepted the box, her eyes widening in disbelief as she opened it, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Where did all these gold bars come from? Did you rob a bank? No, I found them in a secret compartment in the study. It was quite well hidden. The study? A secret compartment? How come I didn't know about this? Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike Xing Yishan as a hint of suspicion flickered in her enchanting eyes, scrutinizing Chu Liufeng from head to toe. She abruptly pinched his ear, smiling with a mix of amusement and menace. You little rascal, how did you know there was something hidden in the wall? Did that scoundrel tell you? Are you hiding something from me regarding him? Chu Liufeng winced in pain, hurriedly waving his hands. Oh, my dear Aunt Xing, I swear I have had no contact with that scoundrel. I stumbled upon this by chance. Do you believe I possess X-ray vision? Xing Yishan squinted, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Little Feng, you've grown up. Now you can tease your aunt. If you can see through things. Does that mean you see me every day? Come, tell me, what color is Annie wearing today? If you can't guess, don't blame me for misunderstanding you. With that, Xing Yishan spread her arms and knelt before Chu Liufeng, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Come on, why aren't you looking? Isn't your aunt's figure attractive to you anymore? Chu Liufeng helplessly shrugged. The world had changed, and trust was a rare commodity. Even if he had ways to prove his ability, considering the secret he bore, he wouldn't divulge it to anyone, not even his closest kin. After all, it wouldn't hurt to look. As he unabashedly gazed, he concocted a response. What do you mean, Annie? How could you not be attractive? You don't know that I think of you every night before sleep. I was merely searching for anything left behind in the study, and, unexpectedly, I found this. In truth, Chu Liufeng felt he could never gaze enough. Xing Yishan resembled a ripe peach, exuding an intoxicating allure that compelled one to take a bite. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed slightly. She cleared her throat to mask her flustered demeanor. Is it really that simple? Indeed it is. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled as she embraced Chu Liufeng's head, gently rubbing her hands against his ears. Is that so? Did I pinch you too hard? Little phone? Let me blow on it for you. Who little phone? Don't be like that scoundrel. My little phone is the most outstanding. Don't get corrupted. And what do you mean by thinking of your aunt every night? Xing Yishan questioned. I've heard that young people nowadays are into some quick sleep methods. Does it relate to thinking about your aunt? Chu Liufeng. After a moment of silence, feeling a bit breathless from her embrace, he muttered, Auntie, can't breathe. Xing Yishan. Realizing this, her face turned crimson, and she awkwardly released him. To divert attention, she picked up a gold bar with her slender, delicate fingers and slammed it against the wall, exclaiming angrily, while those little mistresses indulge in buying everything, they hide treasures from me. If I find you, you better watch out. Xing Yishan is not one to be trifled with. Looking at the agitated Aunt Xing, whose anger caused her to tremble slightly, Chu Liufeng quickly averted his gaze. He couldn't bear to look. After a considerable time, as Xing Yishan's emotions began to settle, they both examined the scattered jewels and gold bars, starting to assess their worth. There was approximately 10 million worth of items. Although it still wouldn't fill the substantial debt gap, it would at least provide them with a temporary respite. After a flurry of calculations, Xing Yishan rubbed her temples. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and teased Chu Liufeng. Little phone, after all this commotion, I'm all sweaty and sticky. I need to take a bath. You play by yourself for a while. There are stockings in my closet. They've been worn, so please don't go rummaging through them. And heels, I still need them to go out, so don't use them for mischief, even if you clean them afterward. Chapter 5, Isn't there anything you can't eat? You must be truly hungry. Xiaofeng, be good and obedient, never reward yourself secretly when Annie is away as she spoke. She stood up, swaying her hips as she walked towards the bathroom. Xing Yishan's fair feet stepped over gold bars on her way, muttering to herself, This is just over 10 million, far too little. I must find a few wealthy ladies to borrow some money to tide me over. If all else fails, perhaps I could persuade Xiaofeng to sell a suggestive pose. After all, my Xiaofeng is so handsome, standing at 185 centimeters. Charging them 100,000 wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Those flirtatious women have been eyeing someone like Xiaofeng for quite some time. No dating allowed? Just selling the body, not the heart. Surely that doesn't count as dating. I could manage that. If worth a try. Chu Liufeng. It was as if she intentionally spoke for his benefit, glancing back over her shoulder with a playful wink, clearly enjoying her own amusement. Her red lips stretching into a smile. If it weren't for Andy's age, one might easily mistake her for a youthful enchantress, given her appearance and words. In fact, who would believe she was an old A8? She was clearly the latest model of a Bentley. Remembering how his mother worried he might fool around at school and cause her to become a grandmother too soon, she had chosen her best friend to supervise him. Chu Liufeng couldn't help but chuckle. His mother seemed unable to distinguish between the innocent little lamb and the cunning wolf. After all, during this brief month of living together, he had been as naive as a blank sheet of paper in front of Xing Yishan. With the burdens lifted, Xing Yishan's mood seemed to revert to her usual quirky, optimistic self. Even while soaking in the bath, she began humming a cheerful tune. Chu Liufeng found joy in admiring the modern rendition of a beauty emerging from her bath. But at that moment, the ethereal voice of the system echoed. Ding! Detected the host's benevolent gift of gold bars. Reward. Physical enhancement. Is that even possible? As the system's words faded, Chu Liufeng distinctly felt his body grow stronger, the lines of his muscles becoming more defined. What delighted him most was the sensation of having gained muscle mass. He appeared significantly more robust. Standing in the dressing room, fully unclothed, he began to admire himself. TSK, TSK. Chu Liufeng was captivated by his own reflection. Bathed in soft light, he resembled an exquisite Greek statue, exuding sculptural beauty and boundless charm. His physique, previously deemed nearly perfect, was now off the charts, surpassing a flawless score of 100. He was practically the embodiment of the god of hormones. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked open slightly. Xing Yishan, wrapped in a towel, with damp hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair skin glimmering with a delicate blush, emanated a fragrant aura post-bath. She had forgotten to bring her change of clothes and cautiously peeked out to see if Chu Liufeng had left. Suddenly, she caught sight of the scene unfolding in the dressing room. The smooth and powerful lines of his back muscles, taut and sculpted as he struck various poses, exuded a mesmerizing strength. His aura had transformed, radiating a palpable paternal essence. Xing Yishan's gaze seemed frozen, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Her slightly parted cherry-red lips were now agape, a glistening droplet of saliva trailing down the corner of her mouth as she became entranced. A fleeting hint of panic flickered in Xing Yishan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed crimson, the color spreading from her ears to her face. Almost instinctively, she stammered BBA. Ahem, Xiaofeng, what are you? But her voice faltered, trembling and barely audible. Chu Liufeng turned to the sound. Auntie, are you done washing? Xing Yishan. Her pupils trembled in disbelief. My goodness, is this even human? Before she could finish her thought, she swiftly slammed the bathroom door shut. Thud, thud, thud. She pressed her entire being against the glass door, gasping for breath, her heart racing uncontrollably, the thumping echoing in the still bathroom. As her eyes closed, the image of Chu Liufeng's stunning physique flooded her mind. Her cheeks flared with heat, and she struggled to maintain her balance. Xiaofeng had truly grown up. She would have to start calling him to phone. In that moment, Xing Yishan was no longer the mature aunt. She resembled a bashful young girl. No, no, no. Leaning against the glass door, she squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head furiously. Xing Yishan, what are you thinking? This is your best friend's biological son, and you are his aunt, albeit not by blood. But still, you are his elder. If you were to indulge, your best friend would surely murder me. And if it were to happen, how would I face my best friend? Will we address each other differently? You can call me your beloved, and I'll call you grandmother. No, absolutely not. That cannot happen. Besides, that would require extra payment. 100,000 is far too little. At least 500,000. Upon witnessing Xing Yishan's unusual behavior, Chu Liufeng instinctively glanced over. He felt an urge to join her in the bath. But after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. The timing was simply not right. Although the stars had aligned, Xing Yishan was in an irrational state. If he waited for her to regain her composure, their relationship would undoubtedly plummet to freezing point, rendering it a lost cause. What he desired was Annie's heart, not merely her body. After all, once one possesses the heart, everything else would follow, wouldn't it? There was no need to rush. After all, this matter was akin to a spring. The harder you press, the stronger the rebound. What should have been a 30-minute bath stretched into an hour and a half for Xing Yishan. The last hour was spent in a mental struggle. Yet, she found it largely ineffective. The more she tried to forget that scene, the more it lingered in her mind. Eventually, she even convinced herself. A hint of regret and embarrassment surfaced on her face. Xing Yishan, what have you just done? Her cheeks were flushed, and her fair skin bore a rosy hue. She felt an overwhelming mixture of awkwardness and shyness, yet curiously, a sense of guilt. Gulp. Xing Yishan submerged herself beneath the water, blowing bubbles, seeking to calm her racing thoughts. However, in the warm, soothing water, tranquility eluded her. She felt on the verge of losing control. After all, Wang Lei had been abroad for over a decade, their time together scarce. Since learning 5 years ago that he had taken to pursuing black pearls overseas, she had found him repugnant, resolutely refusing to engage in any deeper communication. Despite their marital status, they shared no real intimacy. It is likely that this is also the reason why Wang Lei is so ruthless in transferring assets, leaving her burdened with immense debt. Yet, can one truly blame her? Everyone is separated by distance, enduring solitude and maintaining their integrity. Why is it that you are allowed to indulge in affairs without consequence? Is it that you can stomach everything? Are you truly famished? You seem to have lost all sense of dignity. Disgusting. Truly repulsive. Why not invest a little to find someone of worth? Chapter 6. You seem to have little respect for your mother's close friend. Finally, Xing Yishan took a deep breath and sat up in a bathtub. She felt exhausted from soaking too long, her body soft and languid. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Avoiding it was not a solution. Let it be. She dried off the droplets of water on her skin, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and stepped out of the bathroom. After changing into a well-tailored knit bodycon dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, exuding an air of intellectual elegance, she slipped into sheer black stockings and donned a pair of alluring red-soled high heels before descending the stairs. In the living room, Chu Liufeng was idly scrolling through his phone. As he watched Xing Yishan descend with a flushed face, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Aunt Xing, why is your face so red? Are you burning up?" Xing Yishan lowered her head slightly, her eyes flitting nervously, unable to meet Chu Liufeng's gaze. The ventilation system in the bathroom is broken. Yes, broken. It was stifling hot. Chu Liufeng chose not to expose Xing Yishan's little secret, as every move she made was right under his watchful eyes. This was the first time he saw such a bashful and adorable side of Aunt Xing. It felt like a breath of fresh air. He thought to himself, in Aunt Xing's eyes, he was no longer just a little phone. By the way, little phone, do you have classes today? Aunt has something to discuss and would like you to accompany me. Xing Yishan's voice trembled slightly. No classes today, Aunt Xing. You've rewarded me, so I will certainly follow your instructions. Just tell me what it is. Reward? What reward? Xing Yishan was taken aback, only to notice Chu Liufeng's gaze lingering on her high heels. Suddenly, she recalled having asked him not to rummage through her wardrobe. She couldn't help but gasp, her cheeks blooming with embarrassment. "Oh, you little rascal, you've learned some mischief. How can you be so shameless?" "What shamelessness? There is only the lovely scent of Aunt Xing lingering here. It's quite delightful." "Huh, little phone, you've grown up?" Cough, cough. Aunt knows you're no longer a child, and it's perfectly normal to be curious about certain matters. Xing Yishan's eyes darted nervously, her beautiful face aflame with color. But that's very inappropriate. Aunt was just teasing you. Why did you take it seriously? At your age, Aunt understands. I've gone through it too. You just need to find a girlfriend. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression stiffened. "Oh, no, you can't. Your mother won't allow you to have a girlfriend. But if you don't find one..." "Oh no, your mother has really lost her mind. This is a serious issue. I must have a good talk with her another day. How can one not have a girlfriend? Wouldn't that drive someone mad?" No. Your mother must be experiencing an early menopause to be this confused." It was as if she were trapped in a whirlwind of thoughts, Xing Yishan muttering to herself, shaking her head and frowning. Chu Liufeng stood there, mesmerized. Is this what a feverish woman looks like? It felt as though her brain was short-circuiting, nearly burning out. After a few playful banters, Xing Yishan gradually relaxed and regained her usual authoritative demeanor. "Well, this is absolutely out of the question. It's far too inappropriate. If you genuinely need assistance, just tell Aunt. Aunt will find a way." Taking a deep breath after her mental storm, she ultimately offered a blushing, whispered solution. "Huh?" Chu Liufeng was taken aback. "You can actually think of a solution?" It appeared that Aunt Xiang's mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. "Cough, what do you mean, huh?" "Anyway, it's settled. Right now, Aunt is going to meet a beautiful lady, a little affluent herself, to borrow some money. How about it? Can you accompany Aunt to make an appearance?" "Just to make an appearance?" Chu Liufeng raised an eyebrow. "Aunt Xing, didn't you say something about me selling my charm for 10,000 a night? How dare you?" Xing Yishan's eyes widened, and a delicate finger pointed accusingly. If you dare go behind my back, I will definitely tell your mother and let her deal with you. Yes, yes. Chu Liufeng nodded with a mischievous smile. I understand. As long as I don't go behind Aunt Xing's back, it's fine. No worries, Aunt Xing can come along. I'm still young, I can handle it. Huh. Xing Yishan tilted her head, her small fist clenching tightly. She slowly rose, standing before Chu Liufeng, looking down at him. Then, she kicked off her high heels, raised her foot, and placed it on Chu Liufeng's chest. Chu Liufeng, you've grown bold, daring to tease your aunt. Do you believe I want to tell your mother right this moment? To say her biological son shows little respect for his mother as close friend? Chu Liufeng gazed at the exquisite foot resting on his chest, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his hands. Not an apology, but in the spirit of, Aunt, you still need more practice. This is hardly painful. Who is afraid of it? Half an hour later, a pink Bentley drove out of the villa, heading straight for an upscale restaurant known for its serene ambience and beautiful surroundings. There, a wealthy lady awaited them. Upon entering a highly private, tranquil booth, Chu Liufeng met the affluent lady. She was not the kind of woman one would expect, overweight, heavily made up, and aged. Instead, this petite rich lady had a delicate figure and a blush adorning her face, making her appear stunningly beautiful. Although she stood at around 162 meters and her physique didn't rival Xing Yishan's extraordinary form, she radiated a mature allure. Most notably, she was indeed impressively well endowed, with a captivatingly beautiful face. Though different from Aunt Xing's, her mature beauty stirred something deep within Chu Liufeng. Yet, it seemed she had indulged a bit too much in her drinks. As several empty bottles lay before her cheeks flushed with inebriation. Xiaofeng, allow me to introduce you. This lady is Li Mengxi. She owns over a dozen properties and specializes in rental income. A dozen, not just units. Each building has 7 floors. Several of her buildings are near your university. Chu Liufeng blinked in astonishment. A dozen properties waiting for rent? My goodness, this is a genuine wealthy lady. He marveled, realizing that in the realm of affluent women, they were all indeed wealthy. Hello, Aunt Li. I am Chu Liufeng. You can call me Xiaofeng. Li Mengxi, holding a wine glass, gazed at Chu Liufeng through slightly hazy eyes. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a rare treasure. She immediately stood, swaying slightly as she walked around Chu Liufeng, her high heels tapping rhythmically on the floor with each step. As she circled him, her eyes roamed up and down, taking in his figure, her admiration evident as if she were appraising a fine piece of art. Xiaofeng, you're so handsome. Look at those muscles, that physique. It's simply marvelous. Li Mengxi exclaimed, her eyes shining with delight. She set down her wine glass and seized Xing Yishan's delicate hand, with a playful glint in her eyes. Oh, my dearie, I never expected you to be indulging so splendidly of late. This charming young man is simply irresistible. With such impressive muscles, he certainly knows how to enjoy a meal. Are you feeding Xiaofeng every night now? Can you keep up with it? If it becomes too much for you, I would be more than happy to assist. Chapter 7. The wealthy woman. Do you wish to cut down on 20 years of hard work? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life? Even if Xing Yishan harbored such thoughts, articulating them so candidly rendered her somewhat flustered. Yet, she had a keen understanding of her affluent friends. After achieving financial independence early on, they often encountered numerous young individuals reluctant to strive. Having indulged in a bit of wine, they were typically quite open about such matters. However, they were not frivolous. On the contrary, their standards were exceedingly high. When faced with ordinary young people lacking ambition, their words could be scathingly sharp, often leaving others in tears with remarks like, being unattractive is one thing, but thinking too highly of oneself? Only the worthless would choose not to work hard. If you're this ugly and still unmotivated, you might as well not exist. Their tongues were as sharp as their wit, and few could meet their discerning gaze. After all, we currently exist in an era that heavily favors established models of success. Yet now, the discerning Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with a rare enthusiasm. Isn't he handsome? Aren't you envious? Even if you desire him, you cannot have him. This unexpected surge of pride swelled within Xing Yishan. What do you mean by what? This is my best friend's biological son. Before she could finish her thought, Li Mengxi's eyes widened as if she had discovered a new person. Your best friend's son? No way. Darling, you usually keep such things under wraps. I never imagined you were into this sort of thrill. I must partake in this excitement as well. We are good friends, aren't we? As she spoke, she suddenly leaned dizzily toward Chu Liufeng. Hey, handsome, I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Could you assist me to the restroom? Xing Yishan. Chu Liufeng. Tone it down. We may joke around, but he is still a university student, merely living with me. A university student? Li Mengxi's eyes gleamed brighter. University life is wonderful. I miss my college days. Xing Yishan quickly pulled her back in her seat. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaofeng and I are not what you think. I genuinely have something important to discuss with you. However, Li Mengxi lifted her wine glass and moved to sit beside Chu Liufeng, affectionately leaning against him and smiling dreamily. No witties? That's even better. Now I have no psychological burden. I initially felt a bit guilty about going after your man. Chu Liufeng sensed that Li Mengxi was thoroughly intoxicated. This was excessively forward behavior. As she edged closer, she began to remove her outer garment, revealing her exquisite figure, which was well-maintained and exuded a delightful fragrance, a unique charm that was particularly alluring. Handsome, what's wrong? Living with such a stunning beauty, and you can withstand it? You aren't just a pretty face, are you? Chu Liufeng. Not a pretty face. How absurd. He chuckled in disbelief, tempted to show Li Mengxi just how capable he truly was. Li Mengxi, if you continue to tease my Xiaofeng, I swear I will tear your mouth apart. Seeing Xing Yishan approach with a fierce expression, ready to charge, Li Mengxi stuck out her tongue and tried to regain her composure. Which mouth are you planning to tear apart? How brutish. I think you could kiss me instead. Come on, my darling. She puckered her lips and leaned in. Xing Yishan felt an overwhelming impulse to slap this inebriated flirt. Yet, she understood that Li Mengxi was merely jesting without any malicious intent. Upon witnessing Xing Yishan's helpless expression, Li Mengxi suddenly raised her wine bottle in triumph, exclaiming, "Yay, no more arguments. It's all about your Xiaofeng, right? And you claim you're not together? Trying to deceive me? No way, but I don't blame you. I understand. Your husband is abroad, and you've encountered such a handsome young man. Who could resist? It's human nature. Rest assured, I shall keep this a secret. No matter whose mouth, I will keep it shut." Li Mengxi kicked off her red-soled heels, curling her slender legs on the soft seat, gazing at Chu Liufeng. At that moment, he realized her figure was incredibly well-proportioned, though she stood only 162 centimeters tall. Her long, delicate legs and fair skin exuded elegance and charm. She leaned closer to Chu Liufeng, delicately lifting his chin with her slender fingers, slurring, "Isn't that right? Handsome? Tell me, is my darling a bit wild? I've known her for years, and this is my first time seeing her bring a man around. I always thought she was rather aloof." Li Meng. See, Xing Yishan could no longer contain herself and charged at her. The two women quickly became entangled in a playful struggle. As the saying goes, the most delightful sight is that of women in combat. This scene was indeed quite captivating. After a moment of playful banter, Li Mengxi quickly knelt in surrender, laughing. Okay. Darling, I was wrong. Spare me, please." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Li Mengxi suddenly turned serious. "You two, truly are not together?" Xing Yishan, panting from their tussle, glistened with a sheen of perspiration. "No, not at all." "Well then, since you haven't been supporting this handsome guy, don't blame me for stealing him." "Handsome, do you want to take a shortcut? Do you want to cut down on 20 years of hard work? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of life? Do you find Andy's legs appealing? Oh dear, my black stockings have snagged. It's all darling's fault for tearing them. But don't worry, I have a new pair in my bag. Could you assist me in changing?" The youth leaned against the wall, raising his hands in surrender, his expression innocent as a rabbit. While he felt an undeniable thrill at the wealthy woman's candidness, he was also aware that the moment he displayed any hint of interest, Aunt Xing would likely be deeply disappointed. The wealthy woman was indeed beautiful, but Aunt Xing's allure was unmatched. For the sake of a brighter tomorrow, he chose to endure. Watching Li Mengxi approach him like an octopus, Xing Yishan coldly remarked, "Remove your stinky foot. It's nearly in Xiao Feng's mouth. You'll suffocate him." "Humph. Stinky? Who says so? I'm well maintained. Look how fair and tender I am. You have no idea how many people desire me." Li Mengxi lauga fartili, pulling down one leg of her stockings to reveal her smooth, fair thigh. Just this, some people could easily devour 3 bowls of rice. You. Xing Yishan sighed in exasperation. Initially, she brought Chu Liufeng along to bolster her confidence. However, she now felt that bringing him was a grave misstep. It was as if she had led a sheep into a den of tigers. Her circle of wealthy women was undeniably insatiable. Chapter 8. The wealthy woman's heart stirred deeply. There was an inexplicable sensation of being cradled by a father. Yet that was not permissible. "Put me down quickly," Xing Yishan remarked helplessly, adjusting Li Mengxi into a proper sitting position. After smoothing out her hiked-up skirt, she took a seat with an expression of resignation. The drunken state had returned to Li Mengxi. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, she said, "Look at that gaze of yours. You say it's fine? But who would believe that? All right, I shall cease teasing your little boyfriend. Handsome boy, pour a glass for Annie." Chu Liufeng picked up the bottle and filled a glass for Li Mengxi. She accepted it, took a sip, and gently bit her red lip, casting a flirtatious glance at him. "The wine you pour is delightful. Burp, it's truly worthy of a mature beauty." Her every smile and frown exuded an enchanting allure, making her appear as a natural seductress. Li Mengxi leaned over the table, her head drooping slightly, her words slightly slurred. "So say it, my dearie. What brings you to seek me today? Need to borrow some money?" "Huh?" Li Mengxi's eyes widened in surprise. Actually find yourself in need of funds? All right. How much do you require?" "Just name the sum," she continued, brimming with confidence as she prepared to retrieve her phone for a transfer. Xing Yishan hesitated, her words trailing off. 1 billion. "How much?" 1 billion. Li Mengxi recoiled, nudging her delicate shoulder against Chu Liufeng. "In that case, you might as well borrow from your little boyfriend. He has several billion." Xing Yishan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yet, she no longer rejected the term little boyfriend and had grown too weary to correct it. After all, it might be better this way. Otherwise, this famished woman before her would likely devour Chu Liufeng whole. "How much can you lend me now? I'm in urgent need of cash," she said, her tone laced with urgency and helplessness. Li Mengxi shook her head, her intoxicated gaze unfocused, her voice a struggle to make out. "If you had mentioned a billion earlier, I might have managed it, but now I certainly don't have that much. However, if you only need a few million, I could transfer that to you right now." Human nature often favors compromise. For instance, if you declare that a room is too dark and must have a window, people will disagree. But if you propose removing the roof, they will be more inclined to agree to a window instead. Xing Yishan understood this principle well, even though she was reluctant to act on it. She was simply too desperate for funds. If she asked to borrow 10 million outright, she would surely be denied. Asking for a billion would at least leave room for negotiation. "How about 10 million? I'll repay you over 3 years, and you can set the interest," Xing Yishan asserted, gritting her teeth as she stated her target amount. Li Mengxi looked puzzled and inquired curiously, "What do you intend to do with that? Have you grown bored of being a wealthy lady at home and want to find something to occupy yourself?" Xing Yishan sighed, but merely shook her head, saying nothing. The matters at home were not to be spoken of. Revealing them would risk losing the money altogether. After all her properties and vehicles had already been mortgaged, leaving her with nothing to spare. Seeing this, Li Mengxi simply shook her head, refraining from prying further. She was on the verge of drunkenness, leaning against Chu Liufeng. "My dear Yi, I'm not making excuses. I too am in a tight spot. I am negotiating a significant project that requires substantial funds." Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan felt a tightening in her chest. "But you still have money. Just 1 billion. Surely you must have that," she continued. "However, dear Yi, how about you lend me your wonderful man for a couple of days? I genuinely like him. Being in his embrace feels so warm and secure, like being held by a daddy, something I've never experienced before. I promise not to ruin him." Xing Yishan's expression turned icy at those words. "If that's how you're going to put it, Mengxi, then we can no longer be considered sisters. She was in need of money, but not to the extent of allowing a younger person to sell themselves to repay debts. After all, this was her affair, and Chu Liufeng was innocent. Li Mengshi, still nestled against Chu Liufeng's chest, initially froze at Xing Yishan's sudden shift in demeanor before bursting into laughter. She waved her hand, attempting to disperse the unpleasant atmosphere. All right, I was merely jesting. How could I truly take your little boyfriend? As she spoke, she straightened her posture, her eyes clearing slightly, no longer exhibiting the drunken demeanor from earlier. Dear E.E., we have been friends for so many years. I cannot ignore your difficulties. 10 million it is. I shall prepare and transfer the funds in a couple of days. You need not divulge what the money is for. Take your time. If you find yourself truly in dire straits, come to me. I may not have much, but I have plenty of houses. You can stay wherever you wish. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan felt a pang of guilt for her earlier coldness and nodded appreciatively. However, her moment of gratitude was fleeting, as Li Mengshi suddenly reverted to her intoxicated, silly demeanor, playfully nuzzling against Chu Liufeng. Ah, but I shall take a little interest first. You cannot fault me for that handsome boy. Do you think Annie is pretty? Are Annie's legs slender? Would you like to touch them? Your physique is truly splendid. Chu Liufeng raised his hands in protest. Auntie, I assure you, I am merely a bystander. Witnessing this scene, Xing Yishan felt a surge of guilt wash over her. Alas, my dear Feng, I am sorry. I shall make it up to you later. For now, please bear with it. After all, Mengshi is inebriated and has done me a tremendous favor. Yet, as she watched, a twinge of jealousy and discomfort arose within Xing Yishan. Just a little nuzzle is enough, you silly girl. She turned her head away, pouting in displeasure. I have never indulged in such behavior myself. In the ensuing gatherings of wealthy women, Chu Liufeng must not accompany them. She feared he might be completely consumed by that group of seductive women. Ah, how much is enough? The aroma of the handsome boy was simply intoxicating. Li Mengshi's eyes sparkled as she excitedly nuzzled against him like a child. Chu Liufeng, overwhelmed, could only sigh. Before long, a gentle snoring sound filled the air. The effects of alcohol had taken hold, and she had fallen asleep against Chu Liufeng's neck, a serene smile gracing her lips as if she were dreaming sweetly. Father, I miss you so much. Li Mengshi murmured indistinctly in her sleep. Chu Liufeng attempted to lift her down, only to find himself ensnared by her arms as she clung to his neck like a koala, her delicate, porcelain-like legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Please, father, do not leave me. Aunt Xing, what is happening? Chu Liufeng in quit sopti. As the curled figure of Li Mengshi in his embrace evoked a sense of paternal affection. Moreover, the tonic indeed carried such a name. Were it not for Xing Yishan's presence, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to restrain himself. These alluring, mature women were utterly intoxicating day after day. Sighing, Xing Yishan furrowed her brows and, after a moment of hesitation, explained, when Mengshi was very young, her mother passed away. Her father subsequently remarried several times, and since she is a daughter, he hardly paid her any attention. She was often bullied in her childhood and yearned for the protective embrace of a fatheress love. However, their relationship was strained until the day he left. I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, but Mengshi, to put it simply, lacks a sense of security. She struggles to sleep every night, relying on alcohol to find rest. Yet during the day, she appears fine. It is only after drinking that her behavior becomes erratic. She calls out to various names, Daddy, Master. She truly becomes quite frenzied. Do not mind what she calls you. It is all but a facade. Just indulge her for now and hold her close, Xing Yishan advised, uncertain of how else to articulate the situation. A person who lacks something longs for it even more. For someone who has never experienced a father's love, her desires are, in essence, rather simple. Yet, such a knot is a matter of the heart, exceedingly difficult to untangle. At least, that is her belief. After all, one cannot expect her father to rise from the grave, or truly have Chu Liufeng assume the role of her father, allowing her to experience the sensation of being protected by paternal love. Alas, it is simply impossible. Chapter 9. The shy little heiress and Aunt Xing's wonderful imagination. You hold her. We shall escort her home. What sort of behavior is this? Sleeping here? Xing Yishan shook her head helplessly, picking up the red-soled high heels and torn black stockings from the floor as she exited the private room. Chu Liufeng followed closely, cradling the petite Li Mengxi in his arms. After enhancing his physique, he found that he could now easily encircle her slender waist with a single hand. The disparity in their sizes made it feel as though he was genuinely holding a small daughter. However, this wealthy woman certainly knew how to maintain herself. Even inebriated, she exuded a delightful fragrance that was both refreshing and intoxicating. Such a scent captivated Chu Liufeng, stirring his primal instincts. "Aunt Xing, is Aunt Li always this wild?" he suddenly inquired. Unaware of the deeper implications of his words, Xing Yishan casually replied, "Not really. Mengxi does drink often, but not to the point of being completely wasted like today. Perhaps she has something on her mind. If there were outsiders present, she wouldn't act so recklessly. I've told you, she lacks a sense of security. She usually only gets this drunk at home, where she might exhibit some embarrassing behavior. I recall one time at her place when she got so drunk she cried and clung to me, incessantly calling for her mother. It was quite unbearable." As Xing Yishan opened the door of the Bentley, she frowned for a moment. It didn't seem right to leave Li Mengxi in the back seat, so she decided to have Chu Liufeng assist her. They both settled into the back seat, where he continued to hold her. Once settled, Xing Yishan drove straight out of the parking lot toward Li Mengxi's residence. However, she generally avoids contact with strangers. This is the first time you two have met, and she is already so familiar with you. It's a first for me as well. Perhaps she sees you as a playful little spirit and is teasing you. Just don't take her words to heart. Chu Feng, your Aunt Li is asleep now, so be cautious. If she feels nauseous, let her vomit elsewhere in the car. Just ensure she doesn't do it on you. It's quite unpleasant." As he gazed at Li Mengxi, who had nestled her head against his chest, he pondered. A playful little spirit? Surely she doesn't see me as something else, does she? And is she truly asleep? He slightly moved his fingers and nodded with a peculiar expression. "Yes, I understand, Aunt Xing. Just drive." During the journey, Li Mengxi was not a very composed sleeper. Her small frame pressed against Chu Liufeng, swaying with the motion of the vehicle. Her proportions were exquisite, allowing her to curl up comfortably in his embrace. Her delicate skin felt delightful to the touch, which only intensified Chu Liufeng's temptation. Half an hour later, the Bentley came to a halt in front of a standalone villa. "Another villa? Aunt Xing, is it customary for your circle of wealthy acquaintances to possess such grand estates?" Xing Yishan, leading the way, replied nonchalantly, "Hey, have you forgotten what Mengxi does? She is a landlord. Isn't it normal to have a villa? Your Aunt Li's family originally made their fortune in real estate, with properties worldwide. However, after her father's death, the numerous children from various concubines fought fiercely over the inheritance. Your Aunt Li grew weary of the conflict and, overwhelmed by the estate, opted to keep a few apartments domestically, content to be a landlord instead. If she had chosen to compete, she could have claimed several villas for herself. Nonetheless, even with this modest portfolio, your Aunt Li frequently complains about the burdens of collecting rent each month. It's exhausting from dawn till dusk. Is this even humanly possible? It's simply outrageous. Chu Liufeng thought, astonished. Despite the downer in the real estate market, it hardly affected Li Mengxi, as she merely rented properties and continued to profit. "Unlock the door. Our inebriated enchantress." He pinched Li Mengxi's flushed cheek, prompting her to groggily lift her head and use her face to unlock the door. The villa was similar in size to Xing Yishan's, but its decor felt cold and uninviting, lacking the warmth of a lived-in home. It resembled a model house, lavish yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of solitude. It didn't exude the homely essence that characterized Xing Yishan's residence. "Is Aunt Li unmarried?" he inquired. "No." Xing Yishan navigated seamlessly through the house, leading them upstairs to the bedroom. Fearing an emotionally detached partner like her father, who had left her with lifelong scars, she chose to remain single, opting to raise her child alone. "How intriguing," Chu Liufeng murmured, shaking his head. "It's nothing." Xing Yishan glanced back and, together with him, gently placed Li Mengxi onto the soft bed. "Sleep well, our inebriated beauty. Call me if you need anything." She patted Li Mengxi's smooth, flushed face before departing the villa with Chu Liufeng. Once the pink Bentley sped away, Li Ruoxi, who had been asleep in the villa's bedroom, awoke at some point, leaning against the window, her gaze wistfully following the car until it vanished from sight. Only then did she seem to regain her senses. The energy seemed to drain from her, and she sluggishly drew the curtains. Leaning against the wall, she slid down until she sat on the floor, hugging her pale knees tightly, as if seeking some semblance of security. Her head buried deeply, she curled into a ball. Why? Why is this happening? Li Mengxi's cheeks burned, akin to being scorched by fire, her heart a tumult of embarrassment and disbelief. Just moments ago, under Chu Liufeng's soothing presence, she had felt an unprecedented sense of safety, even drifting into a deep slumber and experiencing a brief yet surreal dream. In that dream, she was enveloped in the warm embrace of an adult, a feeling she had long yearned for but never attained. It was a sense of security she had desired for decades. Yet, what astonished her was that she had never dreamt of her father. Their relationship had always been tense, akin to strangers. How could she dream of him now? Moreover, what made it even more difficult to articulate was that in the dream's final moments, her father's once familiar face, now blurred in memory, began to morph gradually into the visage of the unfamiliar man she had met for the first time. This revelation startled her awake, only to find herself still cradled in Chu Liufeng's arms. An inexplicable sense of calm enveloped her, contrasting sharply with her earlier anxiety. His embrace was warm and strong, rendering her utterly defenseless against her feelings, leading to moments of vulnerability within the vehicle. In the following moments, the villa was enveloped in silence, a palpable solitude permeating the air. Only within the dimly lit bedroom did soft, rustling sounds emerge. Chu Liufeng. Li Mengxi murmured his name, her eyes fluttering shut, her long, curled lashes tremoring gently. In the stillness, she reflected on the tumultuous journey that had brought her to this moment. Her crimson lips parted slightly. Feng, such a melodious name. A delicate whisper of a low murmur echoed. In a luxurious Bentley, Xing Yishan was driving with focused intent when, suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Chu Liufeng's profile, causing her brow to furrow momentarily. Aunt Xing, what's wrong? Chu Liufeng perceptively noticed her reaction. Yet, Xing Yishan merely knitted her brows without uttering a word. Upon arriving by the lakeside, they exited the vehicle. A gentle, cool breeze enveloped them. Xing Yishan's gaze fell upon the marks of lipstick adorning Chu Liufeng's neck, staining it crimson. Not even his chin was spared. This was no mere kiss. It was a fervent assault. There was no doubt that these were the remnants of the drunken Li Mengxi's infatuation. The poor boy had been thoroughly besieged by this infatuated woman. As she stared, tears began to well in Xing Yishan's eyes, cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls that had come undone. Her voice quivered with sorrow, laden with helplessness and fragility. Xiaofeng, it is all Annie's fault. I'm so sorry for putting you through this. In my life, I have seldom sought help, and the thought of facing this terrifies me. Yet, for some reason, the mere thought of you by my side grants me a sense of reliance. A fortitude I never knew I possessed. She trembled slightly, raising her hand to hastily wipe away her tears, overwhelmed with guilt. It's all Annie's fault. It is my inadequacy that has entangled you in these tribulations. You should never have had to endure this. If not for my debts, I wouldn't have to beg for assistance, and you wouldn't have to. Surely, you feel the weight of this too. Being bullied by a woman old enough to be your mother, all for Auntie's sake, enduring in silence without complaint. Chu Liufeng. Wait. Stop. He recognized every word, yet their assembly left him bewildered. What did it mean that he was being bullied? Wrong. Wasn't he merely enjoying the attention? What sort of grievance was this? Chapter 10. The little secret between Aunt Xing and me, however. Xing Yishan clearly held a different perspective. She remained enveloped in her profound feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Xiaofeng, Aunt knows you have always been a remarkably considerate child. You endured the bullying from Li Mengxi, the drunken fool, all for my sake. Surely, you must have felt uncomfortable inside, right? No, I did not. I'm not. I retorted. I enjoyed it immensely. Please, Aunt Xing, spare me your assumptions. Moreover, who is truly bullying whom? Chu Liufeng discreetly rubbed his thumb against his index and middle fingers. Just moments ago in the car, he had been thoroughly entertained. It was rather exhilarating. Yet, Xing Yishan continued unabated. If you feel unwell, please voice it. I fear you might bottle it up, which could be detrimental to your health. Chu Liufeng scratched his head, genuinely at a loss for words. After all, Li Mengxi was not unattractive. One could even describe her as stunningly beautiful, aligning well with his tastes. This was hardly a loss. However, observing Aunt Xing's expression, it seemed that if he did not vent some grievances today, she would undoubtedly feel uneasy. But I really have nothing to say, he insisted. Aunt Xing, you mustn't overthink it. I am truly fine. He gently rested his hand on her delicate shoulder, gazing intently into her eyes. We are family. Why speak of such things? It feels overly formal. Yes, you. I'm perfectly all right. Xing Yishan regarded Chu Liufeng with steady eyes, understanding that he was attempting to comfort her. After all, who would be fond of a woman in her 30s or 40s? Wouldn't young and beautiful 18-year-olds be far more enticing? Like blooming flowers, radiating youthful vitality and allure. They are an irresistible temptation for any man, especially for a young man like Chu Liufeng. At this thought, Xing Yishan felt a lump in her throat. Xiaofeng, if it weren't for you today, I truly wouldn't know how to face all of this. Huh? Who would fancy a woman in her 30s or 40s? Please, I find such ripe beauties most appealing, Chu Liufeng replied, shaking his head gently. Aunt Xing, please do not say such things. I have promised to always be by your side, now and in the future. Moved to tears, Xing Yishan fought against her inner turmoil. It seemed she had finally made a determination, as her wavering gaze flickered with resolve. Gaining courage, she lifted her head to meet Chu Liufeng's gentle yet strong visage. Her voice trembling. Xiaofeng, you must never tell your mother about this. It must remain our little secret. Chu Liufeng not dead. Rest assured, I won't let my mom know. Otherwise, she would surely scold me again. He had assumed Aunt Xing feared being teased if his mother discovered the situation, leading to a stern reprimand for both of them. However, he had spoken too soon. Xing Yishan bit her lip, each word seeming to leap from between her teeth. It belongs solely to the two of us. Upon hearing this, Chu Liufeng slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Wait, something seemed amiss. Had he misunderstood something? A little secret? Huh? Xing Yishan inhaled deeply, biting her lip, averting her gaze from Chu Liufeng. Yet, the blush creeping up her ear betrayed her nervousness. Aunt knows you're still young, vigorous. I enjoy reading wellness guides and understand that prolonged periods are not beneficial for your health. Aunt Xing, actually my health is fine. Tonight, come to my room. I can help you, but you must keep this secret. If anyone finds out, especially your mother, I would lose all face. Chu Liufeng. Huh? No, Aunt, you are overthinking this. How wonderful. He almost blurted out that he was perfectly fine, but thankfully, his cautious nature and slow speech saved him from a potentially disastrous revelation. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? Who knew Aunt Xing's mind was contemplating these matters? Xing Yishan's face was flushed, her heart racing with both embarrassment and an inexplicable thrill of guilt. Turning her head to feign interest in the lake, she dared not meet Chu Liufeng's gaze and casually inquired, What? What do you mean? Taking a deep breath, Chu Liufeng replied solemnly. Actually, prolonged abstinence is indeed detrimental to one's health, and I'm feeling quite uncomfortable right now. Huh? Xing Yishan lowered her head in shock. She had known it. After all, she had received a fine education and had extensively studied wellness guides herself. One cannot simply block such urges. Doing so would inevitably lead to greater complications. At this age, young men are often vigorous and robust. The notion of him thinking about her every night was quite flattering indeed. Xing Yishan held a fair degree of confidence in her physique and allure. Moreover, she had witnessed Chu Liufeng's unique constitution firsthand. Yet, with his mother entering menopause and issuing commands against dating, was she not cornering him into a dire situation? If he acted impulsively, engaging in unlawful behavior, it could ruin his life. Even worse, should prolonged suppression lead to a change in orientation, developing an affinity for bespectacled, round-faced men. That would be an unforgivable sin. Thus, to prevent such occurrences, even if it felt morally dubious, she felt compelled to relieve his burdens. It was imperative to keep Xiaofeng's inclinations aligned with societal norms. In her whirlwind of thoughts, her actions began to feel justified. Xing Yishan's gaze gradually transformed into one of determination. Yes, what she was doing was not wrong, completely justified, but now he was clearly distressed, yet there were so many people around. Xing Yishan glanced around. The weather was lovely, and the lakeside was bustling with visitors. Even if she wished to act, the circumstances were less than favorable. Observing Aunt Xing's flustered demeanor, Chu Liufeng suddenly chuckled. "I'm just teasing you, Aunt Xing. I can manage. Let's discuss this tonight. Besides, we still need to visit others, right? Just the 1 million from Aunt Li isn't quite enough to settle the debts. Xiaofeng, let us not rush the borrowing matter." She glanced around anxiously, her expression one of urgency. "Perhaps I could check for a restroom?" Xing Yishan unexpectedly proposed an idea that caught Chu Liufeng off guard. She was just that kind of person. When one treats her well, she is eager to reciprocate wholeheartedly. Her mind was solely occupied with how to help Chu Liufeng release the grievances he harbored. How to bring him joy. Certainly not the current type of fairy. Having been brainwashed and poisoned by various ideologies, she has developed an attitude of entitlement when treated kindly. Of course, there exists a third type of person. You treat her exceptionally well, yet she still seeks to berate you. A restroom? Chu Liufeng's eyes sparkled, and his heart ignited with fervor. Could this truly be permissible? To be candid, he was genuinely moved. Furthermore, he had never anticipated that Aunt Xing would be so audacious. This was, after all, in broad daylight. Yet, observing Aunt Xing's anxious and worried demeanor, he grasped the chilly hand of Xing Yishan, smooth and cool like a finely polished piece of jade, providing a delightful sensation. "Aunt Xing, let's not seek a restroom. The public facilities outside are quite filthy. There is no rush. I can hold on, and we can take our time tonight." However, there was no however. That was settled. The night was still young, and they could proceed leisurely. Chu Liufeng resolutely declined. What a joke. If they went now, what excuse would he have to visit Aunt Xing's fragrant room during the long night ahead? A sesame seed and a watermelon. The weight of each is self-evident. Chapter 11. A profound sense of mental pollution evening had fallen, and despite the hour, I found myself concerned that you might be feeling uncomfortable. Upon witnessing Chu Liufeng's unwavering resolve, Xing Yishan abruptly regained her composure. Her originally enchanting gaze flickered with an uncharacteristic awkwardness. Her cheeks flushed to the point of seeming as if they could drip with sweetness. "Oh dear, what have I just said? The restroom. I actually mentioned needing to go to the restroom. It was all due to my frivolous companions, those wealthy women who indulged in extravagant tales. While spending time with them, I often heard their animated recounting of risque stories about try-on clothes and fitting rooms, sneaking off to restrooms while shopping, or clandestine rendezvous with their young university boy toys in deserted classrooms. Although I had never experienced such escapades myself, the bold ideas had unwittingly taken root in my mind through mere osmosis. Thus, I had instinctively blurted out my inappropriate comment. My face burned with embarrassment, resembling a ripe peach. Suddenly, it seemed as though Xing recalled something. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her garment, turning pale from the pressure, her whole hand trembling gently. Anxiety and trepidation filled her heart. Would my words leave a negative impression on Xiaofeng? What if he believed that beneath my poised exterior lay a heart that was anything but noble, one riddled with lasciviousness? The sky had fallen. After a considerable pause, she cautiously lifted her gaze, her eyes timidly seeking Chu Liufeng's. Fortunately, his expression remained unchanged. However, his gaze seemed unfocused, as if lost in thought. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaofeng, I can manage to meet a few friends by myself later. You need not accompany me." Xing Yishan's cheeks were still aflame, her voice quivering slightly, tinged with an unnatural fluster. "You can enjoy yourself outside for a while, and just wait for me to return home in the evening, all right? All right, let us settle on that," she declared, her face ablaze, hardly waiting for Chu Liufeng's response. Without further ado, she dashed back to her Bentley, flooring the accelerator and disappearing in a cloud of smoke. The reason for not bringing Chu Liufeng along was her fear of encountering someone like Li Mengxi, an intoxicated individual. She was already plagued with guilt. Although borrowing money put her in an uncomfortable position, it was, after all, her own affair. There was no need to involve the innocent Chu Liufeng in something he would prefer to avoid. Sighing, Chu Liufeng had just regained his senses when he heard Xing Yi's hurried chatter before she vanished from sight. He couldn't help but chuckle, observing her departure. He shook his head in resignation. They were all well-preserved, ripe beauties. Who would genuinely refuse such company? Alas, only Xing Yi believed I would be unwilling. Now that she had left, Chu Liufeng shrugged and strolled down the street. Since he no longer needed to assist Xing, he pondered how he might utilize his system to generate income. After all, with his unique ability to see through objects, whether it was purchasing scratch-off tickets, playing cards, or betting on stones, he could amass a fortune effortlessly. Regardless of his choice, earning millions would be as easy as watering a plant. However, this was not something he could share with Xing Yishan. Let her borrow some money from her wealthy circle first. When the time came, he could step in to resolve any issues. Moreover, this would boost Xing Yi's fondness for him. Whatever he did would yield benefits. His system was designed for virtuous deeds, promising abundant rewards and even the acquisition of superpowers. Already capable of seeing through objects, one could only imagine what abilities awaited him in the future. As he walked, he unconsciously activated his ability. The sights he beheld left him astounded, to the point where he wished he could gouge out his own eyes. Just a brief glimpse, and he felt as though he had been subjected to intense mental pollution, a dual assault on both his mind and body. He observed a well-dressed elite man, his sharp haircut exuding confidence, handsome features radiating masculinity. Clutching a briefcase and adorned with an expensive watch, he strode through the crowd with vigor, a quintessential embodiment of success, garnering the attention of many. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he had locked himself away. The realization left Chu Liufeng incredulous. How could this possibly be? Moments later, as the man entered a hotel, he was embroiled in a heated confrontation with another impeccably dressed man. Their tempers flared, neither willing to yield. The exchange escalated into a fierce argument, accompanied by shoving, until the well-dressed man ultimately crumbled, trembling as he knelt on the ground. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you are? Chu Liufeng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How had he arrived in such a bizarre place? Feeling nauseated, he turned away, seeking solace in the sight of beautiful women instead. Ah, behold, a girl adorned in exquisite makeup, clad in an elegant JK skirt and charming little shoes, her legs encased in stockings. She moved with utmost adorableness, pouting and playfully posing. Oh, how captivating! Her every gesture radiated youthful exuberance, overflowing with the essence of girlhood. She was undeniably a cute girl with big, sparkling eyes, her cheeks flushing in shyness when approached by passers-by. If only Chu Liufeng were not endowed with the gift of foresight. This beauty would surely soothe his troubled heart. Alas, there was no if. To his utter dismay, the girl was a petite young lady nurturing a pet eagle. This was truly overstepping the bounds. His earlier admiration turned to shock, leaving him with the urge to gouge out his own eyes. My apologies. How presumptuous of me. Chu Liufeng silently closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to vomit. The world was in decline. Humanity had lost its way. Thanos, I owe you an apology. Come back, and this time I shall aid you in defeating Iron Man. After enduring such profound mental pollution, Chu Liufeng vowed never to casually employ his ability again, fearing he might encounter even more unfathomable sights. He realized he still understood too little about this world, which felt entirely foreign to him. How could people behave in such a manner? At the very least, not like this. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was grappling with his unsettling thoughts, a vibrant, melodious voice rang out. Ah, Chu Liufeng, what surprised to see you here. Chu Liufeng turned around numbly, instinctively lowering his gaze. One alluring pair of long legs. Sister step, cough. Before his eyes was a pair of voluptuous, elongated legs clad in snug gray shark pants that accentuated the contours of her well-defined muscles, paired with white athletic shoes and cotton knee-high socks. Her upper body was adorned in a fitted sports tank top, complemented by a gray athletic jacket, a simple ensemble that perfectly accentuated her toned, seductive figure. Her sun-kissed skin gleamed with a healthy radiance under the sunlight, her hair fashioned into a high chestnut ponytail, with a few stray strands brushing against her smooth forehead, topped with a sunshade hat. There was an innate vigor in her brows and eyes, especially the bright sparkle in her gaze that radiated vitality. Strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, delicate ears, a refined nose, and a height of 173 meters. Her long legs constituted nearly 2/3 of her stature. A true beauty. Goodness. Finally, he encountered a genuine stunning woman, no longer a peculiar cross-dressing fellow. Moreover, oh, is that Teacher Bao? What a delightful coincidence to see you after such a long time. Chu Liufeng's eyes sparkled. The vivacious and capable beauty before him was none other than his university sports instructor, Xing Yishan. Chapter 12. May I touch your pectoral muscles? Upon hearing this unexpected question, Xing Yishan was momentarily taken aback. She glanced down, and then her eyes widened as she feigned anger, stamping her foot. Chu Liufeng, are you feeling particularly mischievous today? Her cute little nose scrunched up, and though she wore a teasing smile, her delicate hands had already familiarized themselves with resting on Chu Liufeng's waist. Then, with a playful twist, she exclaimed, "That's what you get for being so bold. Remember this lesson." Initially, she had anticipated witnessing a scene of Chu Liufeng grimacing in pain and begging for mercy. However, the sensation she felt at her fingertips surprised her. This young man had an impressive physique, but his body fat percentage seemed surprisingly low. In the past, there had been a bit more flesh around his waist. Now, it felt as if there was hardly any to pinch at all. Her beautiful eyes twinkled with curiosity as she scrutinized him from head to toe, akin to a child exploring a newfound treasure. Goodness, she realized that in just a few days, Chu Liufeng had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both his demeanor and physique had improved drastically. His muscle definition was now more pronounced, exuding an irresistible charm. What is this? What is this? Chu Liufeng feigen innocent. The corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Teacher Bao, I am aware of my good looks, but if you keep staring at me like that, I might just become bashful. Xing Yishan scoffed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as her laughter chimed like silver bells. Well, young man, you've certainly improved your physique. It's even more enticing than before. Pray tell, where did you acquire such miraculous enhancements? Xing Yishan was tall, standing a head shorter than Chu Liufeng, and her figure was impeccably sculpted. Her flat, smooth abdomen showcased defined abs, radiating vitality and exuberance. Most notably, her personality was refreshingly candid and straightforward, endearing her to everyone she encountered. Recently retired and only a few years older than Chu Liufeng, their relationship was as solid as it was playful, frequently indulging in light-hearted banter. With a puffed chest, Chu Liufeng declared, "What enhancements, Xu teacher? I'm purely natural. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself." Then I shall not hold back. Come here, let me feel those impressive pectorals." Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled like two little stars. Without a hint of hesitation, she mischievously reached out her hand toward Chu Liufeng's chest. "Wow, quite impressive indeed. Keep it up, and you'll be the most handsome young man in the world." After a prolonged moment of exploration, Xing Yishan reluctantly withdrew her hand, her face reflecting a sense of longing. Being in public, she reminded herself to maintain a degree of decorum. Chu Liufeng smirked, casting a sly glance before teasingly suggesting, "Xu teacher, your pectorals seem quite well developed too. May I touch them?" Xing Yishan raised an eyebrow, her eyes darting around before she playfully elongated her response. Come on. But heed this warning, little rascal. While it's not illegal for me to touch you, should you dare to touch your teacher in public, beware of the consequences." As she spoke, she feigned a fierce demeanor, shaking her little fist in jest. "If you find yourself in trouble, I want to be able to save you." True enough. I suppose I've lost track of the current circumstances. And besides, it's not class right now. Just call me Jinyan. I'm only a few years older than you. No worries. I find calling you teacher to be rather thrilling. It adds a sense of forbidden excitement. This left Su Jinyan momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing slightly as she playfully retorted, "Oh, you. But if you prefer, I can be Jinyan. It sounds lovely. After all, beauty is in the name." She tilted her head back, her expression suddenly turning serious. "All right, enough of this idle chatter. Are you alone right now? Do you have some free time? What's wrong? If Jinyan wishes to invite me, I'm certainly available." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyan's face lit up as if she had found a lifeline. She grasped Chu Liufeng's arm tightly, shaking it excitedly. "That's wonderful. I've been worried about finding someone to help me. How about it, dear classmate? I need your assistance." What do you need help with? Help me move." This request took Chu Liufeng by surprise, and he blinked in confusion. "Move? Are you living here? It's rather far from Xia University. Isn't it?" Su Jinyan's expression fell. "Yes, it's quite far. I'm at my wit's end. It's only been a month since the semester began, and I've been late 7 times. 7 times. I can't take it anymore. At this rate, my salary will be docked." "Then why don't you live in the faculty apartments?" Chu Liufeng scratched his head, puzzled. "I arrived at Xia University too late. All the apartments were taken. The school administration promised to find a solution for me, but who knows how long that will take." As she spoke, Su Jinyan rolled her eyes in exasperation, embodying a sense of helplessness. Why not rent a place near Xia University? Chu Liufeng recalled Li Mengxi, the affluent landlord. She seemed to possess several rental properties nearby. "Several?" Su Jinyan shot him a look, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "Brother, I'm broke. I'm quite poor. The rentals near Xia University start at 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Almost my entire salary. Is that so? But you're a physical education teacher at Xia University. Surely you're not struggling financially?" "Desperately, young man. Do you think physical education teachers earn a fortune?" Su Jinyan sighed heavily, her face displaying a mix of frustration and resignation. "Moreover, I'm just an intern. How could I possibly have money after a year of work? I couldn't even afford a restroom here. I have no friends in the city. Do you think I want to move alone? It's unbearable." She cradled her head in despair. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and she lifted her head, throwing her arms around Chu Liufeng's shoulders. "So how about it? I truly need your help right now. Just tell me if you're willing." Chu Liufeng looked down at her, smiling. "Of course, I'd be happy to help." "Excellent. You're quite the understanding student, Chu Liufeng. You're excused from attending my physical education classes for this semester." Su Jinyan winked playfully. "That's unnecessary. If you miss my stunning presence in class, you might find yourself unable to eat." Laughter erupted between them. "Ah, no wonder you're the teacher's favorite student. Not only are you handsome, but your sweet words are quite charming." Su Jinyan beamed with satisfaction. "Come, let me take you to my abode. This is the first time I'm inviting someone over. Please refrain from wandering your eyes. If you develop a sty, the teacher shall not be held accountable." Su Jinyan, with a carefree demeanor, embraced Chu Liufeng and headed towards her residence, exhibiting no hesitation regarding their relationship. It was as if they were childhood friends, inseparable and at ease with one another. Chapter 13. The Gentleman's Affection for Bamboo. A love with principles, the two conversed and laughed as they made their way to Su Jinyan's residence. Chu Liufeng anticipated that Su Jinyan's abode would not be lavish, yet he was taken aback to find it was an old-style stair apartment. Although it was clean, the architecture mirrored that of the last century, with some walls cracked, discolored, and covered in climbing ivy. In certain corners, cobwebs had amassed. Many residents in the community were elderly, basking in the sun, exuding an air of tranquility and bygone times. "Sister Jinyan, you live here?" Chu Liufeng inquired. "What's wrong? Does the young master disapprove?" Su Jinyan replied, leading the way with her high ponytail swaying in the breeze. Not bothering to look back. "Not at all. I just didn't expect you to reside so far. This community seems quite aged. Well, it's affordable. After all, as a teacher, I earn just over 7,000 a month, and I've been late several times this month. Ugh, just the thought of it gives me a headache." She lamented, pouting and gently tapping her head with her small fist. "Is that sufficient? For personal use, it is adequate. I don't fancy expensive things. However, my body has accumulated some old ailments from training, so I frequently need to visit the hospital. Chu Liufeng understood this well. Typically, athletes endure various ailments post-retirement due to intense training, particularly track athletes like Xing Yishan, whose knees and ankles often suffer serious injuries that are slow to heal and require time for recovery. Most of her savings went toward medical expenses, rendering her life rather frugal. How unfortunate, Sister Yishan. With your charm and stature, you deserve better. After all, a national second-tier athlete and a university teacher. A nice place should be a given. Brother, you've read too many novels. Charming beauty and luxurious living. Please. Xing Yishan chuckled, rolling her eyes. If it were standard, then they should forgive me for dragging them down. My greatest wish is to avoid falling ill. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage. Come on, let us head upstairs. We have 5 flights to climb. Xing Yishan exclaimed, grabbing Chu Liufeng's arm and pulling him into the stairwell. As they stepped into the stairway, a chill swept over them, contrasting sharply with the bright sun outside. Chu Liufeng's keen eyes caught sight of something small skittering across the floor. A cockroach. Sister Yishan, there's a cockroach, he warned kindly. Oh. Xing Yishan remained unfazed, not even furrowing her brow. She lifted her long, shapely leg and stomped down decisively. Crack! The cockroach was squashed before it could escape. Chu Liufeng remarked, Xing Yishan's eyes crinkled with amusement as she turned to him with a smile. What is wrong with cockroaches? They've merely met their demise under my graceful foot. I dare say they must have found it somewhat pleasurable. Xing Yishan's expression shifted to one of mock disdain as she glared at him. What kind of perverse inclination is that? A gentleman's peculiar taste. Xing Yishan found his response amusing, rolling her eyes and muttering, such a weirdo. Honestly, you're quite fierce. Most girls would scream at the sight of a roach. With an air of pride, Xing Yishan raised her chin and declared, what is so remarkable about that? I'm not one of those delicate girls. I wouldn't flinch at a cockroach. I'd even catch a snake if need be. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Oh, classmate Liufeng, you seem rather disappointed. Is it regrettable that I didn't scream and leap into your arms? With a playful smirk, she tossed her ponytail and exposed her graceful neck, teasing, if you wish. I can oblige. Come now, let us reenact that moment. She dramatically covered her eyes with her hands, feigning terror as she shrieked, Ah, a cockroach! Classmate Liufeng. I'm so scared. Come help me. Chu Liufeng stood there, bemused. Su Lao, sure, this act is a bit nauseating. It's giving me goosebumps. Who are you calling nauseating? Xing Yishan retorted, playfully shaking her fist at him. Lack of romance. Let us hurry upstairs. With that, she led the way up the stairs, her figure swaying gracefully, exuding vitality and energy. This was the first time Chu Liufeng beheld her so closely from this angle, and he was instantly captivated. Xing Yishan's physique was striking, a testament to her years of dedication to athletics, exuding a wild, sensual beauty that starkly contrasted with the delicate charm of others. It was astonishing to see such beauty paired with a modest lifestyle. Teacher, your movements are quite exhilarating, Chu Liufeng remarked, nearly losing his breath as he became acutely aware of her presence, even catching a whiff of her unique scent mingled with perspiration. Huh? Suhinjun Turnith. Looking down at him, a blush crept onto her cheeks, but she swiftly regained her playful demeanor, teasing, Come on, let us share a moment. How does it feel? Am I appealing? I think it's rather nice. Should you care to give it a try? With a wicked grin, she exaggerated her movements as they climbed the stairs. Is that really permissible? Chu Liufeng inquired, taken aback. Well, what do you think? She shot back, rolling her eyes at his naivety. If you ask, you'll only get one answer. Absolutely not. How foolish. Before she could finish, a gust of wind swept through. Xing Yishan's eyes widened, and a rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks, making her look even more enchanting. Wait, Chu Liufeng, you actually went for it? With a feigned innocence, he shrugged. Of course, I'm obedient. Whatever the teacher says, I believe. He even exaggeratedly shook his hands, smirking mischievously. Yikes! How disgusting! Suhinjun exclaimed, her face contorted with mock disdain. Let me tell you, only I, as your teacher, can appreciate your honesty and good looks. Anyone else who dared to be so revolting would have been kicked away. Honest? Chu Liufeng chuckled, incredulous that this term was used to describe him. Su Jinyan, flustered and blushing, teased, all right, satisfied now? Was the sensation pleasant? I think it was rather delightful. Indeed, quite delightful, but I could use a few more slaps. That's enough of that. Su Jinyan hurriedly turned around, her hands firmly covering her ample bosom, and with a hint of indignation remarked, what I just returned was merely a gesture. I detest being indebted to others. You allowed me to feel your chest muscles, and I have taken advantage of you. So consider this as repayment. However, if you wish to receive a few more slaps, that would be under the pretense of being my boyfriend. What? Do you aspire to be the boyfriend of a teacher? Chapter 14. Perhaps I shall experience fatherhood just once, allowing old A8 to truly feel the affection of a father as she spoke. Su Jinyan furrowed her brows, gently caressing her chin as if appraising Chu Liufeng. He was quite handsome, with well-defined muscles and a temperament that suited her taste. He was the type favored by teachers, and if he were to pursue her, it might be worth considering. She deliberately elongated her words, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with playfulness and anticipation. So what do you think? Should you give it a try? Although teachers tend to have high standards, I believe you wouldn't be too difficult to win over. If you succeeded, there might be some indulgent actions you could take with the teacher. Oh ho ho. Chu Liufeng's gaze flickered, yet he shrugged nonchalantly, teasingly saying, I'm indifferent. After all, you're still in your internship. Aren't you worried about job security? At this, Su Jinyan paused, a frown settling on her delicate features as she lowered her head. Indeed, there were explicit regulations at Xia University prohibiting romantic relationships between teachers and students. Actually, it's no trouble at all. Su teacher, I could support you, she retorted, exasperatedly waving her hand. Yet, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Who said I needed your support? How presumptuous. Chu Liufeng found amusement in teasing her, especially since he knew that Su Jinyan had never been in a romantic relationship. This was not due to a lack of admirers. On the contrary, many were drawn to her from Xia University to Huada. However, her standards were lofty, leaving her perpetually single. Chu Liufeng was the closest she had come to a relationship with the opposite sex. Their frankness and lack of pretension made their temperaments compatible. Su Jinyan detested hypocritical pretenders, especially some male teachers at Xia University who, while appearing cultured and affable, harbored ulterior motives. They often invited her out under the guise of fostering collegial relationships, but she was well aware of their insidious intentions, which led her to maintain a distance from them. In the eyes of others, she was deemed antisocial, and she suspected that her lack of a spot in the faculty dormitory was due to this very reason. In this unfamiliar city, the only person she connected with was Chu Liufeng. Shaking her head, Su Jinyan dismissed her thoughts and commanded, hurry up and help me move my things upstairs, and no more of those childish antics. She revealed her small, tiger-like teeth, shaking her fist menacingly. How ridiculous it was that such a handsome young man engaged in such juvenile behavior, just as they were playfully bantering in the hallway. The door of a dilapidated apartment on the second floor swung open. Several surly-looking men with scarred faces observed them with unsettling expressions, whispering among themselves. Before long, the duo effortlessly ascended to the 5th floor. Chu Liufeng was unfazed, while Su Jinyan showed only slight signs of fatigue, her chest heaving slightly. However, a pained expression crossed her face as old injuries flared up, causing her ankle and knee to ache. By the way, Jinyan, where are you planning to move to? He inquired. Bei, she replied. Bei, ISNT, that rather remote, quite far from Xia University? Is it really necessary to move? Chu Liufeng questioned. The distance to Bei was roughly equivalent to that of this place to Xia University. Though it wasn't dilapidated and the environment might be better, the accommodations were comparably similar, making the effort of moving seem unnecessary. As Su Jinyan inserted the key into the antiquated lock, she grimaced at his question, her expression shifting from playful to genuinely displeased. It rained the other day, and while I was trying to avoid it, someone sinisterly followed me, attempting to take advantage of me. Huh. Did he not realize who he was dealing with? I sent him flying with a swift kick, rendering him utterly incapacitated. She emphasized her point by mimicking a kick in the air, her powerful thighs exuding strength and grace. Anyone on the receiving end of her kick would undoubtedly find themselves on the ground. However, you are still a delicate young lady, and while Lihi Bay is indeed distant, it seems safer compared to this place. I would prefer not to return from class to find something unsavory on my clothes drying outside. Upon hearing this, Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed, a sharp glint emerging. Is that truly the case? Su teacher, you should reconsider moving to Lihi Bay. I have a friend who can arrange a rental near Xia University for you. His tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Despite Aunt Xing's financial troubles, he could still manage to cover the cost of a rental. If necessary, he could even reach out to Li Mengxi, knowing that securing a suitable place would merely be a matter of communication. If you refuse, I might have to resort to some underhanded tactics, he mused. Perhaps I shall embrace fatherhood just this once, allowing Li Mengxi to truly experience paternal love. Hearing this, a warm sensation coursed through Su Jinyun's heart. She had been tirelessly searching for a place to live, feeling overwhelmed. The desirable locations were outrageously priced, while the affordable options were in inconvenient areas. After much deliberation, she had settled on Lihi Bay, despite its evident impracticality. If possible, she would prefer to find a place closer to Xia University. However, given that Chu Liufeng was merely a fellow student, she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of accepting his kindness. Thus, she shook her head and smiled. What is this? Are you so eager to be my boyfriend and support me? I am genuinely touched, but all the rentals near Xia University are taken, so you needn't worry. Lihi Bay is manageable. I'll just wake up earlier to catch the subway. As she spoke, she opened the door, stepping inside. Observing her exquisite silhouette, Chu Liufeng had already made up his mind. As Su Jinyun kicked off her white shoes, she bent down to remove her cotton socks. Suddenly, a devious smile crossed her face as if an idea struck her. Xiaofeng, my white socks are of excellent quality, and I quite like them. If you're interested, I can send you a link to purchase a pair. She playfully waved her cotton socks, her delicate feet resting on the floor, their fair complexion accentuated by a hint of bruising around her ankle. Chu Liufeng remained unfazed. Su teacher, what are you implying? So now you're not the pervert anymore? I see I misjudged you. What I meant was, one pair is simply not enough. Indeed, he was still quite the pervert. Su Jinyun felt her teeth clenching in irritation. How could he be so brazen, never once blushing at her teasing? After all, he was just a young man who had yet to experience romance. Why is it that one can feel so at ease with such perversion? She originally intended to playfully tease Chu Liufeng. Yet, who would have guessed that each time it would be herself who ended up vexed? Ha ha! Chu Liufeng chuckled softly, turning his head to begin surveying the room. Chapter 15. Teacher Su's boudoir. The room, though modest in size, is a quaint compartment carved out from an old-style residence. It is, however, impeccably tidy, standing in stark contrast to the chilly and disorderly corridor outside. The small space exudes a vibrant atmosphere, adorned with a few flowers in a vase on the table, while the slightly yellowed walls are decorated with posters. These are not just any posters, but photographs of Su Jinyun from her previous competitions, showcasing her spirited demeanor and vitality. Across from the bed, a shelf displays an array of trophies and medals, a testament to her past glories, filling the wall with a sense of pride. To the left upon entering is the bathroom. Despite its wooden door, the interior is far from rudimentary. It boasts ample space, with gleaming tiles underfoot and a pristine bathtub, accompanied by several lush green plants. The entire room is arranged with warmth, infused with a delightful fragrance that embodies Su Jinyun's unique essence. Su Jinyun's wardrobe is modest, primarily comprising sports attire, yet each piece is neatly folded and immaculately clean, reflecting her love for life. So, young master, what do you think of my little abode? She inquired with a proud expression, clearly pleased with her setup. Were it not for the considerable distance from Xia University and her unfortunate encounters with some unpleasant individuals, she might have hesitated to relocate. After surveying the room, Chu Liufeng nodded in agreement, genuinely complimenting. It's quite splendid, though it seems to lack something. Lack what? she questioned. A man, a remarkably charismatic man. Surprised, Su Jinyun rolled her eyes playfully. Are you implying that you fit that description? I never said that, but it seems I have made quite an impression on you, as you think of me when mentioning charisma. How shameless of you. She feigned annoyance, unable to suppress a small smile. Always with the banter. Help me pack these trophies, she instructed. Of course, he replied, swiftly beginning to pack the trophies from largest to smallest while she gathered her toiletries. In the midst of their packing, an ethereal voice from the system echoed, ding, detected that the host is assisting Su Jinyun with her move, an act of kindness. Hua, killing technique, killing techniques, a synthesis of the world's martial arts essence, merging special forces combat skills, kung fu, muay thai, judo, and various ruthless killing techniques, allowing the host to effortlessly eliminate their ultimate target in combat. As the words resonated, a torrent of lethal knowledge surged into Chu Liufeng's mind. The influx of information overwhelmed him, prompting him to close his eyes and lean against a packed laundry basket as he absorbed it all. In that fleeting moment, he felt a profound understanding wash over him. Mastering numerous methods for dispatching hypothetical targets, each more brutal than the last. His arsenal now included methods such as eye gouging, groin strikes, strangulation, neck breaking, brain impact, and decapitation, alongside techniques like knee shattering and powerful blows to the chest and abdomen, as if he had practiced them countless times. Coupled with his enhanced physical attributes, his reflexes, strength, and combat skills reached an alarming pinnacle. In a world devoid of firearms, he could confidently declare himself the foremost fighter on land. Had this been over a century ago, he would have undoubtedly claimed the title of the best in Tianjin. Noticing Chu Liufeng's sudden stillness, Su Jinyun, who had just exited the bathroom, curiously inquired, "What is wrong, little rascal? Are you feeling unwell? Take a break if you need to." Her voice trailed off as her eyes widened in shock. Her gaze fixed upon Chu Liufeng, who sat cross-legged, clutching the laundry basket with his head tilted inside. It resembled a comical game gone awry. Yet the basket contained her intimate garments, including a delicate pink thong atop the pile. Chu Liufeng, you pervert." A deep blush erupted on Su Jinyun's cheeks, her face a canvas of embarrassment. "Sneaking a peek while I'm not looking, you scoundrel." Her expression shifted from shock to indignation. Her small fist clenched tightly. She felt compelled to teach this rogue a lesson. With bare, delicate feet, she hurried over, though she usually found amusement in Chu Liufeng's playful teasing and bold flirtation. There was, however, a limit to such antics, especially in her presence and to this degree. Fuming, Su Jinyun stamped her foot, her finely sculpted face flushed crimson, the warmth creeping from her cheeks to her ears. She extended her hand, intending to grasp Chu Liufeng's ear and deliver a well-deserved reprimand. However, as she drew closer, she noticed his tightly shut eyes trembling slightly, his expression unnaturally strained. Alarmed, Su Jinyun froze, realizing he might not be intentionally misbehaving. It appeared he had fainted. In an instant, her rage was doused by a wave of concern, her flushed face draining of color as worry filled her gaze. Chu Liufeng, what's wrong? Don't scare your teacher." She shook him gently, when his silence persisted. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Chu Liufeng." Panic surged through Su Jinyun as she sprang to her feet, preparing to call for emergency assistance. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, struggling to keep her phone steady. Chu Liufeng, barely opening his eyes, caught a glimpse of her frantic form. "Oh no, this is serious." He had felt dizzy from the sudden influx of lethal techniques, inadvertently leaning against the basket without realizing its contents. However, he was beginning to recover and had intended to tease her. Su teacher." He feebly lifted his head. "I'm fine. I just felt a bit lightheaded for a moment, but I'm better now." Hearing his voice, Su Jinyun quickly turned, crouching beside him with concern etched across her features. "What happened? Why did you faint?" Her brow furrowed deeply, worry radiating from her eyes as she gently cupped his face, examining it as if seeking answers. As she leaned closer, he could clearly see her exquisite features and feel the warmth of her breath on his face. With a light chuckle, he teased, "You're so concerned for me. Are you reluctant to part with your future boyfriend?" Su Jinyun's eyes glistened with anxiety. Her emotions a tumultuous blend of worry, care, and panic. You still have the energy to joke. Please tell me what's wrong. The levity faded from Chu Liufeng's expression, replaced by solemnity. He took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. Teacher Su, I actually have a rare illness that I've had since childhood. The doctors say it's difficult to treat, and it can strike at any time. It could be in the next moment, or it could be years from now. I truly don't know. His voice was low and gravelly, each word seemingly forced from the depths of his heart. Moments ago, an affliction overcame me, and I truly believed I was on the brink of death, engulfed in a shroud of darkness. Yet in that very instant, I heard a voice calling out to me, Teacher Su, it was you who saved me. Teacher Su, before I depart, I have a request. May I hear your promise? Su Jinyun instinctively sensed something amiss in this scenario. However, Chu Liufeng's demeanor did not seem to suggest pretense. If it were indeed an act, it would require the prowess of an award-winning performer. Her hands instinctively tightened around Chu Liufeng's. Her anxious, shimmering eyes glistened with unshed tears. All right, I understand what you wish to convey. I promise, teacher will agree. Please do not speak further. I shall take you to the hospital at once. Without a moment's hesitation, she disregarded her shoes, turned, and knelt upon the floor, preparing to lift Chu Liufeng onto her back. The pressure on her bruised ankle elicited a flicker of pain across Su Jinyun's face. Yet, she bit her crimson lip, suppressing her discomfort as she summoned her strength to rise. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Chapter 16. 5 against 2, the advantage is mine. How could we possibly lose? Bang, bang, bang. Who could it be? Su Jinyun frowned, perplexed by the unexpected knock at the door. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As she prepared to lift Chu Liufeng, she was suddenly seized by powerful arms that lifted her off the ground and dashed toward the bathroom. Bang! Just as Chu Liufeng entered the bathroom with Su Jinyun and shut the door, a violent crash echoed outside as several burly, sinister-looking thugs burst in. They scanned the room with predatory glances. Hush! Chu Liufeng gestured urgently to the wide-eyed, panic-stricken Su Jinyun, whispering quickly, Stay put, Teacher Su. He had instinctively activated his X-ray vision and discerned the figures of 5 scar-faced men outside. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he swiftly ushered Su Jinyun into the bathroom. Now, with a faint golden glimmer in his eyes, he observed the scene outside with keen focus. It was fortuitous indeed. He had just acquired lethal skills and was now confronted by intruders. However, this presented an excellent opportunity to test his newfound abilities. Through his enhanced vision, he noted one thug stationed by the door, alert to any sounds, while the other 4, masked and cautious, approached the bathroom. Clearly, they had realized the potential hiding place, as the room offered little space for concealment. When one particularly menacing thug neared the bathroom door, he signaled to his comrades with a nod, preparing to kick the door down with force. In that instant, Chu Liufeng sprang into action. He yanked the wooden door just as the thug kicked, causing him to miss entirely and stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Liufeng clenched his fist, the knuckle of his middle finger protruding, and delivered a swift blow to the thug's throat. Crack! The sound of crushed cartilage echoed, and the thug's eyes bulged in shock, his voice abruptly silenced. Though these thugs were seasoned and remarkably quick, one of them had already thrust a 30-centimeter blade toward Chu Liufeng. Had it been anyone else, that knife would have surely found its mark. However, Chu Liufeng had foreseen the attack through his X-ray vision. He deftly sidestepped the blade and, like a wild beast unleashed, lunged forward. In the midst of the stunned thug's gaze, he struck with lightning speed, landing a devastating punch to the center of his face. With a resounding crash, the thug's nose shattered, blood gushed from his eyes, and his face contorted grotesquely as his skull twisted at an unnatural angle, likely breaking his neck. The thug crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Simultaneously, Chu Liufeng executed a powerful kick aimed at the groin of another thug behind him. This strike was far more ruthless than anything Su Jinyun could have imagined. The thug, caught off guard, could barely comprehend the situation before being struck. His features contorting in agony, unable to utter a sound as he was sent sprawling backward, colliding with yet another thug, both tumbling to the floor and knocking their heads against the wall, rendering them unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Chu Liufeng had eliminated 4 of the thugs with swift and brutal efficiency, 2 dead, 2 grievously injured. It was astonishingly rapid, like a flowing stream. He dismantled what should have been an uneven confrontation. The lookout thug outside remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only hearing a brief commotion followed by an unsettling silence. Assuming his comrades had subdued their targets, he muttered excitedly, "Keep it down. Break their teeth first, then gag them so they can't scream. If they resist, we'll sever their tendons. Be careful, don't kill them outright. Damn it, I still feel the pain from that kick you gave me the other day." This man was evidently the leader of the gang, his gaze lecherous as he fantasized about enjoying the exquisite woman they had targeted. Yes, this group had originally noticed Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyun playfully bickering downstairs. They were a band of thugs who had been on a crime spree, retreating to this forsaken old building where they had been hiding for months, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Su Jinyun had long been their intended target, but the constant presence of residents made it difficult to act. Her regular routine, either at work or en route, rendered her vulnerable only during specific moments. An attempt to abduct her had been thwarted before, but today was different. The weather was warm, and the residents had ventured outside to bask in the sun. They had fortuitously spotted Su Jinyun returning at this hour, accompanied by a robust young man. Yet, upon closer inspection, the young man appeared more like a bodybuilder than a fighter. The thugs had taken down numerous individuals like him before. 5 against 2, the advantage was theirs. How could they possibly lose? They had meticulously planned this operation, and it seemed to be progressing flawlessly, almost without a sound. The Scarface thug's lips curled into a lascivious grin as he closed the door, excitement coursing through him. But when he turned, his joy turned to terror. A 30-centimeter blade was poised at his throat, and the muscular young man, with a faint golden glow in his eyes, regarded him with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey, exuding an uncontrollable thrill. In that moment, realization dawned upon him. A glance to the right revealed his comrades sprawled lifelessly on the floor, blood pooling around them. The noises he had heard were the sounds of his brothers meeting their demise. What the hell? Had it really only taken seconds for them to be wiped out? And who exactly was this person? Why did his eyes emit such a peculiar light? At that moment, the Scarface thug felt an overwhelming wave of dread wash over him, his scalp prickling with fear. Chapter 17. Only a desperate captain, do you want to go first? A peculiar smile crept across Chu Liufeng's lips. Brother, please spare me. The words had barely escaped his lips when Chu Liufeng sheathed his knife and seized the man's throat with a swift motion. Leaning back, he exerted tremendous force with his arm, lifting the scarred bandit as if he were a mere chick, before executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. The impact was so fierce that the bandit felt his innards shift, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness encroaching on his vision. Am I dead? I don't want to die, yet in the very next moment, he would come to regret wishing for life. With a thunderous crack, a searing pain surged through his skull. An unrestrained scream of agony erupted from his throat. Ah! Chu Liufeng's fingers coalesced into a fist, and he struck mercilessly between the drug dealer's legs. The sheer force of the blow caused the bandit's bloodshot eyes to bulge, his body curling in on itself like a shrimp, trembling and convulsing in excruciating agony. He yearned to scream again, but Chu Liufeng swiftly redirected his strike to the bandit's throat, utilizing his enhanced perception, lethal techniques, and physical prowess in perfect harmony. He could precisely control every ounce of his strength, ensuring that the blow crushed the soft cartilage of the throat, leaving the bandit voiceless but not mortally wounded. The scarred criminal writhed in pain, mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. With the might of his fists, Chu Liufeng rained down blows, swiftly reducing the man to a pulpy mass. Amid the relentless pain piercing his skull, the bandit was oblivious to when he succumbed to death, his eyes bulging and blood oozing from every orifice. He had literally been beaten to death. Scoundrel, you died too easily, Chu Liufeng spat, washing the grime from his hands multiple times at the sink until they were clean. Only after completing this did he slowly make his way to the restroom. Su Hingjun, pale as a ghost, concealed herself behind the wooden door, her heart racing at the sound of footsteps. Behind her, she had grasped a pair of scissors. She had overheard the bandit's foul words and realized that there were many adversaries outside. If she were to confront them head-on, despite her strength compared to ordinary girls, she stood little chance against such ruthless criminals. If she recklessly charged out, she would likely be taken hostage, becoming Chu Liufeng's vulnerability. Thus, she chose to remain hidden, contemplating whether a sudden ambush could alter her fate. If not, she resolved to take her own life rather than suffer humiliation. She planned to create a distraction to divert the bandit's attention and provide Chu Liufeng with an opportunity. However, she never anticipated that Chu Liufeng would so effortlessly and swiftly dispatch the 5 thugs. This was far too quick. As their eyes met, the restroom fell silent save for their hurried breaths. Su Jinyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Chu Liufeng. "Xiaofeng," she exclaimed, discarding the scissors and leaping into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. Chu Liufeng was momentarily taken aback, but then gently wrapped his arms around her, feeling her body tremble violently from fear. A pang of sympathy surged within him, mingled with relief. Thank goodness he had encountered Su Jinyun today, that he had come to assist her with moving, and that he had awakened his lethal skills. Every moment had aligned perfectly, proving crucial. Without any one of these elements, he couldn't fathom what might have happened. Yet he was determined to prevent the beautiful teacher Su from enduring humiliation. "Xiaofeng, I'm so scared. It's all right. It's all over now," he whispered soothingly, gently patting her back. However, Su Jinyun was clearly experiencing this for the first time. She desperately wished to calm herself, but her body was uncontrollably shaking. Though it was Chu Liufeng's first kill, he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he was exhilarated, intoxicated by the thrill of the moment. It was a strange sensation, as if the ease with which these men fell was almost too simplistic. "Teacher Su, may I share a joke with you? It might lighten your mood." Su Jinyun nodded slightly in his embrace, feeling the warmth of his strong hold dispelling her fear. "Do you know why pilots can't have scars?" "Why?" Su Jinyun pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps due to changes in air pressure at high altitudes, which could tear the skin under extreme conditions." No. It's because pilots fly planes no scars, no worries." Su Jinyun burst into laughter, her previous tension dissipating. "Ha ha!" She chuckled, her body trembling with mirth. Chu Liufeng felt a rush of warmth as he lowered his head, whispering into her ear. "Teacher Su, would you like to hear a secret?" "What is it?" "I have a scar suddenly." Su Jinyun jerked her head up, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Chu Liufeng. "What do you mean by that? A scar?" Having just escaped the clutches of death, her adrenaline surged, her heart racing wildly. Her cheeks flushed crimson, even her ears turned rosy, as her gaze brimmed with a whirlwind of emotions. Relief, fear, gratitude, admiration, and awe, all converging in her mind. Having brushed against the brink of death, many of her perspectives on life shifted. She no longer wished to dwell on trivial matters, and her inherently straightforward nature shone through. Her eyes sparkled as her heart raced, feeling as if it might leap from her chest. "Scoundrel, you're quite formidable. You were joking about having a rare illness, weren't you?" Chu Liufeng smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Looking into her deep, gentle eyes, Su Jinyun could no longer contain herself. She reached out, grasping the collar of Chu Liufeng's shirt, rising on her toes, and pressed her full lips against his. It was a moment of serenity before the storm. Their kiss grew more fervent, more unrestrained, infused with her rapid breaths and the most sincere emotions from the depths of her heart, mingled with a sense of relief and madness born from survival. In that instant, they seemed to forget the world around them. It felt as if only the two of them existed. Chapter 18. Officer Qin Yan. After a prolonged and passionate kiss, Su Jinyun's delicate body trembled slightly as she gradually released Chu Liufeng. Her cheeks remained flushed, her eyes still carrying a hint of dazedness. But what overshadowed those was a flicker of pain. Once the adrenaline faded, she became aware that the bruise around her ankle had significantly worsened. a consequence of twisting it while evading danger. The pain surged, rendering her unable to stand steadily. Limping out of the bathroom, she was met with a ghastly sight: corpses strewn across the floor, some lifeless, others gravely wounded and unconscious. Particularly harrowing were the contorted faces of the two corpses, their expressions grotesque, leaving Su Jinyun's face pale and her scalp prickling with fear, an overwhelming urge to retch rising within her. It was her first encounter with such gruesome death. Noticing her distress, Chu Liufeng quickly embraced Su Jinyun, gently reassuring her, "Don't look, I'm here. It's all right." As he spoke, he tenderly pressed her head against his chest, lifting her effortlessly to shield her from the bloody scene. Carefully navigating around the pools of blood, he settled on the sofa beside the bed, where he began to examine her injuries with a gentle touch. Su Jinyun's feet, delicate and fair, still retained their beauty, yet her ankle was alarmingly swollen, the bruise spreading, provoking a pang of sympathy. Through his keen observation, he discerned that while her bones were unharmed, she had suffered soft tissue contusions. Rest would suffice for recovery. He gently massaged the area, alleviating her pain. After a considerable time, Su Jinyun finally regained her composure, casting a glance around the chaotic room and the corpses of the fierce bandits scattered haphazardly across the floor. Blood seeped across the ground, intertwining with overturned furniture and scattered belongings, the air thick with the acrid stench of blood and death. The sight sent a shiver down her spine, her voice trembling as she asked, "Xiaofeng, what should we do now?" Though she was Chu Liufeng's university instructor, typically exuding confidence and poise in front of her students, the brutal and chaotic scene left her mind blank, devoid of any strategy, feeling utterly lost. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a burgeoning sense of reliance on Chu Liufeng. Thankfully, he was there. Otherwise, she would have been at a complete loss. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Liufeng calmly suggested, "Let us call the police. After all, such a significant incident has occurred here. Although it was in self-defense, I did indeed kill 3 bandits. It is wise to have the police handle the case. Otherwise, I could be accused of excessive force, bearing the weight of lives lost. The anti-death penalty faction in our country wields considerable power, capable of sparing even the most heinous of criminals." At that moment, the Qin City Police Department was in a state of utter chaos. Within a conference room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Why are there still no leads? Roda Superior. It has been months, and those bandits are surely lying low. If we do not apprehend them soon, another tragedy may unfold. What are you all doing? Conduct a thorough check and report to the provincial office immediately. The officers seated around the table appeared weary and anxious. The last robbery and murder case having transpired 6 months prior, yet there was still no news. The criminals seemed to have evaporated into thin air, and the pressure on the police department was mounting. Should another heinous crime occur within their jurisdiction, even the chief would be held accountable. The notoriety of the criminal gang was simply too profound. 8 months ago, this gang invaded a suburban home where a newlywed couple resided, only to be brutally victimized by these savages. Their belongings were plundered, and the bloody scene, along with the couple's tragic fate, ignited fury within the investigating officers. 7 months prior, they assaulted a young fitness instructor. Despite his strength, he was easily overpowered under the influence of drugs, with the gang seizing all valuables and leaving him permanently disabled. The next day, a woman leaving work late was followed by the gang and was later discovered bruised and disheveled, discarded in a sewer. Up until 6 months ago, in a desolate village, the gang robbed an elderly man of his meager savings, beating him to death with an iron rod. When the man's son and daughter-in-law rushed to the scene, they too fell victim to the gang's brutality, enduring horrific injuries and insults. After a series of crimes, this gang had accumulated nearly 10 lives on their conscience. Their heinous acts obliterated the hopes and dreams that others had labored for over decades. Just like Su Jinyun, who, had it not been for Chu Liufeng's timely presence, might have seen her promising life as a national-level athlete and university instructor extinguished prematurely. It was a profoundly tragic reality. Despite the police deploying significant resources and pursuing countless leads, canvassing numerous witnesses, they were unable to locate the bandits. Surveillance footage was scrutinized repeatedly, and every potential hideout was thoroughly searched, yet the criminals seemed to have vanished without a trace. For the past half-year, it felt as if they had ceased to exist. With superiors frequently inquiring about progress and the public voicing criticism online regarding the police's ineffectiveness, the pressure mounted immensely. For ordinary citizens, time may have suggested that the danger had passed, but for this group of seasoned detectives, accustomed to the grim realities of violent crime, it felt like the calm before storm. There was a high probability that another violent murder would soon unfold. As police officers, their inability to apprehend the bandits before they struck again cast a shadow over their hearts. At that moment, the action team leader burst through the door, striding in with an air of excitement and anticipation. Following closely behind him was a strikingly composed female officer, her gaze sharp and penetrating. "Everyone!" The action team leader raised his voice, shattering the oppressive silence of the conference room. "Allow me to introduce Officer Xing Yishan, the head of the Provincial Criminal Investigation and Narcotics Unit, here on special directives from the Provincial Committee." Let us welcome her with applause. Curiosity sparked among the officers as they lifted their heads to observe. Xing Yishan stood confidently in her crisp police uniform, her posture upright, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Her facial features were sharply defined, her skin fair as snow, akin to delicate jade, and her neatly cropped hair accentuated her professionalism. Most striking were her piercing eyes, as if they could see into one's soul. A mere glance from her instilled a palpable sense of pressure among those present. It was evident that her formidable presence was not to be underestimated. Her skills had earned her first place in internal combat competitions, and her marksmanship was impeccable. Despite her femininity, no one in the room could rival her prowess. "Delighted to meet you all," Xing Yishan nodded slightly, her incisive gaze sweeping across the room. Her voice was cool yet authoritative as she produced a red-headed document. "In light of the urgent situation, I shall be succinct. The 412 serial murder case, for which you are responsible, will now fall entirely under my jurisdiction. I shall take charge of its resolution, but for the time being, we must set it aside. Henceforth, I require your utmost cooperation in addressing a case of drug trafficking." Upon this declaration, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the conference room. Some individuals wore expressions of confusion, while others demonstrated an understanding of Xing Yishan's directive. After all, the ramifications of drug trafficking are profoundly detrimental. Should it proliferate, it would inflict immeasurable harm upon society. Given that the murder case has remained unsolved for 6 months, it is only reasonable to temporarily deprioritize it. Moreover, the name Xing Yishan resonates powerfully within law enforcement circles. She is adorned with numerous accolades that command admiration. A record holder in various skills assessments, marksmanship, combat, and criminal investigative reasoning, her achievements have remained unparalleled for years. She is the pioneer of blood spatter pattern analysis and has successfully solved numerous significant national cases. In the realm of drug enforcement, she has dismantled several large trafficking organizations. Notably, she once pursued a drug lord from the Golden Triangle across borders, engaging in a gunfight that resulted in the demise of the kingpin and the seizure of 2 tons of narcotics. Recently, during a briefing on a multinational operation, her team set a record by intercepting 8 tons of methamphetamine within a mere 72 hours, a feat that still adorns the honor wall of the Interpol training camp. Faced with the arrival of this legendary female officer and the pressing nature of the task at hand, one that has even relegated the serial murder case to a lower priority, one can only imagine the gravity of the drug trafficking situation. Instantly, the members of the action team felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Chapter 19. Performing 16 sets of military boxing, suffering 32 stabs. In the conference room, the attention of the crowd remained fixated on the drug smuggling case led by Xing Yishan, the atmosphere tense and grave. Suddenly, the door of the conference room burst open with a loud bang. A young officer rushed in, panting heavily, his face a mixture of anxiety and excitement. "Captain Chun," the young officer exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration. "We have news about the 412 serial killer gang." "What?" The unexpected revelation sent shockwaves through everyone present. Captain Chun, the leader of the action team, sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with urgency as he inquired, "Speak quickly. Has another heinous crime occurred?" A wave of apprehension swept through the room. With the notorious gang still at large, the sudden news ignited fears of yet another tragedy befalling innocent civilians. The young officer took a deep breath, striving to compose himself before continuing, "It's not exactly that. They attempted to rob 2 teachers and a student from Sheta University, but were subdued. 3 of the gang members are dead, and 2 are severely injured. The teachers and students sustained only minor injuries, just some sprained ankles, and the ambulance is on its way." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. "What? Is this a storyline from a novel?" Someone murmured incredulously. A gang of ruthless criminals met their demise instead, and without any harm to their intended victims. "Oh no, merely sprains." "Wait, are you certain these are students and teachers from Sheta? Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. Could it be that the long-standing case of the 412 serial murders is finally nearing resolution?" With this thought, the room erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, eyes wide and faces painted with astonishment. Even Xing Yishan, who had maintained a serious demeanor, suddenly displayed a profound interest. She narrowed her eyes, her mind rapidly analyzing various possibilities. 3 dead and 2 severely injured. To inflict such damage on a gang of merciless criminals without sustaining injuries themselves is indeed remarkable. How could 2 teachers and a student manage to incapacitate 5 desperate felons? Regardless, let us ensure the scene is secured. "We'll head over immediately," Captain Shun said, suppressing his astonishment as he turned to Xing Yishan, excitement evident in his voice. "Xing, shall we go and take a look?" Xing Yishan's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she replied, "Absolutely. I am quite intrigued by those who were able to subdue the criminals." With that, she strode towards the door, followed swiftly by the others, leaving the conference room eerily vacant. In an old apartment, Su Jinyun leaned against Chu Liufeng, immersed in the rare and delicate atmosphere of their budding intimacy. Suddenly, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced through the tranquility, jolting them back to reality. Su Jinyun shivered slightly, slowly rising from Chu Liufeng's embrace. Her cheeks still flushed and her gaze tinged with bashfulness. Moments later, a dozen officers entered the room, gasping at the horrific scene before them. Despite being informed of the outcome, 3 dead and 2 severely injured, the reality of the situation was still jarring. The face of one of the gangsters was grotesquely caved in, his head twisted at an unnatural angle, likely with a broken neck. Another thug had his throat crushed by a single blow, leaving a grim sight. It was not hard to imagine the brutal chaos that had unfolded here. In an instant, the officers began to regard Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyun with newfound respect. Xing Yishan's keen eyes scanned the room, noting the bloodstains on the floor and the evident signs of struggle. She meticulously observed every detail, gradually making her way to the bathroom door. There, she crouched down to examine the fallen bodies of the gangsters, focusing particularly on the injuries to their throats. She closed her eyes momentarily, as if reconstructing the events in her mind. The ferocity and speed of the confrontation suggested that the teachers and student had fought valiantly and methodically. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within them. The precision and brutality of the attacks were astonishing, strikes that could end life in an instant. Even she would find it difficult to replicate such perfection. "This individual is extraordinary." Captain Chin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of someone capable of inflicting such damage on 5 criminals. He gazed at the face of a disfigured thug, whose agonized expression revealed the torment he endured before death. A shiver ran down his spine. It was deserved. They had committed heinous acts, and even 100 deaths would not suffice as punishment. With a clear understanding of the situation, Xing Yishan approached Chu Liufeng. "Hello, I am Xing Yishan from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team, here to gather details about the incident." By then, Su Jinyun had been placed on stretcher, ready to be transported to the hospital. Though reluctant to leave, her ankle had swollen significantly. Chu Liufeng assured her he would visit her after completing his statement, allowing her to go for treatment without worry. Xing Yishan pulled up a chair and sat opposite Chu Liufeng. "Now, please recount how you managed to subdue these criminals. Keep in mind, they are dangerous felons responsible for multiple violent offenses." Qin Yin quickly deduced that Chu Liufeng had taken on 5 assailants alone. As for the female teacher, while physically capable, she evidently lacked combat skills. Qin Yin fixed her sharp gaze on Chu Liufeng as she asked, "Have you trained in martial arts? Your skills are quite exceptional for an ordinary student." "I learned military boxing during military training in college," he replied. At this, Qin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. She recalled a report about a student who encountered a knife-wielding assailant, managing to perform 16 sets of military boxing only to suffer 32 stab wounds. An average of 2 stabs per set. "Your skills are impressive. How about joining my team? You can name your salary. Our criminal investigation and narcotics unit is in dire need of someone like you, bold, meticulous, composed under pressure, observant, and with commendable physical prowess. Your abilities surpass those of many elite soldiers," she expressed, genuinely impressed. Yet, Chu Liufeng shook his head in refusal. "I'm still a freshman. I'm not considering that yet. Perhaps after graduation, I may wish to join you, but I hope you won't turn me down then." Chapter 20. Better to face a knife in the back than a gun. Qin Yin was utterly unfazed by this response. After all, whether in criminal investigation or drug enforcement, these departments are fraught with peril and overwhelming pressure. Not everyone possesses her inclination to rush into such high-risk areas. "Here, take my business card. If you change your mind or require assistance, just give me a call," Qin Yin offered, presenting a card. She had recently assumed leadership of the 4/12 serial murder case, a significant case that had garnered considerable attention, effectively a grand gift from Chu Liufeng. It added a remarkable accolade to her illustrious career. Moreover, given that he had risked his life to aid the police in solving a heinous serial murder case, rescuing innocent lives, it was only fitting to extend him some extra consideration. Such talent could even warrant the establishment of honorary positions. Upon receiving the card, Chu Liufeng realized the weight of this police officer's influence. Her future was assuredly destined for a position at least at the level of Director Qi. Truly, exceptional individuals shine brightly, regardless of their circumstances. Suddenly, a radiant smile broke across Qin Yin's striking face as she extended her hand. "This gang of desperate criminals is responsible for over 10 murders and is classified as our A-list wanted offenders. We have pursued them for quite some time without any leads and even issued a reward of 1 million. If not for you, not only would this case have remained unsolved, but it could have led to further tragic incidents. Chu, on behalf of the Qin City Police Department and its citizens, I sincerely thank you for your courage. You have eradicated a significant menace to society, and we shall never forget this contribution. 1 million? How delightful." Chu Liufeng said, though he considered money a trivial matter. He hesitated. "This was merely my duty, but I have a question. I just want to confirm that this counts as justifiable self-defense, right? It's not excessive force, is it, Captain Qin? You know, in that situation, if I hadn't killed them, they would have killed me." Qin Yin paused momentarily, then smiled brightly. Her beauty intensified. "Were you thinking? These are desperate criminals. You had every right to defend yourself. This is indeed justifiable self-defense. Rest assured, not only are you in the clear, but you will also receive a bonus and other honors." Hearing Qin Yin's affirmative response, Chu Liufeng breathed a sigh of relief. That was a relief. However, he felt a slight heat in his chest. Did he not bear any responsibility for slaying those criminals? He harbored an unexpected urge for violence. It seemed he had not fully satisfied his thirst for the thrill. His eyes narrowed slightly. He secretly hoped for more foolish individuals to attempt to kidnap him. The aftermath of the crime scene was left to others, while Qin Yin escorted Chu Liufeng back to the Qin City Police Department. Director Wang Jun, having received the news, awaited them warmly at the entrance. It was clear that Chu Liufeng was instrumental in cracking the case. Prior to this, as the nominal supervisor, he had endured immense pressure from higher-ups, losing sleep each night, anxious about the potential for further violent incidents. It was easy to imagine his profound gratitude towards Chu Liufeng at this moment. After dispatching the robbers, Chu Liufeng was released without further investigation, having merely provided a statement. After all, these were desperate criminals, and he possessed unlimited rights to self-defense. Even if the outcome resulted in 3 dead and 2 severely injured, it was their own doing. The police department had even begun contacting leaders at Xiabi University to organize a grand commendation ceremony for Chu Liufeng. Simultaneously, reporters from major television stations were already en route, eager to secure first-hand interviews. Amidst the enthusiastic send-off from Director Wang, Team Chun, and others, Chu Liufeng departed the Qin City Police Department, heading towards the hospital. The promised reward of 1 million was directly transferred into his account. The Qin City Police Department also announced the joyous news. The 4/12 serial murder case had been solved. As he took a taxi to the hospital, Chu Liufeng finally found a moment of peace. It seemed he was merely resting his eyes, but in reality, he was accessing the system in his mind. Upon exiting the police station, the system had already relayed several notifications, but surrounded by the crowd and the keen-eyed Qin Yan, he hadn't had the chance to check. Now, however, he could take a closer look. Ding! Detected that the host helped Su Jinyun evade a life-threatening crisis. Reward: Advanced Perspective Pathological Eye. Pathological Eye automatically integrates all medical knowledge from across history, allowing the host to easily identify pathogens in various complex and rare diseases during diagnosis and predict disease progression. Just then, Chu Liufeng felt a peculiar warmth in his eyes, as if something extraordinary had been added. He lifted his gaze to the driver, and instantly, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded before him. By deliberately employing the pathological eye, he could see clearly through the skin, muscles, blood vessels, bones, and marrow. In his mind, a multidimensional representation of the driver's bodily information appeared, with his focus locking onto the liver, kidneys, and lungs. Observing the condition of these organs, he furrowed his brow. Due to prolonged periods of sitting, coupled with late nights of drinking and smoking, the driver's health was severely compromised. If this continued, his condition would undoubtedly worsen, potentially developing into cancer. Chu Liufeng felt an urge to warn the driver, but, alas, it was a matter of survival. The driver likely understood his own plight. Yet the need to earn a living prevailed. What could one do upon realizing their situation? Fear of death would not halt their efforts. Just as smoking is known to be detrimental to health, can one truly quit? In times of distress, many find solace in a few puffs to alleviate their pressure. People often trade their lives for money, a reality many find themselves trapped in. Ding! Detected that the host assisted the police in capturing the criminal. Revoir, danger perception. Danger perception enables the host to react with a preemptive warning to imminent indiscriminate threats, whether from physical attacks, such as bullets or bludgeons, or crises arising from environmental changes, such as car accidents, building collapses, or falling objects, allowing for timely awareness. Additional instinctive response. Instinctive response. Additional in the moment of impending danger, the body instinctively reacts, such as dodging or evading, allowing the host to swiftly avoid attacks. What? This ability is akin to a classic spider sense? It seems I am becoming a sort of Spider-Man. Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed. Although I possess the power of clairvoyance, should I engage directly with an adversary, I can anticipate their attack through the shifts in their muscles. However, as the saying goes, a clear shot can be dodged, but a hidden arrow is hard to evade. If someone were to strike from behind, it remains perilously unpredictable. For Chu Liufeng, or indeed for any ordinary man, it is far preferable to encounter a knife in the back than a gun. Yet with this newfound danger perception, everything changes. I can evade bullets with absolute certainty. Gaining 2 abilities through my virtuous actions, Chu Liufeng felt elated. However, at that moment, the voice of the system had not yet ceased. Suddenly, it resonated once more. Ding! Host detected the resolution of the bandit crisis, saving the entire city's populace from life-threatening peril. Reward: miraculous healing. Initial concept level. Miraculous healing. When the host utilizes this ability, they can swiftly stimulate bodily growth, alleviate inflammation and pain, mend bones and flesh, and cure various ailments. Note: the miraculous healing ability can be upgraded. Upon reaching a higher tier, the host will acquire the ability of revival. What? Miraculous healing? Initial concept level? Wow, that's impressive. Chu Liufeng was left in a state of disbelief. Is this even possible? He even felt inclined to give a thumbs up. Oh, esteemed system, you truly are remarkable. It is equivalent to possessing a walking blood bag. Had he obtained this earlier, Su Jinyan's affliction could have easily been remedied without a trip to the hospital. A mere touch would suffice. A touch could heal. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng's thoughts wandered. Images of Su Jinyan's stunningly exquisite figure began to surface in his mind. If this ability were to be employed in that context, it would mean that each encounter would be a novel experience. He was aware that although teacher Su was older than him, she remained an innocent maiden. Chu Liufeng swallowed hard. The power bestowed by this system is truly extraordinary. With miraculous healing, every experience would indeed be refreshing. System. Moreover, this ability can be upgraded. The prospect of a higher-tier power that could even bring the dead back to life. It was utterly astonishing, truly deserving of its conceptual level. At that moment, his heart ignited with fervor, eager to see Su Jinyan without delay. Chapter 21. If I must play, my other leg is still fine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Yishan had just exited an upscale restaurant, her face etched with a hint of melancholy. She had recently met with a wealthy friend, and after much persuasion, the latter reluctantly agreed to lend her money. However, the amount was far from substantial. The friend was willing to lend only 2 million. Not every affluent individual possesses a bond as strong as that between Li Mengxi and herself. Naturally, there was no obligation for her to lend, and receiving such an amount was already commendable. Yet, for Xing Yishan, this sum was merely a drop in the bucket, inadequate for her needs. Thus, her brows furrowed in concern as she contemplated whom to approach for further assistance. While reflecting, Xing Yishan absent-mindedly scrolled through her phone, when suddenly, a familiar number caught her eye. After a moment of hesitation, she dialed. "Hello, is this Sister Liu? I need to discuss something with you. Are you available now? Are you in the VIP room at Lonnie Club number 1? All right, I shall arrive in about 10 minutes. After hanging up, a complex expression crossed her features. She could hear the cacophony of voices on the other end. It seemed Sister Liu was surrounded by many people. She was reluctant to confront her amidst such a crowd, but the necessity of securing funds compelled her to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Xing Yishan turned towards the Lonnie Club, a high-end, exclusive venue in Xinjiang. Known for its stringent membership requirements and the necessity of a referral by an existing member for entry. To become a member, one must not only secure a recommendation, but also meet a minimum asset requirement of 50 million. She had once been a member, though it had been years since her last visit. Sister Liu, whose real name was Aunt Xing, was not merely a member, but one of the shareholders of the Lonnie Club. A woman of considerable means, her assets exceeded 1 billion. Her husband was equally formidable, being involved in investment banking. It was rumored that her family was entrenched in the financial sector, with her father holding significant influence in Xinjiang. Xing Yishan's relationship with her could hardly be described as close. It was rather ordinary. During her prosperous times, Aunt Xing frequently sought her out, proposing various investment projects. However, Xing Yishan had shown little interest, declining her overtures each time. Once, Aunt Xing fervently recommended a promising investment opportunity, even pressing Xing Yishan to participate. After careful consideration, she ultimately refused, leading to a subtle shift in their relationship, exacerbated by a few unpleasant incidents that made her reluctant to engage with such individuals. Reluctantly, she found herself reaching out to Aunt Xing again, uncertain if she could successfully borrow money this time. Contemplating her situation, she sent a message to Chu Liufeng, aware that individuals like Aunt Xing might insist on drinking, and if she were to become inebriated, she would have to rely on Chu Liufeng to come to her aid. At the First People's Hospital of Xinjiang, in a simply furnished ordinary ward, Su Jinyan lay quietly on her hospital bed. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, with strands of hair dampened by sweat. Her injured ankle was heavily bandaged and swollen, indicating a serious injury. The sprained ankle, coupled with some ligament strain and the residual effects of intense training, suggested she would need to remain bedridden for some time. Su Jinyan gazed blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. "Teacher, are you thinking of me?" Just then, Chu Liufeng entered, holding a bouquet of flowers and wearing a mischievous grin. He approached the bedside, placed the flowers down, and naturally took her delicate hand in his. Su Jinyan, initially dazed, suddenly brightened at the sight of him. a wave of uncontainable joy washing over her as she softly protested, "How shameless! Who would think of you? Really? You don't think so? It seems I've misread the situation. Shall I leave? Right now?" Chu Liufeng pretended to rise to depart. Su Jinyun was taken aback, having rarely felt shy. She found it amusing that this rogue was so oblivious. With a playful glare, she relented, "Wait, don't go. I truly am thinking of you, desperately so. Is that satisfactory?" Chu Liufeng feigned disappointment, shaking his head with a teasing smile. "Not sincere enough, too perfunctory. Never mind, Su Jinyun, you needn't force yourself. I'll take my leave." "You." Infuriating. Su Jinyun, flustered, clenched her fist and lightly punched his shoulder. "How can I convince you of my thoughts?" Clearing his throat, Chu Liufeng pointed to his cheek. "Let me see just how much you miss me." Su Jinyun glanced around the room, confirming their solitude, and a charming blush crept onto her face. She reached out, pulling Chu Liufeng's head down, pressing him into her embrace, and then playfully bit his cheek. "Ah!" Chu Liufeng, enjoying the tenderness, suddenly felt a sharp sting. Upon touching his cheek, he found a faint imprint of her teeth. "That's what you get for teasing your teacher," Su Jinyun declared triumphantly, baring her pearly white teeth, playfully threatening. "Do you still wish to see how much I miss you?" Chu Liufeng, not one to back down, rubbed his cheek, a devilish glimmer in his eyes. "So you want to bite, do you?" With a wicked grin, he swiftly reached for her waist, eliciting a squeal from her. "Ah, don't!" Su Jinyun, unable to evade due to her ankle injury, burst into laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. She flailed her arms in a futile attempt to fend off Chu Liufeng's playful assault, ultimately seizing his ears in a desperate grip. After a bout of exuberant play, Su Jinyun's previously pale face glowed with a charming flush, her neck tinged with pink. "You rogue! Such a pervert!" She feigned indignation, her voice soft and playful. "Still scolding, are we?" Chu Liufeng feigned an attack once more. Wait, I was wrong. I beg for mercy." Su Jinyun quickly shot him a mock glare, her expression a mix of annoyance and affection. She adjusted her slightly disheveled sports tank top, inwardly scolding him for his lack of decorum. After their playful antics, Chu Liufeng finally prepared to address the matter at hand, inquiring, "Su teacher, how long did the doctor say you need to stay here?" "About half a month, I believe. It seems that some leaders from the university, along with representatives from the Women's Federation and the Labor Union, are scheduled to visit me. So I need to stay a few more days to convey the severity of my injuries." Su Jinyun replied, pouting slightly in displeasure. She was inherently a lively spirit. The mere thought of lying in bed for 10 days or half a month was utterly distressing. Chu Liufeng nodded in deep agreement. He too was averse to such trivial formalities, yet some individuals simply relished in the theatrics. "Shall I take a look?" Chu Liufeng proposed, preparing to unwrap the bandages. After all, the application of his skilled hands could invigorate blood circulation, stimulate rapid healing, and alleviate inflammation and pain. This was merely a muscle strain, and treatment was undoubtedly a simple matter. Su Jinyun couldn't help but exhale sharply, her petite face flushed. Hey, don't think I'm unaware of what you're contemplating, you big pervert. The doctor has just administered the medication, so do refrain from gazing, if you must indulge, while this leg of mine is still in decent shape." As she spoke, Su Jinyun twisted her other long, delicate leg, extending it beyond the covers. Chu Liufeng, gazing at that exquisite fair leg with faintly visible veins beneath the porcelain skin, it was simply a feast for the eyes. Yet, oh heavens, I swear I truly have no such thoughts at this moment. Chapter 22 teacher Su. Where are your hands wandering? Aren't you the one who enjoys this the most? What's wrong? Are you pretending to be all proper now? Su Jinyun impatiently turned her head away, although her eyes betrayed a flicker of anticipation and shyness. "Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Someone will be here soon." She pouted softly, her cheeks aflame, exuding a captivating charm that left Chu Liufeng both amused and exasperated. "Oh dear, Teacher Su, what are you thinking? I'm not that perverted, I assure you." He reached out, playfully pinching her delicate, smooth cheek. Embarrassed, Su Jinyun could barely lift her head, hastily retracting her long, fair legs under the blanket, and retorted, "Then what did you mean by help me take a look? You can't even treat an illness. Isn't that just a roundabout way of saying Who says I can't treat an illness? I glanced through some medical books on my way here. A minor sprain is nothing to worry about. Chu Liufeng's expression turned slightly serious. No more jokes, Teacher Sue. If you want to get out of bed faster, you must trust me. With that, he wrapped his arms around Su Jinyun's plump thigh, gently unwrapping the bandage around her injured ankle. He carefully held her small, wounded foot, noticing the significant swelling that extended onto the top of her foot. The original bruise had deepened, turning a dark, unattractive hue, resembling an unsightly stain on her fair skin. Su Jinyun had never experienced someone holding her foot in such a manner, and her body instinctively flinched. Ouch, she gasped, her beautiful willow-like brows knitting together. Then, she felt a warm hand pressing against the bruised top of her foot, gently kneading it. A wave of soothing warmth coursed through her body, alleviating the unbearable pain. Wow. Su Jinyun's eyes widened in astonishment. You really do know a bit of medicine, don't you? She was taken aback. As Chu Liufeng's large hand covered her foot, kneading it in various directions, she was astonished to find that the sharp pain in her ankle was dissipating rapidly. Just moments ago, even the slightest movement had been excruciating, yet now she could rotate her foot without any discomfort. It felt warm and comforting, akin to a foot spa. How does it feel, Teacher Sue? Comfortable? Su Jinyun shyly murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Chu Liufeng remained focused, his gaze fixed on her bruised ankle. Under his pathological eye, each massage seemed to dissolve a significant portion of the stagnant blood, while also mending the residual injuries from her training days. It was as though he was not merely massaging, but engaging in a game of eliminating bruises. A few minutes later, wow, it really doesn't hurt anymore, Su Jinyun exclaimed, her surprise evident as she gazed intently at Chu Liufeng. Her eyes filled with uncontainable astonishment and gratitude. Little Liufeng, that's enough, really. You can let go now. She bit her rosy lip, attempting to withdraw her delicate foot, but he held it firmly. However, after this invigorating treatment, she realized that the pain had indeed vanished. It felt as if everything had returned to normal. Well, it's almost done, she said, her face flushed to the point of nearly dripping with color. Unable to suppress her soft protest, if it's nearly done, then you should let go. But, Teacher Sue, I've noticed several issues with your body. Chu Liufeng remarked, his gaze penetrating as he thoroughly examined Su Jinyun. Huh? Su Jinyun was taken aback, only to hear him swiftly continue. Not only your ankle, but your knee and even your hip show signs of wear. I bet your knee aches terribly when it rains, doesn't it? Su Jinyun's face registered shock as she nodded slightly. How do you know? It's an old ailment of mine. When I was in the national team, I underwent extensive training daily, and that's when I acquired these lingering issues. Whenever it rains, my knee feels like it's being stabbed by needles. It hurts so much. She sighed softly, a hint of helplessness and fatigue in her eyes. After all, it was for the honor of the nation. What was her personal suffering worth in comparison? That was why, after retiring, she had spent a fortune on rehabilitation. Being young and already suffering was frustrating. What would happen when she was older? Would she become crippled? Chu Liufeng remained unfazed. I can see it. Under my pathological eye, there is no ailment I cannot discern. Su Jinyun smiled wryly. You can see it? Haha. Are you claiming you have X-ray vision? That's irrelevant, he retorted playfully. By employing my massage techniques, I can stimulate the acupoints in your body, facilitating a gradual recovery. However, one session will not cure the ailment. To eradicate it completely, I do need to massage you for at least 10. No, at least several days. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyun's eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief. Can you really cure my ailment? This stabbing pain has tortured me for so long. It's one of the main reasons I retired. Traditional rehabilitation training requires a lengthy period of gradual recovery while avoiding vigorous exercise, but as a physical education teacher, that's impossible. For instance, I have to climb 5 flights of stairs and walk several kilometers daily. I've tried acupuncture and herbal treatments, spending a fortune, yet none have worked. The pain still strikes, leaving me unsteady on my feet. But recalling the effectiveness of your massage just now, perhaps you truly have a solution? Wait, you're not just saying this to make excuses, are you? Su Jinyun lifted a pillow and covered her flushed face. You don't need to find such excuses. Just say it. Before she could finish, Chu Liufeng's warm hand was already kneading her knee, seemingly infused with some magical quality. The comfort was almost overwhelming, making it difficult for Su Jingyun to suppress a cry of delight. Under his skilled touch, her long-worn tendons and bones began to mend. Chu Liufeng massaged Su Jingyun for a good 6 to 7 minutes. She felt her tense thigh relax like never before, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of comfort. Previously, she had always felt a dull ache, but now there was not a hint of discomfort, and instead, she felt rejuvenated. Chu Liufeng's massage technique was indeed remarkable, warm and soothing. Yet, Su Jingyun bit her pink lip, her eyes filled with shyness. Having shared life-and-death moments, she no longer resisted Chu Liufeng. However, this was still a hospital, and nurses occasionally passed by in the corridor. Was this really appropriate? Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Su Jingyun quietly chided, "All right. Enough. Have you finished? Please let go." She pleaded with Chu Liufeng in a tone that seemed to beseech him, her voice soft and tinged with urgency. "There are still many people outside. Let's go somewhere else. We can discuss it privately later. Please, not now. What if someone sees us?" Su Jingyun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, her eyes filled with shyness and unease. Chu Liufeng slowly withdrew his hand and, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Teacher Su, I am merely providing you with treatment. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about." "I know. I understand." Su Jingyun nestled deeper into the quilt, revealing only half of her small head, her eyes glistening with shyness as they gazed at Chu Liufeng. Her heart raced incessantly. Why did it seem that this young man had become even more handsome? At that moment, Chu Liufeng's phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. He took it out, and upon seeing a message from Aunt Xing, his expression shifted slightly. Chapter 23, Chu Liufeng. "If you miss me, just take a look at the photos. Teacher Su, I have something urgent to attend to and must leave for a while. Your ankle is fine now, but it would be best for you to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Once I find you an apartment near Xia University, we can move in together." "What's wrong, Xiaofeng? What happened?" Upon seeing Chu Liufeng's serious expression, Su Jingyun felt a wave of concern wash over her. She struggled to sit up, but was gently pressed back down by Chu Liufeng's hand on her shoulder. "It's nothing, really. It's just that Aunt Xing got drunk and asked me to pick her up. Don't worry, Jingyun Jia." As he spoke, Chu Liufeng tenderly brushed aside the loose strands of hair on Su Jingyun's forehead, his eyes filled with warmth and care. In response to her worried gaze, he leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, and kissed her softly on the lips. Su Jingyun was momentarily taken aback, then slowly closed her eyes, returning the fervent kiss. Click! In that instant, Chu Liufeng took a selfie and sent the photo to Su Jingyun. "Teacher Su, take a good rest. If you miss me, just look at the photo." Gazing at the sweet picture of their kiss, Su Jingyun felt her cheeks flush, and she nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with emotion. "Be careful on your way. Don't worry." Watching as Chu Liufeng walked away until he disappeared from sight, Su Jingyun withdrew her gaze. Holding her phone and staring at the kissing photo, a sweet smile unconsciously forming on her lips. After a moment's thought, she set it as her screensaver. Although a formal confession was still pending, she felt as if she were already in the throes of love. At the VIP room, one of Lanyi Club, after leaving the hospital, Chu Liufeng hailed a taxi and headed straight there. Xing Yishan's text was rather straightforward. "Little devil, I'm going to Lanyi Club's VIP room in a bit. I might get persuaded to drink, so if you have time, come pick me up. If you can't make it, it's fine. I can handle it. Just wait for me at home." Though Aunt Xing said this, Chu Liufeng was well aware that his naive aunt was not adept at handling such situations. If it were merely about drinking and spending money, it would be one thing. However, she was in a position of asking for a loan, which naturally put her at a disadvantage. This would undoubtedly make her feel extremely uncomfortable, especially since she had never experienced anything like it before. Her message was filled with hesitation. She wanted Chu Liufeng's support, but didn't want to appear incapable of handling things on her own. This contradiction was clear to him. Nevertheless, for Chu Liufeng, it was not a problem. If his beautiful Aunt Xing needed assistance, he would gladly offer it. Inside the VIP room, one of Lanyi Club, the atmosphere was lively. Warm yellow crystal chandeliers cast a brilliant glow, illuminating the space in a golden hue. An extravagant array of delicacies adorned the table, and several bottles of aged liquor had already been consumed. There were about 10 attendees, each one exuberant and flushed from drinking. Among them, two men with hawkish noses and piercing gazes stood out, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect and apprehension. Although they sat amidst the crowd, they naturally emanated a formidable presence that made others feel uneasy. Each held a dragon-headed cane. One was a brilliant gold that gleamed under the light, while the other was silver, intricately carved with gemstones of great value. The deference of the attendees made it clear that the entire gathering revolved around them. Whenever they spoke, everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their significant status within the circle. Yang Kaisen was a plump woman with fair skin, yet her figure resembled that of a voluptuous matron. Her arms nearly as thick as some men's thighs. She fit Chu Liufeng's preconceived notion of a wealthy woman with a round face and large ears. She chatted amiably with those around her while casting flattering glances at the two men with dragon-headed canes. "Big sister, who just called you?" A slender man beside her, resembling a monkey, slurred. His name was Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen's younger brother. "Xing Yishan, yes, the woman you adore," Yang Kaisen replied, sipping her drink. "She said she needed to talk to me. I suspect she's coming to borrow money." Yang Wei's eyes lit up, licking his lips with a lascivious grin. "So she finally can't hold on any longer. This time, you'll finally fall in my hands, won't you?" Seeing her younger brother's petty demeanor, Yang Kaisen shook her head, feeling a mix of disappointment and exasperation, but ultimately said nothing. "Big sister, you really must help me this time," Yang Wei urged excitedly. "I've been waiting for this opportunity for ages. I promise, big sister, once I have her, I'll settle down and won't fool around anymore." Yang Kaisen frowned, growing impatient. All right, I understand. Enough already, it's annoying. Haha, I knew you'd come through for me." Soon, Xing Yishan arrived, texting that she was waiting in the adjacent room. "Let's go," Yang Kaisen thought, offering a smile to the two men before heading with Yang Wei to the next room. It's been ages since you last contacted me. What brings you here so suddenly?" As she pushed open the door to the private room, Yang Kaisen greeted warmly. Xing Yishan stood awkwardly inside the room. "Sister Xi." Just as she began to speak, she noticed the scrawny figure of Yang Wei trailing closely behind Yang Kaisen. Yang Wei, her brows furrowed at once. She had little affection for him. Yang Wei had long harbored feelings for her, even after her marriage, constantly showering her with unwelcome attention and making inappropriate remarks. From what she knew, he was a notorious lecher, leading a disreputable life, running several bars near the university town, and taking advantage of many female students working part-time. He not only had numerous mistresses, but especially targeted married women, often preying on the wives of his male subordinates. To facilitate his exploits, he established several small companies, employing attractive young mothers under the guise of business trips, engaging in sordid affairs. Some women, unable to bear the humiliation, even took their own lives. However, because he was Yang Kaisen's brother, his powerful connections allowed him to escape the consequences of his actions. Thus, Xing Yishan held him in contempt, refusing to associate with him. Their previous unpleasant encounters stemmed from an incident at a gathering of friends when he had attempted to make advances on a drunken Li Mengshi, prompting her to slap him. Since then, she had not seen Yang Wei again, and her relationship with Yang Kaisen had gradually faded. After all, he was still her brother, and one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. "What's wrong? Surprised to see me?" Yang Wei swaggered into the private room, propping his legs up on the sofa while stroking his chin. He scrutinized Xing Yishan, his gaze flickering with various lascivious hues. Chapter 24. A glass of wine for 10 million. Xing Yishan has been sold. Our family is dining next door today. I know you're not fond of my second brother, but he has been thinking about you for quite some time, so he came to see you. Don't worry, we won't disturb your business discussions. Yang Kaisen squinted her eyes, her face beaming with warmth. Hearing this, Xing Yishan felt compelled to respond, forcing a faint smile. She endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Sister Xian, I have encountered some difficulties recently. Could you lend me some money? I knew your husband was utterly unreliable. To chase after money, He abandoned his wife and children. He is truly despicable. Yang Kaisen's expression shifted, her indignation mirroring that of Xing Yishan. To forsake a beautiful wife for a life with lowly individuals. What a blind fool. Now, he has made a fortune abroad, leaving my poor EE to endure all this suffering alone. As she spoke, she feigned sympathy, gently taking Xing Yishan's hand, as if deeply pained for her. However, these words sparked a flicker of suspicion in Xing Yishan's eyes. Before she had even uttered a word, Yang Kaisen seemed to know her situation intimately. It appeared that she had been keeping a close watch. Yet, considering her husband's position in investment banking and the numerous relatives he had within the financial sector, it was not surprising that she was aware of her predicament. This made Xing Yishan wary. Could it be that knowing of her troubles was why Yang Wei was also summoned? Sister Xing, since you are already aware of my situation, I shall be straightforward. Could you lend me some money in this time of need? The interest is negotiable, and I will repay you over 3 years. Yang Kaisen's face exhibited hesitation as she exchanged a glance with Yang Wei. The latter immediately understood, approaching Xing Yishan with a lewd grin, attempting to wrap his arm around her shoulder. She furrowed her brow and evaded him, sternly rebuking, Yang Wei, what are you doing? Observing the disdain in Xing Yishan's eyes. Yang Wei felt no anger. Rather, he was invigorated. Hatred, yes, let her hate. He relished the sight of women looking at him with such contempt. The more they loathed him, the more pleasurable their eventual submission would be, granting him a sense of conquest. He had witnessed such expressions many times, yet, once he shattered their pride, they would become mere puppets, obedient to his every command. With an air of confidence, Yang Wei scoffed, Your debts amount to quite a sum, several tens of millions. Why not just come with me? I assure you, you will live without care in the future. Xing Yishan interrupted with a frigid glare. Please address me as Xing Yishan. Yang Wei's expression stiffened, then morphed into one of indignation. This wretched woman, ungrateful and disrespectful, even at this juncture dared to show her displeasure. A cold smirk crept across his face. Very well, Xing Yishan, you have spirit. Even at this point, you still choose to act proud? Look at your current situation. You owe several tens of millions, do you not? The bank will soon come to seize your belongings. Will they not? Do you possess anything of value to mortgage? Do you have the means to repay? Lending you money would be a waste. How can you even summon the audacity to ask for a loan? Or do you intend to borrow without any intention of repaying? His words cut like daggers, striking at her heart. Xing Yishan's eyes narrowed, yet she recognized the truth in his words. She indeed lacked funds. If it had not been for Chu Liufeng discovering a box of gold bars and Li Mengxi agreeing to lend her 10 million, she would have faced homelessness by tomorrow. Nonetheless, Yang Wei's remarks had awakened her insight. Clearly, Wang Lei had borrowed substantial amounts, even mortgaging her car and house without her knowledge, leaving her with massive debts. She could not believe that there had not been some manipulation by Yang Wei and his associates. It was most likely that Wang Lei had sold her to these individuals. Although she had not traversed the business world for decades, she was well aware of its darker facets. Given some time, perhaps she could pursue legal action to alleviate some of her debts. But now what she needed most was time. Seeing Xing Yishan at a loss for words, Yang Wei smirked. Considering our good relationship, I must be honest. The only one who can save you now is me, Yang Wei. Your debts are overwhelming, and the deadline for repayment is imminent, is it not? I believe the first installment is due soon, amounting to over 20 million. How can you possibly repay such a sum? Are you truly prepared to sleep in a bridge shelter? However, if you were to kneel and plead with me, I might be willing to extend a favor and grant you a few months' reprieve. Xing Yishan's face was a mask of frost as she retorted coldly, Beg you? I would rather perish than plead with such a loathsome wretch. With that, she resolved to leave, unwilling to sell herself for a loan. Yang Kaisen, sensing the tension in the air, hurriedly intercepted Xing Yishan, turning to scold, You wretched fool! What nonsense are you spewing? Get out! I need to speak with Yi alone. Yang Wei, visibly displeased, yet recognizing his sister's signal, huffed in frustration and stormed out. Once Yang Wei had departed, Yang Kaisen quickly plastered a saccharine smile upon her face, grasping Xing Yishan's hands and urging her to sit down. Look at the mess this has created. He is utterly worthless. Do not stoop to his level. As a woman myself, I understand the difficulties you are facing. I truly wish to assist you. Yet Yang Kaisen's tone shifted as she sighed. However, you also know that despite Yang Wei's shortcomings, he remains my brother. He constantly speaks of how much he adores you. If you could just... Xing Yishan regarded her expressionlessly. Was this a good cop, bad cop routine? Sister Xing, you need not elaborate further. If borrowing money requires such a compromise, then I shall take my leave. She stood prepared to exit. But Yang Kaisen seized her arm. Vite, Yi. That is not my intention. Please let me finish. Yang Kaisen's mind raced as she spoke fervently. There is no grudge that cannot be overcome. It is merely a small misunderstanding. How about this? We are business people. Let us bury the hatchet over a drink. I will have that scoundrel apologize to you, and you can forgive him. Consider it a favor for Sister Xing. I truly value our friendship. However, he is my brother, and it is quite difficult for me to be caught in the middle. So, here is the deal. 1 glass of wine for 10 million. You drink as much as you need, and I will lend you that amount, interest-free, to be repaid in 5 years. What do you say? Sister Xing is treating you quite generously, is she not? Chapter 25. The danger of innocent Aunt Xing. Yang Kaisen, with an empathetic expression, spoke softly. I understand your current difficulties, but who hasn't faced challenges at some point, right? Besides, you are still so young and beautiful. These are not insurmountable issues. You merely require time. Have you made your decision? If it's favorable, I can summon that scoundrel in. Rest assured, with me here, he wouldn't dare to harm you. I simply wish for you two to transform enmity into friendship. After all, both the palm and back of the hand are flesh. And it's quite uncomfortable for me as the sister caught in between. Xing Yishan furrowed her brow. As the saying goes, in times of poverty, do not seek friends. In times of hardship, do not seek kin. Many revel in exploiting such moments, taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Although she had not been in the business world for over a decade, her experience told her that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Yang Kaisen's words were far sweeter than her intentions. It was likely she harbored ulterior motives. However, borrowing money was indeed a tangible solution to her urgent predicament. With her drinking capacity, consuming a couple of gin of liquor would pose no problem. Having made up her mind, Xing Yishan resolved to drink just 2 glasses, borrowing a mere 20 million. This way, she could settle her due debts, retain some capital for business, and continue to support Xiaofeng. Moreover, with only 2 glasses of liquor, she would remain sober. Goody. If you remain silent, I shall take it as a favor to your sister. As she spoke, Yang Kaisen cheerfully rose, quickly exiting the private room, only to return shortly with a bottle of red wine and 3 tall glasses. Following her was Yang Wei, his face twisted in displeasure, casting a suspicious glance at Xing Yishan, seemingly perplexed by his sister's willingness to assist her. Come, Yi. I know you drove here. Drinking white liquor is inappropriate, so let us indulge in this instead. I shall demonstrate. Yang Kaisen, seemingly attuned to Xing Yishan's concerns, poured herself a glass of red wine and downed it in 1 gulp. Yang Wei, why aren't you coming to pour wine for E? Honestly, at over 40, what are you preoccupied with all day? I warn you, E is my dear friend. You must treat her with respect henceforth. Pour her a drink and apologize for your past misdeeds. E is not petty. After this drink, let bygones be bygones. Yang Kaisen exclaimed, her face quivering with fervor. Xing Yishan observed that what Yang Kaisen held was not white liquor, but red wine. In a bid to ease any apprehension, she even drank a glass herself, which significantly alleviated her worries. Regardless of her disdain for Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen was undeniably a source of assistance to her at this moment. Thus, Xing Yishan accepted the transparent, tall glass and poured herself a small measure of red wine. No need, Sister Xing, I can manage myself. She then consumed it in 1 go. The taste was familiar, devoid of any strange elements, which allowed her tensed heart to relax somewhat. I understand, E. In the past, I may have offended you. I apologize for that, and it won't happen again. Yang Wei mutret. His mouth pursed as he poured a small glass of wine for himself and drank it down. You are magnanimous, and a statesman can tolerate much. Let's not hold grudges against each other. With that, he exited the private room, looking quite disgruntled. Hey, Xiaowei, where are you going? Despite Yang Kaisen's persistent calls, he left without a backward glance. Oh, that's just how he is. Don't let it bother you. Even I look down on him. You just had a drink, so that's 1 million. Now that he has gone, I'll keep you company. It's been ages since we last enjoyed a drink together. Let us have some fun. Yang Kaisen was cheerful and engaging, joining Xing Yishan in their drinking spree. Before long, a bottle of red wine was almost depleted. Considering their drinking capacities, this amount was hardly significant. 5 glasses, right? That's 5 million. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Or would you like to continue drinking? Yang Kaisen enthusiastically suggested. It's been so long since we've had such a delightful time together. If you wish to drink more, I can fetch a few more bottles. However, Xing Yishan shook her head. That's enough, Sister Xing. I initially intended to have just 2 glasses. Yet, the red wine was as easy to consume as water. In that moment, her mind raced with thoughts of whether to indulge in a few more glasses. After all, each glass could mean an additional million borrowed, thus enabling her to have capital for business and also to leave a substantial sum for Xiaofeng. After all, he had been willing to part with his hard-earned 20,000 bonus for her sake. As her role as an aunt, she felt she had little to offer in return. Even if her business ultimately failed and she couldn't repay her debts, what did it matter? After all, what difference did it make if one owed 100 million or 200 million? But if she could secure 5 million, set aside 1 million for Chu Liufeng, it would significantly ease his burden. With such thoughts fueling her resolve, she effortlessly consumed 5 glasses of red wine. However, while this particular bottle posed no issues, she remained cautious about the next. Sister Xing, 5 million is sufficient. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. As soon as Xing Yishan finished speaking, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to stumble as she stood. How could this be? I'm drunk. She abruptly turned her head, staring at the emptied wine bottle and the seemingly composed Yang Kaisen. The wine was innocuous. It must have been the glass. Are you intoxicated? Yang Kaisen inquired, her features contorted in concern as she leaned closer. Allow me to assist you to rest. Xing Yishan swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Her last awareness was of the private room door opening again, revealing Yang Wei with a lewd grin as he sauntered inside. Hey sis, that was quite the move you pulled. Yang Wei glanced at the unconscious Xing Yishan on the floor. A smirk plastered on his face as he approached Yang Kaisen and picked up the glass Xing Yishan had used. This must be the new stuff Mr. Ong-san brought. Quite impressive, he observed with curiosity. Indeed, the reason only Aunt Xing had succumbed while both she and Yang Kaisen shared the same bottle of red wine was due to the fact that the substance had not been added to the wine, but rather coated on the inner rim of the glass. This colorless, odorless liquid was a recent invention. Just a drop could incapacitate an elephant, enhanced with other undetectable elements. When the red wine was poured into the glass and consumed, no one would realize. Thus, Xing Yishan had fallen victim. Big sister, could you spare me a small vial? Just a tiny bit would suffice. Yang Wei implored, his eyes narrowing. With such a substance at his disposal, his escapades with beautiful subordinates would become far simpler. Yet, Yang Kaisen shot him a fierce glare, her expression fierce as a tiger. Young Wei, you promised me. I went to great lengths to get Xing Yishan here. If you forget your place and act recklessly, do you think I'm so easily manipulated? At the sight of Yang Kaisen's fury, her face quivering with indignation, Yang Wei immediately shivered, retracting his head and muttering softly, "My father is not your father. Why are you scolding me?" Chapter 26. Aunt Xing could no longer endure Yang Wei. Do not let me catch you misbehaving again, or I will personally ensure your downfall without needing the old man's intervention. I understand, sister, it was merely a jest. I shall behave, he stammered. You had better. Yang Kaisin retorted coldly. Recently, our family is scheming a significant matter that the old man holds in high regard. Even Mr. Ong-shan has been summoned. I have received word that Captain Qin Yan from the provincial office has been dispatched to Qin City. After dealing with Xing Yishan, you must restrain yourself and avoid drawing Captain Qin's attention. Otherwise, even though you are my brother, if you get into trouble, I cannot save you. Mister, Angshan will deal with you personally. Do you understand? At her words, Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine and quickly assured her, Sister, you can rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Seeing Yang Wei's obedient demeanor, Yang Kaisen nodded in satisfaction. Looking disdainfully at the unconscious Xing Yishan on the floor, she mocked. Take her to the room. There are cameras there. Remember to wait for about 10 minutes before you go in. This pretentious woman will be more eager once she regains consciousness. After that, with the footage, you know what to do. Aren't you the expert at this? Yang Wei nodded sheepishly. Sister, I know. Just as Yang Wei was preparing to embrace Xing Yishan with a lewd smile, a sudden loud crash startled him, making him jump. He turned around to see who dared interrupt his plans. As he spun around, a shadow rushed past him, narrowly missing his face and crashing violently into the soft wall behind him. The force of the impact shook the entire room, even causing the crystal chandelier to sway. The abrupt turn of events left Yang Wei pale with fear. That shadow had passed perilously close to his head. If he had turned just a fraction more, he might have lost his life. As he regained his senses, he realized that a metal handle had been yanked off from somewhere. Who the hell is that? He yelled in anger, but before he could finish, the shadow that had been lingering at the door suddenly charged in. In an instant, Yang Wei felt a fist the size of a sandbag appear before him. Bang! He was sent flying backward by a single punch, and while still in midair, the shadow seized his ankle and, with a brutal twist, hurled him downwards. He crashed to the ground, and the sound of his nasal bone fracturing echoed as blood erupted from his forehead, seemingly striking a nerve. His body began to convulse violently, and even his shoes flew off. Who are you? Everything transpired too swiftly. In mere moments, his own brother lay nearly lifeless. The intruder was none other than Chu Liufeng, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. He had been utilizing his perspective ability on the way, so he was fully aware of the situation unfolding here. Thankfully, Aunt Xing had not sustained any injuries. Slowly turning, his eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty excitement. Just one glance at Yang Kaisen was enough to send a shiver down her spine. A warm, foul stream trickled down between her ample thighs. Security! Where is security? Yang Kaisen barely managed to call out before a punch landed squarely on her face, squashing her features together. With a thud, she rolled onto the floor. However, there was a silver lining to her corpulence. The punch did not knock her out, only dislodging a few teeth. If she were to participate in a slap contest, her resilience would be unquestionable. Terrified, Yang Kaisen gazed at Chu Liufeng, mumbling incoherently, "Help me." But Chu Liufeng remained silent, lifting her and tossing her onto the plush sofa before delivering a resounding slap to her face. Slap, slap, slap. He continued to rain down blows until his hand began to grow numb. Yang Kaisen's eyes swelled shut. Her face ballooned to the point where it could hardly be recognized, resembling not just any pig's head, but a deluxe version. As it glanced around, Chu Liufeng noted that despite the ruckus, no one seemed to care. The guests in the neighboring booths continued to drink heartily, oblivious to the mayhem. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he observed the golden and silver dragon-headed canes held by two individuals in the adjacent room. Through his perspective, he spotted something unusual among their belongings. After imprinting their features in his mind, he lifted Aunt Xing and prepared to leave. As he passed by the still, convulsing Yang Wei, he delivered a vicious kick to his groin, followed by a fierce stomp, reducing him to a pitiful state, ensuring his impotence. Yet, even in such a dire condition, Yang Wei refused to yield, remaining silent in his silent rebellion. Cradling Xing Yishan, Chu Liufeng lamented her unfortunate predicament. How had his sweet and naive aunt encountered such distress in such a short time? Soon, he made his unimpeded exit from the venue and returned to his Bentley. As he settled into the car, Aunt Xing emitted a faint sound that captured his attention. He noticed her brow furrowed, eyes tightly shut, her lips moving as if in distress. Instinctively, he reached out, but just as he was about to touch her, he hesitated, instead gently caressing her feverish cheek. His eyes filled with compassion. This foolish aunt of his, aside from her age and physical state, bore little resemblance to someone of her stature. Her demeanor was more akin to a pure-hearted girl in her early 20s, naive to the ways of the world. Reflecting on how just days ago she had been advising him on making friends and building connections in college, he sighed, realizing he was equally foolish. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng recalled his new skill. He wondered if it could be of use in this situation. After much contemplation, he decided it was better to try than to overthink. Chapter 27. The Shy Aunt Xing. Half an hour later, Aunt Xing curled up in the rear seat of the Bentley, her face flushed with shyness. Her long, fair legs were delicately tucked beneath her as she clutched a plush toy in the car. "You naughty Xiaofeng, you wicked Xiaofeng," she lamented, her delicate features blushing deeper with each thought. With half of her face buried in the toy, only her shy, glistening eyes peeked out, furtively glancing at Chu Liufeng's profile. Her lips moved incessantly, yet with each utterance, her embarrassment intensified, the rosy hue of her cheeks deepening. Chu Liufeng dozed, stealing a glance at the knitted dress on the passenger seat. His eyes then wandered to the rearview mirror, where he caught sight of Aunt Xing's endearing bashfulness. He chuckled helplessly. "It's not my fault, Aunt Xing. I had no idea you. Just be quiet." Aunt Xing's face vanished behind the plush toy, yet while her face was hidden, her other features remained exposed. In a fluster, she removed it, curling into a ball, revealing only half of her blushing visage. Seeing her cheeks nearly dripping with embarrassment, Chu Liufeng fell silent, focusing intently on driving the Bentley. For a moment, the cabin was filled only with the hum of the engine and Aunt Xing's slightly hurried breaths. However, in the quiet atmosphere, she could no longer contain herself. "How am I ever going to face you again? I'm your aunt." Aunt Xing's voice, delicate as a whisper, echoed in the car. "You naughty Xiaofeng. Big bad Xiaofeng, silly Xiaofeng." Her humiliation compounded as she pounded her small fists against the plush toy, attempting to alleviate her nervousness and shyness. This left Chu Liufeng in a state of bewildered amusement. How could Aunt Xing's bashful and adorable demeanor evoke feelings akin to love within him? Just then, the car halted at a red light for several seconds. He turned around, his hand gliding lightly along Aunt Xing's slender neck, brushing against her earlobe, and then grasping the back of her head. An indescribable sensation surged through him, akin to an electric shock. Aunt Xing trembled, feeling soft and powerless, as if all her strength had vanished. "Aunt Xing? Still shy? A kiss would surely remedy that." At his words, Aunt Xing lifted her small head, her flushed cheeks appearing irresistibly alluring. "Come here, let me bite you, naughty Xiaofeng," she retorted playfully, revealing her little fangs and feigning anger as she playfully sank her teeth into Chu Liufeng's arm. Upon returning to the villa's garage, Aunt Xing remained bashful, even hesitant to exit the vehicle. However, Chu Liufeng firmly lifted her, carrying her like a daughter as he headed toward the bathroom. Her cheeks still radiated crimson, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and confusion. She turned her head slightly, unable to meet Chu Liufeng's gaze, her face pressed against his strong chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which instilled within her a profound sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, she began to relish the feeling of being held like this, akin to a docile kitten, softly murmuring, "Naughty Xiaofeng, I told you not to carry me. My dear Aunt Xing, the one who is truly stinky is not me. You should go wash up. I still need to clean the car. You. Oof." Aunt Xing was both embarrassed and angry, at a loss for words. She could only huff through her nose, falling silent. As Chu Liufeng carried Aunt Xing into the house, he gently placed her in the second-floor bathroom before returning to the garage. While washing the car, he reflected on the events at the Lawn E-Association. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he learned more about the Yang family's background. They were indeed formidable, a true force to be reckoned with for ordinary individuals. The patriarch of the Yang family had once been a prominent figure in Qin City, and Yang Kaisen's father was also a powerful man from another region, seemingly poised to return. The Yang family's influence was vast, their connections intricate, intertwining both the legitimate and the underworld. Not only were they significant in the open, but they also wielded considerable power in the shadows. Given the severity of his confrontation with Yang Kaisen and how brutally he had dealt with Yang Wei, a line had been drawn. Moving forward, he needed to exercise caution. Fortunately, he had just cracked a serial murder case, solidifying his status as an unequivocal hero. With his current prominence, the Yang family would likely refrain from taking any rash actions against him. If the situation escalated, it would lead to a thorough investigation into the matter. Questions would arise. Why had Chu Liufeng attended the Lan Yi Association? Why had the Yang siblings had a conflict with a mere freshman? Why had Chu Liufeng resorted to such violent measures? These inquiries could be resolved by reviewing surveillance footage. Of course, one could attempt to destroy the evidence. But could mere words stand up to scrutiny? It would be implausible to claim that Chu Liufeng had randomly stormed into the Lan Yi Association at that precise moment to confront the Yang siblings. Unless the Yang family truly held absolute power in Qin City, there was no way to convince the public otherwise. Moreover, Qin Yan had also arrived. Once the surveillance footage was exposed, it would be Yang Wei and Yang Kaisen who had ulterior motives. Yes, Chu Liufeng had resorted to violence, but what about the drugging? Coupled with the recent murder case he had solved, it would be unreasonable not to award him for his bravery. If this incident were to be unveiled, it would only serve to tarnish the Yang family's reputation, yielding no other benefits. Thus, Chu Liufeng concluded that the Yang family would likely swallow this humiliation, at least until the storm of his notoriety had passed before they could act against him. However, passivity was not in Chu Liufeng's nature. He would preemptively extinguish any threats, whether human or otherwise, that posed a risk to him. His mind raced, searching for a breakthrough, focusing on the two individuals wielding golden dragon-headed canes. Their status as esteemed guests of the Yang family indicated their significance. Yet this was intriguing. Through his insight, he discovered that the canes contained an array of high-purity substances, including white powder and rock candy, among others. The Yang family's business interests were indeed extensive. If necessary, this information could be shared with Qin Yan. During his time at the police station, he learned that she had just been transferred, and, as a provincial criminal investigation and narcotics unit chief, her capabilities were formidable, allowing her to mobilize provincial resources effectively. The sudden arrival of such a figure in Qin City raised suspicions about her connection to the two individuals and their illicit dealings. If possible, he could leverage Qin Yan's influence to strike at the heart of the matter. Of course, those were matters for another day. After a busy day, the sky had darkened, and it felt as though he had experienced a month's worth of activity in just one day. Yet, Chu Liufeng found himself exhilarated. He certainly did not forget. During the day, Xing Yishan bashfully instructed him to wait until evening. To assist him, Chu Liufeng was also filled with anticipation regarding how Aunt Xing would aid him. At that moment, a somewhat bashful voice suddenly echoed from above. Little Feng, have you not finished washing yet? Chu Liufeng raised his head and saw Aunt Xing at the railing of the second floor, her bright gaze fixed intently upon him. Oh my, Aunt Xing. Chapter 28. Oh no. Discovered by Mom. On the second floor of the villa, Xing Yishan's long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her delicate face was adorned with exquisite makeup. With a shy demeanor, she covered her chest, exposing her fair, supple shoulders to the air. Unlike her usual poised and dignified self, she now wore a striking black deep-V backless lace gown, complemented by a delicate layer of light purple lace beneath the plunging neckline. It exuded a blend of sensuality and elegance, embodying the essence of a refined socialite. The fitted skirt clung tightly to Aunt Xing's alluring waistline, showcasing her flawless figure, honed through years of dedicated yoga practice. One of her legs was elegantly encased in a sheer stocking, paired with a stunning pair of Valentino black high heels with red soles, enhancing the length of her legs and amplifying her mature allure. Xing Yishan felt the intense gaze of Chu Liufeng upon her. Her heart raced with a mix of shyness and excitement, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Even though she had been scrutinized thoroughly in the car moments ago, the present moment felt entirely different. This was an intentional display of allure directed toward her dear friend's son. Unexpectedly, she found herself stirred by emotions at the sight of the usually carefree and mischievous Chu Liufeng, who was now gazing at her with such intensity. In a moment of bittersweet pride, she reflected on how, despite her advancing age, she could still capture the attention of someone like him. The outfit she wore, meticulously chosen after their separation earlier that day, was intended to create a lasting memory with Chu Liufeng. After much deliberation and consultations with sales associates who praised the gown's ability to captivate young men, she ultimately splurged on it. Despite the daunting cost that burdened her with debt, observing Chu Liufeng's reaction, she felt her investment had been worthwhile. "Why are you still standing there, frozen like a statue? Come over here," she chided softly, her eyes fixed on the bashful Chu Liufeng. Awakened from his reverie, he felt his cheeks flush. Despite his self-proclaimed prowess in romance, he never expected to reveal such a foolish side of himself. As he ascended the stairs, the sight of the enchanting Aunt Xing, with her delicate neck and perfectly exposed collarbones, left him breathless. Her skin, smooth as milk, glowed under the warm light, radiating an almost ethereal beauty that quickened his pulse. Aunt Xing, usually so carefree, had never applied makeup in the month they had spent together. Her natural beauty was already impeccable, but today, she had taken the time to enhance her features, amplifying her allure to an extraordinary degree. "I hope I don't look bad. Please don't laugh at me," she murmured shyly, her playful demeanor reminiscent of a bashful young girl in the presence of her crush. Chu Liufeng felt an urgency in his breath. "I can't take this. I might just faint," he thought, battling the overwhelming attraction he felt. Though typically bold and carefree, he was still, at heart, a romantic novice, frequently rendered speechless in the presence of such beauty. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone shattered the moment. It was Chu Liufeng's phone, and both he and Aunt Xing paused in surprise. "No, don't answer it," she pleaded softly, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Ignoring her plea, he answered the call, only to find himself confronted by the unexpected voice of his mother, Lin Wanshu, causing his heart to race with dread. "Mom, why are you calling me out of the blue?" he asked, attempting to mask his surprise. Hearing him address his mother, Aunt Xing's expression shifted from warmth to panic, her cheeks paling as she prepared to rise from the bed. Anticipating her reaction, Chu Liufeng gently pressed her back down, shaking his head as he switched to speakerphone. "Don't say anything foolish. If you do, I swear I'll come over there," his mother warned. I believe you. What's wrong, Mom? You sound upset. Who's bothering you? Tell me. I'll take care of it," he replied, placing the phone beside him. Aunt Xing's tension was palpable as she glared at him, but he merely wore a mischievous grin, noting a flicker of something unusual in her terrified eyes. To his surprise, the dignified and elegant Aunt Xing seemed to harbor a hidden thrill beneath her composed exterior. Chapter 29. Listen to my excuses. No explanations. Go play somewhere else. Just don't provoke my anger. I am not in the mood to hear your nonsense. Where is Aunt Xing? What is she doing? I have called her over a dozen times, yet she does not answer. At that moment, Xing Yishan suddenly remembered that her phone had long since run out of battery. She had completely forgotten to recharge it. Upon hearing this, she immediately waved her hands at Chu Liufeng, signaling him not to mention her. However, Chu Liufeng smirked slightly. "Aunt Xing is right beside me. We are watching television. Perhaps her phone is dead? What's the matter, Mom? Are you looking for Aunt Xing?" Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's body stiffened, her peach blossom eyes widened, and the pallor of her face suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson. Surely there is something urgent. Let her answer the phone. Mom's tone was quite frantic, as if something significant had occurred. "I'm on speakerphone, Mom. If you and Aunt Xing want to share some secrets, just pretend I'm an invisible person. Let me listen. I promise I won't interrupt." Chu Liufeng joked, yet his gaze was fixed on Xing Yishan, who looked both terrified and enchanting. This stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. "Chu Liufeng, don't push me to anger. Get your Aunt Xing to answer the phone." Seeing that her mother seemed genuinely concerned, Xing Yishan realized there was no escaping this, so she quickly pinched her fair neck, cleared her throat, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "What's the matter, Wanshu? Why did you suddenly think of calling me today? How dare you conceal such matters from me?" Lin Wanshu nearly shouted, her voice imbued with a gentle yet elegant timbre. Thus, even when loud, it retained a soft and tender quality that was not intimidating. Yet that was under normal circumstances. Now, upon hearing these words, Xing Yishan felt as though she might faint. Her small face turned extremely pale, devoid of color. Even Chu Liufeng was taken aback. What the heck? Could it be that Mom has truly installed surveillance on me? How could she possibly know this? Xing Yishan bit her lip, too afraid to speak. Lin Wanshu continued her barrage. Are we no longer close friends? Is this how you repay my trust? Though Lin Wanshu's voice was soft and gentle, it carried an underlying threat, as if something terrible was about to unfold. It sent a chill down their spines, causing a shiver to rise. I. Xing Yishan's face was filled with panic, stuttering without a word to say. How on earth should she explain this? After all, it is well known, to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. And here she was, attempting to explain, no, to make excuses without knowing how to do so. She even considered kneeling down to admit her fault. Chu Liufeng was too frightened to breathe. This is bad. They've been discovered. Mom has indeed placed surveillance on me. Mom, it's all my fault. Chu Liufeng seized the phone, intending to take full responsibility. But before he could utter a word, Lin Wanshu's cold laughter resonated from the phone. You borrowed money from others without even asking me? Do you still consider me your close friend? What? The unexpected turn left both Chu Liufeng and the flustered Xing Yishan momentarily stunned. Borrowing money? How long do you intend to keep this from me? If it weren't for a few friends who informed me today, I would not have known you owe so much money. What on earth are you planning, Xing Yishan? I naturally thought of your well-being. Of course, this was merely a thought in Chu Liufeng's mind. After all, Xing Yishan was currently in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. To put it simply, she was utterly confused. Is this all you have to say? The bank is about to seize the house. Do you have the money to repay it? At this moment, you still seek others instead of coming to me? I ask you, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you wish to sleep under a bridge? Chu Liufeng hastily interjected. Mom, here's the situation. I discovered a hidden compartment in the villa containing over 8 million in gold, and Aunt Xing and I want to see Aunt Mengshi today. She agreed to lend us 10 million, so... As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Liufeng's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, I misspoke. He realized he had lost his composure, and his mind was not functioning clearly. By saying this now, wasn't he deliberately igniting a conflict? Sure enough, a peculiar silence fell on the other end of the line, akin to the calm before a storm. Only two gentle words could be heard. Oh, I see. You went to Mengshi. Thud. The sky has fallen. Chu Liufeng, who was well aware of his mother's temperament, understood that beneath her calm, words lay a volcano on the verge of eruption. Her gentle demeanor was merely a product of her long-standing poise. But now, the fury within her was likely about to break free from the confines of reason. Xing Yishan was nearly in tears, hastily taking the phone to explain, no, Wanshu, it's not that I didn't think of you first, but my situation is dire. I owe too much money, and even if I borrow, I have no assurance of repayment. I've borrowed so much, and if I can't repay others, you can't either. You have little phone to take care of. I'm just a bottomless pit. Silence persisted on the other end. Each second felt like an eternity for Xing Yishan as beads of sweat began to form on her fair forehead. Sorry, Vanshu. I didn't mean to hide this from you. I just... Her mind felt like it was about to explode. What kind of situation was this? Finally, Lin Wanshu spoke again, her voice still gentle, devoid of any discernible emotion. All right, why are you so flustered? I'm not unreasonable. Borrowing money from anyone is still borrowing. Others can't even get loans. Currently, our company is facing some troubles. Today, I scrambled to gather funds and managed to collect 20 million, which has already been transferred to your account. As for the rest, I'll think of another way. If it comes to it, I'll sell the company. After all, someone has offered 200 million. I could sell it to help you repay your debts. No. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan immediately rejected without a second thought. Selling the company was out of the question. This was Lin Wanshu's lifelong effort. She had poured nearly half her life into it. How could she simply sell it? Moreover, there was still vast market potential. In a few years, it could even go public with a valuation of 100 billion. Such a valuable asset could not be so easily disposed of. But she knew Lin Wanshu was deeply emotional. She truly could follow through with such a decision. Please, don't just... For little Feng's sake, he is still young, and there will be many places he needs money in the future. I will handle my own matters. You needn't concern yourself. At worst, I'll just end it all. Lin Wanshu spoke calmly and gently. Xing Yishan bit her lip, rendered speechless. Ah, my dear, enough already. Do not dwell on such extremes. You are not alone in this, and Kiki is still unaware of the situation, correct? Kiki is the daughter of Aunt Xing, perfectly inheriting all the virtues of Xing Yishan. Radiantly beautiful. She is half a year younger than Chu Liufeng and is currently studying abroad. Wanshu. Tears streamed down Xing Yishan's face, soaking the sheets beneath her. I have yet to inform Kiki. Let her focus on her studies abroad. Yes, it is best not to burden her with our adult matters, as it might overwhelm her. Tomorrow, I shall transfer 1 million to Kiki. So, do not entertain other thoughts. We shall repay this slowly. It is merely money, after all. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. If it is gone, we shall find a way to recover. All right? Lin Wanshu spoke gently, her words soothing, akin to an ASMR experience, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through Norway's forests. Even through the phone, one could envision the faint smile adorning Lin Wanshu's face, her gaze soft and warm. In any case, you currently possess around 40 million, do you not? That should sustain you for a while. As for the remaining debts, we will repay them gradually. It is not a matter of great concern. I understand. Tears continued to flow from Xing Yishan's eyes, and at that moment, her desire to earn money reached its zenith. With trembling hands, she wiped her tears and spoke with a choked voice. Wanshu, I'm truly grateful for your and Xiaofeng's unwavering support. Without you, I would be at a loss. You, after all these years, have yet to shed your habit of weeping. How old are you now? Lin Wanshu seemed helpless as she rubbed her forehead. Xiaofeng. That mischievous rascal has not caused you any trouble lately, has he? Upon hearing his mother mention him while conversing about emotions with her friend, Chu Liufeng's eyes flickered, and a playful smile crept across his lips. Xiaofeng. Aunt Xing's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Chu Liufeng, bathed in the cool moonlight, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Chapter ba Ju. Liu. Feng. Do not bully your Aunt Xing. What has happened? Has he caused you concern? Speak to me, and I shall certainly deal with him. Chu Liufeng quickly interjected. Hey, Mom. Please don't use such leading questions. If you wish to discipline your son, just say so, and I shall return immediately, all cleaned up for your reprimand. But please, no need for this roundabout approach. I am conversing with Aunt Xing. Kindly refrain from interrupting. Silence. Lin Wanshu's demeanor towards Chu Liufeng was less than cordial. One could discern the simmering anger within her, feeling somewhat concealed. However, with her dear friend already in such a state, she refrained from expressing her ire. Yet, as for Chu Liufeng, she thought, he might as well embrace his role as the scapegoat. Chu Liufeng opened his mouth to respond, but uttered no sound, instead wearing a resigned smile. After all, she was his beloved mother. What could he do? Was it necessary to retort? That seemed unnecessary, for being reprimanded by his mother was a rather joyous affair. Do not overthink. Just tell me the truth. The little Feng Xing Yishan's delicate face was flushed crimson, her enchanting eyes glaring fiercely at Chu Liufeng. However, he remained unperturbed, wearing a visage of indifference that left her powerless. Moreover, how to articulate this dilemma? Concern? Who is worried? About whom? Yet, Xing Yishan's struggle to articulate her thoughts sounded entirely different to Lin Wanshu's ears. Furrowing her brow, her voice took on a tone of authority. Chu, Liu, Feng, do not assume your Aunt Xing's gentle disposition allows you to disregard her words. I warn you, behave yourself. Goodness. Even though Chu Liufeng was mentally fortified, hearing such words nearly shattered his composure. Is this for real, Mom? Have you obtained a system? Or awakened an extraordinary perception? How can your every word resonate so aptly? Behave. Completely behave. Observing his obedient demeanor, Xing Yishan suddenly burst into a melodious giggle. Wanshu, do not frighten little Feng. What kind of psychological shadow have you cast upon him? He is typically fearless. Your mere shout is more effective than anything else. That is his own doing. Xing Yishan laughed heartily, her cherry-red lips curving into an unending smile. Rest assured, little Feng is obedient and does not bully me. If it were not for his constant comfort today, I would not know how to endure this was indeed the heartfelt truth from Xing Yishan. The fundamental reason for her current actions. After all, without Chu Liufeng's unwavering support during her distressful bankruptcy and the subsequent ordeal of being deceived while borrowing money, she could scarcely fathom how to muster the courage to continue living. Perhaps she would have already taken the plunge from the 30th floor without a second thought. Little Feng listens to me well. He does not bully me. Xing Yishan shot a glance at Chu Liufeng, her bright, expressive eyes revealing unabashed affection. Is that so? Then he must possess some worth. Has he been gallivanting at school, seeing the conversation spiral endlessly? Chu Liufeng hastily took the phone. All right, Mom, it's late. You should rest early. I'll hang up now. Love you, Mom. Moo, moo, moo. Observing Chu Liufeng's flustered expression, Xing Yishan smiled radiantly, her beauty captivating. She reached out, playfully twisting his ear, mockingly chastising. Oh, you Chu Liufeng, your mother instructs you to heed my words, and this is how you obey? Be careful, or I shall tell your mother about your mischief. As she spoke, she suddenly realized the awkwardness of her position, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In an instant, she appeared charmingly bashful, an exquisite sight. When Chu Liufeng and Aunt Xing awoke the following morning, it was already 9 o'clock. Given his physical condition, he should not have felt excessively fatigued. Yet, the events of the previous day had been tumultuous, battling robbers, rescuing Aunt Xing, and confronting the Yang siblings, culminating in a night of wild chaos. It was the first time in a while he had slept so soundly, as if traversing through time. He closed his eyes and opened them again, and hours had slipped away. The room was suffused with a subtle fragrance and an exceptional scent that lulled Chu Liufeng into a serene slumber. His dreams were slightly peculiar, populated not only by Aunt Xing, but also as the golden rays of sunlight streamed through the window, they were somewhat blinding. Chu Liufeng squinted, raising his robust arm to shield his eyes. Perhaps his movement was too vigorous, as it startled the slumbering Xing Yishan beside him. A soft, melodic sound escaped her enticing lips. At that moment, she slowly opened her gentle eyes, which sparkled like stars in the night sky, accompanied by her long, slightly curled lashes. However, she quickly recalled something, her pupils dilating in surprise, and swiftly closed her eyes again. Her entire being became still, her breathing elongated and steady, shifting from automatic to manual. Witnessing this scene, Chu Liufeng found it amusing. He had not anticipated that Aunt Xing, with her graceful and charming demeanor, could exhibit such childish behavior. Even after their profound exchanges, she remained shy. It seemed she had accepted the situation, but had not wholly reconciled with it. Though they shared no blood ties, he was still the biological son of her close friend, someone she had watched grow since infancy, having cradled him even while he was in his childish attire. Yet now, he had become her. Feeling bashful in such a moment was entirely natural. Chu Liufeng chose not to confront Aunt Xing about her bashfulness, instead quietly admiring her gentle and intelligent visage. On her exquisite face, just the right number of features, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, though common to all, appeared extraordinarily beautiful and perfect on Aunt Xing. The warm golden sunlight illuminated her delicate, tender face, radiating a pure, maternal glow that touched the heart. This serene admiration did not last long, as feigning sleep beneath her eyelids was increasingly difficult. Aunt Xing eventually opened her eyes, feigning annoyance. You naughty little Feng, how long do you intend to gaze at me? Unfazed, Chu Liufeng replied, if possible. I would wish to see you, as the first sight, each morning. Go away, you scoundrel. Quickly out. Xing Yishan urged, her face blushing as she attempted to sit up, only to realize she was still unclothed beneath the covers. Thus, she remained nestled in the warmth of her bed, revealing only her bashful little head. Just go. Chu Liufeng understood that Aunt Xing needed time to adjust. After all, her considerations diverged significantly from his. You dare, you little rascal. In the midst of Aunt Xing's fierce glare, Chu Liufeng wore a mischievous smile as he cradled her delicate head and pressed his lips against her soft, fragrant ones. Their warm breaths mingled, brushing against each other's faces. From deep within his throat emerged a voice rich with magnetism. Aunt Xing, I love you. Xing Yishan was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, she closed her eyes, her small hands emerging from beneath the covers to tenderly cradle Chu Liufeng's chiseled and handsome face, responding passionately to this morning kiss. After a lengthy moment, their lips parted. As she watched Chu Liufeng exit, his broad back thoughtfully closing the bedroom door behind him, Xing Yishan's gaze became dreamy. Tilting her head, she gazed wistfully at the bright sky outside the window and softly breathed out 4 words from her crimson lips. I love you too. Chapter 31. The Eye of Value. I can see the rate of return. Just as I stepped out of the room, the system's voice echoed suddenly in my mind. Ding. Host detected assisting Xing Yishan in escaping a crisis. Acquired. Eye of Value. Eye of Value. When the host observes items through the eye of perspective, a value assessment is generated, providing a comprehensive analysis of all fundamental value information, including material, age, origin, and more, combined with current market conditions to deliver a precise and detailed analysis of the item's rate of return. What? Chu Liufeng was taken aback. The Eye of Value. This is nothing short of a divine skill for uncovering hidden treasures. Just from this description, Chu Liufeng realized that whether it be rare gems or mundane objects, everything could be presented with utmost clarity before his eyes. And he could also see the rate of return, meaning he could discern the maximum value an item could yield. This was truly remarkable. Although he had gained the ability of perspective, which afforded him a natural advantage in the realm of stone gambling, the intricacies of this field were profound, with items often valued in the millions. A fluctuating price could swing by hundreds of thousands, leaving him uncertain of the actual worth of a top-quality jadeite once unearthed. But now, with the Eye of Value, he could navigate this with confidence. Moreover, the Eye of Value not only bestowed unparalleled advantages in stone gambling, but also in appraising treasures and scouting antiques. This was indeed extraordinary. The antique trade was equally fraught with complexity. Last week's production could easily be misrepresented by sellers as something unearthed from the Shang or Zhou dynasties. Items worth merely $8 could be touted at $80,000. Not just novices, but even veterans occasionally stumbled, getting caught in traps laid by unscrupulous sellers. Yet now, with the Eye of Value, the truth would be laid bare, whether it be a treasure or mere refuse masquerading as gold. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Liufeng instinctively glanced at the watch in his hand, blinking rapidly. In an instant, a strange power surged before him, and a luminous screen appeared in his vision. The brand history, craftsmanship, material composition, even the current market price fluctuations and projected appreciation over the next year, all materialized in his mind. This watch was a gift from Aunt Xing when he first moved in with Xing Yishan. Evaluating item, Rolex watch, brand history, Rolex, established in 1905 by Hans Wilsdorf and material, 18K, year, modern, condition, 90 new, market value, 48,000 yuan, rate of return, -8. The assessment was quite accurate. A smile crept onto Chu Liufeng's face, as it was normal for the watch to depreciate from its original price of over 50,000. Xiaofeng, what are you looking at? At that moment, Xing Yishan's melodious voice broke through his thoughts. She had changed into a well-tailored white lace dress that perfectly accentuated her figure, exuding an air of intellectual elegance, her hair elegantly styled. A sense of grace and nobility radiated from her, enhanced by a delicate blue diamond necklace resting upon her fair, slender collarbone, the chain cascading down, the diamond poised as if about to plunge into an endless abyss. Her stunning figure was accentuated by the fitted white dress, hugging her curves like a heart-shaped silhouette. Beneath the narrow lace hem, her long, fair legs emerged, devoid of any excess flesh. Adorned in white high heels, her petite feet further highlighted her enchanting physique. Under the bright sunlight, she appeared like a celestial being, exuding a fresh and elegant charm. A blush adorned Aunt Xing's face. More radiant than usual, her spirit seemingly rejuvenated. What's wrong? Are you thinking of changing watches? Shall we choose one together? Before she could approach, Chu Liufeng caught the unique fragrance that was distinctly hers, refreshing and captivating. No, Aunt Xing, you look stunning today. Do you have any special plans? Chu Liufeng withdrew his gaze, his piercing eyes unabashedly scanning Xing Yishan from head to toe. Under his intense scrutiny, she felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. She lowered her gaze slightly, attempting to mask the blush that arose from his gaze, then turned back with newfound courage, softly replying, "Can I dress up without any plans?" As she spoke, she gently brushed her hair behind her ear, her movements elegant yet imbued with a hint of allure. "I see. It's for the pleasure of pleasing someone special." Chu Liufeng stroked his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Aunt Xing, tell me honestly, did you dress up just for me?" Usually, Aunt Xing dressed for comfort, rarely adorning herself with such ethereal elegance. Xing Yishan's eyes flickered. The assertiveness she typically displayed vanished, replaced by a girlish shyness. Her cheeks were flushed, her voice barely a whisper, as she did not deny her feelings. "Xiaofeng, although I. Xing Yishan's words were fragmented, as if caught in her throat. She took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, yet her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. She raised her eyes to meet Chu Liufeng's gaze, her mind a tangled mess, unsure of how to proceed. Chu Liufeng leaned closer, gently wrapping his arm around Xing Yishan's slender waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. She gasped softly, colliding into his warm chest. The familiar scent surrounding him enveloped her, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Xiaofeng." Chu Liufeng lowered his head, his warm breath caressing her ear as he spoke gently. "Aunt Xing, I understand your anxiety and concerns. Rest assured, this matter will remain our little secret, known only to us." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet her glistening eyes. In that moment, an unspoken connection flowed between them, as if an invisible current surged through their shared glance. They share an understanding that required no words. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy when it arises. "Aunt Xing, I'm a bit hungry. Could you prepare breakfast for me?" Half an hour later, Xing Yishan shot a glance at Chu Liufeng, her beautiful eyes never straying from him. "You little rascal." She had naively thought Chu Liufeng was genuinely hungry and was ready to make breakfast for him. However, upon entering the kitchen, he followed her in, suggesting they prepare breakfast together. Chapter 32. An 8,000 Return. The enchanting woman in Qipao. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Chu Liufeng was ready to embark on his journey to wealth. He eagerly dragged Xing Yishan straight to the antique street of Qin City. This bustling market was a treasure trove, brimming with gemstones, antiques, porcelain, and jade artifacts, akin to a grand department store. Today, the atmosphere was more vibrant than usual, teeming with visitors. The reason was a prestigious jadeite raw stone auction taking place, drawing experts and wealthy merchants from all corners, their eyes fixated on the exquisite pieces displayed on stage. "Xiaofeng, what are we doing here?" Xing Yishan surveyed the noisy stone gambling market, where rich stones dazzled the eyes, and the chatter of dubious merchants and tour guides stirred the curiosity of travelers. She felt perplexed. "Are you hoping to gamble on stones for profit?" Xing Yishan had never shown much interest in such ventures. She doubted her luck would allow her to uncover treasures that eluded seasoned experts. "Let us just take a look. Who knows, we might get lucky." Chu Liufeng scanned the surroundings with apparent interest, though he was secretly using his eye of value to assess potential purchases. "Let us leave, Xiaofeng. Don't buy into this nonsense." Xing Yishan affectionately linked her arm with his, her beautiful eyes reflecting concern. "There's no way to strike gold here. Let us take our time with making money. We don't need to rush into these risky endeavors. Come on, Aunt Xing, let us treat this as a date. Just keep me company, all right?" Hearing Chu Liufeng's words, Xing Yishan pursed her lips. Fine then, she conceded, deciding to accompany him without further protest. The vendors in the antique street often resembled rustic farmers, setting up makeshift stalls with tattered plastic bags still caked with dirt. Their anxious glances suggested that their treasures had dubious origins, only meant for discerning buyers. Of course, such seasoned con artists were easily seen through. Believing them would be sheer folly. At a roadside stall, Chu Liufeng crouched down, smiling as he inquired, "What is the price for this jade bracelet?" Item assessment: jade bracelet. Material: high-grade glass, resembling Hutian jade closely, characterized by high whiteness, structure, and durability, often used to counterfeit Hetian jade bracelets. Year: modern, quality, extremely poor. Market value: 20 yuan, return rate. Nearly zero, summary. Not suitable for purchase, utterly worthless junk. Only capable of deceiving the naive who dream of finding hidden treasures. Glimpsing the information about the jade bracelet, Chu Liufeng's eyes flickered. He realized the eye of value provided varying insights based on the assessed item. Casually, he asked, "How much for this jade bracelet?" The vendor, clad in farmer's garb, grinned and gestured 80,000. What? 80,000, just like that? Chu Liufeng thought incredulously. Hey, young brother, you have a discerning eye. This piece is extraordinary. It dates back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, gifted by King, one of Zhou to his wife, Queen Wending. Surely, you know her. She's revered as the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother, honored as one Mu in later generations. Due to its rarity, it's a national treasure. Even Wu Zetian once wore it. Here's a secret. Even that old hag, Cixi, declared a reward of 1,000 gold for anyone who could find it. So, 80,000 is truly a bargain. What do you say, young brother? If you think that is too steep, just name your price. Negotiations are the way to go. National treasure. Queen Wending, worn by Wu Zetian. Chu Liufeng's lips twitched in disbelief. Without uttering a word, he silently returned the bracelet. Are you kidding me? Last week's news. You're asking 80,000. What is left to negotiate? Even offering half, that would be a joke. Even if I offered 80 off, the vendor would still gleefully accept 200 yuan. Honestly, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but admire these vendors. They spun tales with such ease, weaving together absurd stories with an air of conviction, as if they were indeed true. They were natural-born actors, destined for storytelling. And it would be a shame not to channel that talent into writing. He glanced at other items on the stall. Item assessment: jade porcelain. Year: modern, quality, extremely poor. Market value: 81 yuan, return rate. Nearly zero, summary. Not suitable for purchase, utterly worthless junk. Only capable of deceiving the naive who dream of finding hidden treasures. Item assessment: calligraphy and paintings. Year: modern. Market value: 10 yuan, return rate. Nearly zero, summary. Not suitable for purchase, utterly worthless junk. Only capable of deceiving the naive who dream of finding hidden treasures. Item assessment: jade rui. Year: modern. Market value: 9 yuan, return rate. Nearly zero, summary. Garbage. Damn, Chu Liufeng muttered, inspecting the array of items. They were all worthless trinkets. Out of the 100 or so items, not a single one exceeded 100 yuan. It was all rubbish. Yet, as he surveyed the vendors, they continued to quote exorbitant prices. That one s 30,000, that one s 50,000, that one s 70,000, that one s 100,000. I'll give you this for 80,000. This was a blatant scam catering to the naive. Of course, it was a mutual agreement. It was merely tuition for those dreaming of sudden wealth through chance finds. He looked at other vendors, each stall filled with similar worthless items. Occasionally, there were slight price increases, like a 10,000 yuan item doubling to 20,000, but Chu Liufeng wouldn't even consider them. It felt like a waste of time even to negotiate. He couldn't fathom how those who dreamt of striking it rich could casually stroll into fortunes worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. In any case, Chu Liufeng saw no worthwhile goods. The prospect of uncovering hidden treasures among antiques seemed nearly impossible. He decided to focus on stone gambling instead, as at least that held the potential for a daring chance. As he continued to scan the surroundings, suddenly, a strikingly high return rate caught his eye. Item assessment: jadeite, raw stone. Price: 200,000. Market value: 16 million. Return rate: 8,000. Summary: extremely valuable. High return rate. Must seize it. Chu Liufeng. What is this? 8,000%? That equates to an 80-fold investment return. Astonished, he fixated on that piece. It was located at the far end of the antique street, in a makeshift pavilion that had created a new space amid the bustling market. At the entrance of the hall, a security guard stood vigilant as a steady stream of individuals moved in and out. through the lens of perception. Chu Liufeng observed that within the venue, over 100 stalls have been set up, each showcasing uncut jade stones. A cursory glance revealed the presence of at least several thousand pieces of jade rough. On the opposite side of the hall, various cutting machines were available for those eager to make their cuts on the spot. Additionally, a significant quantity of jade rough continued to be transported inside. Among these, the piece that promised an astonishing 80-fold return was a jade stone the size of a basketball. Beside this stone stood a woman clad in a qipao, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, her makeup meticulously applied, and her figure undeniably alluring. Her fair skin, illuminated by the sunlight, exuded a dazzling radiance. The hem of her qipao skirt rose provocatively to the upper thigh, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. As she moved with a captivating sway, the fluttering of her skirt drew the eye, igniting boundless imagination. Chapter 33. The entire expense is covered by Annie. Come on, Aunt Xing. Shall we go take a look there? Huh? Xing Yishan, still somewhat bewildered, was pulled along by Chu Liufeng. As they approached, they heard enthusiastic shouts from within. Newly arrived black sand jadeite, only 200,000. At the Dama Kin venue, where top-grade jadeite is often unearthed. The finest ice species green. Interested buyers can directly quote, highest bid wins. Witnessing this scene, Chu Liufeng shook his head slightly. This new jadeite raw stone market indeed had something special. The antique street also had jadeite raw stones, but they were of poor quality, yielding meager profits, only around 40 to 50,000 at most, mostly small-scale dealings. Here, however, was a true paradise for stone gambling. With just a glance, data began to materialize before Chu Liufeng's eyes. Item: black sand jadeite raw stone. Description: this is a black sand jadeite raw stone with a dark, tight skin, uniformly distributed fine sand, exhibiting a certain oily sheen. Its interior can yield glutinous green jadeite. Estimated sale price: 300,000. Market value: 500,000. Return rate: 66.7. Summary: good profit, worth acquiring. Item: Mashi sand jadeite raw stone. Description: this is a Mashi sand jadeite raw stone, featuring a grayish-white skin, hard and dense in texture. Its interior can yield ice species green jadeite. Estimated sale price: 1,200,000. Market value: 2,800,000. Return rate: 133. 3. Summary: profits are quite substantial, worth acquiring. There is even high-grade ice species jadeite. Chu Liufeng, using his piercing vision, observed the stone. Its transparency was remarkable, with an icy luster reminiscent of pure frost. The green portions glowed vibrantly, distributed in a ribbon-like pattern, beautifully contrasting with the icy base, creating a unique aesthetic. Whether fashioned into a pendant, earrings, or a bracelet, it could command an exquisite value. No wonder it could be sold for 2,500,000. It was indeed a sight to behold. Item: Huika frog skin jadeite raw stone. Description: this is a Huika frog skin jadeite raw stone, with a deep green skin resembling that of a frog, its surface exhibiting a waxy sheen, and its skin relatively thin, with some areas revealing hints of the interior. Its interior can yield glutinous jadeite. Estimated sale price: 600,000. Market value: 1 million. Return rate: 66.7. Summary: profits are fairly reasonable, worth acquiring. As Chu Liufeng gazed at the continuously floating value data, his eyes brightened. Quite impressive. He had merely glanced at 20 or so jadeite raw stones. The rest were mediocre, some even likely to result in significant losses. However, these 3 stones possessed commendable value and solid return rates. Of course, the odds were exceedingly low. Relying on luck to make a purchase would likely result in substantial financial loss. The saying, one cut makes one rich, another makes one poor, was no joke. Among the more than 20 jadeite raw stones, these 3 were particularly sought after, surrounded by a dozen or so individuals whispering among themselves. Those who could come here were all connoisseurs. Only those with considerable expertise dared to enter. Thus, seizing opportunities became quite challenging. Yet, there were indeed experts in this venue. Shortly after the market opened, someone had already chosen their stone and even commenced cutting. The cutting area buzzed with excitement, punctuated by occasional shouts of joy. Clearly, some had struck it rich. It's undeniable. This industry is lucrative, but losses can be painfully significant. Where there is joy, sorrow follows. One could glean from the envious, dazed, and disheartened expressions of others that they had undoubtedly faced losses. He also learned that the stone, with an exceptionally high return rate, was not for immediate sale. It was reserved for auction later. This left him somewhat disappointed, as he had initially intended to acquire it directly. However, this provided a perfect opportunity to explore and enjoy the experience. How about it, Xiaofeng? Which stone catches your eye? Tell Annie, and she will buy it for you. Aunt Xing's attention remained fixed on Chu Liufeng, her focused gaze scrutinizing his every subtle expression. For her, the gamble of stones and the potential profit were of little importance. The vibrant young man before her was the center of her universe. Her delicate hands tightly clasped Chu Liufeng's arm, her body unconsciously brushing against him, exuding an intimacy more akin to that of a young couple in love than an aunt and nephew. Notably, she had been observing Chu Liufeng closely, catching the flickers of joy that occasionally danced in his eyes. What could this fellow have seen to evoke such excitement? Feeling the softness against his arm, Chu Liufeng experienced a delightful tingling sensation. Aunt Xing playfully pouted, exuding confidence as she teased, "Humph, dear Xiaofeng, when have I ever deceived you? Quickly tell me which stone you fancy. Today, every expense is on Annie." Amused by her adorable demeanor, Chu Liufeng replied, "That sounds wonderful. Let us get that one." He pointed to a towering jadeite raw stone that could yield ice species. Following his gaze, Aunt Xing observed the massive stone, which appeared grayish-white overall, its uneven surface speckled with fine sand particles shimmering faintly in the sunlight. It bore an unsightly moss mark on the exterior, resembling a menacing snake pattern, which was rather off-putting. However, those in the know understood that the connection between moss and green often hinted at the presence of high-quality jadeite. Around the stone, a dozen individuals were appraising it, some with arms crossed, others frowning, and a few eager to make a move. Yet due to the high asking price, they hesitated to take the gamble. Although Xing Yishan was not well-versed in raw stones, she sensed the peculiar appearance of this piece suggested it held potential. Turning to see Chu Liufeng's earnest expression, she resolutely declared, "Let us go, Xiaofeng. If you like it, we shall buy it." With that, she affectionately linked her arm with Chu Liufeng's, exuding an air of sophistication as she strode forward, each step radiating confidence. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way for her, their envious gazes fixed on Chu Liufeng. Was this man being pampered by this wealthy lady? The envy was palpable. "Boss, how much for this stone?" Xing Yishan inquired directly. The vendor, a lean middle-aged man, had his dark eyes darting around, quickly recognizing the affluent aura and refined attire of Xing Yishan, understanding she was indeed a person of means. Thus, with fervent enthusiasm, he introduced, "The lady has exquisite taste. This stone from the old market is truly remarkable, capable of yielding exceptional jade flesh. I won't inflate the price unnecessarily, 1,800,000. If it meets your approval, you may take it immediately." 1,800,000? So exorbitant? Xing Yishan had believed she could acquire it for under $1 million. Yet, this price approached $2 million, enough to purchase a Maybach. Nevertheless, with a bit of determination, it was not entirely beyond her reach. She turned to seek Chu Liufeng's opinion. However, Chu Liufeng merely shook his head, perceiving the naivety of this sweet lady. In the presence of such shrewd individuals, her thoughts were utterly transparent, rendering her vulnerable to exploitation. The market price provided by the system was merely 1,200,000, although acquiring it at 1,800,000 would still yield a profit. A lesser profit equated to a loss in Chu Liufeng's eyes. "Offer a sincere price. This amount is untenable." "Dear sir, I assure you this is my sincere price. Observe this python skin. Only top-tier materials possess such qualities. If you purchase it, you are certain to unearth a grand green." The lean proprietor beamed, speaking with unrestrained enthusiasm. Chapter 34. That shade of green light, almost causing panic, Chu Liufeng maintained a serene expression, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the lean proprietor. "Let's not dance around the issue, shall we? I genuinely desire that stone. If you are sincere, present a reasonable price, 800,000. If that works for you, we can settle the payment immediately." Upon hearing the quoted price, the lean proprietor's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard an unimaginable statement. "Handsome, your bargaining is quite aggressive. 800,000 barely covers the cost. I can't sell for less than 1,500,000. Xing Yishan was taken aback as well. To begin with, he had slashed $1 million off the asking price. Moreover, it was clear from the proprietor's demeanor that there was room for negotiation. She realized she was not suited for this line of business. If not for Liufeng's guidance, she might have been easily taken advantage of. But when had Liufeng become so knowledgeable about gambling stones? At 1,500,000, this stone will only gather dust in your warehouse. Who would dare to offer such a price? I could stretch it to 1 million. The lean proprietor wore a pained expression. "I'm afraid that won't work. Handsome. My bottom line is 1,300,000. I truly cannot go any lower without incurring a loss." 1,300,000? Just take a look around. Who would dare to offer that much? Chu Liufeng chuckled, a look of disdain on his face. "Then keep it in your warehouse. I wish you luck in finding a Navi buyer." Xing Yishan pulled at him, intending to leave, which sent the lean proprietor into a flurry. Wait. You must understand, there have indeed been offers, but the highest was only 900,000. The proprietor's psychological threshold was 1,200,000. The 30,000 difference could purchase a decent car. He was torn. He had held onto this stone for years without finding a suitable buyer. This jade auction was his chance to test his luck, yet the offered prices were only dwindling. A few years prior, someone had offered 1,150,000. The economic climate had worsened in recent years, and he was conflicted. If he held on to it longer, who knew when he would receive such an offer again? Hey, handsome, come back. Just add a little more. I can't make a profit at this price." Seeing Chu Liufeng turning resolutely to leave, the lean proprietor became anxious. "How much more? 20,000? He suggested tentatively. Chu Liufeng remained silent, merely casting him a scornful glance. Grinding his teeth, the proprietor called out again, 10,000? 5,000. With firm resolve, Chu Liufeng held up 5 fingers and stated calmly, 1,500,000, not a cent more. If that works, splendid. If not, so be it. Seeing the determination on Chu Liufeng's face, the lean proprietor hesitated momentarily before finally relenting. All right. It seems you have a special connection with this stone. Deal." Witnessing this scene, onlookers exchanged curious glances, some shaking their heads in dismay, while others wore expressions of sympathy and derision. To them, the market value of this stone was barely over 800,000, far from the price agreed upon. After all, while the likelihood of revealing green was substantial, it remained merely a probability. As the transaction concluded, Xing Yishan's face lit up with excitement as she made the payment. She did not comprehend the intricacies of the stone's value. She simply felt that Chu Liufeng placed great importance on it, and her role was merely to provide the funds. Observing the wealthy lady's adoring gaze towards him, those around couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. "Hey there, handsome, what do you think? Should we cut it?" Chu Liufeng nodded. "Let us proceed." "Great. Wishing you green windows and abundant yields." The lean proprietor's face blossomed into a radiant smile as he hurriedly summoned a few workers to transport the large stone to the cutting area. Upon finding an empty space, they prepared to make the incision. As soon as the crowd observed the cutting of such a sizable stone, many gathered to watch. However, when they recognized the familiar stone's appearance, gasps filled the air. Isn't that the precious stone belonging to old Wang? Someone really bought it? Wasn't he asking for over 1,500,000? What was the final price? 1,500,000? Wow, that's quite a sum. Some murmured, that price isn't too bad. As long as it doesn't crack, it should break even. But others cautioned, look at that python pattern. I've seen this stone before. The pattern is almost embedded in the core, making it prone to major cracks. Once it cracks, it's all over. Indeed, old Wang had been prudent throughout his life, having opened countless stones, yet he hesitated with this one, fearing the high likelihood of significant cracks. The murmurs continued to circulate, and Xing Yishan heard them all. Her lovely brows furrowed in displeasure. This purchase was meant to be a light-hearted endeavor. Any potential profit was merely a bonus. If they did not profit, it would still encourage Liufeng to reconsider the risks associated with gambling on stones. She stepped forward, gently grasping Chu Liufeng's hand as he marked the stone for cutting. "What's wrong, Aunt Xing?" Chu Liufeng turned and smiled. "It's nothing, really. Regardless of whether we profit or not, let South not place too much emphasis on the outcome. We're just here for fun," she reassured him softly, hoping to alleviate his tension. But pressure? Chu Liufeng couldn't help but chuckle. He had heard the surrounding comments, yet he remained unfazed. With his system, he was far from ordinary. Moreover, equipped with both X-ray vision and the eye of value, he perceived every detail of the stone. Indeed, there were cracks, but they merely grazed the surface of the icy jade flesh without penetrating deeply. "Trust me, Aunt Xing," he said, playfully hooking his pinky into her palm, causing her cheeks to flush slightly in the public setting. "Let us proceed, Master Cutter." At last, Chu Liufeng completed marking the cutting lines, ensuring they would not harm the jade flesh, while showcasing the stone's exquisite icy jade at its finest. "All right, boss. Wishing you a successful cut and a bountiful yield." The Master Cutter wasted no time, starting the machine without hesitation. With the machine's roar, the sound of stone fracturing echoed, drawing an even larger crowd, around 30 to 40 people. Yet, when they saw the jade flesh revealed beneath the stone's surface, which turned out to be too large, disheartening chunks of white stone, a collective groan erupted. "Is this the work of the window-opening master? What a flop. There's not a trace of jade, just a hodgepodge of large and small cracks. Even if there's jade, it's ruined. Perhaps some beads could be made, but at least a 90% loss would ensue. We warned you this stone was no good. It's a money pit." Old Wang hesitated for years, never daring to cut it, and now it seems he's finally been proven right. Amidst the derisive murmurs, Xing Yishan tightened her grip on Chu Liufeng's hand once more. "It's all right, Liufeng." Chu Liufeng smiled, undeterred, and replied calmly, "It will rise in value. Aunt Xing, trust me. Continue to cut along the line I drew," he instructed. Those nearby, upon hearing this, couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle softly. Foolishness and wealth rarely coexist, they mused. How could one remain undeterred in such circumstances? Some had already turned away, shaking their heads in disbelief. However, after a series of cuts, the stone cutter's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, filled with shock and incredulity. "It's here, boss. We've struck green." His voice quivered with excitement, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Eagerly, they leaned in, their anticipation palpable. As the water from the cutting machine washed away the dust from the stone, a vivid flash of green suddenly emerged before their eyes. That vibrant hue was so striking it left onlookers breathless. Chapter 35. Aunt Xing. "Let me teach you to appraise treasures, oh my. Such a vibrant green? This must at least be a glutinous type, right? No, something feels off. This is definitely at least an icy type. Incredible. And it's high ice too. How extraordinarily green. Moreover, around are several large cracks that just perfectly avoid the jade flesh. My heavens, what sheer luck. Beside that brilliant green hue, there are indeed several striking cracks that send shivers down one's spine. Yet, remarkably, they have not intruded upon the jade itself." In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The commotion garnered the attention of others nearby, and soon dozens gathered around. Even those still perusing the raw stones were drawn in, each exclaiming in awe, "This isn't just icy green. The base is exceptional too. The transparency is astonishing, reminiscent of pure ice just taken from a frozen vault. Absolutely exquisite. And look at this floating green. It's so vivid it seems to drip with moisture. Paired with this high-quality icy base, it's a match made in heaven. This isn't tea cracked. This must be a stroke of luck. The quality of this high ice is so beautiful and delicate. I sense it could start at 2 million. Not just that, I believe it could reach 250,000. The carving will surely be profitable." Chu Liufeng's cutting technique was remarkably clever. He had not fully sliced the stone, but had made coarse cuts instead. This approach maximized the display of the jade's value while allowing for boundless imagination. What lies beneath the uncut, floating green jade? Could it be the ultimate imperial green? Such thoughts ignited a fervor among onlookers, and someone from the crowd shouted a bid. "Handsome, Don't cut it further. I'll give you 150,000 for it. 150? That's a quick deal. I'll offer 200,000. Handsome, let me have it. 220,000, it's mine. The bidding escalated, the voices growing louder. Some even approached to strike up a friendly rapport. It was evident to astute observers that the question was no longer whether this jade would be profitable, but rather how much profit it would yield. Hearing the surrounding calls for bids, Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she did not understand jade, she recognized that this was an extraordinary surge in value. No wonder Liufeng was so confident. Her eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, blinked as she gazed at Chu Liufeng, admiration evident in her expression. How could this little rascal be so remarkable? She felt an inexplicable sense that Chu Liufeng was omniscient, understanding everything. His calm and composed demeanor suggested he had anticipated this outcome all along. It is said that a confident man possesses the most charm. Xing Yishan was captivated, and a hint of shyness unexpectedly colored her fair cheeks. Could it be that he truly had the gift of insight? But how could that be? With her mind racing, Xing Yishan decided to set aside her thoughts. Regardless, the stronger Liufeng's abilities, the happier she felt. Soon, this high-ice floating green jade was acquired by a businessman from Hong Kong for $3 million, purchased for $105,000 and sold for $3 million, yielding an astonishing return on investment of $185.71. One extraordinary surge. The profits were bountiful. The estimated value provided by the system was merely a reference for Chu Liufeng. After all, business is a matter of negotiation, and the outcomes depend entirely on one's skill. Upon receiving the $3 million transfer, Chu Liufeng promptly rewarded the stonecutter with a generous red envelope of $50,000, sharing in the joy. He smiled as he handed the envelope to the master, lightly stating, "Master, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. You perfectly avoided the major cracks. This red envelope is for you. May we all share in the joy." In truth, such a sum was more than necessary. Typically, 1,000 or 2,000 sufficed as a generous gesture. However, Chu Liufeng chose to allocate an additional 2,000 to 3,000 to shift the focus of the crowd, leading them to believe that the master's skills were exceptional. The stonecutter beamed with delight, showering Chu Liufeng with a stream of polite phrases wishing him great wealth. Of course, this money was not given without reason. Chu Liufeng instructed him to wait while he procured a few more stones for him to cut. This display of generosity instantly attracted envious glances from other craftsmen present. Their eyes filled with jealousy and longing. They understood well how rare it was to encounter such a magnanimous client. The onlookers also couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. After all, gifting the stonecutter a red envelope after a successful cut is an unspoken rule in the jade industry. Chu Liufeng's generosity prompted admiration. It was no wonder he was achieving great wealth. Subsequently, Chu Liufeng took Xing Yishan on a few more rounds, negotiating and acquiring several jade stones with a return on investment exceeding 100%. He spent nearly $15 million. Chu Liufeng, lacking sufficient funds, relied entirely on Aunt Xing's wave of her hand to buy. Their close relationship, built on mutual understanding, meant they didn't need to delineate their finances too rigidly. Naturally, Chu Liufeng also purchased some stones that were destined to incur losses. Ultimately, he acquired 10 stones, with 7 appreciating and 3 depreciating, a commendable rate among jade masters. Many seasoned craftsmen had not achieved such a high appreciation rate. The stones that had just surged in value were immediately snatched up by several jewelers competing with one another. Coupled with the high value of the stones Chu Liufeng purchased, often in the range of 700,000 to 800,000 or more, his profits elicited envy but not resentment from others. After all, they lacked both the funds and the boldness to gamble with nearly $1 million. After several hours of bustling activity, Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan felt fatigued. They decided to rest in a quiet private room at a high-end tea house within the raw stone market, taking stock of their gains. Remarkably, they netted over $17 million. Predictably, having a system to facilitate profit made it effortless. In just one jade raw stone market, they had amassed such wealth. If they ventured to several large jade markets in a day, they could swiftly repay Xing Yishan's debts. Remarkably, he hadn't even exerted himself fully. He had refrained from purchasing dozens of stones that could easily yield profits of 4 to 500,000. 1. He found them unappealing. 2. They were indeed somewhat outrageous. Acquiring them all would attract too much attention. Thus, after careful consideration, Chu Liufeng chose to forego those opportunities. This substantial sum stunned Xing Yishan. She had never imagined that making money could be so effortless. It had only been a few hours, and without exerting much effort, they had earned over 17 million in pure profit. If it weren't for the stark reality of her bank balance, she might have thought she was dreaming. Xing Yishan rested her chin on her hands, tilting her head to admire Chu Liufeng's profile, her heart racing with admiration. Xiaofeng, how on earth do you do it? You're astonishingly skilled at betting on stones. Her voice trembled slightly, her face flushed, tinged with an unrecognized blend of admiration and reliance. Chu Liufeng grinned mischievously, glancing around the empty private room. He closed the door and pulled Xing Yishan close, whispering softly, "Aunt Xing, are you so eager to know?" As Xing Yishan's gaze grew increasingly nuanced, her delicate figure quivered ever so slightly. Her ample bosom heaved rhythmically. She rose abruptly, straddling Chu Liufeng, her hands firmly pressing on his shoulders. Aunt Xing gazed at Chu Liufeng with sparkling eyes, her expression brimming with admiration. Suddenly, she leaned towards his neck. Her breath slightly quickened as she implored, "Xiaofeng, teach me how to gamble on stones. Perhaps the tuition, can be compensated with something else?" The neckline of her white dress gaped open slightly with her heavy breathing, revealing a glimpse of pristine white skin. A beautiful sapphire necklace adorned her neck. After inhaling the fragrant scent, Chu Liufeng mischievously remarked, "Gambling on stones is rather dull, Aunt Xing. Why not let me teach you about appraising treasures instead?" Appraising treasures? Xing Yishan momentarily froze, only to swiftly grasp the underlying implication. Her cheeks flushed with a vibrant crimson, almost as if they might spill over with color, and even her delicately crafted earlobes turned a deep shade of red. Chapter 36. What you have is not gold inlaid. It is indeed the imperial green, isn't it? A few minutes later, Aunt Xing suddenly trembled and hurriedly struggled to her feet. "I've had too much tea. Xiaofeng. No, I need to use the restroom." Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed out of the private room in a flurry. Watching Aunt Xing's somewhat hasty and flustered retreat, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but shake his head, reaching up to touch his nose. There was a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air. It was Aunt Xing's unique fragrance, quite delightful. He calculated the time. The auction was about to commence. And if he could secure a few high-return stones, especially that jadeite rough stone with an astonishing 80-fold return, he could achieve half of his modest goal for the day. Not bad at all. With this sum, he could truly spread his wings, for value investment wasn't limited to acquiring jadeite rough stones and antiques. Stocks, mutual funds, and foreign exchange could also yield profits, often with greater ease and less scrutiny. As Chu Liufeng pondered, the door to the private room swung open. Yet, it was not Aunt Xing who entered, but a stunning beauty with cascading waves, clad in a form-fitting, slit fishtail dress that revealed an ample expanse of smooth skin. The design of the dress was meticulous, with slits that reached her waist, exposing her pristine thighs. Donning sky-high heels, her delicate, oval face radiated a youthful glow, with a gaze that was both seductive and alluring. The snug gown accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous hips, swaying enticingly as she walked. She approached Chu Liufeng, intentionally spilling tea on herself, instantly drenching her attire. Leaning close, she whispered, "Hey there, I've been watching you for quite some time. Your ability to pick stones is remarkable. Could you help me choose one, pretty please? If you do, I'll accompany you for a whole week in this outfit. Okay?" With that, she playfully winked, squatting down to lean against Chu Liufeng's knee, her eyes glimmering with allure as she took his hand gently, biting his finger and licking it teasingly. Most men would have succumbed to such advances. But Chu Liufeng's brow furrowed in discontent. "Who do you think you are? Try to inflate the prices, are we?" He abruptly withdrew his finger. "That stone could net me at least 7 to 800,000. And you expect me to spend a week with you? This isn't gold inlaid. This is pure imperial green. Of course, more importantly, Aunt Xing had returned, leaning against the door with a smile that belied her watchful gaze. Although her expression seemed gentle, an inexplicable chill ran down Chu Liufeng's spine. Aunt Xing, He hurriedly approached her. Aunt Xing affectionately linked her arm with his and strolled leisurely out of the private room. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor resonated with each step, echoing in Chu Liufeng's heart. Xiaofeng, what were you two discussing so intimately? Chu Liufeng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he recounted the absurd request made by the alluring woman in the fishtail dress. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xing's brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. Indeed, my dear Xiaofeng's quite capable. A rough stone could easily yield tens of millions. That woman is simply deluded if she thinks she can charm you. Suddenly, she stood before Chu Liufeng, lowering her head coyly. Xiaofeng, surely I am more attractive than she is? Aunt Xing was aware of her age and instinctively bit her lower lip, her luscious lips appearing even more enticing under the gentle pressure of her teeth. Despite her confidence in her appearance, she knew that age was a significant gap between her and Chu Liufeng. Chu Liufeng was momentarily taken aback, then transformed into a charming rogue, gently caressing Aunt Xing's delicate face and playfully pinching her earlobe. He pulled her close, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear, "What are you thinking? My dear Aunt Xing, you are undoubtedly more beautiful than her in my eyes and my heart. You are the most stunning," he added, "and Aunt Xing, you are not old at all. You were as wild as an 18-year-old last night." The warmth of his hand and the heat of his breath sent shivers down Aunt Xing's spine, igniting a fluttering sensation throughout her being. Her heart raced, and her body trembled uncontrollably, feeling utterly enervated. "You cheeky Xiaofeng, always knowing how to make Annie happy." Her voice quivered, shedding her usual elegance for a mixture of shyness and playful reproach. She playfully punched Chu Liufeng's chest, resembling more of an affectionate gesture between lovers than an act of annoyance. Aunt Xing feigned indignation. "Who else is your dear auntie? Who is as wild as an 18-year-old? Don't call me that, or I might tell your mother to discipline you." She attempted to appear stern, shaking her small fist, though her flushed cheeks and the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. "All right, I was wrong. Dear Aunt Xing, give me a kiss, and I'll be forgiven." You cheeky Xiaofeng, don't say such things outside, or Annie will truly be angry." Was she angry or just shy? "Humph. I won't tell you." Aunt Xing huffed, her lips pursed in a playful pout, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She reached out, gently grasping Chu Liufeng's arm, resting her head on his shoulder as they walked slowly forward, stealing glances at him filled with complex emotions, shyness, joy, and an unrecognized hint of dependence. Watching their intimate departure, the enchanting woman in the fishtail dress stomped her foot in frustration, her face contorting with indignation. She had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If only Aunt Xing had arrived a moment later, she was confident she could have captured Chu Liufeng's attention. After all, this tactic had never failed her before. But now, having been thwarted, she seethed with embarrassment. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow. Why did Chu Liufeng's fingers have an odd scent? As thoughts raced through her mind, she cast a resentful glance toward Aunt Xing. Meanwhile, the auction hall was fully prepared, with the jadeite rough stones ready to be presented on stage. The woman in the form-fitting qipao, with an astonishing figure, had already stepped onto the auction platform, exuding an alluring charm as she moved with a captivating sway, making the audience's imaginations run wild. Chapter 37. The Elegant Beauty in Qipao. Zhou Ruobing greetings. I am Zhou Ruobing, the esteemed auctioneer director of the Summer Dragon Auction House. Today, I shall preside over this exquisite jadeite, raw, stone auction. Zhou Ruobing is indeed that enchanting lady in a qipao. Clad in a luxurious, figure-hugging qipao, she accentuates her curvaceous silhouette to perfection. The long skirt is slit from her calf to the upper thigh, revealing a single, voluptuous, snow-white leg, soft and delicate. She also adorns herself with half-length black stockings edged in red, which accentuates the fullness of her thighs, further amplifying her allure and charm. As Zhou Ruobing strides gracefully, her long, beautiful legs sway enticingly within the slit of her dress, a sight that is utterly captivating. She embodies elegance intertwined with sensuality, exuding both poise and allure with every glance and smile, effortlessly captivating the attention of all men present. At this moment, the venue is filled with eager attendees, gem merchants, collectors, and investors from across the nation, all gathered in anticipation. Their eyes shimmer with eagerness and avarice. Whether fixated on the jadeite raw stones poised for auction or on the mesmerizing beauty in the chipao, each has a brochure detailing the jadeite stones for sale. Though Chu Liufeng, uninterested, has chosen to forego it, with his discerning eye for value, he finds no need for such documents. Neither did Xing Yishan take one, as she would not comprehend its contents. Thus, in this grand auction hall, these two remain unprepared. Meanwhile, in a corner, at seat 69, Xing Yishan, feeling quite displeased, suddenly covers Chu Liufeng's eyes with her cool little hands. She is genuinely upset. Since their arrival, this rascal has been fixated on Zhou Ruobing, his gaze unwavering, as if he wished to drink in her very essence. This infuriates her. Xing Yishan had contemplated how she would cope should Chu Liufeng find a girlfriend. To her, the solution seemed simple. After all, she is merely his aunt, destined to dwell in the shadows of his life, savoring the scant affection he grants her. Yet, that is sufficient for her, as she is accustomed to living in obscurity. However, witnessing him gaze at another woman, one whose grace, beauty, and figure rival her own, ignites her discomfort. She feels a twinge of jealousy, an instinctual reaction. Even things one does not particularly cherish become precious when the threat of loss arises. And Chu Liufeng holds a significant weight in her heart. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng feels a darkness before his eyes. He gently grasps her delicate hands and turns to her with a soft chuckle. "Are you jealous?" With a huff, Xing Yishan shoots him an indignant glare, her lips pouting adorably, refusing to utter a word. Observing her charming demeanor, a fond smile spreads across Chu Liufeng's face as he leans closer, whispering sweet reassurances. "I can't even get enough of Aunt Xing. Why would I look at anyone else? I'm focused on the raw stones. There are few I find appealing. Besides, who possesses beauty like Aunt Xing? Come, let me kiss that lovely cheek of yours." In the midst of their playful banter, she relents, a smile breaking through her irritation. "Fine, I shall consider it, but only because I am magnanimous." At that moment, the auction commences. Under Zhou Ruobing's adept guidance, a jadeite raw stone, roughly the size of a basin, is unveiled, draped in red cloth at the center of the auction stage. With her alluring and articulate voice, she begins her introduction. "This is our first piece for today's auction. This raw stone hails from the old mining site in Myanmar. And according to our expert team's preliminary assessment, it is highly likely to yield high-quality icy jadeite. The estimated value is 270,000. I now declare the starting bid at 200,000, with increments no less than 10,000. The attendees, well informed from their brochures, quickly begin to bid. Lot 13 bids 210,000. Any further bids? Lot 18 bids 220,000 before long. The first stone is sold for 280,000. Chu Liufeng refrains from bidding. Through his discerning eye, he perceives that while the stone holds potential for profit, the yield is minimal. At that price, after accounting for cutting and carving fees, one could only expect a modest gain. The auction progresses with 10 more jadeite raw stones, the highest fetching 620,000. Yet that particular stone would result in a loss of 50. Through his insightful vision, he discerns that while the internal quality of that stone is promising, significant cracks render it unsuitable for anything beyond small ornaments. Finally, the stone Chu Liufeng has been eyeing appears, an enticing prospect with an estimated return rate of 80. This is our 12th item for auction, originating from the old Peigang mining site. Preliminary assessments suggest it may yield high-quality, icy green jade. The estimated value is 200,000, with a starting bid of 100,000 and increments no less than 10,000. This stone is modest in size, akin to a basketball, with a rough exterior marked by serpentine patterns and mottled colors, indicating a strong likelihood of yielding high-quality jade. Experts recognize its potential. Yet in response to Zhou Ruobing's mellifluous voice, no bids are placed. Is there truly no interest? Zhou Ruobing muses, slightly taken aback yet unsurprised. The jadeite, raw stone, while visually appealing, reveals through backlighting several significant cracks that compromise its integrity. Cracks that traverse the stone, suggesting internal damage. Despite its superficial allure, it may yield little more than practice material for novices. Seasoned bidders express no inclination to pursue it. This explains the discrepancy between the estimated value and the starting bid, an attempt to attract bold buyers. As disappointment permeates the air, attendees shake their heads, their voices laced with disdain. The allure of the stone appears to have dissipated entirely. 100,000 may not seem like a substantial amount to them. Yet purchasing this item proved to be more vexing than beneficial. As the auction neared its conclusion, it appeared destined to go unsold. Despite Zhou Ruobing's persistent inquiries, no one placed a bid. She could only resign herself to the disappointment of preparing to announce its failure to sell. Just then, however, Zhou Ruobing's eyes brightened as she noticed a paddle being raised in the corner. Bid number 69 has offered 100,000. Is there more? Chapter 38, The Imperial Green Egg Face. 100,000 for the first time, 100,000 for the second time, 100,000 for the third time. Bang! Congratulations to VIP number 69 for acquiring this piece of jadeite rough. As Zhou Ruobing's jubilant voice echoed, those nearby turned to see who possessed such audacity. Upon realizing it was a young man, they promptly averted their gazes, dismissing him as merely an inexperienced novice there to practice. In stark contrast to their disdain, Chu Liufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, a hint of disbelief dancing within them. Is this for real? So effortlessly? Is this an auction battle? A wild slap in the face? And he secured it so easily? Chu Liufeng could hardly contain his laughter, having spent only 100,000, a mere fraction of what he expected. A staggering return rate of 160 times. Indeed, through the lens of his value perception and insight, every detail of the jadeite rough was vividly revealed to him. Item assessment, jadeite rough, detailed description. This is a piece of black wuxia skin jadeite rough, with a rough exterior showcasing significant weathering, and numerous large cracks penetrating deep into the stone. At first glance, the risks appear daunting. Yet at the very heart of these fissures lies a vibrant, pure, and evenly colored imperial green egg face, resplendent and exquisite, with a texture that is delicate and warm, reaching above the high ice standard, nearly on par with glass quality. Estimated sale price, 200,000. Estimated market value, 16 million. Return rate, 8,000. Quality, exceptional. Summary. The value of the imperial green egg face is exceedingly high. The return rate is immensely lucrative. It is worth acquiring. The imperial green egg face. Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed. Indeed, this jadeite rough had numerous significant cracks, and the internal patterns extended deeply. However, at the very center of this fissured stone lay an egg face of exceptionally rich, pure, and uniform imperial green, dazzlingly radiant, with a texture that was exceedingly warm and pure, nearly reaching the glass standard. Moreover, its quality was assuredly over 5 carats. Such a high-caliber imperial green egg face was effortlessly valued at 16 million. After all, most imperial green egg faces typically range from 1 to 3 carats, priced between 2 to 5 million. Pieces of this size were indeed rare in the market. He had not anticipated securing it so easily. Consequently, as the remaining dozens of rough stones were auctioned, Chu Liufeng found little interest in bidding again, primarily due to their lower return rates. Most offered a return rate of merely 30 to 40, lacking any desire to invest further. Of course, among them, the highest return rate belonged to a Stone King with a starting bid of 1 million. It was a high ice green with a return rate exceeding 200. If purchased and skillfully carved into a finished product, it could likely fetch over 3 million. However, subsequent bidding escalated beyond 250 million. After careful consideration, he decided against it. He had already profited significantly today, deeming further effort unnecessary. After the auction concluded, everyone proceeded to settle payments and claim their respective pieces of rough stone. Almost no one departed. Rather, they flocked to the cutting area. Many intended to cut their stones immediately, enabling swift transactions should the value rise. Retaining them meant uncertain time frames for resale. Zhou Ruobing did not leave either. Instead, she engaged in conversation with some affluent stonecutters, establishing connections. If she encountered high-quality jadeite suitable for auction, she would endeavor to persuade them to consign it to her auction house. After all, jadeite auctions were increasingly challenging to conduct. Without exceptional treasures, attendance dwindled. Her salary was paltry, leaving her financially strained. Xiaofeng, this stone has so many cracks. No wonder no one is bidding. Even the inexperienced Xing Yishan discerned the flaws in the stone held by Chu Liufeng. It appeared as if it had endured tremendous pressure and shock, nearly shattering. Yet, Chu Liufeng remained unfazed, grinning mischievously. Aunt Xing, why not blow a kiss? Perhaps it will help the cracks dissipate. Huh? Blow a kiss. Xing Yishan looked perplexed, her round, peach blossom eyes wide with confusion at the young man's antics. What a mischievous little rascal, always seeking to amuse me. She rolled her eyes playfully, flipping her hair with allure. Just give it a try. You're so beautiful. Who knows, maybe your sweet breath will blow those cracks away. Stop it, Xiaofeng. How can you say such things with so many people around? Initially, curious onlookers turned their attention to see who possessed such audacity. However, upon catching sight of Xing Yishan, their expressions brightened. She indeed exuded an enchanting presence, unmistakably a wealthy lady with an air of sophistication. Instantly, envy and admiration painted the faces of those surrounding Chu Liufeng. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. Although she had no faith in the notion that blowing a kiss could mend the stone, she found herself captivated by Chu Liufeng's eager gaze. She leaned slightly, pouting her rosy lips, and pretended to blow a few breaths. Is that enough? Xing Yishan recalled a sentiment she had encountered on a relationship show. The best state of love is when you are being playful, and I am there to share in your playfulness. There is no judgment of childishness, nor is there any sense of oddity in our behavior. Though she had long passed the age of mischief, Chu Liufeng was still young, and it was utterly normal for him to revel in such whimsicality. She, too, wished to indulge in a bit of childishness alongside him. Chu Liufeng asserted confidently, "All right, Aunt Xing, I have a feeling that this stone will surely yield a profit. Do you think I am a deity? If it does not increase in value, I will eat this worthless stone right here." "Huh, go ahead. I'll prepare some honey for you to sweeten it. It'll go down easier." Upon hearing their exchange, the surrounding peers shook their heads, amused. This was a quintessential novice mentality, always believing themselves to be the favored child of fortune. They had all shared similar sentiments when they first entered the industry, convinced that good fortune would always smile upon them. However, after experiencing the disheartening reality of severed returns from numerous rough stones, they soon accepted their fate. In this endeavor, one has effort to count for but a fraction. The majority relies on the whims of fate. Yet no one spoke out against them. Such matters were best left unaddressed. After all, these savvy individuals were not inclined to offend others. Upon arriving at the cutting area, Chu Liufeng sought out an unoccupied cutting machine, discussing the angle of the cut with the same skilled craftsman as before. After observing for a while, even the craftsman shook his head. "Boss, this stone, it's not looking good. Too many cracks, even to the naked eye." Sigh. Such words should not have been voiced. But given their history of working together on over 10 stones, a semblance of camaraderie had developed. However, upon learning the stone was purchased for 100,000, the craftsman felt a sense of relief. To the young man before him, that amount was practically inconsequential. Chapter 39. At least play for half a year without eating cilantro. With a steady hand, Chu Liufeng made 3 incisions, dividing the raw stone into 4 pieces. This would perfectly reveal the central piece of imperial green jadeite, without appearing overly contrived. "Be steady now. If you mess it up, I'll reward you handsomely," he encouraged. "Understood, boss." The experienced master became even more focused upon hearing this. Curious onlookers, noticing that it was Chu Liufeng opening the stone, gathered around. Crack! The first cut was made. It's green. It's green! The master exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. However, his expression soon soured. Wait, something's off, what a pity. Such a good quality. Yet it's all cracked. Indeed, while the stone did reveal green, it was not what everyone had hoped for. The external fissures penetrated the jade flesh, and numerous small cracks made it nearly impossible to extract even a bead. Oh dear, what a shame, little foam. Your breath didn't help, sighed Xing Yishan, raising her hands in resignation. Chu Liufeng mischievously whispered in her ear, perhaps you simply weren't blowing at the right angle, Aunt Xing. I can teach you tonight. This comment made Xing Yishan's eyes widen and her face flush with an unnatural hue as she playfully retorted, Pa, you naughty little foam. Who need your lessons? With a bashful pout, she discreetly muttered, I can learn from videos myself. Huh? Learn what? Chu Liufeng didn't catch her words, but at that moment, the second cut was made, and they could see the imperial green jadeite. Boss, still cracked, wait. The master said, somewhat dejected. Suddenly, his eyes bulged with excitement as he shouted with a voice that reverberated throughout the venue. Oh my goodness. It's green. It's a big green. The volume of his voice drew attention from afar, and soon the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, as if the roof might lift off. Wow, wow, wow. Who said this stone was worthless? This is incredible. My goodness, such a fine stone. Is this the imperial green jadeite? The texture is exquisite. The color's so rich and beautiful. Hey, are you selling this? I'll offer 2 million. Can you afford it? This is worth at least 5 million. It's stunning. I've never seen such beautiful jadeite in my life. What? Imperial green jadeite? Good heavens, what luck! We have imperial green jadeite. Hurry, hurry, the young master is here. Everyone step aside. A glimmering green appeared on the cutting machine, vibrant enough to seem as if it might drip with moisture. It was the size of a pigeon egg, and as one drew closer, the jadeite's texture was as delicate as top-quality mutton fat jade. Surrounding it were numerous large cracks, crisscrossing the stone. Yet at the very center of these fissures lay a flawless piece of imperial green jadeite. What could one even say? It was nothing short of a miracle. Watching the thrilled crowd, Xing Yishan felt a bit dazed. What was happening? She had momentarily lost focus, and suddenly, this marvel had emerged. The uproar of the crowd also drew in wealthy merchants and jade collectors, who craned their necks to catch a glimpse, exclaiming in awe, is this truly imperial green jadeite? My goodness, was this the stone that was all cracked, bought for around 100,000? I can't believe I misjudged it. 100,000? Wow, I'm so envious I could go mad. Everyone witnessing this scene was profoundly shocked. Their faces flushed, as if this stone had been unearthed by them. The jadeite gleamed like a radiant beam of light, causing hearts to race. This imperial green jadeite was even more exquisite, richer, and greener than any high-ice jadeite they had seen earlier. Amidst the crowd, even Zhou Ruobing, typically composed and familiar with countless precious jade stones, was stirred. Such a grand piece of imperial green jadeite was exceedingly rare in the market. Despite having auctioned numerous jade stones in her lifetime, she had never encountered one like this. Zhou Ruobing's eyes fixated on the jadeite, fearing it might vanish at any moment. She silently contemplated the astronomical auction price this imperial green jadeite could fetch if crafted into a top-tier piece of jewelry. Her greatest aspiration was to auction off a piece of imperial green jadeite, yet such treasures were often elusive. To her astonishment, she had stumbled upon one today. Securing the auction rights would not only elevate the prestige of the Xiaolong auction house, but also grant her a substantial profit. Ultimately, it was not merely about the money. It would provide a profound sense of professional accomplishment. In an instant, the glances of the elegantly dressed women turned toward Chu Liufeng, now tinged with nuance. Hearing the tale of how Chu Liufeng acquired this stone further incited envy among the onlookers. He bought it for just the minimum price of 100,000. No bidding at all? They were incredulous. Those who had previously dismissed the stone now regretted their oversight, lamenting the astonishing revelation that such a cracked stone could yield a piece of imperial green jadeite. Who can truly predict the outcomes of stone gambling? Tears of regret glistened in their eyes. Brother, that jadeite is truly stunning. Its color is so pure and its size remarkable. Would you consider selling it to me for 1 million? A middle-aged man approached, tried to negotiate. Before Chu Liufeng could decline, others chimed in. This is top-grade imperial green jadeite. I'll offer 1 million. Hey, highest bidder wins. I'll go for 3 million. My company will buy it. I'll bid 35 million. In no time, the bidding escalated to 15 million. 15 million? For such a small piece of stone? Some spectators were bewildered. Although they understood that imperial green jadeite was precious, they had not realized its worth could soar to such heights. No wonder this industry is one where fortunes can change with a single cut. An investment of 100,000 yielding a return of 15 million was astonishing. Suddenly, envy and jealousy surged through the crowd, and many began to fantasize about what it would be like if they had won the bid for this stone. They might have to abstain from eating cilantro for half a year. Of course, while the bids were impressive, Chu Liufeng remained dissatisfied. The system had appraised the market value at only 16 million, though that was solely due to the intrinsic quality of the imperial green jadeite itself. With masterful craftsmanship and design, infused with artistic elements, the price can soar into the millions, especially when tailored for discerning clients within certain celestial realms. After all, such exquisite pieces make for perfect gifts, particularly in situations where words may fail. Thus, in his estimation, this jadeite egg face could fetch approximately 25 million at auction. Having acquired it for merely 100,000, he is assured of a profit. Boss, take good care of this. It is quite precious, he exclaimed, recalling the previous 50,000 red envelope he had presented. The skilled artisan carefully wrapped the piece of imperial green jadeite and handed it to Chu Liufeng. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng did not hesitate. He generously gifted the craftsman a substantial red envelope, enough to cover a year's worth of his stone-cutting income. This gesture elicited an uncontrollable smile from the master, who even felt a touch of embarrassment as he realized he had exerted little effort. Most of the cutting lines had been drawn by Chu Liufeng himself. He felt the money had come too easily. The highest bid from a jeweler at the scene had only reached 17 million. At this juncture, it was clear that Chu Liufeng had no intention of selling. Observing this, Zhou Ruobing's eyes sparkled as she approached. Her voice sweet and mellifluous, she coyly inquired, Mr. Chu, may we step aside for a moment to converse? Chapter 40. Examining the sincerity of the beautiful Qipao woman upon seeing Zhou Ruobing finally arrive, Chu Liufeng's gaze stirred slightly, and he nodded gently while holding the small hand of Xing Yishan. Following Zhou Ruobing, they entered a tranquil private room. However, during their journey, Xing Yishan received a phone call and stepped aside to take it, leaving Chu Liufeng alone. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ruobing's eyes sparkled with an added allure. As soon as she stepped into the private room, she swiftly turned around, her eyes shimmering with a different kind of light. She extended both hands, intimately wrapping them around Chu Liufeng's arm, her presence radiating a captivating fragrance. Combined with her impressive figure, which rivaled Aunt Xing's, the delicate sensation of her touch was truly refreshing. In that moment, Zhou Ruobing revealed a side of herself that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor at the auction house. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her enchanting gaze brimmed with seduction as she softly spoke. Mr. Chu, my name is Zhou Ruobing. You may call me Bing Bing, or Xiao Zhou, or Ruoruo, whichever you prefer. After assisting Chu Liufeng onto the sofa, she gracefully stood up, turning to gently adjust her qipao, its flowing lines accentuating her exquisite figure. Subsequently, she slowly half-squatted at the edge of the sofa, her posture dignified and composed. She slightly lifted one leg while the other firmly supported her body, the high slit of her qipao revealing her fair, slender calf. The black stockings she wore clung elegantly to her legs, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Her skin was smooth and tender, a radiant white tinged with a hint of pink, almost blindingly beautiful. One could even catch a whiff of that alluring fragrance characteristic of a mature woman. Her face was mere inches from Chu Liufeng's. The warm breath she exhaled brushing lightly against his cheek as she coyly asked, Mr. Chu, What kind of price do you envision for this imperial green jadeite? There was a hint of flirtation in her voice, laced with an abundance of temptation, as if she aimed to enchant Chu Liufeng instantly. Chu Liufeng, with an inscrutable expression, remained silent, wishing to assess Zhou Ruobing's competence and whether she deemed him a fool. Noticing the depth in his gaze, Zhou Ruobing dared not be negligent. She pursed her red lips, her eyes fixated intently on the jadeite, sparkling with a blend of professionalism and shrewdness. After a moment's contemplation, she smiled seductively. This jadeite is of excellent quality and quite rare in the market. If sold as is, it would fetch around 18 million. However, as you know, jade must be properly crafted to reveal its true potential. If entrusted to a master sculptor to create a unique design, my experience suggests it could easily auction for between 25 to 33 million. Should the right buyer come along, the price could even reach 30 to 40 million. But that would depend on luck. Her honesty and tender caress of a jadeite revealed her affection for it, prompting a slight nod of agreement from Chu Liufeng. Leaning forward, she swayed her body slightly, her chi-pao shifting gracefully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Mr. Chu, if you entrust this to me, with our expertise, we will ensure it achieves a price that satisfies you. Moreover, she affectionately grasped Chu Liufeng's hand, sweetly adding, I am also willing to offer you the most considerate service throughout the auction process, ensuring you feel my sincerity. Sincerity? Chu Liufeng cast a sidelong glance, smirking without concealing his attitude. Mr. Chu, I am not jesting. Do you find my attire appealing? If you sign a contract with our auction house, I could wear this outfit to accompany you for several months at your beck and call. What do you think? She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with anticipation, directly locking onto Chu Liufeng's. Inside, her heart raced. With such a declaration, her sincerity was evident, far surpassing the earlier encounter with that insufferable, misguided individual flaunting inferior goods. Zhou Ruobing gazed at him expectantly, her enchanting eyes nearly glistening with desire. Very well, Chu Liufeng replied calmly. A reserve price of 28 million. I will cover the carving fees. You may find someone. Should the final price exceed 30 million, I shall grant you an additional bonus of 100,000. For 40 million, 150,000. For 50 million, 200,000. The so-called reserve price ensures that the final price does not fall below his psychological expectation, which is set at 28 million. Thus, the auction's ultimate price must exceed this threshold. Otherwise, the jadeite would remain unsold. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruobing's eyes widened, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Oh my! While I am the director of the auction house, the current economic climate has lowered my commission to a mere one. Thus, even if the auction reaches 30 million, I would only earn 300,000. Yet, with your offer of an additional 100,000 bonus, my earnings could substantially rise. If it were to reach 50 million, accounting for the auction house's commission, I could earn nearly 2 million. That's almost enough for a Maybach. This thought exhilarated her, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, Mr. Chu, I will draft the contract immediately. With that, she eagerly leaned over the coffee table in front of the sofa, her fingers tapping rapidly as she began drafting the contract, seemingly oblivious to her attire. It was as if she was acutely aware of Chu Liufeng's gaze upon her, intentionally swaying her exquisite waist to showcase her stunning figure. Oh my, who could resist? Certainly, Chu Liufeng could not. Perhaps Zhou Ruobing was overwhelmed by the prospect of the substantial bonus. Her body trembled with excitement, her fingers quivering around her phone. Yet, she remained professional, managing to draft the contract despite her excitement. Mr. Chu, please take a look. Zhou Ruobing's eyes sparkled seductively as she offered her phone, biting her lips sweetly and adding, if you have any additional requests, I can include them right now. Chapter 41. Aunt Xing, the waves are too strong. I cannot hear. Casually flipping through the pages, there appear to be no issues. Chu Liufeng nodded slightly and said nonchalantly, all right, let us proceed with this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruobing instantly became excited and was about to rise. However, perhaps due to kneeling for too long, Her legs felt weak, and with a sudden exclamation of awe, she fell onto Chu Liufeng. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." She hurriedly struggled to regain her balance, her face filled with apologies. "I apologize, Mr. Chu. I lost my composure. I will print it right away. Please bear with me for a moment." Despite her verbal apologies, Zhou Ruobing mischievously covered her flushed lips, her fox-like eyes revealing no trace of embarrassment. She had seen many handsome men like Chu Liufeng before. After all, numerous wealthy young masters took great care of their appearances. Yet, his physique resembled that of a perfect ancient Greek sculpture, a rarity that imbued him with an irresistible charm and allure. This was why she had so readily agreed to the terms. In truth, she was not a frivolous person. Although she frequently interacted with affluent businessmen due to her auction work, this had also honed her ability to play with emotions, giving others the illusion that they could win her affection with just a little more effort. Yet they always found themselves just shy of success. It was akin to a promotional event that perpetually dangled the prospect of rewards just out of reach, always falling short by a mere fraction. Zhou Ruobing was acutely aware that in a realm filled with shrewd individuals who assessed the value of relationships based on mutual benefits, if she allowed herself to be easily obtained, she would lose her mystique and allure, rendering herself worthless. Thus, she maintained a tantalizing distance, creating an insatiable desire in others. In this dynamic, the affluent businessmen, desperate to win her over, would lavish extravagant sums at auctions, introduce her to premium auction items, or assist in expanding her network to showcase their capabilities, all in a bid to demonstrate their sincerity. Yet, when they realized that no matter their efforts, they could only earn Zhou Ruobing's superficial favor without any substantive progress, they would find themselves disheartened and regretful. By the time they resolved to relinquish the sunk costs tied to her, they would discover that their value had already been drained, rendering their departure inconsequential to her. She would already be scouting for her next target. Navigating through the world of cunning businessmen with such finesse, Zhou Ruobing's methods were undeniably sophisticated. Nevertheless, she was human and harbored desires. When she encountered someone she yearned for, she would instantly become more proactive than anyone else. It must be said, with someone as young and strikingly handsome as Chu Liufeng, especially with the added allure of a bonus, merely sharing a meal together would suffice. The beautiful woman in a Chong Sam, her cheeks flushed, walked gracefully, her slender waist swaying as she exited to print the contract. Just as she stepped out of the private room, she encountered Xing Yishan, who had just finished a phone call. Surprised, she glanced at Zhou Ruobing's flushed face, her eyes narrowing slightly. The exquisite contours of her delicate nose caught a hint of the fragrant aroma mingling with an odd scent from the room. Noticing a peculiar expression on Xing Yishan's face, Chu Liufeng promptly stood and guided her to the sofa. Aunt Xing, who was on the phone. It was Aunt Li. She just woke up and mentioned that the money is ready and asked if I was home, as she is bringing it over now. Oh, that boozy aunt of yours is quite swift. Xiaofeng, what about you and her? Why did she leave with such a flushed face? Xing Yishan's eyes, resembling peach blossoms, revealed a hint of suspicion as she scrutinized Chu Liufeng, as if trying to extract something from his expression. Who knows, perhaps she was excited. Xing Yishan sat gracefully, her hands folded, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she smiled sweetly yet teasingly. Excited? Xiaofeng, tell me, did you do something with her? Goodness. Aunt Xing, you sound just like my mother. No wonder you two are such good friends. When you're upset, you make that same face. Chu Liufeng shivered slightly and quickly steadied Xing Yishan's delicate shoulder as he rapidly narrated the events that had just transpired. Of course, he focused on the matter of profit distribution, carefully omitting any deeper details as he was no fool. Once Chu Liufeng finished, Xing Yishan returned to her usual demeanor, a look of approval gracing her features. You did well. We are not familiar with jade, so it's best to leave it to the professionals. She can find some reliable sculptors to create exquisite pieces, which will fetch a high price at auction. Plus, linking it to bonuses will motivate Zhou Ruobing to work harder to maximize her earnings, saving us the trouble. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze softening as she looked at Chu Liufeng with affection. My little Xiaofeng has grown up, not only knowledgeable, but your thoughts have become so nuanced. Ah, Chu Liufeng suddenly leaned in closer with a grin. Aunt Xing, did you just realize this? You should have known last night. Huh. Xing Yishan froze momentarily. The warm breath brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue as she regained her composure. It dawned on her that Chu Liufeng was becoming increasingly audacious. All right, you little rascal. Xing Yishan tightened her small fist, suddenly tugging at Chu Liufeng's ear, revealing a playful yet sinister smile. Didn't I tell you not to speak such shameless words in public? Have you forgotten? Or do you consider my words mere whispers in the wind? What? What? Chu Liufeng remained unperturbed, instead leaning in closer with a smile. Aunt, the waves are too strong. I cannot hear. At that moment, fearing that Chu Liufeng might have second thoughts, Zhou Ruobing hurriedly dashed over, a stack of contracts in her arms. Due to her frantic pace, she was slightly breathless, her delicate figure heaving rhythmically, a fine sheen of perspiration glistening on her fair forehead. Mr. Chu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Zhou Ruobing wiped the sweat from her brow, but as she regained her composure, she stumbled upon a rather intimate scene. Chu Liufeng's head was nestled against Xing Yishan's chest, a playful grin on his face. Yet, rather than resisting, she held him close, her arms tightly around his head. This intimate tableau. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chu. I didn't see anything. Zhou Ruobing abruptly covered her flustered face with the contracts, then swiftly turned to lean against the wall. Seemingly feeling it inappropriate, she turned her back and took small, considerate steps to close the door. This was truly quite troublesome. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Ruobing found herself on the verge of tears. Previously, she had startled a certain boss by inadvertently stumbling upon a narrative that no employer would wish to confront with their secretary in the office, which nearly led to a disastrous outcome for him. Consequently, that business deal fell through. Having learned from that experience, she had maintained an air of grace and composure throughout the years. Yet, who could have anticipated that today she would encounter such an awkward situation? Who knows if this contract is doomed to fail? Oh, my over 1 million. My Maybach. Chapter 42. The kick of a delicate little foot in a private room. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed anew as she feigned indignation, casting a reproachful glance at Chu Liufeng. You naughty boy, look at the mischief you've caused. Get up quickly. Yet, Chu Liufeng showed no inclination to rise. Instead, he took a deep breath and remarked, before Zhou Ruobing arrived, you wanted me to get up. Now that she is here, you still want me to rise? Wouldn't that render her visit pointless? Xing Yishan was left speechless. It's fine. She's already seen us. Just let me linger a little longer. Aunt Xing, you smell divine. Chu Liufeng's audacity left her utterly exasperated. You, how can you be so? Yet, inexplicably, she found a semblance of logic in his words, even if it felt illogical. Deep within her, there stirred an unexplainable thrill, akin to a parched traveler in a desert suddenly quenching his thirst with a bottle of ice-cold soda. The constraints of identity and age rendered her feelings for Chu Liufeng concealed, leading to a sense of oppression. The presence of an unrelated person witnessing their interaction not only alleviated her fear of exposure, but also sparked a secret delight within her. This encapsulated Xing Yishan's current state of mind. No one knew how Zhou Ruobing spent those 3 minutes. Clutching the contract, she sat on the floor, burying her head in her knees, curling up in a posture that exuded helplessness. Had I never beheld the light, I could have endured the darkness. But after sacrificing so much to be thwarted at this juncture, Zhou Ruobing felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness, even an impulse to charge in, abandon all restraint, and join the fray. Yet, she hesitated, uncertain of Xing Yishan's true identity. Was she a mere mistress, or was their relationship tinged with an element of forbidden excitement? If she were the former, it would be straightforward. The initiative lay with Chu Liufeng. As long as she kept him satisfied, all would be well. But if it were the latter, then it would be utterly disastrous. She leaned towards the notion of a ladder, for Xing Yishan's elegance and poise, as well as her attire, hardly resembled that of a typical mistress. Zhou Ruobing had encountered numerous such women around wealthy patrons, those who, while appearing lofty to outsiders, were subservient before their benefactors. However, with Xing Yishan, Despite her reliance on the young man, there was also a palpable respect from Chu Liufeng towards her. With a pout, Zhou Ruobing's face was a canvas of lament. Over 1 million, over 1 million. At that moment, the door finally swung open. Chu Liufeng emerged, only to shut the door behind him. Though Zhou Ruobing had caught a glimpse earlier, Xing Yishan felt a rush of embarrassment. She was not ready to face anyone yet, especially with her long dress in disarray, requiring time for adjustment. "What is wrong, Miss Zhou? You seem a bit." Upon seeing Chu Liufeng, Zhou Ruobing instantly perked up, hastily rising to brush off the dust clinging to her bulging handbag, only to feel a flutter of excitement. "Mr. Chu, I didn't mean to. I truly saw nothing." "Seeing nothing is seeing nothing. Why are you in such a fluster?" "Hand over the contract," Chu Liufeng replied, bemused. He found it odd that he, the one who had been caught, felt no embarrassment, while she, the witness, appeared so bashful. Of course, he could not comprehend the internal conflict Zhou Ruobing experienced in those 3 minutes, nor how many times she had regretted her actions. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Ruobing paused, her face lighting up with immense joy. "The contract? Ah, yes, the contract," she stammered. "Mr. Chu, you. She had intended to ask if he was angry, but suddenly realized how foolish that sounded. After all, he had already signed the contract. Taking a deep breath, her chest rose and fell with renewed vigor. Zhou Ruobing's demeanor transformed, exuding a charming allure, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling with temptation. Once she witnessed Chu Liufeng signing both stacks of contracts, pressing his fingerprint, and handing her the rough-cut imperial green jadeite, she could no longer contain her excitement. She extended her delicate hand, playfully teasing his palm, akin to a cat's gentle scratch. "Mr. Chu, rest assured, I will take good care of this imperial green jadeite. The auction process will be lengthy, about 1 to 2 months, so please be patient." Eager to find a master carver, she was keen to initiate the buzz for the auction, aiming to elevate the jadeite's reputation and attract a specific clientele. 2 months? Yes, 2 months. Zhou Ruobing interpreted Chu Liufeng's words as a mere time frame, her cheeks flushing with allure as she revealed a captivating demeanor. "But it needn't be limited to 2 months. Whenever you need me, just reach out." She extended her delicate arm, brushing her fingers against his robust chest and firm abdomen, relishing the sensation. After lingering for a moment, she reluctantly withdrew her hand, her expression lingering with longing. "All right, Mr. Chu, I'll contact the master carver right away. Please be sure to call me if you need anything." She handed him her exclusive business card, then, cradling the raw stone, spun around in excitement to leave. Suddenly recalling something, Zhou Ruobing glanced back, her fox-like eyes sparkling with mischief. "Goodbye," she waved, blowing him a kiss, her slender waist swaying as she departed. Such an exquisite figure was truly a rarity. This enchanting woman possessed a beguiling allure that was both profound and refined, captivating him entirely. "Let us go, Aunt Xing, back home. Aren't you meeting that inebriated Aunt Soon?" he called out. Soon, Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan returned to the villa, only to be greeted by a small, agile foot clad in black silk that flew towards them. Whoa! A flying kick. Chapter 43. The wealthy lady close at hand, the petite figure clad in black stockings, delivered a swift kick to Chu Liufeng. Yet his robust frame remained utterly unyielding, as if struck against iron. Instead, the figure emitted a soft ouch, collapsing into his embrace. Whereupon her delicate hands instinctively encircled his neck, resembling a koala clinging to a tree. "Support me quickly, I might fall," she exclaimed, her position seemingly perfect. But her slender arms lacked the strength to hold herself up, causing her to slip downwards. Chu Liufeng, rendered speechless, had no choice but to extend his large hand, cradling the fragile figure. "Ah, my dear nephew is quite understanding." The small, slender figure giggled foolishly, greedily inhaling the scent of hormones emanating from Chu Liufeng, akin to a playful kitten, which left him feeling slightly ticklish. At that moment, a furious shout echoed, threatening to shatter the rafters. "Li Meng, she!" An ashen-faced Xing Yishan approached, her expression dark as thunder. "What on earth are you doing? You're going to make her silly." Li Mengshi recoiled slightly, yet tightened her embrace around Chu Liufeng, her arms and legs clinging more fervently. You must let me hold on a bit longer. I miss my dear nephew so much after just a few hours. Witnessing this infatuated display, Xing Yishan could only sigh in resignation. She plopped down on the couch, casting a mournful gaze at Li Mengxi. How did you end up in my home? I've been waiting for you to visit, so I came to find you. What were you doing with my nephew? Sneaking off to play games? With her eyes closed, Li Mengxi remained firmly nestled against Chu Liufeng, wearing a sweet smile that suggested she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. However, given that Chu Liufeng was seated, their position appeared somewhat intimate. Li Mengxi, if you keep this up, I might just tear your mouth apart. Xing Yishan warned. If you want to admit it, why are you being so fierce? Xing Yishan then noticed several fallen wine bottles on the floor and more scattered across the coffee table. Have you been drinking again? I haven't. Li Mengxi protesta, though a hint of guilt crept in her tone. I just had a little while waiting for you to return. But I'm not drunk, right, dear nephew? I'm not drunk, just a little tipsy. Just a little? Xing Yishan retorted, shaking her head with a deep sigh. You call this a little? Since when did Chu Liufeng become your nephew? Li Mengxi made a playful face, sticking out her tongue. Yes, your nephew. And since I'm your close friend, he naturally becomes my dear nephew too. Should I call you godmother? That sounds good, doesn't it? I wouldn't mind having an extra son in my life. You're joking, right? Chu Liufeng thought, feeling a strange sense of humiliation wash over him. Is this what it feels like to be close to someone wealthy? Godmother? Wait. Isn't Li Mengxi lacking paternal affection? I'd rather be her godfather. However, he couldn't voice this. It seemed inappropriate to say in front of Xing Yishan. The key issue was that, as the tipsy woman rambled on, her body nestled against him, and the intoxicating scent surrounding her made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Li Mengxi seemed to sense something, her body shivering slightly. She looked up, her cheeks flushed, whether from the alcohol or shyness, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Though still wriggling, her movements were less frenzied. She brought her small hands up to caress Chu Liufeng's cheeks, as if fondling a plush toy. My dear nephew, after just one day apart, you've become even more handsome, she exclaimed, straddling his lap with her legs apart, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck and acting like a young girl. Despite being older than Chu Liufeng by several years, even in private, Xing Yishan would maintain a sense of decorum, mindful of their age difference. Yet this intoxicated woman was entirely different. With a youthful spirit and a stance against marriage, coupled with the effects of alcohol, Li Mengxi let go completely, embodying the mindset of a carefree girl. The rosy hue on her smooth cheeks appeared both alluring and charming. What do you think about being my godson? I have several billion worth of properties that I can leave to you. Chu Liufeng watched helplessly as she swayed in his embrace, while Xing Yishan, seated across from them, was left dumbfounded. From her angle, all she could see was Li Mengxi's slender back and Chu Liufeng's expression of exasperation. Frustrated, Xing Yishan averted her gaze, pouting like a child whose candy had been snatched away. After a long morning of shopping, she had hoped to unwind in this private space with Chu Liufeng, only to find this drunken woman occupying her place. Suddenly, a thought struck Xing Yishan, and her expression shifted. Li Mengxi, how did you get a key to my house? Her villa had no smart locks, only traditional mechanical and password locks for the main door. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi turned, a childlike pride on her face as she flashed a peace sign. Silly Yishan, have you forgotten who I am? I'm a super landlord. With so many rental properties, there's no lock in this world that I can't open. Xing Yishan stood up abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief. Did you take apart my front door lock? At this question, Li Mengxi's face momentarily lost its confidence, her gaze flickering as she stammered, well, not exactly. I just took it off and couldn't put it back on. Isn't that the same as taking it apart? Oh dear, I was drunk. Just give me a moment. I'll manage to fix it. Li Meng, Xing Yishan was utterly at her wit's end with this intoxicated woman. Calm down, Yishan. Keep it down, my head is pounding. Regardless of Xing Yishan's irritation, Li Mengxi seemed blissfully oblivious, adopting an attitude of indifference, fully aware that Xing Yishan would not dare to truly scold her. At this moment, she suddenly reverted to a drunken, infatuated expression. Her eyes sparkled with a childlike excitement as she proudly inquired, "Dear nephew, do you notice anything different about me today?" Chapter 44. Aunt's secrets show what is different. Chu Liufeng carefully scrutinized Li Mengxi from head to toe. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate face was adorned with exquisite makeup, evidently more meticulous than the day before, enhancing her beauty with an intellectual charm and mature allure. She wore a champagne-colored silk V-neck knit top, its soft and smooth texture draping elegantly, the daring neckline extending just above her chest, revealing a generous expanse of fair, flawless skin. Below, she donned a black body-hugging mini-skirt that accentuated her enviable curves perfectly. The snug fit embraced her shapely figure, and her enviable assets seemed to demand attention. Thus, her body exhibited a flawless S-shaped silhouette. "Have you become duller?" "Oh, not all, silly boy. It's just that I'm wearing glossy black stockings with lace trim," she exclaimed. "These are no ordinary stockings. Look, look." With that, Li Mengxi extended a slender, beautiful leg. It must be said that the sheen of the black stockings indeed made her legs appear strikingly radiant. Moreover, the lace trim on her thighs added a touch of elegance, devoid of the vulgarity often associated with ordinary black stockings. The stark contrast between her pale, luminous skin and the stockings further enhanced the depth of her already perfect legs. Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled as she turned to rummage through her Hermes bag on the coffee table, producing a delightful array of fragrant stockings in various colors and styles. Presenting them like a child showcasing new toys, she said excitedly, "Oh, I even brought gradient stockings. Lace stockings, black stockings, white stockings, garter stockings, and fishnets. I know young people adore stockings, dear nephew, so go ahead and choose. Don't be shy. I promise I won't be angry. I truly enjoy this. I like it a lot, very much, and I absolutely adore you. Which pair do you prefer? I can change into them for you right now." Chu Liufeng remained silent, not out of obedience, but because Xing Yishan's gaze could have set the room ablaze. It was not the moment to provoke trouble. Yet, the tantalizing allure of the scene, visible yet unattainable, was quite discomforting. Furthermore, Li Mengxi had adorned herself with an enchanting fragrance, intoxicatingly sweet, heightening the allure of her pristine complexion. The blend of her mature femininity and youthful innocence stirred a flutter within him. Were it not for Aunt Xing's presence, he would have gladly imparted knowledge to Li Mengxi about the nuances of life. Noticing Chu Liufeng's helpless expression, Li Mengxi blinked her wide, alluring eyes, first questioning, then suddenly enlightened. "Ah, I see. Is it because Aunt Xing is here, making you shy? Well then, when she's not around, I'll sneakily show you more and let you touch. I guarantee she won't find out. How about I start undressing now? Just to give you a little preview?" As she spoke, Li Mengxi prepared to drape her leg over Chu Liufeng's shoulder, intending to remove her glossy stockings. The posture held an undeniable intimacy. If successful, it would be incredibly enticing. Yet, she overestimated her own balance and flexibility. As she raised a slender leg, her entire body lost equilibrium and began to tumble backward. The sensation of weightlessness struck, and Li Mengxi's face turned pale with fright as she neared a collision with the coffee table. In that perilous moment, Chu Liufeng swiftly reached out, wrapping his arms around her from beneath her armpits and pulling her safely into his embrace. "Goodness, you scare me to death." "Thank you, dear nephew," Li Mengxi exclaimed, nestled against Chu Liufeng's firm chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Despite her lingering fear, a mischievous satisfaction bubbled within her. "If it weren't for you, I would have been in quite a predicament. Oh dear, I must repay you for this life-saving act. How about I offer myself in gratitude?" Hearing her words, Chu Liufeng's expression grew perplexed. It was not the content of her statement that baffled him, but rather, his hand still rested on Li Mengxi's back. The silk of her champagne-colored top felt incredibly smooth, without even the slightest protrusion. Chu Liufeng quickly realized the implication. Glancing down, his eyes widened in shock. What? Seeing Li Mengxi growing increasingly affectionate towards Chu Liufeng, right before his eyes, made Xing Yishan feel a pang of discomfort. Unable to restrain herself, she stood up, her face cold, and approached Li Mengxi from behind. With a swift motion, she delivered a sharp knock to her head. Ouch! That hurt! Li Mengxi exclaimed, cradling her head and turning to glare at Xing Yishan with wide, teary eyes. What was that for, baddie? That really hurt. Xing Yishan huffed disdainfully. You're being so improper. Li Mengxi, stop teasing the child. Little Feng is your junior. If you had a child, they would be about his age. How could you talk about offering yourself? Have you no shame? Though her intention was to chastise Li Mengxi into behaving more appropriately, the latter suddenly brightened, exclaiming, right? I see little Feng as my son, so I desperately want to feed him delicious food. What? Feed what? Xing Yishan's face turned ashen with fury, her body shaking with indignation. Her chest heaved violently, clearly agitated. Yet, her appearance lacked any menacing quality, only amplifying her adorableness. Oh, I'm just teasing my dear nephew. I'm not trying to steal him from you. If you like him, you can secretly enjoy him when I'm not around. No one will know, right? ISNT that right. Dear Feng, don't you want your beautiful Aunt Xia to do the same? Was this a question that required an answer? Chu Liufeng raised his gaze, feeling dry-mouthed. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed, recalling the events of the previous night. She realized she had indeed. You drunken fool, you. Xing Yishan felt utterly exasperated with Li Mengxi. When sober, she could be more serious and receptive to conversation. But was it sensible to argue with a drunken person? You ramble on endlessly, yet she's not even listening. Instead, she grows even more audacious. After taking a few deep breaths, Xing Yishan retreated to the kitchen, quickly returning with a spatula in hand. I'm going to cook now. Little Feng, keep a close eye on Aunt Xia. Make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. This drunken woman often ends up with bruises. With that, Aunt Xia donned her apron, ready to resume her culinary duties. Her hair was elegantly styled, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes squinted playfully as she offered her gentle reminders. She radiated a serene and tender beauty. However, Chu Liufeng merely smiled awkwardly, raising his hands above his head to signify his innocence. Given the deep mutual understanding between him and Aunt Xing, he could certainly discern the underlying threat in her words. At least you are perceptive. Xing Yishan cast a captivating glance at Chu Liufeng before turning gracefully towards the kitchen. Shoptef 45 unti. You are radiating an aura of negativity, sighing deeply while leaning against the kitchen wall. Xing Yishan exhaled slowly, her expression laden with complexity and melancholy. She had little expectation that Chu Liufeng would remain composed for long. After all, he was a young man, full of youthful vigor. Furthermore, Chu Liufeng frequently exercised, unlike those frail bookworms, endowing him with boundless energy. Moreover, Xing Yishan was acutely aware of Li Mengxi's figure, which could only be described as stunningly perfect, akin to that of a goddess. Being so close to him would undoubtedly stir discomfort. Ultimately, Chu Liufeng was not one to behave himself. Yet, out of respect for her, he remained steadfast and immovable, which warmed her heart. Xing Yishan could sense her significance in Chu Liufeng's life, but this only deepened her sympathy for him. However, she could not feign indifference any longer. She was not yet magnanimous enough to share him with Li Mengxi. Thus, she resolved to focus on cooking, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. While she was busy, Chu Liufeng could indulge himself without restraint, rather than being taken advantage of by that intoxicated woman. Yes, that's it. Xing Yishan reassured herself internally. Yet, inexplicably, a lingering sourness gnawed at her heart. With swift movements, she prepared 3 servings of quinoa salad, drizzling them with a creamy, thick yogurt and a touch of honey, adorned with a few blueberries and almond slices. She then toasted several slices of golden, crispy bread, spreading a delicate layer of cream cheese upon them. This constituted her lunch. However, considering Chu Liufeng's stature, this paltry fare would hardly suffice. Thus, with a slight furrow of her brow and a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a succulent pink steak. Seasoning it with sea salt and pepper, searing it to a perfect golden brown, crispy on the outside yet tender within. She also fried a heart-shaped egg, rich in protein. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized this might appear overly deliberate. If Li Mengxi were to see it, she might draw certain conclusions. So, She prepared another heart-shaped egg for herself and Li Mengxi as well. And thus, the meal was ready. She fixated her gaze on the marble dining table, resolutely avoiding a glance at the two individuals seated on the nearby sofa. Indeed, she felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of witnessing their peculiar expressions, fearing it would incite thoughts of what transpired between them in her absence. Out of sight, out of mind, she convinced herself. In that moment, a wave of self-pity washed over her. After all, they were supposed to be close friends. Why could Li Mengxi be so carefree while she had to conceal her feelings? Bang! The exquisite porcelain plate met the marble table with a crisp sound. Ah! Xing Yishan gasped, her eyes catching a fleeting shadow, sending a shiver down her spine and causing her to involuntarily cry out in alarm. She quickly turned her head to find Chu Liufeng standing beside her, a mischievous grin on his face. Instantly, a rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks. "Wretched little Feng, what are you doing here?" Xing Yishan exclaimed, both startled and delighted, her voice betraying her embarrassment as she cautiously turned towards the living room, fearful that Li Mengxi might witness this moment. "Don't worry, Annie, after you left to cook." Annie fell asleep. "Nothing happened between us, truly." Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's heart soared with joy. She shot him a sidelong glance, pouting slightly in a haughty manner. "Who asked you that? I'm not concerned." "Oh, indeed? That little pout of yours looks quite pitiful." Chu Liufeng teased with a smirk, playfully pinching her chin. He planted a gentle kiss upon her soft, pink lips. Sweet and fragrant. You. Xing Yishan's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively, she balled her small fists and playfully pounded on Chu Liufeng's chest, her tone feigning anger, yet soft and tender. "Wretched little Feng, behave yourself. If Li Mengxi sees, she's asleep, and one see a thing." Chu Liufeng chuckled mischievously, suddenly bending down to scoop Xing Yishan into his arms. "Ah, Startled, she let out a surprised squeal, but quickly covered her mouth with her hands, her large, expressive eyes locked onto Chu Liufeng's impish grin. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, resembling a love-struck girl. "Wicked little Feng, put me down. What are you planning to do?" Though she secretly relished being held, it felt inappropriate at this moment. Her cheeks burned, the blush creeping all the way to her ears, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. "Annie, you seem so downcast. You're brimming with negativity, as if unhappy were written all over your face." "Chu Liufeng vimak bo lai fu li." "Come now, smile. You're as lovely as Lin Daiyu. This one tea do. It's detrimental to your health. Let me cheer you up, fill you with positive energy, and make you happy." No, absolutely not." She anxiously bit her pink lip, her eyes flickering as if caught in a dilemma. Yet, deep within her gaze, there lay an unmistakable yearning for something more. "It would be bad if Liannie saw us. Then let us ensure she doesn't tea." Xing Yishan trembled slightly, gripping Chu Liufeng's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his skin, her voice quivering with a plea. "I still need to prepare dinner for you. Tonight, please, can we wait until then? Once Liannie returns, please, little Feng." It's really not the time. Observing her bashful demeanor, he found her utterly adorable. He lowered his voice teasingly. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her hands fidgeted nervously in front of her, her head nestling shyly against Chu Liufeng's broad, warm chest. "Wicked boy, aye. Chu Liufeng paused, taken aback by the realization that Xing Yishan's shyness stemmed from this reason. Yet what could he do? Sigh. He was born to the pinnacle of existence and had grown weary of dwelling in such heights. However, this did not imply that it was impossible. He continued to hold Xing Yishan close as he made his way to the living room, plopping down onto the sofa. Across from him, Li Mengxi lay sweetly asleep, her lips moving gently as if murmuring in her dreams. Good nephew, come, Annie will take you back to your childhood by delicious food." Seeing this, Xing Yishan sighed softly. "Little Feng, she truly misses you. She dreams of you. Do you miss her?" His question caught her off guard, and she responded with a gentle smile. "Yes." Chu Liufeng answered without hesitation, prompting a moment of astonishment from Xing Yishan. Her expression fell slightly. She knew he spoke the truth, But couldn't he pretend for her sake? How dare you? She furrowed her beautiful brows, glaring at him with mock ferocity, extending her hands to pinch his ears. However, Chu Liufeng merely chuckled. I am referring to Aunt Xing. She is my absolute favorite. Leaning closer, Xing Yishan felt a wave of warm breath envelop her, causing her body to stiffen and her eyes to widen in astonishment. Why you? Chapter 46. The elderly shoulder and the slippery giant. Due to the stifling heat in the kitchen, Aunt Xing had already changed into a sea blue sleeveless knit top, revealing her fair, delicate arms that seemed to glimmer with a soft radiance. The V-shaped neckline, crossing gracefully, extended downwards in a fluid line, exuding an air of sensuality while maintaining an elegant charm. She had also donned a loose, pale golden silk satin skirt. The hem swayed gently, hinting at her long, fair legs that appeared both alluring and refined. To accentuate her legs, Aunt Xing had chosen to wear a pair of sheer, nude stockings, which further highlighted the smooth, supple contours of her calves, radiating the unique intellectual allure that comes with maturity. Though Li Mengxi possessed an enchanting, curvaceous figure, Aunt Xing's tall, graceful silhouette, honed through years of yoga, was equally captivating. If one were to compare, it would be difficult to determine who surpassed the other in beauty. Embraced tenderly by Chu Liufeng, Aunt Xing furrowed her brow slightly, secretly chastising him as a little rascal while outwardly maintaining a facade of composure. She had long yearned for this warm embrace. Sitting upright, she wrapped her arms around Chu Liufeng's head, nestling it against her bosom to spare his neck from strain. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, gazing intently at Li Mengxi, watching her closely, anxious that she might awaken and witness this intimate scene. Though the three of them were seated on the living room sofa, an almost palpable silence enveloped the villa, broken only by the occasional soft murmur from Li Mengxi as she dreamt. Should an outsider happen to enter, they would undoubtedly be struck by the peculiar sight. Aunt Xing, half awake, seated atop Chu Liufeng, cradling his head as if soothing him to sleep, resembling a mother with her 3-year-old child. Opposite them, Li Mengxi lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly unrefined in her slumber. She was truly asleep, even emitting soft snores. Her restless sleep found her lying sideways, her long legs, clad in glossy stockings, stretched out carelessly, occasionally curling or lifting, causing her short skirt to become quite disheveled. Clutched tightly in her arms was a cushion, her lips slightly parted, allowing a glistening droplet of saliva to escape, while her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, adding to her allure. Seemingly feeling the heat, she unconsciously loosened a few buttons of her silk shirt. Aunt Xing noticed the disarray beneath her clothing, but merely pressed her lips together, choosing not to comment. She was accustomed to such behavior from this drunken girl. It was not just the attire above that was questionable. The same could be said for what lay beneath. It was a peculiar notion, as if she were ensnared in suffering while sleeping. If she were at her own home, this girl would likely be even more liberated. Wearing clothes would be the rare exception. Moreover, Aunt Xing found herself lacking the energy to dwell on such matters. Xiao Feng, enough, let us eat. The steak will grow cold. Her brows knitted tightly, her cheeks flushed. Yet Chu Liufeng raised his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Just a little longer, Aunt Xing, don't rush. All right, Aunt Xing, you prepared steak? A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, showing no regard for the presence of the beautiful woman before him, his mother's good friend, who lay sleeping on the opposite sofa. Merely imagining the scenario sent a thrill through him. Then just a moment longer, until your Aunt Li wakes. Aunt Xing's demeanor shifted, losing the poised grace of a noblewoman. Her expression became subtly ambiguous, as she too relished this tender moment. Despite her desire to whisk Chu Liufeng upstairs, the remnants of her rationality reminded her that Li Mengxi, the inebriated girl, was still there, making it less than an opportune moment. As time passed in this serene tranquility, she found herself on the verge of drifting off. Later, Xiao Feng, tonight will be the time. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Though reluctant to relinquish this warm embrace, Aunt Xing bit her lip and struggled to rise, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire. Chu Liufeng rubbed his slightly sore cheeks. gazing at the bashful Aunt Xing with a smile, prepared to draw her back into his arms when suddenly a soft, drowsy voice broke the silence. "What are you two doing?" Li Mengxi opened her unfocused eyes, still clouded from sleep, her face painted with a mix of confusion and innocence. Stretching her arms high above her head, she yawned, her grand stretch causing her already unkempt silk shirt to slip further. The unexpected awakening caught both Aunt Xing and Chu Liufeng off guard, the air thickening with tension. "Why are you sitting there, Dazai? And you, what are you doing?" Noticing the stillness of the two, Li Mengxi covered her mouth, yawning repeatedly, struggling to keep her eyes open. Aunt Xing, though initially startled, quickly regained her composure, propelled by familiarity with her surroundings. She lunged forward urgently. "Drunken girl, put on your clothes. Xiaofeng is here too." At those words, Li Mengxi's attention immediately shifted to her disheveled attire. "Huh, why are there still 2 buttons undone? That shouldn't be." Rubbing her eyes, her head swayed slightly, mumbling incoherently. "Oh, what does it matter? I just dreamt of feeding Xiaofeng something delicious. He was so good and happy." "Just right, Zai, come here." A sudden slap from Aunt Xing halted Li Mengxi's words, her expression freezing into one of shock. Chapter 47. The fragrant and sweet steamed bun. "Oh dear." Li Mengxi clutched her chest in pain, curling up on the sofa, appearing small, helpless, and pitiful. "It hurts so much." With tear-filled eyes, she glared at Xing Yishan, her voice a mix of grievance and anger. "You mischievous What's wrong with you? This really hurts." Xing Yishan huffed disdainfully, lifting her head like a proud little peacock. "Humph. You never act serious. Hurry up and get dressed. It's time to eat. I have to call you so many times just to have a meal." As she spoke, a gentle smile graced her face, and unbeknownst to her, her hand had already twisted around Chu Liufeng's ear. "Look, you're practically drooling." She pulled Chu Liufeng to the dining table, nonchalantly beginning to eat. Li Mengxi gazed at their retreating figures with a look of melancholy, making a face before slowly fastening the buttons of her silk shirt. There was no hint of shyness about her. Shy? No, this was proof of her capabilities. She had to come up with a plan to remind Chu Liufeng of the delicious treats from his childhood. Rubbing her slightly dizzy head, her eyes reflected some regret. How could she have missed such a splendid opportunity? Why did she fall asleep? Being given a chance was useless. Her memories were a bit hazy. She only remembered Xing Yishan mentioning she was going to cook. She had excitedly pulled Chu Liufeng along, chatting about a lot of things. But she couldn't recall the specifics. It seemed to involve questions about whether an aunt was pretty or whether he liked her. Then, her memory faded. She simply recalled feeling inexplicably relaxed, comfortable, and secure in Chu Liufeng's embrace. He had gently patted her back as if lulling a child to sleep. As he did so, she suddenly felt overwhelmingly sleepy and drifted off into a deep slumber. When she awakened, she found Xing Yishan and Chu Liufeng standing oddly across from her. What? Her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned to glance at the backs of Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan. Something felt amiss. There was an oddness in the air. After hastily fixing her attire, which consisted of only a few hastily fastened buttons that were still crooked, she approached the uniquely patterned natural marble dining table. Chu Liufeng sat at the center of one long side, exuding calmness, while Xing Yishan occupied the short side to his left. Why were they sitting so far apart? Moreover, when she looked at the two, she could even see a slight blush on Xing Yishan's cheeks, which stood out against her fair skin. This further deepened her sense of unease. Did they usually interact like this? Despite her suspicions, she instinctively took a seat on the right side, sharing a silent glance with Xing Yishan. Wow, this is amazing. As soon as she sat down, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled, and her stomach let out a timely gurgle. Eagerly, she grabbed a spoon and began to devour her food. And there's a heart-shaped egg. You're the best. Her cheeks puffed up with the creamy, white yogurt mixed with sweet honey and the natural aroma of quinoa grains. As she enjoyed her meal, a bit of yogurt smeared her rosy lips, making her look utterly adorable. If it's delicious, eat more. Aunt Xing turned to Chu Liufeng, her eyes crescent-shaped with satisfaction, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. What do you think of the flavor, Xiaofeng? Chu Liufeng paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. It's delicious. It's the familiar taste. The quinoa is fragrant, sweet, and soft. I can never get enough. Aunt Xing, your cooking is truly exceptional. The words, unexpectedly, carried a different connotation. Those aware understood he referred to the quinoa salad, while those unaware might think he was talking about something else entirely. Xing Yishan shot Chu Liufeng an incredulous glance before offering a gentle, knowing smile, as if to say, you better be talking about the quinoa salad. Suddenly, Li Mengxi's features scrunched up in confusion, her expression tinged with disdain. Tilting her head, she fixed her gaze on Chu Liufeng and exclaimed, Nephew, what on earth are you talking about? Chu Liufeng replied, I was just teasing Aunt Xing. What is it to you? Oh, I get it. You must be reminiscing about your childhood, which is why you said that. Li Mengxi's eyes brightened, a sly smile spreading across her face. Come, eat this. This is truly fragrant and sweet. As she spoke, she enthusiastically pushed her food toward Chu Liufeng. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as a glass of milk came into intimate contact with the marble table, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the tranquil atmosphere. It was Xing Yishan, who had elegantly sipped from her milk, then licked the remnants from her pink tongue before setting the glass down with a forceful thud. Had it not been for the glass's sturdy quality, it might have shattered. Her gaze remained fixed on her bowl, ignoring everyone around her. However, Chu Liufeng immediately lowered his head, focusing intently on his quinoa salad, embodying the essence of oblivious to the world, lost in the deliciousness. Li Mengxi's expression became instantly rigid, and she too hurriedly bent her head, eating voraciously. The dining table fell into an eerie silence. Initially, one might have thought this seemingly ordinary lunch would continue in its odd atmosphere until the end. However, it soon became clear to Chu Liufeng what it meant for happiness to strike suddenly, proving to be a misfortune. Unexpectedly, a slight movement beneath the table caught his attention, causing him to startle. He noticed Li Mengxi mischievously winking at him, her eyes glinting with mischief. On the other side, Xing Yishan maintained her composure, yet a subtle spark of mischief flickered in her gaze. However, the two strikingly beautiful women continued to eat and drink as if nothing was amiss, their expressions unchanged. This made Chu Liufeng's demeanor shift slightly as he realized that this lunch was destined to be extraordinary. Chu Liufeng was genuinely taken aback. After all, while Li Mengxi was bold enough, if it weren't for Aunt Xing, she might have sat directly in his lap to eat, and the dish would probably not have been the quinoa salad. Yet, to Chu Liufeng's surprise, how could Aunt Xing also be engaging in such antics? No one could have anticipated that this seemingly elegant and poised woman, exuding sophistication, would also partake in such behavior. This was not typical of Aunt Xing. Or was it something akin to that? What was it called again? Chapter 48. The Mischievous One. However, Chu Liufeng felt a slight perplexity, yet he began to grasp the situation. It seemed that his words and actions had instilled greater expectations in Aunt Xing regarding the relationship between the two of them. After all, whether it was the pleasant exchanges this morning at the Jadeite Auction House's tea room and private booth with Aunt Xing, or the frequent interactions in front of his dear friend upon returning, all these had subtly altered the mindset of this inherently conservative woman, igniting a desire for a more intimate connection. Coupled with Li Mengxi's recent endearing remarks towards Chu Liufeng, a flicker of unease stirred within Xing Yishan. If she remained passive, there would inevitably come a day when Chu Liufeng would grow weary of her. In her heart, she considered her age a significant shortcoming. Thus, for both the present and the future, she felt compelled to make some adjustments. In essence, it was a series of serendipitous occurrences that prompted Xing Yishan's almost proclamatory behavior. As she elegantly sliced her steak, she casually cast a glance at Chu Liufeng from the corner of her eye. "This is delicious. Do have more," she gently urged, her voice soft and laced with warmth. "Once you're full, there's no need to indulge in unwholesome food from outside. If you desire anything, be it food or drink, just let your aunt know. My hands can craft anything you wish to savor. If I cannot, I shall gladly learn, so you need only feast upon what I prepare. Who knows the cleanliness of outside food? It could easily upset your stomach, even if it appears pristine. It may lack the flavor of the dishes I lovingly prepare for you. We have everything at home, so let us dine solely within these walls from now on. Shall we, Xiao Feng? With that, she smiled at Chu Liufeng, her gaze brimming with affection and tenderness. Do you not agree with your aunt? She bit her lips slightly, her eyes shimmering with a subtle shyness and anticipation, seemingly awaiting Chu Liufeng's response. Aunt Xing, I understand. Chu Liufeng mumbled, his head bowed. What on earth is this talk about food? He thought. Aunt Xing, are you certain you're referring to the nourishment at home and not something else? Is the atmosphere already so charged? He continued to munch on his quinoa salad while discreetly observing the gentle smile on Xing Yishan's face. She radiated an intellect and grace. Yet an unsettling chill crept down Chu Liufeng's spine. This is just like my own mother. The underlying meaning is sharp. His thoughts wandered, marveling at how closely her temperament mirrored that of his dear friend. A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he contemplated Li Mengxi's potential reaction to this exchange. Li Mengxi, however, remained silent. Her movements momentarily halted, her spoon frozen midair, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual flashing in her eyes. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure, continuing to eat as though nothing had transpired. How could she not have heard, sitting so closely? Her feminine intuition whispered that this was a veiled jab directed at her. Naughty, how infuriating, she muttered quietly within her mind. Nonetheless, she understood that Xing Yishan likely bore no ulterior motives. She assumed that Xing Yishan was merely taking on a mentor's role, guiding Chu Liufeng rather than targeting her. Any elder would likely offer similar counsel. Moreover, she had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, she maintained her facade, devouring her food with enthusiasm while casting playful glances at Chu Liufeng, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. To her surprise, Li Mengxi exhibited such understanding, displaying no hint of displeasure. Chu Liufeng felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. He shifted slightly in his seat, the chair scraping against the floor, producing a rather jarring sound in the serene atmosphere. Li Mengxi and Xing Yishan exchanged discreet glances, both wearing faint smiles as they focused on their meals. Yet, inwardly they were elated. Meanwhile, Chu Liufeng's heart raced, nearly reaching his throat. What on earth do those expressions signify? Indeed, if this meal had solely featured Xing Yishan or Li Mengxi, it would have been a delightful experience. However, with the trio gathered, the tension in the air was palpable. This was not mere provocation. It was sheer terror. Whoever claimed that a triangle is stable, even facing a fully powered foe in a game, he had never felt such trepidation. The mere thought of Li Mengxi and Xing Yishan discovering the truth filled him with dread. The consequences were simply unimaginable, sending shivers down his spine. To avoid such a dire outcome, he found himself awkwardly adjusting his posture, spreading his legs wide in a bid to create a barrier, seemingly responding to both Li Mengxi and Xing Yishan while actually preventing any potential confrontation. A king does not meet a king. Sighing, he lamented, when will we ever resolve this and coexist harmoniously? Chu Liufeng felt utterly vexed. Two extraordinary and wealthy women, and he yearned for a time when they could all share a blissful existence together, rather than enduring such torment. Yet, he soon regretted his actions, for his attempts at thoughtfulness were perceived by Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi as commendable maturity. As a result, every significant gesture from either of them sent jolts of alarm through Chu Liufeng, nearly robbing him of his wits. "Help! I'm in peril," he internally cried out, pleading for salvation from the heavens. However, no matter how fervently he implored, it bore no fruit, and time was slipping away. As the moment of revelation approached, Chu Liufeng felt a sudden jolt, his heartbeat nearly skipping a beat. He forced a strained smile, setting down his bowl and letting out a loud belch. I'm finished. Aunt Xing, Aunt Li, please enjoy your meal at your leisure. I shall take my leave, feeling quite full." As he spoke, he hurriedly placed his hands on his stomach, feigning a pat on his bloated belly, while subtly attempting to avert any impending danger from either of them. Yet, could he truly prevent it? Chapter 49. Where is the system? Quickly save your father. In an instant, a rosy hue crept onto Xing Yishan's cheeks. She had not anticipated that Chu Liufeng would devour the quinoa salad with such fervor, igniting a wave of unexpected joy within her. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. However, soon after, a sly sense of delight washed over her. It seemed that at last, she could tease that rascal Chu Liufeng. After all, it was always her who lost her composure. Never did she think there would come a day when the tables would turn. This thought flitted through her mind, and a barely containable joy swiftly surfaced on her face, her eyes glowing with a mixture of shyness and excitement. Silly Chu Liufeng, take your time. Why are you eating so hastily? Xing Yi knew her cooking was delectable, but he needn't consume it so ravenously. Her brows arched in a charming manner, but she quickly realized she was becoming a bit too self-satisfied. A sudden jolt coursed through her, prompting her to lower her head and focus intently on her quinoa salad, anxious that Li Mengxi might detect something amiss. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with mischief. In her view, this was all her doing. Finally blushing, huh? Ha ha. It seems I still possess a certain charm. Little nephew, let me show you how to handle this. She gently pressed her lips together, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her mouth's corners. She yearned to lift her gaze to Chu Liufeng, contemplating another opportunity to tease him. Yet, she was wary of Xing Yishan's watchful eyes. If her close friend discovered that she was teasing Chu Liufeng right under her nose, that girl might truly explode in fury. At that point, the situation would spiral out of control. What Li Mengxi was oblivious to was that her dear friend, at this very moment, was experiencing similar sentiments. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Li Mengxi's eyes, her lips curving slightly upwards. However, all of this transpired quietly, unnoticed by others. As for Chu Liufeng, how did he feel during this meal? One could only describe it as akin to a dream. In his life, he felt it was worth it. He felt as though he could lay down and die. What? You ask if it's possible to unveil the truth all at once? There's a snowball's chance in hell. At least, not in the present moment. Given Aunt Xing's bashfulness and conservatism, should she discover that he was secretly with Li Mengxi, even to the point of leaving the lights on in her presence. Not to mention, future visits to her fragrant bedroom would undoubtedly be off the table. She would likely feel particularly disheartened and disappointed in him. As for Li Mengxi knowing he was with Aunt Xing, he didn't mind that. But considering her tendency to speak recklessly when intoxicated, if she were to inadvertently say something hurtful to Aunt Xing one day, it could leave Aunt Xing utterly humiliated. He could envision her storming up 33 flights of stairs, refusing to use the elevator or the staircase. That would be a disaster. So, there was absolutely no way to reveal the truth. Moreover, at this juncture, leaving was certainly not an option. Once he left, he would undoubtedly be discovered, especially since he was not typically a shy person. Leaving would mean exposing everything. Oh no, that would not only disappoint one aunt, but both. It could even lead to a rift between them. That would be a sin he could not permit. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Neither leaving nor staying seemed viable. It was utterly vexing. Sigh. All I wish is to enjoy this meal in peace. I beseech the heavens and all celestial beings to allow me to finish this meal without any further disturbances. I've been dining for ages, and I feel as though I might lose my mind. Of course, while he could lament, he still needed to devise a solution. So now what to do? Goodness. As the moment approached for a confrontation, he felt he could not afford to make any deliberate moves. Chu Liufeng vowed that he had never felt so tense in his life, even when faced with a group of ruthless outlaws in a life-or-death struggle. He had never felt such anxiety. At that moment, he genuinely wished for a thrilling fight for survival. Where's the system? Come quickly and save your father. Disaster is looming. Isn't there a lucky card to shield me? He raged silently within. However, to speak truthfully, despite feeling somewhat helpless, he was not entirely without recourse in this situation. In times of tension and peril, one often discovers immense potential within themselves. As the saying goes, true talent emerges in times of crisis. Miraculous revival. Lend me your aid. Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up as a sudden idea struck him. Indeed, he possessed the miraculous revival skill. Relying solely on passive defense would surely be inadequate. Sooner or later, it would be compromised. If he was to act, he must take the initiative. After all, as the adage wisely states, the best defense is a good offense. His gaze sharpened, and he activated his pathological eye. Instantly, a wondrous array of details materialized before him: meridians, blood vessels, nerves. In his mind, an abundance of information regarding the various acupoints on the soles of the feet emerged. After all, the feet are rich with a complex network of nerves and blood vessels. By stimulating these nerve endings through massage, one could alleviate tension and enhance overall well-being. Thus, it is essential to pamper one's feet with a soothing wash and massage. With the aid of his pathological eye, the intricacies of the foot's various acupoints became vividly apparent. He took a deep breath, and his hands began to warm. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng felt a surge of resisting power. Yet, a smile danced at the corners of his mouth. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for? A restroom? Just now, when I pleaded for mercy, you didn't listen, but now you're in a panic? Thus, Chu Liufeng turned a deaf ear to the outside world, undeterred. He continued his ministrations, applying just the right pressure and maintaining a steady rhythm. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi gradually felt their aches dissipate, their bodies relaxing considerably. They had experienced foot washes before, even going for an entire week at one point. It was indeed pleasurable. The massage techniques employed by young women were delightful, imparting a sense of relaxation. However, compared to Chu Liufeng, there was simply no comparison to be made. The sensations he evoked were of an entirely different caliber. Top de 50, Li Mengxi esa imaginación. Catastrophe. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly bizarre, as if the air itself was thick with a sticky tension, making it hard to breathe. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi fidgeted restlessly, like they were seated on nails, unable to find comfort. Finally, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed, her eyes flickering as she took small bites of quinoa salad. She bit her lip, letting out a few barely audible sounds that, in the stillness of the moment, resonated clearly. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, quickly pressing her lips together, and cautiously glanced at Xing Yishan, who had her head bowed and eyes closed, seemingly oblivious. However, Li Mengxi noticed that the fork in Xing Yishan's hand was gripped tightly, her other fist clenched, and her facial expression was tense, as if she were seething with suppressed anger. Could it be that he had detected something unusual? This was clearly a precursor to an impending outburst. Yet, out of concern for their past friendship, she seemed unsure how to voice her thoughts and had been holding back. Panic surged through Li Mengxi, and she cast a desperate glance at Chu Liufeng. But the culprit was reclined in his chair, eyes closed, appearing to have drifted into repose. Even when she tried to retract her small foot, she found his hand clamped down like a vice, immovable. She bit her tongue vigorously, attempting to regain her composure. Changing the topic, she forced out a nervous smile. I managed to gather 12 million today. I'll transfer it to you shortly. Her voice trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Yet, Xing Yishan was too preoccupied to heed her words, biting her silver teeth so tightly that it seemed she might snap her spoon. The veins on her fair hands were faintly visible, indicating the strain she was under. This scene nearly brought Li Mengxi to tears. No, it's fine. Xiaofeng, you made me a lot of money today. Suddenly, Xing Yishan lifted her head, forcing a smile that hardly resembled one. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she gazed at Chu Liufeng, her voice strained, as if squeezing the words through clenched teeth, laced with a hint of sharpness. Yet her gaze remained so gentle, it lacked any semblance of malice. It was evident she needed more practice. Chu Liufeng remained unperturbed, exuding calmness while Xing Yishan's voice trembled slightly, tinged with shyness. When this reached Li Mengxi's ears, it struck her like a thunderclap. Was Xing Yishan truly preparing to sever ties? She knew Xing Yishan well. Typically, she would not ask for help, and if she did, it indicated that matters had escalated to a critical point. This was why Li Mengxi had hastily agreed to lend her such a substantial sum yesterday. Upon gathering the funds, she rushed over, understanding that if someone with Xing Yishan's resources needed to borrow over 10 million, the situation must be dire. But now she suddenly didn't want it anymore, even concocting some flimsy excuse about Xiaofeng making her money. Xiaofeng, a freshman who could barely earn enough for tuition, and yet he supposedly helped her make a fortune? What a preposterous lie. It was blatantly clear she intended to cut ties, signaling an imminent explosion of anger. Li Mengxi was thrown into a frenzy, her mind racing. Though she had indulged in drink, she was acutely aware of her state. Her gaze began to dart around in panic, even casting a pleading look at Chu Liufeng, as if to say, "Dear nephew, I acknowledge my missteps. Please spare me. Save me." Chu Liufeng's eyes were open, but he appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, shifting his gaze between Xing Yishan and himself, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. That little rascal. Gritting her teeth, Li Mengxi shot him a fierce glare. But she could hardly blame him. After all, she had instigated this situation, and she had been unable to restrain herself. Her mind raced, frantically searching for a way to defuse the oncoming crisis. This was truly disastrous. She silently chanted in her mind. A fine sheen of sweat began to form on her pale forehead. Stealing another glance at Xing Yishan, she noted her composed demeanor, which only solidified her fears. Though Li Mengxi typically exuded a carefree personality, beneath her exterior lay profound loneliness and helplessness. In truth, she had no genuine friends. Those who approached her either coveted her beauty or her wealth, seeking to exploit her in some manner. Only Xing Yishan treated her with true friendship, making her irreplaceable in Li Mengxi's life. Of course, now there was also the mischievous Chu Liufeng. Since he had entered her world, something within her had quietly shifted. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of security in the presence of this young, handsome man, an experience she had long yearned for but never encountered. Yet, he was intertwined with Xing Yishan. No, she absolutely could not allow Xing Yishan to erupt. Otherwise, their years of friendship would be irrevocably shattered. Moreover, it had been a rare occurrence in her life to encounter someone who could stir such feelings within her. The unique sensation he evoked was something she had never experienced before, and they hadn't even had the chance to explore it together. If that were to vanish, it would be utterly heartbreaking, especially considering the wealth she possessed. What would she do for the rest of her life? Li Mengxi's heart raced with urgency. Her mind raced, desperately seeking a way to salvage the situation. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat felt constricted, producing only faint sounds. Xiao! Xiao Feng! Just as she began to speak, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. In the midst of their chaotic thoughts, the sharp sound of a cell phone rang out, abruptly pulling them back to reality. The two stunning women, already on edge, quickly retreated their feet and sat up straight. Their faces flushed, feigning nonchalance as they focused on their meals, each harboring secret thoughts and daring not to meet each other's gaze, convinced they had concealed their emotions well. Yet, that rascal Xiao Feng. Both women discreetly shot him a reproachful glance, their eyes filled with indignation, although the blush on their faces stubbornly refused to fade. Observing this, Chu Liufeng stifled a chuckle, retrieving his phone, his brow slightly furrowing. It was an unknown number, but the digits seemed vaguely familiar, prompting him to answer. A clear, melodious voice emerged from a line. Chu Liufeng, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Despite not being on speakerphone, the atmosphere was so peculiar and silent that Qin Yan's crisp voice rang out distinctly. Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi exchanged a glance, and then, as if in unison, turned their heads to gaze at Chu Liufeng. Captain Qin, upon hearing that voice, Chu Liufeng was reminded, and it dawned on him why it sounded so familiar. Wasn't this the very private number Qin Yan had handed him on her business card? As for the matter of intrusiveness, one could only say it was wise to know when to withdraw. Should things spiral out of control and provoke a quarrel between Aunt Xing and Aunt Li, he would gain nothing from it. Please go ahead. Chapter 51. Qin Yan's affection soon. Qin Yan clarified her intention for the call. In essence, she conveyed that solving the serial murder case was a significant achievement, presenting an excellent opportunity for positive publicity. Consequently, both the city and provincial authorities were paying great attention to it. They had even dispatched personnel to conduct a special interview with Chu Liufeng. An interview? Tomorrow afternoon? Very well, Captain Qin, I shall be there. All right, goodbye. Just as Chu Liufeng was about to hang up, Qin Yan's cool and melodious voice resonated once more. Wait, don't rush off. That was business. Now I have something personal to discuss with you. Personal matters? With me? Chu Liufeng felt a twinge of guilt as he cast a furtive glance at Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi, both of whom offered gentle smiles that, while beautiful, sent a chill down his spine. Captain Qin, are you trying to put me in a difficult position? What is it? I heard you had an altercation with the Yang siblings. What transpired? Did you give them a good beating? Chu Liufeng narrowed his eyes. Had Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei acted so swiftly? How had this news reached Qin Yan? Yet, judging by her demeanor, she appeared rather unconcerned. Indeed, Captain Qin, how'd you come to know? A soft, playful laughter echoed through the phone. Meanwhile, in the Qin City Police Department's office, a striking, aloof figure reclined in her chair, her stunning features accentuated by an air of cold elegance. The person was, of course, Qin Yan, who wore a faint smile as she spoke leisurely. It was evident that she held a certain fondness for this young man who had added a remarkable achievement to his record. No wonder a few individuals stormed into my office this morning, clamoring to apprehend you. Upon learning you were the hero who solved the serial murder case, they hastily backtracked, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, and left in disgrace. After investigating, I discovered the underlying circumstances. Is it truly that simple? Chu Liufeng was somewhat incredulous. If they hadn't come looking for him, it suggested that the Yang family had suppressed the matter internally. However, with people having come and then suddenly withdrawing, could it really be that straightforward? Intuition led him to suspect that Qin Yan had intervened, perhaps issuing warnings. Otherwise, things would not have unfolded so smoothly. As if confirming his suspicions, Qin Yan continued, her gaze sharp and her smile unwavering. What else? Under my watchful eye, do they dare to lay hands on someone I value? Were they intending to intimidate me? When have I ever been so easily bullied? Though her words were tinged with humor, the gravity of her message was not lost on anyone present. A warmth spread through Chu Liufeng's heart as he sincerely replied, Captain Qin, I'm grateful to you. No need for thanks. Now, tell me everything. I have a keen interest in the Yang family, and since you two have had a conflict, I wish to know every detail. Qin Yan's voice remained melodious, yet carried an undeniable authoritative tone. Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced at Xing Yishan, who gave a subtle nod of approval. Only then did he begin recounting the events, including the message Xing Yishan had sent him before the Lani gathering, and how he had arrived just in time to see her lying on the ground. In a fit of rage, he had unleashed a brutal beating on the assailants, leaving them half dead and crippled. Naturally, he omitted any mention of the critical aspects involving the system. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's expression darkened, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. The Yang family remains as domineering as ever. All right, Chu Liufeng, I understand. Rest assured, with me here, they will not be able to retaliate against you. I will handle all matters on the surface, but do remain vigilant against potential covert attacks. I know you are quite formidable, but caution is always prudent, and many issues cannot be resolved solely through strength. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Do not fear the inconvenience. Her words brimmed with concern, a reflection of the countless instances she had witnessed of retaliation. She wished to prevent such a fate from befalling a hero who had accomplished so much for Qin City. Very well. Remember to inform me if you find yourself in danger. Qin Yan urged solemnly, her voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. This display of care warmed Chu Liufeng's heart. He understood that Qin Yan was under no obligation to offer such support. She had come to Qin City undoubtedly burdened with significant responsibilities. Nonetheless, hearing her sincere words sparked a sense of fondness within him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to share some intelligence with Qin Yan. Wait, Captain Qin, I have something to tell you. Qin Yan, momentarily taken aback, replied, Go ahead. While at the Lani gathering, I noticed two rather suspicious individuals. He briefly described the scene, deliberately omitting the part where he had used his abilities to see through their actions, simply stating that he had observed them in their private room, partaking in something that left them visibly exhilarated. I wonder if this information might be of any assistance to you? In the office, Qin Yan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After a brief pause, a radiant smile graced her face, reminiscent of melting spring snow, both captivating and chilling. Thank you for sharing such crucial information. It is indeed helpful. Not all. It is my pleasure to assist you, Captain Xing. After hanging up, Qin Yin narrowed her eyes slightly, falling into a deep reverie, as if pondering something significant. Have they come as well? Are they prepared to take a gamble? It appears I must revise my plans. As these thoughts swirled, she gently shook her head, a warm smile gracing her lips. Chu Liufeng. This young man has already offered me a substantial achievement upon our first meeting. It is only our second phone call, and he has already provided me with such vital information. While I have spoken of assisting him, it seems he has been the one extending his aid all along. After a moment's reflection, Qin Yin issued a series of directives to her subordinates, essentially to increase patrols around Chu Liufeng's residence, ensuring the safety of the hero, of course, under the guise of official recognition from Qin City to guard against potential retribution from malefactors. Such arrangements warranted no objections. At that moment, a sharp knock echoed against the office door. "Come in." Qin Yin instantly concealed her smile, her expression reverting to one of stoic professionalism. Her voice regained its characteristic coolness, now tinged with an icy edge that made one shiver involuntarily. This chill was not directed at anyone in particular, but was a product of the high-pressure environment she had long faced. After all, she dealt with ruthless criminals, and exhibiting authority was essential to instill fear. Thus, her demeanor could hardly be described as delicate or feminine. It was a cultivated fade of coldness. Indeed, this was the true essence of Qin Yin. The warmth she had displayed during her conversation with Chu Liufeng was a rare occurrence in her daily life. Within the villa, just as Chu Liufeng ended the call, a figure suddenly flickered before him. Xing Yishan had already risen and approached with an anxious expression. She placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes brimming with deep concern. "Xiaofeng, what has happened? Who is this Captain Qin? What is this interview about? I was only apart from you for half a day yesterday, and so much has transpired that I am completely unaware of." Xing Yishan, in her frantic state, unleashed a torrent of questions like a rapid-fire barrage. Her voice carried a noticeable tremor. Chapter 52. Li Mengxi's peculiar habit seeing the anxious expression on Xing Yishan's face. Filled with worry to the point of tears, a warmth spread through Chu Liufeng's heart. He recounted the events in detail, from their separation to the chance encounter with Su Jinyun, helping her move, and then facing off against ruthless bandits, explaining how he subdued them, as well as his relationship with Qin Yin, all in a simple and straightforward manner. Chu Liufeng spoke with ease, intentionally downplaying the sense of danger, as if those harrowing life-and-death crises were mere trifles. In reality, they were indeed trivial to him. However, to Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi, such revelations struck like thunder on a clear day, their eyes widening in shock. "What?" Xing Yishan exclaimed first, her eyes round with fear, her face pale with dread. "5 ruthless bandits. Murder." Li Mengxi echoed her shock, her once rosy cheeks draining of color. The elevated voices of these two beautiful women reverberated in the space, momentarily dispelling their earlier confusion, leaving only profound astonishment. Xing Yishan, in a state of frantic urgency, instinctively reached to remove Chu Liufeng's clothing, desperate to check for any injuries. "Chu Liufeng, let me see if you're hurt. Where are you injured? Why didn't you tell me about such a serious incident? Do you even consider me your aunt anymore?" Tears welled in her eyes, her delicate face a portrait of concern, evoking a deep sense of empathy. Her hands trembled violently from anxiety, unable to grasp the buttons of his shirt. Observing this, Chu Liufeng felt a surge of warmth. "Aunt Xing, I'm fine." He extended his hands, gently grasping her trembling fingers and tenderly wiped away the tears from her face. "I promise, I'm really okay. Please don't worry. Chu Liufeng, I'm not joking. Take it off now." Xing Yishan's voice rose to a near scream, reverting to her usual authoritative demeanor, disregarding any explanation from him. She understood all too well that even if Chu Liufeng were injured, he would conceal it to spare her worry. She was painfully aware of his nature, always putting others first, neglecting his own well-being. "All right," Chu Liufeng relented, knowing that Aunt Xing would not be convinced until she saw for herself. He stood, removing his shirt to reveal a perfectly sculpted torso. Xing Yishan's body quaked slightly as she hurriedly circled him, inspecting him closely for any signs of injury. She was terrified that he might have been harmed. She recalled the notorious bandit group. The city had been under lockdown for a time. During that period, she had lived alone, fearful at night, eventually changing the locks and installing facial recognition on her bedroom door. Just when she thought she had nearly forgotten about that terrifying time, she discovered that the brutal bandits were still at large, and Chu Liufeng had encountered them directly. The thought of him confronting such vicious criminals filled her with uncontrollable fear. If something were to happen to Chu Liufeng due to this encounter, she could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. Of course, her concern was overwhelming. She should have known last night that he had come to no harm, remaining as lively as ever. Yet, the realization that he faced such danger while she, his aunt, remained blissfully unaware, being cared for by him instead, filled her with guilt. Xiaofeng, it's all my fault. Overwhelmed by fear and guilt, tears streamed down her face, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed, a heart-wrenching sight. Aunt Xing, I assure you, I'm truly fine. You must believe me. No one can harm me. Chu Liufeng gently pulled her into his sturdy embrace, softly patting her back. Though he hesitated to voice it, he felt that subduing a few murderers posed little danger, and he almost found it invigorating. Undoubtedly, his confidence stemmed from the support of the system he possessed. However, to an ordinary person, such feats would seem utterly fantastical, especially to someone as gentle as Xing Yishan. Who would he even blush during an argument? The thought of battling ruthless criminals was beyond her comprehension. He lowered his head slightly, resting his chin atop her head, whispering soothingly, Aunt Xing, I know you're worried about me, but look, I'm perfectly fine. Please don't cry. In the warmth of Chu Liufeng's embrace, Xing Yishan's sobs gradually subsided, though her tears continued to flow. She clung to him tightly, terrified that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish from her life. Soon, his chest was soaked with her tears, a testament to her worry. Meanwhile, Li Mengxi stood nearby, her gaze fixed on Chu Liufeng's flawless muscular physique, radiating strength and beauty. Coupled with his tender demeanor as he comforted Xing Yishan, he exuded a paternal charm that made her eyes widen in astonishment, her mouth forming in new surprise. A rosy blush crept across her cheeks, vibrant as if it might drip with dew. Oh no, this feeling. It was the exhilarating rush of a quickened heartbeat. In that instant, Chu Liufeng's towering figure in her mind soared to unimaginable heights, flooding her with a profound sense of security. Deep within her soul, a fierce emotion ignited like a wildfire, consuming her entirely. Was this not the dream lover she had longed to encounter? Strong, invincible, capable of protecting the fragile her. The very person who would spring into action to shield her from danger when she needed help the most. What could be more exhilarating than having someone to protect her from 5 merciless bandits? What could be more romantic than a hero rescuing a damsel in distress at the brink of peril? Li Mengxi could not help but indulge in fantasies, imagining how splendid it would be if she were in Su Jinyun's place. Picturing herself in a precarious situation, surrounded by bandits, when suddenly, Chu Liufeng's imposing figure would appear, a guardian angel descending to confront the villains, swiftly dispatching them with ease. Like a prince safeguarding his princess, a father shielding his daughter. She yearned to protect herself. No, no. Merely envisioning such a scene left Li Mengxi feeling weak and feeble. She lacked even the strength to remain upright. Chapter 53. Unable to restrain her fantasies. Li Mengxi's pupils were glazed, and her breath quickened. Her chest rose and fell violently. At this moment, her emotions surged like a flood that had burst its dam, overwhelming her completely. An uncontrollable admiration, affection, and dependence for Chu Liufeng welled up within her heart. Her feelings for him had already reached an intense level, to the point where this fervent emotion burned like an unquenchable flame, threatening to consume her entirely. To put it eloquently, this was rooted in humanity's instinctual admiration for heroes. However, to speak less delicately, it resembled a romantic obsession combined with a crush syndrome. Those afflicted with this syndrome often engage in a plethora of unrealistic fantasies about their beloved, envisioning them as flawless beings. They construct various romantically extreme scenarios in their minds. Much like an obsessed otaku enamored with their favorite fictional characters, I too suffer from this syndrome. Deeply infatuated with my beloved Sakura, Island Mai, Kyu, Kagaya, Kumi, Mikiyukino, and others. Am I about to succumb to fantasies once more? Li Mengxi was no different. Moreover, this was a significant reason behind her long-standing penchant for alcohol, as it dulled her senses, allowing her to temporarily escape reality and immerse herself in a world of dreams. She began to incessantly fantasize about Chu Liufeng protecting her, even to the point of becoming entrapped in her own reverie. This was a typical manifestation of excessive fantasizing associated with the crush syndrome. In truth, this tied back to her own experiences. During her childhood, she was often bullied, while her father displayed disdain towards her, failing to fulfill his paternal responsibilities. This dual blow left her with a profound sense of insecurity, gradually fostering her deep-seated admiration for the strong. In her perception, only the powerful could offer her protection. Thus, she yearned for someone as formidable as Chu Liufeng to shield her, to rely on him unreservedly, to derive a strong sense of security from him that could fill her inner void. And so, upon hearing the narrative of a hero saving a damsel in distress, one she had envisioned countless times during her moments of torment, Li Mengxi could no longer contain herself. Just as she was lost in her fantasies, Xing Yishan looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, her small mouth pouting as she murmured in a pitiful tone, "What about Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei? Didn't you say they were scared off? Are you hiding something from me?" Yesterday, she had not inquired about what transpired while she was unconscious. At that time, Chu Liufeng had merely stated that he arrived in time to witness her fainting, reprimanded the Yang siblings, and brought her home, followed by a series of rather embarrassing events. Though she sensed something was amiss, her shyness had prevented her from probing deeper. As for the actions of the Yang siblings, she was undoubtedly furious. However, given her vulnerable position against the formidable Yang family, confronting them would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, so she had to swallow her anger and bide her time for revenge. Yet, from Qin Yan's tone earlier, it seemed that Chu Liufeng had already avenged her, leaving both of them severely beaten. Yang Wei, that scoundrel, I will eventually make him pay. While still lost in her musings, a silly smile gracing her face, a droplet of saliva escaping her lips, Li Mengxi suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing those words. She hastily wiped her mouth and hurried over, tightly embracing Xing Yishan. To be precise, I'm embracing both Xing Yishan and Chu Liufeng. What on earth happened to you? Why would you seek out those scoundrels from the Yang family? Though it may be a secret of Xing Yishan's, Li Mengxi initially intended to ignore it if she did not bring it up herself, refraining from reopening that wound. However, given the current situation, she felt compelled to understand fully and see how she might assist. Seeing the worry etched across Li Mengxi's face, Xing Yishan bit her lip and recounted the events of the past few days. Her narrative instantly ignited a fierce anger within Li Mengxi, who felt an overwhelming urge to tear Wang Lei, Yang Wei, and Yang Kaisen to shreds. After exchanging a flurry of curses, the two pairs of beautiful eyes fixated intently on Chu Liufeng. Indeed, dear nephew, how exactly did you rescue Yi? Under their scrutinizing gaze, Chu Liufeng had no choice but to vividly recount the events. Upon hearing that he had incapacitated Yang Wei and turned Yang Kaisen's face into a grotesque mask, both women displayed expressions of trepidation. Dear nephew, you seem a bit ruthless, but well done. That is precisely how to deal with those vile creatures. Good nephew, I support you. As she spoke, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with a glimmering light. She even puffed out her chest to declare her stance. In that moment, the three embraced each other even tighter. Though Xing Yishan did not desire Chu Liufeng to adopt a habit of violence, she wholeheartedly supported this approach. Despite holding two lovely ladies in his arms, their slender figures made it effortless for Chu Liufeng to embrace them. He blinked, his thoughts wandering. This could be counted as three, right? How splendid it would have been had it been like this sooner. Little Feng, remember not to conceal such matters from me in the future. After all, Auntie Shu has repeatedly urged me to look after you. If anything were to happen to you, Xing Yishan bit her delicate lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yet, as if reminiscing about something, her cheeks flushed even more, her eyes glistening with tears transformed into a dreamy gaze filled with tenderness. She had intended to express, "I don't want to live anymore." But with Li Mengxi present, she hesitated to voice such feelings. "All right, I understand. Annie Xing, let us see that beautiful smile of yours. You look so charming when you smile." Lowering his head, Chu Liufeng gently caressed Xing Yishan's delicate face, smoothing her upturned lips. In that moment, Annie Xing appeared exceedingly adorable and enchanting, igniting an impulse within him to lean in for a kiss. He quickly inhaled deeply, suppressing that urge, and smiled at both Xing Yishan and Li Mengxi, stating, "The situation is this. Annie Xing, Annie Li, teacher Su has encountered some troubles. Her salary is quite modest, and living in such a remote area is not advisable. Moreover, since I have a bit of a bonus, I wish to help her rent a place, and I shall cover the rent." Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan nodded earnestly, her expression one of agreement. "That sounds reasonable. Teacher Su living so far away is indeed inconvenient, and it is quite dangerous. Helping her find a place is a good idea." Xing Yishan was naturally a sensible person. From Chu Liufeng's tone, it was evident that Teacher Su was someone who had contributed to the nation and deserved a better life, not one of such hardship. Although she had limited funds, renting a place wouldn't cost much. "Annie Li, may I inquire if there are any available apartments at Xia University? I want to find a place for Teacher Su." He, Li Mengxi inhaled the pleasant scent emanating from Chu Liufeng, grinning foolishly. "Certainly, my dear nephew, your aunt may not have much, but she possesses an abundance of properties. There are several fine buildings near Xiada for you to choose from at your leisure. It is truly a display of opulence beyond measure. In truth, this beautiful and affluent woman speaks no falsehood. She is indeed not lacking in real estate. Yet, when I consider how Teacher Su travels such a distance to save a modest sum on rent, it evokes an indescribable sentiment within me." Chapter 54. Am I avoiding her brilliance? Very well, Aunt Li, I will take care of the rent. As Chu Liufeng's words trailed off, a delicate, bone-like white hand swiftly covered his mouth. Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, yet she exuded an undeniable resolve. "My dear nephew, do not discuss financial matters with your aunt. Teacher Su is a pitiful soul. Let this be a favor from me. I will accompany you to choose a house shortly. All right? And remember, if you ever need my assistance, simply let me know. I will wholeheartedly help you. Please refrain from discussing money. It can tarnish our relationship." In that moment, Li Mengxi seemed to switch roles entirely. She transformed from the usual muddled, tipsy persona into a serious, formidable woman. Indeed, she possessed considerable capability, having managed assets worth several hundred million. How could she lack ability? However, her drunken demeanor in the presence of close ones often led others to perceive her as adorably naive. Yet, whenever she decided to be earnest, she was quite serious. But her seriousness lasted barely 3 seconds. Li Mengxi's cheeks suddenly bloomed with a rosy hue, infused with a hint of shyness and playfulness. She burrowed into Chu Liufeng's embrace, her ear pressed against his chest, seemingly attuned to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Wow, how does it feel, dear nephew? Are you not captivated by your aunt's assertiveness? Is your heart racing uncontrollably?" Xing Yishan. Chu Liufeng. After a moment, Li Mengxi froze and burst into a fit of muffled laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's racing. Oh wait, dear nephew, why do I hear 2 heartbeats? One is racing particularly fast." Before she could finish, a blushing Xing Yishan yanked her ear, pulling her away. "Drunken fool, do not take advantage of Xiaofeng." She feigned annoyance. Li Mengxi tilted her head in pain, a look of grievance crossing her face. "Naughty, what are you doing? I can hardly breathe. You think you're the only one who can hold someone?" Her words were cut short. The 2 beautiful women began to playfully tussle, pushing and shoving each other into the living room. Chu Liufeng. One could not deny the alluring scene of the 2 beautiful women frolicking. Their delicate forms swayed enticingly, a vision too captivating to record, if only reality permitted it. After a bout of playful antics, Li Mengxi tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and smiled at Chu Liufeng. Come, dear nephew, and we'll take you to view some houses for the lovely teacher Su. Xing Yi, we shall take our leave now. Go on, I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you. As she watched their departing figures, Xing Yishan's gaze became complex, placing the innocent Liufeng alongside Li Mengxi, who could predict what might transpire. She had wanted to follow them, but had important matters to address. Weighing her options, she ultimately decided to stay behind. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly dialed a number. Hello, Wanshu, I have something to discuss with you. Meanwhile, in a private hospital in Qin City, this establishment was high-end, boasting the finest medical team and equipment in the industry. The air was permeated with a faint scent of disinfectant. The spacious, bright corridor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the hurried figures of medical staff. Yet within a special care room, the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. Yang Kaisen and Yang Wei lay in their beds, both bearing expressions of despair, a faint aura of death surrounding them. Yang Kaisen's face was swathed in bandages, resembling a large-headed doll, with only her nostrils exposed for labored breaths. The force of Chu Liufeng's blows had nearly caused a concussion, and her eyes were almost obliterated. Her condition would require at least 6 months of recovery, likely leaving severe aftereffects. Beside her, Yang Wei appeared utterly defeated, his complexion pale as parchment, his gaze devoid of focus, staring blankly at the ceiling. Were it not for his intermittent groans of pain, one might assume he had already succumbed. In the room, apart from the two, stood a dozen others, their expressions grave. Among them were a few who bore a resemblance to Yang Wei, their eyes filled with resentment. That Chu Liufeng is ruthless. He is nothing but a beast. Uncle, is there truly no way to apprehend him? I cannot vent my anger unless he pays the price. Do you think I don't want to? The man referred to as Uncle furrowed his brow in frustration. I visited the police station this morning seeking assistance. But who could have known that Qin Yin personally issued a directive? Who would dare to act against him? Do you have multiple lives to spare? Does the old man know about this? Someone cautiously inquired. He knows. What did the old man say? He brought this upon himself. He deserves it. At this, the room fell into a chilling silence. All voices hushed. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the air. Among the crowd, a hawk-nosed man with a fierce gaze stood out. He wielded a golden dragon-headed cane, the same man Chu Liufeng had encountered yesterday, Mr. Aunt Xing. His origins, background, and strength remained shrouded in mystery, yet he emanated an aura that instilled fear and trepidation in those around him. Leave this to me, Mr. Aunt Xing spoke coldly, his voice deep and frigid, imbued with an undeniable resolve. It was as though, to him, resolving the matter with Chu Liufeng was but a trifling task. At that moment, a somewhat stooped man in the crowd, wearing glasses, bore a countenance filled with complexity. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously remarked, Mr. Aunt Xing, perhaps it would be wise to refrain for now, especially with Qin Yin present. It would be prudent to first fulfill the task entrusted by the old master. As for Chu Liufeng, let him prance around for a few days. After all, Qin Yin is quite formidable. It would be best for us to temporarily retreat from her brilliance. Once she departs, that fellow named Chu will be easy to handle. Mr. Ong San's brow furrowed, and a glimmer of disdain and contempt flickered in his gaze, as if he profoundly disagreed with this sentiment. His eyes grew icy, and he retorted with a low yet fierce tone, retreat from her brilliance? She's merely a Qin Yin. I truly fail to comprehend what you all are so fearful of tiptoeing around. If I were on my own turf, I could easily bind her and toss her into the basement right now. Chapter 55, Despair. It seems I am nearing death. Mr. Angshan's voice, tinged with disdain, reverberated through the hospital room, intensifying the already heavy atmosphere. All eyes darted between him and a rather frail man, their gazes fraught with tension and unease. Choked by the gravity of the situation, the bespectacled weakling internally grumbled. You yourself have acknowledged this is your territory. This is Daxia, where not just anyone can act with impunity. To dare lay hands on Qin Yin, you truly do not comprehend the consequences. To combat criminality requires evidence, but to counter terrorism, merely a list suffices. For suppressing rebellion, only coordinates are necessary. To strike at an individual perched atop the power pyramid of an entire province Are you truly craving the wrath of Submachine Gun? Despite his reluctance, the thought of voicing such dissent was utterly out of the question. He could only bow his head in silence, for uttering such words would invite unspeakable repercussions. After all, he was not Qin Yin. Mr. Angshan could indeed ruin him. Mr. Angshan, although your words ring true, to act against Qin Yin would create a disturbance too great for the old master to condone, interjected another burly man, attempting to mediate. His brow furrowed. Worry etched across his face. Given the peculiar circumstances surrounding her arrival in Qin City, perhaps we should keep a low profile, prioritize completing the transaction, and avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Mr. Angshan's countenance darkened with disdain. His golden dragon-headed cane struck the floor with a resounding thud, echoing ominously. His eyes, laced with scorn, swept across the room, revealing his contempt. Trouble? Those in this line of work fear trouble? Am I to believe I'm hearing jokes? Ha ha ha. Angshan burst into laughter, rich with derision. Now I understand why old Master Yang chose to leave, with a bunch of you inept fools perpetually afraid of this and that. If you don't depart soon, you may not live to see your day's end. His gaze sparkled with a fierce light, as if he was already devising strategies to deal with Qin Yin and Chu Liufeng. Relying on this group of Yang family members was futile. Yet, he was not alone. He had brought his own entourage, rendering their presence unnecessary. Moreover, he was resolute in his belief that with Qin Yan's demise, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in Qin City, potentially triggering a seismic upheaval across all of Daxia. Whether the Yang family would face repercussions was of no concern to him. Despite their deep-rooted influence in Qin City, the self-serving nature of each Yang family member was glaringly apparent, especially in the face of monumental crises. However, through decades of experience, he understood a crucial truth. Chaos often heralds opportunity. The murkier the waters, the more he could seize amidst the turmoil. Thus, for him, the greater the disturbance, the better. Under the merciless verbal onslaught from Angshan, the Yang family members' faces flushed with indignation. It was essential to note that those present in this VIP ward were not only influential, but also the family's core members, involved in various industries, some being prominent figures in finance, capable of commanding considerable respect in the outside world. Yet, before Mr. Angshan, they appeared as mere trifles, subject to his scorn. This provoked a palpable dissatisfaction among them. One individual could no longer contain himself and let out a cold chuckle, laced with a hint of menace. I will inform the old master about this. He will undoubtedly disapprove. At the mention of the old master, a flicker of hesitation crossed Angshan's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by his unyielding demeanor. He sneered once more. I truly cannot fathom. The one lying here is your dear kin, not mine, correct? I am merely attempting to assist you in avenging, yet you seem displeased? Someone sighed in resignation, earnestly attempting to reason. It's not that we are unwilling. It is crucial to consider the broader implications. My intentions are for the greater good. Eliminating Qin Yin would expedite our progress. Amid the chaos at the upper echelons of Daxia, we could swiftly fulfill the old master's requirements. No, this commotion is far too great. Once action is taken, the situation will spiral out of control. Heads shook in unison as they endeavored to dissuade him. Angshan's expression darkened instantly. His cane struck the ground once more with a formidable crash, reverberating through the room. His eyes, icy and disdainful, emitted a chilling snort. Am I consulting with you? I will personally address the old master. This matter is my decision. If anyone dares utter another word, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. His tone was resolute, imbued with an unassailable authority. One individual furrowed his brow, ready to voice opposition, but was met with Angshan's frigid, murderous gaze. A shiver coursed down their spines, instilling trepidation within their hearts. After exchanging fearful glances, none dared to speak further. The room was engulfed in an oppressive silence. Useless. Angshan's gaze swept disdainfully across the room. Noticing no one could maintain eye contact with him, he uttered 2 words with indifference. Then, limping slightly, he supported himself with his golden dragon-headed cane and exited the ward, leaving behind a room full of stunned individuals. The atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. At 2 in the afternoon, during the peak of the workday, the roads were congested with vehicles. Yet amidst the relentless flow of traffic, a striking red Porsche Panamera weaved through with astonishing speed, resembling a phantom. Inside the car, Li Mengxi was animatedly seated in the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Charge ahead! Charge ahead! Charge ahead!" She shouted with fervor, her petite fists waving excitedly. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Although this Porsche was not her preferred vehicle, it was still a top-tier model, equipped with a 4.0T twin-turbo V8 engine. The roar of the engine resonated like a lion's growl, delivering an exhilarating thrust with each acceleration. "Ha ha, my dear nephew drives so well. I've never dared to go this fast." Chu Liufeng. Upon hearing this, he couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation. Don't inquire why Li Mengxi purchased such a car, yet fear to drive it. It was merely a fantasy conceived during the purchase, imagining one day she would speed away in it. Reckless driving was the ultimate adrenaline rush, the epitome of exhilaration. Regrettably, this car mirrored her repressed emotions. She had never even surpassed 80 miles per hour, disservice to its capabilities. However, at this moment, the top-tier Porsche was finally showcasing its true potential. Chu Liufeng slammed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A powerful surge propelled the Porsche forward like an arrow released from a bow. Just as it seemed they would collide with a massive truck ahead, panic ensued. Li Mengxi screamed, her back pressed tightly against the seat, her delicate legs instinctively pushing forward, her face paling in sheer terror. "Oh no, it feels like I'm going to die." Chapter 56. Driving the rich woman's car, she was so terrified that she shut her eyes tightly but forced herself to squint, trembling as she gazed at the unfolding situation ahead. Just as they were about to collide, Chu Liufeng reacted swiftly, executing a precise turn of the steering wheel. In an instant, the Porsche was expertly maneuvered onto the adjacent lane, swiftly accelerating past the large truck before veering back onto the main thoroughfare. Li Mengxi, seated in the passenger seat, was utterly bewildered by the operation, feeling as if she were being tossed from side to side. Hooray! They were still alive. Her heart raced violently within her chest. Although she had always yearned for thrilling excitement, at this moment, she genuinely sensed the threat of death, as if dancing on the precipice of the underworld. Yet, deep within her soul, there was an undeniable enjoyment of this extreme thrill. Faster, faster, as she screamed. She seemed to be under a spell, urging Chu Liufeng. We're going to crash. Oh, how exhilarating. I can handle it. Can you go even faster? The Porsche surged forward with incredible speed, the force pushing them back into their seats, each jolt igniting a sensation akin to flirting with death. It was rush hour, especially after entering the main road. The traffic thickened. At this velocity, it was not merely reckless. It was an invitation to demise. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. Li Mengxi was too frightened to open her eyes. Several times, she caught glimpses of vehicles they were about to collide with, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly and await her fate. Yet, after a moment, she would discover that they were still safely navigating the road, still alive. The joy of this near miss surged within her, like a relentless tide crashing against her heart, immersing her in an indescribable sensation, leaving her at a loss for words to express her feelings. It was as if her body was soaring ahead while her soul chased from behind. In truth, Chu Liufeng was not a skilled driver, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he was only marginally competent. He possessed a driver's license, but his driving skills were barely adequate. However, the speed at which he was now traveling was far beyond his previous capabilities, thanks to the extraordinary powers bestowed upon him by the system. Danger perception, danger perception, enables the host to respond with preemptive reactions to imminent indiscriminate threats. Whether arising from physical assaults, such as bullets or bludgeoning attacks, or crises induced by environmental changes, such as car accidents, building collapses, or falling debris. It allows for timely awareness. Includes instinctual reactions. Instinctual reaction. Add on in the moment of danger, the body instinctively reacts, such as twisting or dodging, allowing the host to swiftly evade attacks. It was precisely due to this danger perception that Chu Liufeng did not need to actively steer the wheel. He merely pressed the accelerator mindlessly. The danger perception coordinated every muscle in his body at the perfect, most precise moment, enabling him to execute the most accurate and timely responses. However, this came with a downside. The sensation of danger had driven him nearly to madness, as if he were jolted by electricity. Indeed, he was deliberately employing this reckless driving as a means to hone his danger perception skill, seeking to test its limits. Were it not for the constraints of reality, he would have relished the opportunity to physically dodge bullets. After all, as the saying goes, only by flirting with death can one truly grasp the essence of life. Throughout this journey, he increasingly savored the exhilarating rush of each near encounter with death. Suddenly, as the car passed a traffic light, a fast lane leading toward the university appeared, with relatively sparse traffic. Without warning, Chu Liufeng abruptly reduced speed, turning his head, his gaze shifting. There, he found Li Mengxi gazing at him with watery eyes. Unbuckling her seatbelt, her slender, black-stocking legs curled up on the seat, her delicate, rosy face exuding an adorable charm. Her eyes lowered, long lashes quivering nervously. She bit her lip and revealed a hint of shyness. "Aunt Li, what's wrong? Was it too intense for you?" This scene, reminiscent of a girl caught in the throes of her first love, left Chu Liufeng perplexed. "Dear nephew, I think you are incredible. I've never driven this recklessly before." Li Mengxi's hands unconsciously intertwined in front of her, her fingers nervously entwined. Her chest rose and fell slightly, each tremor revealing her inner tension and shyness. "You can drive. You can speed. You can earn money. And you're so gentle. It feels like you can control everything. It's so impressive." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of girlish shyness, a stark contrast to her usual bold demeanor. Chu Liufeng paused, seemingly beginning to grasp what Li Mengxi was hinting at. "Dear nephew, do you think Anne is beautiful?" Summoning her courage, she gazed intently at him without blinking. "Beautiful," he replied without hesitation. Upon receiving his affirmative answer, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a sweet smile. "Then, who do you think is more beautiful, Aunt Xing or me? Who do you prefer?" Faced with this perilous question, Chu Liufeng felt utterly at a loss. Li Mengxi, fully aware of his dilemma, refrained from pressing further. "In truth, when you held me yesterday, and just now, during dinner, I wasn't drunk, really I wasn't asleep." Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling ever so slightly. "Last night, I even dreamed of you." As she uttered this last sentence, her voice faded to almost inaudibility. "Yes, I know. So you too. When in front of Aunt Xing, I truly like you, Xiaofeng. Do you like me?" Li Mengxi bit her lower lip, her teeth gently sinking into her tender flesh, her crimson lips appearing even more luscious under the gentle pressure, as if they might bleed. Her heart raced like thunder, the tension palpable enough for her to hear her heartbeat. Yet, upon speaking, she felt a twinge of regret. After all, their previous ambiguous relationship, though unspoken, carried its own unique charm. If left unaddressed, it could continue in a comfortable ambiguity, just as it had in the Bentley yesterday and under the dining table today. They could continue their unspoken understanding. However, once the veil of this relationship was lifted, there would only be two outcomes: either continue the flirtation or terminate the relationship altogether. Chapter 57. Aunt. I no longer wished to strive. Li Mengxi felt as if she had lost her senses. The recent thrill of reckless driving had sent her heart racing, and her feelings for Chu Liufeng were becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. At that moment, she longed to express everything without reservation. Perhaps this was what love entailed. She was uncertain, having never truly loved anyone before, nor had anyone else spark her heart's flutter, except for Chu Liufeng. Yet, did it seem so absurd to fall for someone she had known for merely 2 days? After all, it is often said that love arrives unexpectedly and without warning. Moreover, she felt utterly perplexed when it came to Chu Liufeng. She was at a loss for what to do. Should she rely on her beauty to attract him? His aunt, Xing Yishan, was equally captivating and possessed an innate closeness to Chu Liufeng. Not to mention, there were other stunning women around him, such as Teacher Su and Teacher Liu. both young and beautiful. Given his handsome appearance, he would surely not lack the company of attractive young ladies. In contrast, she felt increasingly inadequate as time passed and her youthful beauty faded. Compared to those vibrant girls, her self-confidence plummeted. The only notable advantage she could claim was her wealth. Indeed, she was affluent. However, hearing from Xing Yishan that Chu Liufeng could earn tens of millions in a mere morning made her realize he was not someone who valued money above all else. The thought of wanting him to work less for 20 years felt impossible, fostering a sense of inferiority within her. Memories of childhood pain and feelings of inadequacy resurfaced, pressing heavily against her chest and making it difficult to breathe. In Chu Liufeng's presence, she felt increasingly insignificant and devoid of worth. No, that's not what I meant. Forget I said anything. Li Mengxi flailed her hands in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, though her voice betrayed a hint of undeniable disappointment. Chu Liufeng recognized the insecurity and helplessness in her heart. He smiled gently, reached out, and softly pinched her delicate, smooth cheek, saying, "What's wrong, Aunt Li? You were so carefree in front of Aunt Xing, yet now you appear shy. Of course I like you. After all, you are so beautiful." The moment those words left his lips, Li Mengxi felt a rush of warmth envelop her, her mind going blank. It felt as if her breath were suspended, and her heart might burst from her chest. For a moment, she was utterly at a loss for how to respond, feeling his large hand on her small face. She was irresistibly tempted to lean into it. The atmosphere inside the car seemed to crystallize, saturated with a sweet and flirtatious tension. Li Mengxi gazed intently at Chu Liufeng, captivated by the contours of his profile illuminated by sunlight, his familiar and reassuring visage only heightening her fluster. She gently bit her tongue in an attempt to regain composure. Yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curling into an involuntary smile that radiated uncontainable sweetness. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Aunt truly still possesses charm." She mused, her face aglow with joy. Suddenly, like a playful kitten, she lunged from the passenger seat, aiming to plant a kiss on Chu Liufeng's cheek. However, her black silk-clad foot unexpectedly slipped, causing her to tumble forward into his embrace. Her hair cascaded around her, brushing against Chu Liufeng's face, leaving behind a trace of delicate fragrance. As she nestled against him, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze a mixture of embarrassment and delight. If this wasn't intentional, I would be inclined to reverse Chu Liufeng's name, she thought. Yet, he instinctively reached out, gently caressing the back of her head and stroking her silky hair. At that moment, they arrived at a crossroads, still under a green light. A passing car caught sight of the scene and immediately gave a thumbs up, eyes filled with envy, silently setting a goal to drive a Porsche one day. Just as Li Mengxi was lost in the sweet, flirtatious ambience with Chu Liufeng, time seemed to slow, every second brimming with intimacy and warmth, the gentle breeze playfully tousling her hair. Suddenly, her phone buzzed twice, and her brow furrowed in annoyance, as though she had been violently yanked from a blissful dream. Pouting at Chu Liufeng and making a playful face, she reluctantly retrieved her phone. It was a message from a tenant. "Landlady, I no longer wish to strive. The pressure is too great, and I have no money for rent." Accompanying the message was a photo of a gaunt chicken breast. Li Mengxi's expression soured as she read the message, revealing her disdain. "If you don't want to work, then just perish, you good for nothing. Thinking you can look good without effort? What do you mean you have no money for rent? Am I your mother? If you can't pay rent, just leave. In fact, get out now. I'll send someone to collect the keys shortly." Her face was a picture of disgust, a stark contrast to the coy demeanor she had displayed before Chu Liufeng. On the other end of the line, a young man blinked in confusion, his face flushing with embarrassment as he was overwhelmed by her scorn. He was utterly bewildered. "What is happening? How could this be? This is not what I expected." The rent-free secret on Douyin said that if you tell the landlord this, you can avoid paying rent, right? Why am I being kicked out? His eyes reflected confusion and regret. Upon clicking to view the incomplete video, he finally noticed a disclaimer. Of course, these operations are meant for those who are skilled in negotiation. Those lacking in charm should not attempt this lightly. He sat in stunned silence, as if his spine had been severed, slumped in his chair with empty eyes, on the brink of tears. Just look at yourself. You don't want to put in any effort. Li Mengxi's anger still simmering. She swiftly blocked and deleted the tenant. Once she completed these actions, the clouds of displeasure dissipated, replaced by a tender expression as she tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Liufeng. With a voice as soft as a whisper, she said, "Was Aunt too fierce just now? I'm not really like that." Li Mengxi stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In her heart, Chu Liufeng was a unique presence, incomparable to anyone else. Not wishing to leave a negative impression on him, and eager to convey her true feelings, she suddenly had an idea. Sitting up straight, she placed a small hair tie in her mouth and gathered her disheveled hair with both hands. Casting a flirtatious glance at Chu Liufeng, she exuded charm as she tied her hair back. Chu Liufeng blinked in astonishment. Chapter 58. Fortune awaits you after driving for another 10 minutes. The journey continued along a suburban expressway, devoid of traffic lights, allowing for a smooth and exhilarating drive. The vehicle had now ascended a grand bridge stretching over 300 meters across a lake. At this hour of the afternoon, sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering effect reminiscent of countless fragments of gold sparkling in the light. Beyond the bridge, the architectural marvels of Summer Country University came into view, a prestigious institution situated not in the bustling city center, but rather in the outskirts of Qin City, nestled within a lush green enclave encircled by mountains. Through the verdant foliage atop the hills, the spires of the university's teaching buildings glistened under the sun, bearing witness to the passage of time. The tranquility of this secluded locale was precisely what drew the institution here, a serene retreat far from the clamor of urban life. The bridge boasted 3 lanes, and traffic was sparse, with scarcely a vehicle in sight at this hour. The only presence on the bridge was a large transport truck, meandering along at a leisurely pace. Those yearning for a journey into another dimension might want to pay close attention. Who knows when fortune might strike? Li Mengxi had grown weary of her position, feeling a strain in her neck. She was about to adjust herself in her seat for some relief, when suddenly, a jarring sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. Chu Liufeng forcefully pressed her head down once more. Despite this rough treatment, instead of feeling displeased as one might expect, a flicker of joy surged within Li Mengxi. Perhaps her dear nephew harbored affection for her after all. However, her fleeting delight quickly morphed into alarm. In the instant her head was pressed down, a thunderous crash resonated. Li Mengxi felt a tremendous force collide with the Porsche, sending it into a dizzying spin, glass shattering everywhere. Without a seatbelt, she was thrown uncontrollably, perilously close to crashing through the windshield. In that moment, the world around her seemed to spiral chaotically. Her delicate visage turned pale with terror. A primal scream of fear escaped. My vehicle is equipped with an automatic alarm, and the police will arrive shortly. You must not flee. Let's run now, as far away as possible. Chapter 59. Qin Yan's concern despite Li Mengxi previously fantasizing about the scene where Chu Liufeng, like a divine savior, would protect her from a group of merciless bandits. The reality of facing such a situation filled her with terror. Her complexion turned ashen, and fear etched across her features. Her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by dread. She wished for Chu Liufeng to stay back. There were simply too many adversaries, clearly prepared for confrontation. Yet, fleeing was futile. She knew she could never outrun them. What to do? Should she leap into the depths below? But upon glancing at the lake's surface, over 100 meters down, an inescapable fear surged within her, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. The height was no different from plunging onto concrete. It felt as though there was no escape, as if trapped in a dire corner, unable to flee. Her mind raced, clouded by thoughts she had never encountered before. She couldn't help but speculate on the potential consequences of a wealthy woman being abducted by a gang of ruthless criminals. The outcome was all too clear. Even now, she remained uncertain whether these men sought revenge against Chu Liufeng or aimed to rob her. Chu Liufeng, sensing Li Mengxi's intense trembling, recognized her fright. He swiftly turned, his large hand moving to the back of her neck, resting his forehead against hers. In her panicked gaze, he spoke in a deep, reassuring tone. It's all right, Aunt Li. Once I deal with them, I will come back to hold you. Trust me. As long as I'm here, I will protect you. If you are scared, just close your eyes. It won't be long. Feeling the strength radiating from Chu Liufeng and the comfort in his voice, an inexplicable sense of calm enveloped her, even as her body continued to tremble, albeit with less intensity. Indeed, a woman needs a formidable support. At long last, she had found someone to rely on. This time, she would have to endure the fear alone. All right. Then, be careful, Xiaofeng. At that moment, 6 men clad in dark clothing and sunglasses had closed in around them. They were alert, not rushing in all at once. 1 signaled, and 2 nodded, cautiously approaching the wreckage of the severely damaged Porsche. The remaining 4 stood tense, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. It was evident that this group was well-trained, exhibiting signs of systematic combat training, far surpassing the previous 5 desperate outlaws. Upon witnessing this, Chu Liufeng squinted. It was clear that this attack was not aimed at Li Mengxi, the affluent beauty, but rather orchestrated by the Yang family to target him, inadvertently pulling Li Mengxi into the fray. This taught him a valuable lesson. One must not think too absolutely or be overly complacent. Meanwhile, at the Qin City police station, an alarming call was received, reporting a potential kidnapping. The location of the incident was quickly pinpointed. Simultaneously, surveillance footage from the Cross Lake Bridge streamed onto the police department's large screen. The Porsche was unrecognizable, emitting plumes of steam, while the occupants' fates remained uncertain. As uncertainty loomed over whether this was an accident or a premeditated attack, it soon became evident that this was no mere coincidence. 6 masked assailants emerged from a large cargo truck, wielding gleaming steel rods. Clearly, this was a heinous act of organized crime. The news rapidly escalated through the ranks. Director Wang Jun of the Qin City Police, who was in the midst of an interview with reporters from the Xia Country newspaper, turned pale upon receiving this information. He hurriedly left the interview to rush to the monitoring room. Upon confirming that another group of robbers was at large, cold sweat broke out on his brow. Just after resolving a serial murder case, the city was now swarming with journalists and news teams eager to publicize the success. Yet at such a crucial moment, a gang of robbers had brazenly targeted the Cross Lake Bridge leading to Xia Country University. What was even more alarming to Wang Jun was that officers in the monitoring room had identified the occupants of the Porsche. The woman was none other than Li Mengxi, and the driver was Chu Liufeng, the very hero who had recently assisted the Qin City Police in solving the 412 serial murder case. The realization sent him reeling. A multitude of reporters awaited to interview this hero, and if he were to fall victim to these criminals, the pressure on the police department would be monumental, far surpassing that of the 412 case. Public confidence in the police would plummet, leading to severe scrutiny over their capabilities and protection efforts. Overwhelmed by the implications, Wang Jun bellowed orders. Quickly, dispatch nearby patrols immediately. Notify the armed police, special forces, and traffic police to set up roadblocks. No one is to escape. Inform the hospitals to prepare ambulances for the injured. Naturally, emergency protocols were in place, and everything was swiftly being organized. Trembling, he took out his phone and called Qin Yan. Hello, Team Leader Qin. There has been an incident. Chu Liufeng. He is possibly facing retaliation from the criminals. His life is currently uncertain. What? In her office, Qin Yan slammed her palm onto the desk, causing it to rattle. Her expression darkened, and her gaze turned icy. Just hours earlier, she had warned Chu Liufeng about the Yang family's vendetta, cautioning him about the imminent danger. To think that trouble would strike so swiftly, fury surged within her as she hurried to check the live feed from the monitoring room. Racing towards it. Chapter 60. A slide tackle as Qin Yan beheld the shattered remains of the Porsche on the Cross Lake Bridge. She nearly lost her balance, teetering on the brink of plunging into the depths of the 100-meter lake below. 2 masked men, clad in sunglasses, were slowly approaching the wreckage, while 4 others stood vigilantly nearby. Their demeanor was distinctly trained, suggesting they were not mere common criminals. The realization that the nearest security forces would require at least 5 minutes to arrive deepened Qin Yan's distress, igniting a fury within her. However, there was little she could do. The area surrounding Xia University was remote, almost suburban, and the security personnel stationed within the campus were scant. They had to remain prepared for the possibility that these bandits might launch a more extensive terror assault. Thus, reinforcements were in short supply. Inside the mangled Porsche, Chu Liufeng embraced Li Mengxi, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. How dare they interrupt my rare opportunity to drive this exquisite, wealthy woman's car? Do they think me an easy target? At that moment, the masked assailants advanced with a deliberate yet menacing gait, wielding steel rods. Chu Liufeng's gaze was fixed firmly on the approaching men, his body taut with anticipation as his muscles instinctively braced for action. A feral gleam flickered in his eyes. So, they think they can play the role of desperate criminals? If they wish to die, so be it. The thought sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. As the two men in sunglasses neared the car door to assess the situation, they found Chu Liufeng and Li Mengxi with their eyes tightly shut. Seemingly dazed from the impact, mistaking them for unconscious victims, they signaled to their comrades. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In an instant, the expressions of the masked men turned to sheer terror. Chu Liufeng's bloodshot eyes flew open. He pivoted slightly and unleashed a powerful kick, sending the warped car door flying. The force was so immense that it struck the two approaching bandits, sending them sprawling backwards. In the blink of an eye, Chu Liufeng's lithe form surged forward like a phantom. As the two criminals struggled to regain their footing, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a fierce, slicing wind. The assailants were caught off guard, and the last thing they saw was the sight of his fists, akin to cannonballs, hurtling towards them. With a resounding impact, their sunglasses shattered, and they crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. Picking up the steel rods from their hands, Chu Liufeng rose with a gaze that burned with ferocity, surveying the remaining four adversaries. He beckoned them forward with a chilling smile that inspired dread. This was not bravado. He possessed the confidence to face any adversary, weaponless or armed. Even a sniper 2,000 meters away would find it futile to target him, as he could sense danger with uncanny precision. Unless the threat were of a large-scale destructive nature, like a drone strike, he felt invincible. Witnessing this display, Xing Yishan, who had previously been shrouded in anxiety, now revealed a glimmer of hope. Director Wang and the officers were astonished, unable to comprehend how Chu Liufeng emerged from such a catastrophic collision unscathed and with enough strength to kick the car door away like a beast unleashed. His rapid counterattack against the two assailants defied the laws of physics. It was as if Newton's principles had been upended. As Xing Yishan squinted, preparing to scrutinize Chu Liufeng's combat prowess, having only analyzed the aftermath of a previous encounter with 5 notorious killers without surveillance, she remained uncertain of his true capabilities. Despite the perilous circumstances, it seemed evident that he was largely unharmed, posing minimal threat from the remaining assailants. This presented an opportunity for her to observe closely. However, just as she contemplated this, her heart sank as she noticed the outline of a gun protruding from one of the criminals' waistbands. Alarm surged within her. They were armed. Her expression shifted dramatically as her pulse quickened. Under absolute firepower, what could be planned? It was known that within 7 steps, a gun was swift. Within 7 steps, it was both swift and precise. Chu Liufeng was in grave danger. The remaining 4 robbers, seasoned from countless encounters, displayed a remarkable reaction time, showing no sorrow for their fallen comrades. They swung their steel rods and charged forward. Chu Liufeng prepared to meet them, but at that moment, an electric sensation coursed through him, igniting his instinctual awareness of danger. A signal of impending peril flickered in his mind. The 2 remaining bandits exchanged cold smirks as they drew their handguns, unleashing a series of thunderous gunshots. The barrage of bullets rained down upon Chu Liufeng as they aimed to exploit the distraction created by their advancing teammates. Such treachery! Yet, Chu Liufeng's lips curled in disdain. In the depths of his eyes, a flicker of gold shone. Under the influence of his danger sense, time appeared to slow. His keen perception allowed him to visualize the bullets as they erupted from the barrels, propelled by fierce gusts of air. His body instinctively reacted, evading each bullet that was past him. In the astonished gazes of Xing Yishan, the bandits, and the officers, Chu Liufeng maneuvered with an eerie grace, twisting and bending as he dodged the relentless onslaught of bullets. His speed was astonishing. The two charging bandits were left bewildered, perceiving him as nothing more than a fleeting shadow racing along the ground. In a moment of sheer audacity, Chu Liufeng executed a slide tackle, striking the knees of the two assailants with terrifying force. The sound of shattering kneecaps echoed ominously. Caught off guard, the two bandits felt their legs give way beneath them, tumbling forward as excruciating pain surged through them, eliciting anguished cries. However, before their cries could fully escape their lips, Chu Liufeng delivered a brutal blow to the back of their heads with the steel rod. The quality of the weapon proved exceptional. One strike rendered them silent. They collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from their skulls, their movements stilled. Chapter 61. 6 against 1. Will you play? In the blink of an eye, Chu Liufeng, employing terrifying methods, dispatched 4 ruthless bandits. After neutralizing these two, he seized the steel rods they wielded and charged forward once more. Swift, remarkably swift. Yet, what was even more astonishing was his uncanny ability to evade bullets. It was as if he could foresee the trajectory of the projectiles, effortlessly dodging their gunfire. Damn it! The two men unleashed over 20 rounds, yet not a single hair on him was touched. Was this a scene from a Matrix film? You call this an ordinary university student? As Chu Liufeng barreled toward them, the remaining 2 bandits were instantly paralyzed with fear, their hairs standing on end as they hastily reloaded their weapons. But just as they bowed their heads, they felt a fierce gust slicing through the air. Boom! One bandit sensed a powerful wind rushing past his ear, a chill washing over him. With a sickening splatter, the sound of bones shattering echoed. As he instinctively turned his head, his expression behind the mask morphed into one of disbelief and utter horror. A gleaming steel rod had impaled his skull, piercing through completely. The impact shattered his sunglasses into a myriad of fragments, revealing bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to pop from their sockets. While his head was obscured, the extent of the damage remained concealed. But the blood and fragments of brain matter that splattered onto the mask indicated that his skull had undoubtedly been crushed by Chu Liufeng. Clearly, he seemed to be bordering on death. As Chu Liufeng surged forward, he suddenly swung a steel rod with precision, striking one of his nearby comrades squarely in the head from a distance of several meters. When this bandit turned in shock, he found another steel rod, glistening coldly in the sunlight, poised at his forehead. Chu Liufeng had somehow closed the distance, wearing a sinister smile as he regarded him. This sight sent a wave of panic coursing through him, leaving his legs weak and nearly paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, within the Qin City Police Department, the officers, including Director Wang, watched in disbelief as Chu Liufeng handled the crisis with such effortless decisiveness, akin to flowing water. They collectively gasped, their hearts racing, their scalps tingling with shock. Unbelievable. Preposterous. Some officers even stood up, horror etched on their faces as they stared at the monitor, unable to contain their exclamations. What the hell? Is this even human? He is practically a walking killing machine. How long had it been? 10 seconds, perhaps? They were facing 6 trained bandits armed with steel rods and even guns, and yet the situation had turned so swiftly against them. They had initiated the ambush, ramming a truck into a Porsche, gaining the element of surprise, yet they ended up with 5 dead and 1 captured. At this moment, questions arose. 6 against 1, and they were still countered? Are you even playing? What background does Chu Liufeng possess? No special forces soldier could possibly match his prowess. Even Qin Yan, accustomed to life-and-death situations, widened her eyes in disbelief, finally understanding how Chu Liufeng had subdued that group of bandits previously. His extraordinary combat prowess left everyone astounded. Despite her familiarity with perilous encounters, she was taken aback by the sheer intensity of the scene, her chest heaving with excitement, revealing the turmoil within. Chu Liufeng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered as she took several deep breaths, attempting to quell the tumult of shock swelling within her. At that moment, the monitor displayed Chu Liufeng moving again. He swiftly reached out, tearing off a bandit-esque mask and gripping his chin tightly. Then, with a gradual lift of his arm, he hoisted the man effortlessly into the air. The bandit's pupils dilated in terror, his head feeling as if it might burst from the pressure. His struggle becoming increasingly futile against Chu Liufeng's vice-like grip. The sheer strength he exhibited was beyond comprehension for any mere mortal. Desiring to die, a cold smile crept across Chu Liufeng's lips. Through his keen perception, he noticed the bandit attempting to crush a poison capsule hidden in his molars. Impressive, he thought. Such professionalism? Unable to carry out the assault, he contemplated an honorable demise. Unfortunately for him, he had met Chu Liufeng. Having deduced that this individual was the leader of the group, given that the communication device was in his possession, Chu Liufeng tightened his grip further. The bandit let out a muffled wail of agony, his bloodshot eyes wide with fear as he stared at Chu Liufeng. Teeth mixed with blood and saliva fell from his mouth like pearls cascading to the ground. Good news. He would need to visit the dentist for extractions. Bad news. He would be left toothless for life. As Chu Liufeng's fingers constricted tighter, a crack echoed as the bandit's jawbone succumbed to the pressure, ultimately resulting in the loss of his teeth, including the one containing the poison capsule. Chu Liufeng coldly inquired, "Who sent you?" The bandit mumbled incoherently. Chu Liufeng Wen, realizing he was dealing with a foreigner. No wonder he bore such a shifty appearance. This posed a challenge, as the language barrier complicated matters. In a fit of frustration, Chu Liufeng applied more force, effectively fracturing the bandit's jaw. The foreigner rolled his eyes back, succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Chu Liufeng disdainfully discarded him onto the ground. After resolving the situation, Chu Liufeng approached the water tank of the truck, meticulously washing his hands multiple times. At this juncture, he could hear the distant wail of sirens, indicating that patrolling officers were en route. Vehicles lined both ends of the bridge, but witnessing the commotion above, they hesitated to proceed, opting instead to wait and observe the unfolding drama. A gentle breeze swept through the air, and among the waiting vehicles was a sleek black Rolls-Royce that had just emerged from the nearby summer estate, glistening luxuriously under the sun. Chapter 62. Li Mengshi feels a father's love in the rear compartment of a Rolls-Royce. A stunningly beautiful young girl reclines languidly against the plush upholstery. Adorned in a meticulously tailored haute couture dress, the exquisite hand embroidery glistens with opulence. Her skin, as flawless as mutton fat jade, is pale as snow, radiating an almost blinding whiteness. A dazzling necklace hangs delicately around her refined collarbone, emanating an enchanting glow. Suddenly, the girl rolls down the car window, and the warm breeze gently lifts her flowing hair, which sparkles with a subtle golden sheen under the sunlight. Her face is as finely crafted as a work of art, with large, bright eyes that shimmer with a lively spirit. But upon witnessing the astonishing scene on the bridge, her cherry-red lips part slightly in astonishment. As if a sudden thought has struck her, she quickly bows her head and retrieves a limited edition Leica camera that hangs from her neck. Her slender, pale fingers deftly adjust the focus, drawing in the image. Yet, her lens is not aimed at the body strewn across the ground, but rather fixated on Chu Liufeng washing his hands, specifically capturing his face in a flurry of rapid shots, perhaps 4 or 5 dozen, if not more. The camera clicks incessantly, filling the compartment with a series of soft, mechanical sounds until Chu Liufeng disappears into the mangled remains of a Porsche. With a playful pout, she reluctantly lowers the camera, a hint of mischief and charm gracing her features. "Hee, I caught you again." A faint smile dances on her lips, revealing 2 adorable dimples. She begins to admire her captured images, where sunlight bathes Chu Liufeng, outlining his athletic physique. His expression remains stoic, exuding an aura of cold, captivating mystery. Satisfaction gleams in her eyes as she revels in her artistic endeavor. Suddenly, in the corner of a striking photograph, a lifeless body appears, the victim whose skull had been pierced by a steel rod. Upon seeing this, her complexion pales instantly, and the rosy hue of her lips drains away. Nausea overwhelms her as she covers her mouth with her hand, her body leaning forward as waves of revulsion crash over her. "Miss, are you all right?" A woman seated beside her expresses concern, mistaking her reaction for one of terror induced by the hellish scene outside. Quickly, let's go. Take another route. The driver hastily accelerates the Rolls-Royce, which gradually fades into the distance at the end of the bridge. Of course, Chu Liufeng remains oblivious to this unfolding drama, his attention solely on Li Mengxi, who is now inside the severely damaged Porsche. He observes her tightly shut eyes, her long lashes trembling, and her lips quivering, as she clings to the seat, seeking a semblance of safety. It is evident that she is utterly terrified. Amused, Chu Liufeng feels a mischievous urge to tease her. He rasps his voice, adopting a coarse tone as he shouts, "You think you're tough, huh? A few shots from me would have you dead. Times have changed." He pauses momentarily before continuing in a ridiculous tone. "Hey, big brother, come quick. There's a really beautiful girl here. She has quite a catch." At these words, Li Mengxi, already gripped by intense fear, feels as though she has been struck by lightning. Her body trembles violently. Xiaofeng is dead? This thought crashes in her heart like a heavy hammer, causing her breath to quicken and her chest to rise and fall erratically, as if she is gasping for air. She had indeed heard gunfire moments before descending into an oppressive silence, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. Now, with this despairing news, hot tears cascade down her cheeks in torrents. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng blinks and gently leans closer, opening his arms to embrace Li Mengxi tenderly. "Oh!" The sudden contact startles her, causing her to shriek and thrash in a panic. But his firm hold renders her struggles futile. Leaning close to her ear, he whispers in a familiar tone, It's me, Xiaofeng. It's all right. I've taken care of everything." Li Mengxi frasas, her frantic movements halting as she opens her eyes wide, staring at the familiar face before her and inhaling the comforting scent that envelopes him. She gazes at Chu Liufeng in disbelief, and after a few stunned seconds, her lips quiver as tears flood down her cheeks uncontrollably. "You bad egg, you big bad egg. Boo-hoo." With a sudden burst of emotion, she wraps her arms around his neck, holding on tightly. Her lips find his in a kiss that is more fervent and expressive than before, as if she is greedily absorbing the solace he provides. Chu Liufeng, taken aback by her passionate display, responds in kind, gently patting her back to soothe her trembling form. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here." His voice is low and tender, a soothing whisper that continually reassures her. Eventually, after what feels like an eternity, Li Mengxi slowly releases him. Her face flushed and her eyes swollen from crying, streaked with remnants of tears, she looks utterly vulnerable. "You bad egg. You big bad egg. You have no idea how frightening you were. I thought I would never see you again." She sobs softly, lightly pounding her fists against his chest. Chu Liufeng chuckles, grasping her hands in his. "You must trust me, Li. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you." At that moment, the sound of approaching sirens grows louder, the wail of ambulances echoing in the distance. Reinforcements must have arrived. "Li, if you want a kiss, let us wait until we're back. For now, close your eyes. I'll carry you out." The scene outside is a bit unsettling. Li Mengxi blinks, then obediently closes her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck like a small cat, a gentle smile of reassurance playing on her lips. With care, Chu Liufeng lifts her from the wreck of the Porsche, cradling her as one would a daughter, pressing her delicate face against his broad, sturdy chest. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she feels enveloped in safety. Though her eyes are shut tight, shielding her from the chaos outside, she can sense the acrid scent of blood in the air, a harbinger of the violent clash that had transpired. Instinctively, she burrows closer into him, comforted by his embrace. She felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped her heart. This sensation of being safeguarded was akin to a child being tightly embraced by their father, brimming with a profound sense of security that grounded her entirely. In that moment, Li Mengxi's thoughts seemed to drift back to the helpless and lonely moments of her childhood. As a young girl, every time she encountered danger, she yearned for a warm embrace to shield her from harm. Yet, such a comfort had always eluded her. In her memories, during every altercation with other children, regardless of the circumstances, the other children were always met with their parents rushing to their side, offering tender embraces and soothing words. Those children could freely weep in their father's arms. But she had none of that. Even when she was the one being bullied or injured, she could only grit her teeth, silently wipe away the footprints on her skin, endure the pain, and trudge home alone in solitude. From a very young age, Li Mengxi had come to the realization that no one would ever protect her. She had no one to rely on but herself. But now, at long last, she had finally found what she had been waiting for. Chapter 63. You seem like a father and daughter. Being embraced by Chu Liufeng. She finally felt that long-desired sense of security. Chu Liufeng was the very person she had yearned for, the one who could protect her. In a moment of daze, her lips trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to call out the title she had silently repeated countless times in her heart. Dad! She nearly let it slip. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, realizing her lapse of decorum and hastily swallowing the remainder of her words. Yet the shyness on her cheeks deepened, turning a vibrant crimson that seemed almost palpable, although Li Mengxi refrained from voicing it. The reliance and trust she felt towards Chu Liufeng at that moment grew even more intense, penetrating to her very bones. At that moment, Chu Liufeng carried Li Mengxi towards the ambulance. Surrounding them were police officers and medical personnel who had rushed to the scene. Gazing at the gruesome sight of bodies strewn across the ground left them speechless, even though they were seasoned officers familiar with numerous crime scenes. Nevertheless, this horrific scene made their skin crawl, especially the sight of a head pierced by a steel rod, the lifeless eyes frozen in terror. Some younger officers, witnessing this, turned pale and gagged repeatedly. Their gazes towards Chu Liufeng were filled with admiration. Truly, he was the most formidable man in Xinjiang. Not only had he killed 10 individuals in 2 days, but he also maintained an air of calm detachment, devoid of expression. Under normal circumstances, they would have needed to restrain Chu Liufeng and inquire about the situation. However, by the time they arrived, they were already aware of the circumstances. He was not a deliberate murderer, but rather a hero who had fought against the criminals. Moreover, with surveillance cameras on the Cross Lake Bridge monitoring every action under the scrutiny of Qin Yin and other leaders, they did not intervene with Chu Liufeng, swiftly cordoning off the area and covering the bodies. Aunt Li, let us go to the hospital for a checkup, just to ensure there are no injuries, Chu Liufeng suggested. Li Mengxi obediently nodded, but did not release her grip around Chu Liufeng's neck. Although her keen healing abilities revealed that she had suffered no significant injuries. With only minor scrapes, mostly healed, it was prudent to visit the hospital to avoid raising suspicion. Once inside the ambulance, Li Mengxi clung to Chu Liufeng like a little tail, reluctant to let go. Of course, Chu Liufeng was more than happy to hold her. Li Mengxi was petite and delicate, a soft bundle in his arms, her light weight offering a comfort that was profoundly soothing. In the ambulance, a seasoned nurse, perhaps in her early 50s, organized the medications. Observing their intimate demeanor, she could not help but tease, "You two make such a lovely couple, almost like father and daughter." The nurse's eyes radiated warmth and kindness as she spoke, her lips curling into a playful smile. After all, Li Mengxi maintained her beauty remarkably. Had she not mentioned her age, no one would guess she was already an elder to Chu Liufeng. Hearing this, Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not retort. Instead, she discreetly opened her eyes to glance at Chu Liufeng, her gaze tinged with shyness and confusion, before quickly shutting them again. Oh dear, how could her innermost thoughts be so easily revealed? She buried her face deeper into Chu Liufeng's embrace, as if trying to conceal her current embarrassment. Oh, Xiaoli, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, make sure to find a young man like this. Someone who knows how to cherish you and can protect you in times of danger, the nurse continued, nudging the young nurse beside her lightly with her elbow. Just don't end up with someone like my late husband. If I were in this situation today, he would probably tell me to hold on while he went to find help. With that, she shook her head helplessly, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Xiaoli, a pretty young nurse in her early 20s, blushed at the remark, her eyes continually stealing glances at Chu Liufeng. Indeed, he was quite handsome. In a tranquil and shaded private estate of the Yang family in Xinjiang, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. In the hall, there were a dozen individuals, a mix of Yang family members and others of varying appearances, including Southeast Asians and Caucasians. Among them was Aunt Xing, holding a golden dragon-headed cane, his expression dark and foreboding. Before him, a trembling subordinate reported on the situation at the Cross Lake Bridge. What? 6 men couldn't kill Chu Liufeng. Upon hearing this news, Aunt Xing's sharp eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might burst from their sockets. Another person still lived, and was now being interrogated personally by Xing Yishan. Bang! He clenched a fist around his cane so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and with a violent slam, he struck the cane against the polished marble floor, which immediately cracked under the force. All you're a bunch of fools. Useless. Aunt Xing's face contorted in fury, his voice gravelly with rage. In the face of his outburst, the others in the room remained silent. Only another man, wielding a silver-headed cane, expressed his discontent. I told you from the start that Chu Liufeng is insignificant, that there was no need to take action against him. But you wouldn't listen. Now look what you've done. It's caused quite a commotion. What do you plan to do about Xing Yishan? Aunt Xing's eyes glinted with ferocity, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Who could have anticipated this outcome? 6 against 1, and armed at that. Yet they failed to eliminate an ordinary university student. The intention had been to incite chaos in Xinjiang and seize the opportunity to strike at Xing Yishan amidst the turmoil. But now, more crucially, one person remained alive. If Xing Yishan obtained useful information from that individual and traced it back to them, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, it would surely alert Xing Yishan, making any subsequent actions even more challenging. At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps echoed. Everyone turned abruptly. The elderly patriarch of the Yang family, clad in a black, traditional long robe, walked slowly from one side of the hall. Time had etched deep wrinkles into his face, yet his eyes remained profound and spirited, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. He lifted his gaze, scanning the gathered individuals, his eyes lingering briefly on Aunt Xing. Just that single glance sent a shiver down Aunt Xing's spine, dousing the flames of his anger like cold water. The patriarch remained silent, standing there with an invisible air of majesty, commanding the situation with every gesture, causing the atmosphere in the hall to grow even more oppressive, leaving everyone hesitant to breathe. Chapter 64. Regardless of the circumstances, the advantage lies with me. Old Master Yang stood silently, his gaze fixed ahead. Under his penetrating stare, Aunt Xing gripped his golden dragon-headed cane, his hand trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Do you have nothing to say? A cold, detached voice broke the silence. Aunt Xing's confidence diminished significantly, lowering his head, unable to meet old Master Yang's eyes. He stammered, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. The 6 individuals dispatched were not mere amateurs. They were seasoned mercenaries, each possessing exceptional skills. In any usual scenario, 1 or 2 would suffice for a simple assassination. Yet, in an overabundance of caution, he had sent 6. It was crucial to remember that they were not operating within their familiar territory, but rather in the heart of the Great Xia. To commit such a brazen act of murder on the streets here left them with no escape route. Even if Chu Liufeng were to perish, their chances of evading capture were slim. Thus, they had embarked on their mission with a resolution to face inevitable death, offering each member a lucrative reward of 1 million. He had prepared meticulously, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. But 6 against 1, armed, and yet still facing a counterattack? Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Now, with a life lost and funds squandered, the mission remained unfulfilled. Old Master, I acknowledge my mistakes and take full responsibility. Aunt Xing finally confessed after a prolonged silence, gritting his teeth. Regardless of the circumstances, failure to complete the mission was a failure, and as the primary orchestrator of this operation, he understood his inescapable accountability. Mr. Bamo, wielding a silver dragon-headed cane, had stood quietly by, but now stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Old Master, it is not only my elder brother's fault. I too bear some blame for our lack of foresight. We underestimated Chu Liufeng, believing him to be merely competent, which is why we sent 6 operatives and brought along 2 firearms. We did not anticipate his formidable nature. Our oversight was grave. At this moment, The butler cautiously presented a cup of tea to old Master Yang, who accepted it with a steady hand, taking a gentle sip. Yet, his penetrating gaze remained fixed on Angshan, lost in thought. The tension in the hall reached a suffocating peak. After a long silence, old Master Yang finally nodded slowly, his tone neutral and devoid of discernible emotion. Please, take a seat. Recognizing one's errors and striving to amend them is commendable. Upon hearing these words, the attendees collectively exhaled in relief, settling into their seats, only to realize that their backs had become damp with cold sweat, a chill creeping in. Old Master Yang surveyed the room and remarked, "At my age, it is time to stretch my old bones. Otherwise, some may mistakenly believe I have passed on. From this point forward, I shall oversee all operations." Despite the blunder in their actions, he asserted, regardless of the situation, Xing is in the light. While we remain in the shadows, the advantage belongs to us. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The assembly fell silent, recognizing old Master Yang as their pillar of strength. His direct involvement in the operations was welcomed. "What shall we do now?" Angshan cautiously inquired, wishing to address the need for restraint given the heightened commotion. He feared provoking Xing, which could lead to a retaliatory strike. However, before he could finish, old Master Yang interjected, "No, in times like these, we must not retreat. We shall continue our actions and let the commotion escalate further." To everyone's astonishment, old Master Yang had no intention of pulling back. Rather, he aimed to act brazenly. His penetrating gaze flickered with a glimmer of cunning. "Let's release a few scapegoats to stir chaos, allowing Xing to capture insignificant individuals, giving her a fleeting sense of triumph to quell her anger. To show weakness? That would only bolster her confidence at our expense. This might not be wise." Someone ventured hesitantly, a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. "Once her guard is lowered, will you not seize the opportunity to arrange for several teams to deal with her?" Old Master Yang cast a blank stare at him, his eyes betraying disdain and contempt, causing the questioner to turn a shade of crimson and pale. Continuing with an air of calculated sagacity, old Master Yang said, "We will set up another valuable target, employing that strategy. One must not shy away from the fight. Sometimes, one must risk it all to achieve victory. The valiant defenders and the ruthless drug lords may clash, resulting in tragic sacrifices. Do you not find such a scenario profoundly heroic?" Angshan's eyes lit up, instantly grasping old Master Yang's intent. "Understood. I will set the wheels in motion." The ambulance arrived at the hospital, and Chu Liufeng was promptly subjected to blood tests and various examinations. Despite his vigorous demeanor, he did not appear to be in distress. Nonetheless, protocols must be followed. Who could ascertain whether adrenaline had masked deeper injuries? Li Mengshi underwent a more thorough examination, with meticulous attention to detail. Thankfully, the miraculous healing treatments ensured that both were largely unharmed, with nary a scrape to be found. Even the examining physician marveled at the remarkable outcome, deeming it a miracle. However, Li Mengshi was somewhat shaken, and due to her history of excessive drinking, her liver was not in optimal condition. The doctor prescribed a mild sedative for her. As Li Mengshi prepared for her final checkup, Chu Liufeng excused himself to use the restroom. After a swift visit, he was making his way out when he passed by a corridor leading to the intensive care unit, where he unexpectedly encountered a beautiful woman. A muffled sob echoed through the hospital corridor, causing Chu Liufeng to frown in confusion. What is going on? Is it haunted in broad daylight? He wondered, turning to investigate the source of the sound. He spotted a woman clad in a fitted work suit, kneeling at a deserted staircase corner, several medical records laid before her. With her hands clasped in prayer, she bowed her head repeatedly, whispering fervent supplications while stifling her tears. The weight of despair and helplessness permeated her muffled cries. Chu Liufeng fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Occasionally, doctors and nurses hurried past, casting sympathetic glances at the scene, sighing softly in resignation before returning to their duties. Such sights were all too familiar in hospitals, where the walls heard more prayers than any church. It was a stark reality, not merely a jest. The woman's body trembled slightly, her eyes red and swollen, tears cascading down her cheeks. Judging by her age, She was likely well over 40, and her expression radiated a profound sense of helplessness and despair, exuding an aura of heartbreaking fragility. Yet, it was not her actions that captivated Chu Liufeng. Rather, it was her unadorned, oval face. Even in her state of distress, streaked with tears, her innate elegance and dignified beauty shone through, undiminished by her suffering. This beauty, even without the adornment of cosmetics, possesses a sense of authenticity that surpasses that of meticulously made-up women, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. What truly captivates him is not merely the appearance of the elegant lady, but rather a vague sense of familiarity that lingers in the air. It seems as though he has encountered her somewhere before. Chapter 65. A classmate's mother with a sudden impulse. Chu Liufeng swiftly approached, crouching down to softly inquire, "Annie, what troubles you?" The elegant woman slowly lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red. Her once neatly styled chestnut hair now appeared somewhat disheveled, with a few strands clinging to her tear-streaked cheeks. Despite the passage of time etching its marks upon her visage, it was evident that she was a striking beauty, possessing a unique allure that emanated from the maturity gained through life's trials, a true epitome of mature femininity. She gazed at the unfamiliar, yet kindly Chu Liufeng, her lips gently pressed together. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head, her expression betraying a sense of helplessness and confusion. "It's all right. Holding it all in isn't beneficial. Please, share your thoughts with me. Perhaps voicing your feelings will lighten your heart." The sight of this beautiful woman weeping in solitude, seeking refuge in a deserted corner to cry quietly, spoke volumes of the immense pressure she bore, one she felt compelled to conceal. It was painfully clear that she was in dire need of assistance. And who was Chu Liufeng? A naturally benevolent philanthropist, devoted to aiding those in distress. It was his unassailable duty to extend a helping hand to those in need. Of course, one might question why, amidst the multitude of individuals requiring support, he would choose to assist only the attractive woman. "You are merely a LSP," they might exclaim. Such a notion is a grave misunderstanding. Chu Liufeng was not averse to helping others. Rather, due to various constraints, he could only provide selective assistance, prioritizing those most deserving of aid. His approach was methodical and orderly. He aimed to assist some individuals first, subsequently inspiring aid for others, ultimately striving for comprehensive support. Clearly, the distressed woman before him was in urgent need of his help. Perhaps the anguish she had long suppressed had finally reached a breaking point. Or perhaps Chu Liufeng's harmless demeanor, reminiscent of a sunny young man, inspired her to draw closer. She gently bit her lip, took a deep breath, and slowly settled onto the ground, curling her legs beneath her and resting her head upon her knees. It is worth noting that the woman possessed a commendable figure, devoid of the common signs of middle age's excess. Even seated, her slender legs, accentuated by a black fitted skirt, exuded elegance, devoid of any excess weight. Wrapped in a somewhat inexpensive pair of black stockings, her allure remained undeniable, radiating a charm unique to mature women. In her current fragile state, she evoked a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. Soon, she bit her lip and, after a steadying breath, revealed the burdens she had long kept hidden. Her name was Simping, an ordinary office clerk with meager earnings, having endured an unhappy marriage and raising a daughter who had just entered university. Her ex-husband, a small-minded man, had been overly protective due to her beauty and figure, confining her to the role of a housewife instead of allowing her to work. Though her ex-husband's income was modest, Simping bore no complaints, accepting a life of frugality with a focus on family harmony. Yet, as the novelty of their marriage faded, communication dwindled, and he began to resent her presence at home. When she sought employment to contribute financially, her efforts led to a significant increase in her earnings, eventually surpassing his. This change ignited his insecurities, prompting him to hinder her professional pursuits. Their relationship deteriorated into a series of arguments, and the warmth in their lives vanished. Subsequently, when their daughter fell ill, Simping chose to resign from her job to care for her, only to find that her ex-husband's behavior became increasingly domineering and unfaithful. The culmination of these tribulations led to a divorce, shrouded in secrecy to protect their daughter. As the years passed, their daughter, who had always been frail, excelled academically and gained admission to the university in Summer Country, where Chu Liufeng studied. However, just as they believed brighter days were ahead, their daughter was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a devastating condition. With no warning, this illness plunged their lives into despair, demanding resources beyond their means. Her ex-husband, upon learning of the lifelong burden associated with the diagnosis, vanished, leaving Simping to sell their home and borrow money in a desperate bid to secure treatment for her daughter. Despite her tireless efforts to balance work and caregiving, the financial strain became unbearable, culminating in her dismissal from her job due to her inability to comply with the demands of her employer. Overwhelmed by the weight of her circumstances, Simping felt as though the world had collapsed around her, her emotions spiraling into a desperate need to weep. Yet she feared that her daughter might discover her unusual state. Her daughter, being remarkably perceptive and sensitive, could potentially entertain extreme thoughts upon learning of the situation. Thus, in a moment of helplessness, she found herself retreating to this secluded space, shedding tears in silence as a means to alleviate the burden of her heart. Observing the redness return to Simping's eyes, threatening to spill over once more, Chu Liufeng hurriedly produced a tissue to dry her tears. Through their conversation, a bond began to form between them. Suddenly, an impulse surged within Chu Liufeng, prompting him to inquire, "Annie, is your daughter named Xing Yishan?" The elegant woman paused, her expression stunned, as she lifted her gaze in astonishment, staring at Chu Liufeng with wide eyes. "How do you know that?" Chapter 66. Assisting a classmate's mother is an obligation. How did he know? Chu Liufeng blinked. Wasn't this quite a coincidence? Who would believe this was mere happenstance? Xing Yishan was indeed his classmate. No wonder her mother's face seemed so familiar. It turned out she was the mother of his classmate. Clearing his throat regarding Xing Yishan, Chu Liufeng recalled her as a slender girl with alabaster skin. The reason she left a lasting impression on him dated back to their military training. Under the scorching sun, while all the boys and girls in their class diligently applied sunscreen and various sun protection measures, only Xing Yishan and Chu Liufeng stood barefaced, unguarded against the elements. It was during a military posture drill that Xing Yishan suddenly fainted, and it was Chu Liufeng who carried her to the school infirmary. After that, he had not seen her again. It seemed that her illness had manifested during that time. Later, he received a heartfelt letter of thanks, penned in elegant handwriting, filled with sincere gratitude, spanning 3,000 or 4,000 words. This letter left a deep impression on him, revealing her profound appreciation for his assistance. However, he could never have anticipated that her condition had worsened to such a degree. An amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. That was indeed a challenging ailment, with modern medicine offering little hope. He wondered if his miraculous hands could provide any relief. Wait a moment, this progression feels rather peculiar. Chu Liufeng shook his head, then smiled brightly at the woman, saying, "Annie, my name is Chu Liufeng, and I am Xiaojia's classmate. Upon seeing you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and I never expected you to be Xiaojia's mother." Upon hearing his name, Simping momentarily froze, then eagerly extended her hands to grasp Chu Liufeng's firmly. With sincere gratitude, she exclaimed, "So you are the one who carried Xiaojia to the infirmary. She often speaks of you and said she would personally thank you once she recovered. But given Xiaojia's current situation, Xiaofeng, I am her mother, so please allow me to express her gratitude on her behalf. If it weren't for you, she might have sustained far worse injuries." Chu Liufeng felt somewhat surprised. This young lady was quite earnest. However, from the heartfelt letter she had written, it was evident that despite their humble circumstances, under Simping's nurturing guidance, Xiaojia's pure character shone brightly, offering a refreshing contrast to the murky environment surrounding them. "It's nothing, Annie. It's only right to help," Chu Liufeng replied with a gentle smile, then shifted the conversation, asking earnestly, "How much more do you need?" Simping's gaze dimmed, and she leaned helplessly against the cold wall, emanating a palpable sense of despair. "I still need 30,000. This sum was not excessive. Yet for someone who had already sold her house, was unemployed, had exhausted her savings, and incurred a debt of 100,000, it was an insurmountable amount. Even 3,000 could serve as the final straw that broke the camel's back. Noticing a flicker of emotion in his eyes, Chu Liufeng responded seriously. 30,000, how about this? Any song? I will lend it to you. Song Ping was taken aback. She raised her head, her gaze fixed on Chu Liufeng. But after a moment, her eyes clouded again, and she forced a less-than-pleasant smile. No, thank you, Xiaofeng. You are still a student. I will find a way on my own. Yet, Chu Liufeng understood her concerns. He gently placed a hand on Song Ping's shoulder, speaking softly. Any song at this point? Let's not say such things. Hesitating will only delay Xiaojia's treatment. All right, no more discussion. I will lend you 50,000 for immediate assistance. At her age, if someone else had made such an offer, Song Ping might have suspected ulterior motives. However, gazing into Chu Liufeng's bright eyes, she found them filled with genuine sincerity, devoid of any malicious intent. Yet, having endured the harshness of life and experienced the world's indifference, Song Ping had never trusted that anyone would perform a good deed without expecting something in return. It wasn't disbelief. Rather, she felt unworthy of such kindness. What did Chu Liufeng hope to gain from this? Was he merely unable to find an outlet for his wealth? Seeing her hesitant expression, Chu Liufeng understood her thoughts. Although he harbored other intentions, he was aware that such motives must remain concealed. If he sought mere gratification, he could easily spend 500,000 for a night, and almost anyone would comply, regardless of gender. In this scenario, it was not about the feasibility of the transaction, but rather the appropriateness of the price. Once the price was right, not only Song Ping but even Hillary crossed out anyone would yield. Of course, for Chu Liufeng, the primary objective was to assist. What he sought was to perform an act of kindness each day. The rewards granted by the system were what truly held significance for him. Whatever else might come was merely a bonus. If not, it could be viewed as a sincere act of goodwill to alleviate Song Ping's hesitance. All that was required was a plausible excuse. Chu Liufeng stated earnestly, "This is a loan from me as a classmate. Xiaojia was the first person I met upon entering university. She is truly wonderful, and I cannot bear to see the worst outcome, Auntie. You need not worry. This money is a loan, and once you recover, you can return it to me." Upon hearing these words, Song Ping could no longer contain herself. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she covered her face as she began to weep. Like pearls slipping from a broken string, her tears streamed down, quickly soaking her palms, leaving dark stains on her stockings. Oh, it's no wonder they say women of this age are like peaches, so delicate and tender. Chu Liufeng hurriedly produced tissues, wiping away her tears. Song Ping accepted the tissues, her sobs punctuating the air as she vented the psychological strain she had endured. God only knew the hardships she had faced in gathering funds, the cold stare she had received, and the inner torment she had suffered. Finally, after allowing herself a good, cathartic cry, Song Ping, as emotions began to settle, she lifted her head, her eyes red and puffy, gazing at Chu Liufeng with heartfelt gratitude. Once more, she grasped his hand, her voice trembling as she said, "Annie, I may not be able to repay you immediately, but please believe me, as long as I draw breath, I will do everything in my power to return the money to you. After all, no one has money comes easily." She could not betray someone's goodwill. To Song Ping, Chu Liufeng was merely an ordinary student, and she felt it improper to take advantage of his kindness. At that moment, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes, as if she had made a resolute decision. "All right, I believe you, Annie. After all, you are still so young, and it is the time to strive." Chu Liufeng responded with a smile, not mentioning anything about not requiring repayment. Chu Liufeng was acutely aware that such words were inappropriate. Individuals like Song Ping, burdened by misfortune, were already pitiable enough. In extending assistance, it was equally vital to preserve their dignity. Thus, he emphasized that this was a loan, not an act of charity. To simply state that it need not be repaid would be to trample upon the last remnants of their fragile dignity. At times, kindness does not necessitate a condescending handout. It merely requires one to lower themselves and simultaneously offer dignity and hope to the other. Observing Song Ping, who managed a gentle smile yet was at a loss for words, Chu Liufeng spoke again earnestly. "Very well. Any Song, let us connect on WeChat. Should you require anything, Do not hesitate to reach out. Chapter 67. The unique charm of Aunt Song at WeChat? Song Ping was momentarily taken aback. She promptly reached into her bag and sifted through a large bundle of disorganized payment receipts to retrieve her personal mobile phone. Her device was encased in a yellowing, transparent cover, a relic of several years past, with a screen marred by multiple deep cracks and numerous minute fissures surrounding them. Holding the phone with care, Song Ping gingerly swiped at the screen, the unlocking process visibly lagging. After considerable effort, she finally accessed the home screen, which displayed several text messages, all concerning bank card payment notifications. Your has paid 2,464 yuan to Xing Yishan Hospital, balance 236. 12. Your has paid 890 yuan to Tongxin Pharmacy, balance 12.56. There were no entertainment apps on the home screen, only WeChat. Upon tapping the WeChat icon, the phone seemed to freeze momentarily, taking several seconds before the screen flickered and transitioned to the WeChat interface. A loading circle appeared, spinning at an agonizingly slow pace. As the screen refreshed, a glimpse of Song Ping's conversation history revealed messages pleading for job opportunities. Hello, beautiful boss. Do you have any suitable work for me? Manager Ma, are you still looking for staff? Boss, do you need cleaning help? Each message bore the weight of Song Ping's struggle to secure employment. Yet all remained unanswered, marked as read but neglected. Xiaofeng NES phone is a bit slow. Please wait a moment, Song Ping said, a tinge of helplessness and bitterness in her voice as she gazed at the device. This phone mirrored her own precarious existence, fraught with challenges. Chu Liufeng observed in silence, particularly struck by the paltry WeChat balance of merely 83.71, which rendered him speechless. The realization that this gentle and virtuous aunt might not even be able to gather 500 yuan was sobering. Coupled with the recent hospital payment notifications and her dismissal from work, her emotional collapse became all too comprehensible. What more could he say? He could only offer gentle reassurances. It's all right, Aunt Song. We'll take our time. There's no rush. Okay, Song Ping nodded in agreement, laboriously navigating her lagging phone to open her QR code. Chu Liufeng then scanned it, adding Aunt Song on WeChat. Safe and Happy was her simple online moniker, accompanied by a profile picture of herself with Song Yujia. Despite the low resolution and somewhat blurred quality, the joy radiating from their smiles was unmistakable. This straightforward nickname encapsulated Song Ping's most fundamental desire. After weathering the storms of life for half a lifetime, all she wished for was her daughter's simple and enduring happiness. This was her greatest aspiration. At times, Song Ping pondered the misfortunes that plague her life. She had always been kind-hearted, diligent, and supportive, never having committed any wrongdoing. Her daughter was well-behaved and studious, and together they had led a life grounded in virtue. After enduring years of hardship, shouldn't they finally reap some rewards? Why then did despair linger? Did fate delight in tormenting the innocent? Were the unfortunate destined to bear the brunt of cruelty? How could honest souls be subjected to such trials? Song Ping's heart brimmed with resentment and indignation. She could hardly fathom the thought of losing her only pillar of support, Song Yujia. Chu Liufeng felt fortunate that they had crossed paths that day and was grateful for the means to assist this mother-daughter duo. He initiated a transfer, inputting the sum of 100,000 yuan and entering his password. The gravity of Aunt Song's situation was far worse than he had imagined. The 50,000 yuan for medical expenses would leave them with no spare funds. Although 100,000 yuan wouldn't resolve all their issues, it would at least provide some respite. He contemplated transferring 200,000 or even more, but rationality cautioned against such an impulsive act, knowing it could yield adverse effects. The 100,000 yuan would suffice for a while, and should they find themselves in need again, he could extend further assistance. As Song Ping beheld the 100,000 yuan transfer in the chat window, she refrained from accepting it. Instead, she set her phone down and fixed her tear-stained gaze upon Chu Liufeng, her expression one of adamant refusal. Xiaofeng, I cannot accept this money. Didn't we agree that Annie would only borrow 50,000 yuan? Gazing into the earnest and concerned face of this kind-hearted young man, she felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. While this sum was not insignificant for him, it represented a lifeline for her and her daughter. Yet, if she accepted it and later found herself unable to repay, it would cause Chu Liufeng undue hardship. The mere thought of owing 50,000 yuan was already a heavy burden. Facing a transfer of 100,000 yuan magnified her anxiety exponentially. Moreover, deep down, she understood the gravity of her daughter's illness, a bottomless pit of expenses. She had even resigned herself to the possibility of following her daughter if funds ran dry, believing that life was not worth living anymore. But Chu Liufeng was innocent. He should not bear the weight of her struggles. This conflicted Aunt Xing, even at such a critical juncture, was reluctant to prioritize her own needs. In contrast, others might have deemed this amount insufficient. Chu Liufeng recognized that her hesitation stemmed from a fear of being unable to repay him, thus causing him a loss. While this sum was trivial for him, it loomed large in Ping's eyes. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his expression sincere. Aunt Xing, we cannot afford to delay in treating Xiaojia's condition. The more we invest, the more options we have for her treatment. I'll reiterate, this is a loan for Xiaojia's medical care, so please do not concern yourself with repayment just yet. With this money, you need not rush to find work. We could take our time. After all, you're all she has. If you were to collapse, who would care for her? Ping bit her lip, her eyes brimming with emotion as tears threatened to spill once more. She was acutely aware that Chu Liufeng's words were meant to comfort her. Raising her gaze to meet his, she saw the boy's bright, clear eyes, filled with sincerity and concern, which gradually softened the defenses around her heart. After a lengthy pause, trembling, she grasped her phone, her finger hovering hesitantly over the accept button. After several agonizing seconds, she finally pressed it gently. Xiaofeng Annie will forever cherish this kindness, as long as I live before Ping could continue. Chu Liufeng interjected, all right, Aunt Xing, there's no need for further words. Let us go see Xiaojia. With that, he extended his hand, helping Ping to her feet. Her hands were not delicate. Though pale, they bore the roughness of neglect, a testament to her lack of self-care, though she likely lacked the luxury of such thoughts. The black blazer and pencil skirt she wore appeared somewhat disheveled from prolonged sitting, while several buttons of her crisp white shirt had come undone, revealing a generous expanse of flawless skin. She reached out to straighten her attire, then smoothed her hair, bending slightly to adjust her skirt, striving to present a more polished appearance. There was an inherent languid beauty to her demeanor. Perhaps due to the extended period of sitting, her legs felt a bit numb. Ping shifted her slender, elegantly long legs encased in black stockings, which indeed looked quite appealing. The black pencil skirt fitted perfectly at the thigh, while the tailored blazer accentuated her delicate waist, creating a striking visual harmony with her beautiful legs. Her shapely calves exhibited graceful lines, firm and resilient, devoid of any excess flesh. A pair of high heels encased her petite feet, producing a distinct sound as they tapped against the tiled floor. Each of her movements exuded the unique allure of a mature woman. Chapter 68. Caught in the Act. With the immense assistance provided by Chu Liufeng, Ping had never experienced such kindness before. This pure goodwill deeply moved her, a woman who had endured the vicissitudes of life. In this moment, she felt no hesitation. Instead, she confidently adjusted her attire, her movements calm and natural, entirely unconcerned about what Chu Liufeng might see. He too was drawn to take a glance, surveying her with a sense of awe. Goodness, he thought, no wonder they say Annie is remarkable. Before him, Ping exuded a unique charm, distinct from that of Aunt Xing or Aunt Li. While the two beautiful aunts boasted superior figures and looks, being affluent women, their maintenance outshone Ping by several degrees. Yet, Ping possessed an extraordinary allure, one that contrasted with Aunt Xing's gentle elegance and Aunt Li's playful cuteness. Her beauty was a rich, refined grace that had been honed by time and life's trials, akin to a fine wine that had matured over the years, becoming all the more captivating. Please, Aunt Xing, allow me to assist you, Chu Liufeng said naturally, taking her hand to help her descend the stairs. The sudden contact startled Song Ping momentarily, but she soon accepted it, leaning on his strong arm for support as they slowly made their way down. Though reluctant to admit it, a peculiar flutter stirred within her heart as she felt a burgeoning fondness for this bright and considerate young man, who was both tender and attentive. It was no wonder that Xiao Jie spoke of him so often. He truly was remarkable. They arrived at the door of a special care room. Steadying himself, Chu Liufeng peered through the glass, taking in the sight within. There lay Song Yujie, quietly resting on a hospital bed, her frail form evoking a deep sense of pity, as if a mere breeze could knock her over. Her once fair skin now bore a sickly pallor, devoid of color, with a few strands of hair limply clinging to her cheek. And drip was affixed to her arm, the fluid slowly dripping down, sustaining her fragile existence. More fragile than Lin Daiyu. Chu Liufeng activated his pathological vision, instantly penetrating through her hospital gown, skin, blood vessels, and bones, reaching her neurons. The condition within her body was catastrophic. Her motor neurons were severely damaged, some even in the process of apoptosis. The nerve fibers exhibited widespread rupture, resembling a cracked piece of jade, riddled with countless breaks. Observing this state, Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow, realizing the severity of Song Yujie's health. No wonder this illness was so vexing. Even many wealthy individuals found themselves powerless against it. Even he, at this moment, felt at a loss. The regeneration of neurons and reconstruction of nerve fibers was a particularly daunting challenge. Unlike other skin cells that could regenerate through division, new neurons were not easily produced to replace the damaged ones. Simply put, nerve fibers act as highways connecting the brain to the muscles. In a healthy individual, signals from the brain can transmit effectively to every muscle. However, for Song Yujie, her nerve fibers were extensively severed, rendering her incapable of controlling her own body, much like an ordinary person being unable to manipulate an object with mere thought. The connection between her consciousness and physical form had been severed. On a positive note, the prognosis indicated that, for the time being, Song Yujie's life was not in immediate danger, a small consolation amidst the grim circumstances. Whether his skills could bring about a miraculous recovery remained to be seen, as he would only know once he examined her directly. Watching her suffering daughter, Song Ping gently leaned against the glass, her eyes misty as she murmured, "Xiao Jie has been in pain all morning and finally managed to fall asleep. How happy she would be to see you right now." Upon hearing this, Chu Liufeng paused briefly, contemplating the situation before deciding against entering. Doing so might expose his abilities, and since Xiao Jie was not in imminent danger, he could wait for a more opportune moment to intervene. This would allow him to create an impression of a miraculous recovery, while also avoiding unnecessary complications. "Aunt Song, please smile," he urged. Startled, Song Ping turned to see Chu Liufeng holding his phone, his face close to hers, their breaths nearly mingling as he activated the front-facing camera. "Xiao Jie," he began, "I am Chu Liufeng. Rest assured, your condition is manageable. The doctors have devised an excellent treatment plan and are confident in your recovery. Both Aunt Song and I are eagerly awaiting your return to health. Once you recover, I will treat you and Aunt Song to a delightful feast and enjoyable activities." Listening to Chu Liufeng's gentle yet firm voice, Song Ping felt tears welling in her eyes once more. However, at that moment, Chu Liufeng subtly tightened his embrace around her and leaned his face closer, brushing against her cheek. "Also, Aunt Song mentioned that you have been wanting to thank me in person. It's my fault for not arriving sooner. I've told Aunt Song that once you awaken and your condition stabilizes, she should call me, and I will come to see you immediately. Right, Aunt Song?" As he spoke, he communicated with gestures, and Song Ping, regaining her composure, understood the importance of projecting a positive message to Xiao Jie. She suppressed her tumultuous emotions and managed to muster a gentle smile. Yes, my dear Xiao Jie. Your mother is also waiting for you. You must recover quickly. The doctors have assured us they have effective treatment plans, so please don't give up. We will surely get through this." After recording the video, Chu Liufeng sent it to Song Ping's phone. Seeing that glimmer of hope reflected in the video, Song Ping's heart trembled, and she could no longer contain her emotions. Staggering to a corner of the hallway, She covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down as she wept anew. This time, her tears were not solely for her daughter's plight, but also for the profound gratitude she felt towards Chu Liufeng's sincere concern. Noticing her distress, Chu Liufeng approached gently, enveloping her in a warm embrace, his voice low and soothing. "It's all right, Aunt Xing. She will be fine. We will take our time. I will return to see Xiao Jie in a couple of days," allowing her to rest. Finding solace in his embrace, Simping clung to him tightly, releasing her pent-up worries, fears, and gratitude in a torrent of tears. In that moment, Chu Liufeng remained quietly supportive, occasionally patting her back in silent comfort. As she basked in the warmth of his reassuring presence, Simping felt as though the world around her had quieted, wishing that time could freeze at that very second. Embracing Aunt Xing, one truly realizes the exquisite shape concealed beneath her attire. Curvaceous yet not cumbersome, slender where it ought to be slim, and ample where it should be full. It remains a mystery how she maintains such a figure. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to see Li Mengxi standing at the far end of the corridor. With her head tilted slightly, a bemused expression graced her face as she quietly observed the scene. In her hand, she held a testing report along with a bouquet of freshly ordered, vibrant flowers. Chapter 69. Corner in the hospital, what on earth? Am I being caught in the act? Chu Liufeng's heart jolted violently. Gazing at the smirking Li Mengxi, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Just then, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the air, accompanied by the descent of several doctors, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Simping was abruptly yanked back to reality by the unexpected noise, as if awakening from a daze. She hurriedly stepped back, extricating herself from Chu Liufeng's embrace. However, she found herself pressed against the wall, with no further room to retreat. Standing face to face, they could even distinctly feel the warm breath escaping from the boy's nostrils, brushing against her cheeks, igniting a rosy blush across her face. Her heart raced, overwhelmed by a sense of shame and confusion that had long been dormant. It was impossible to recall how many years had passed since she had experienced such intimate contact with a man. She had thought that the heart she had closed off due to her ex-husband's heartless actions would remain forever sealed. Yet in this moment, it felt as if that long-forgotten heart had been unlocked. Simping's gaze inadvertently fell upon Chu Liufeng's chest, now dampened by her own tears. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, fidgeting restlessly as her eyes began to dart away in a flurry. The once steady connection she held with Chu Liufeng faltered, and she could not bring herself to meet his eyes again. Sorry, Xiao Feng. Auntie lost her composure. In the midst of this peculiar atmosphere, Simping bit her lip, mentally chastising herself for her lack of propriety. After all, he was so young, and this was the person her daughter, Xiao Jie, had often mentioned. Was it appropriate for her to act in such a manner? How could she have crossed such boundaries? Did she even possess the right to do so? After a thorough self-scolding, she managed to regain her composure. Lifting her head to stammer, "Xiao Feng, you've helped Annie so much. I am truly grateful, and I will always remember this. Once Xiao Jie wakes up, I will contact you. For now, I need to go settle the payment. I'll take my leave now. You go on with your business." With that, she quickly turned away, her steps unsteady and shaky, feeling her legs weaken as she departed, even daring not to meet Chu Liufeng's gaze. Watching her retreating figure, filled with anxiety, Chu Liufeng found himself with little time to dwell on it, for Li Mengxi had approached him with an expression devoid of emotion. "Xiao Feng, who is she?" Li Mengxi scrutinized the hurried figure of Simping, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Chu Liufeng scratched his head, managing a wry smile. I assure you, there is nothing between us, Annie Li. Do you believe me?" Li Mengxi slowly withdrew her gaze from the direction where Simping had vanished, fixing her eyes intently on Chu Liufeng's face, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "Innocent? Did I even ask that? Why was she crying so sorrowfully in your embrace? Did you bully her?" With a scrutinizing look, Auntie Li assessed him, then leaned in closer, like a curious kitten, sniffing lightly at his neck and chest. Suddenly, she traced her slender finger across Chu Liufeng's chest, her fingertip brushing against something damp. Water? Tears. Her brow furrowed slightly, deepening her suspicions. Just as Chu Liufeng braced himself for the impending storm, Li Mengxi's expression shifted to one of realization. You said you went to the restroom, and you came here instead? Before he could even attempt to explain, Li Mengxi leapt up, trying to wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him towards her as if vying for attention. However, she soon realized the height difference and Chu Liufeng's unpreparedness, resulting in a comical failure. After a brief flail, she nearly stumbled as her feet hit the ground. Oomph. Steadying herself, Li Mengxi feigned anger, stamping her foot. Stinky Xiao Feng, she is already gone. Has your soul been whisked away? Am I not more beautiful than her? Don't you know how to cooperate? Finally, snapping back to reality, Chu Liufeng let out a helpless chuckle. Annie Li, what are you talking about? I assure you, there's nothing between me and Annie Song. It's truly innocent. Li Mengxi raised an eyebrow, waving her hand dismissively, her smile seemingly plastered on her face. Her surname is Song? No witties, Aunt Xing. No need to explain. Explanations are merely veils, and veils are just spun tales. I want to listen to your defenses, but a sly smile suddenly froze on her face as she reached out with both hands to grasp the fabric of Chu Liufeng's shirt, standing on her tiptoes. Her brows knitted in a playful scowl. But today you are mine, and only mine. Her tone was resolute, as if declaring a sacred claim. Huh. Li Mengxi's brows knitted tighter, her previously bright eyes now wide open in mock fury. What do you mean, huh? Oomph. You took so long in the restroom, openly embracing her and even making her cry? You say you're innocent and that makes it so? No way. I need to investigate. Stinky Xiao Feng, I advise you to behave. You wouldn't want Aunt Xing to find out about this, would you? Wait a minute. Why does that sound so familiar? Looking down at the flustered Li Mengxi, her cheeks flushed with a captivating beauty, he thought, hey. Auntie Li, this is a hospital. I don't care if it's a hospital. Li Mengxi replied, a mischievous glint in her eyes. When I arrived, I saw an abandoned area. Her lips curled into a cunning smile, her long hair cascading down her back, complementing her exquisite features, exuding a unique allure that was distinctly her own. The beguiling gaze of her fox-like eyes radiated a subtle charm, causing Chu Liufeng's heart to race uncontrollably. This was an abandoned building in the hospital, long out of use. Inside, there was a deserted room, not quite a warehouse, but a vacant patient room, stripped of its beds. Generally, no one would venture here as the dust coated the floor. Despite it being broad daylight, those with timid hearts will be deterred by the eerie tales associated with hospitals. Yet today, this long-sealed room stirred with a hint of new activity. With a thud, Chu Liufeng found himself cornered against the wall, gazing at the slender, beautiful leg wrapped in black silk draped over his shoulder. He could scarcely believe that one day he would be so cornered, and in a hospital no less, by a leg clad in such alluring fabric. The audacity of Li Mengxi rendered his thoughts in a whirl. In such a scenario, when a mind is overwhelmed, it is often advised to think with a different head. Annie Liu, Li Mengxi felt her face burn, her heart racing wildly. For reasons unknown, this sensation was unlike any other. She exhaled softly, her gaze enchanting as she said, "Do not call me aunt, call me sister." With a flirtatious toss of her hair, she extended a delicate, pale hand, firmly grasping Chu Liufeng's collar, exuding an overpowering charm. "I prefer you to call me sister." Chu Liufeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. "All right, sister. But your younger brother is rather unrefined, so please be lenient with me." Li Mengxi's lips curled upwards, revealing her delight. "Humph. Little Feng is truly obedient. Now, tell me how you wish for your sister to reward you." Yet beauty is fleeting. Suddenly, Li Mengxi's expression shifted, and she let out a soft, delicate cry. "Help me. Pull me up quickly. I think I've twisted my waist." Initially, her pose appeared flawless. However, Li Mengxi failed to realize that she was no longer youthful. This challenging split maneuver was becoming increasingly difficult for her. Chu Liufeng, what is this playful, adorable aura emanating from Li Mengxi? As Chu Liufeng helplessly bent down to assist her, she mischievously grinned, just kidding, like a cat who had caught a fish. She seized the moment as he leaned down, wrapping her arms around his neck, and, without hesitation, fervently kissed him. This kiss was imbued with the affection she had long suppressed, accompanied by her rapid, passionate breaths, and the most genuine feelings from the depths of her heart. Within her kiss lay a hint of stubbornness and madness, a fervent yearning to be protected and cherished. It was as if she intended to pour all her emotions into Chu Liufeng through this kiss, unreservedly and completely. Chapter 70. Please don't let me kneel after an elongated kiss. Li Mengxi gently tilted her head back, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. Her eyes shimmering with affection. Hold me. Chu Liufeng encircled her petite waist, effortlessly lifting her delicate form into his arms, cradling her securely. Li Mengxi instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her slender legs gently clasping his waist. Their foreheads touched, faces mere inches apart, as they gazed into each other's eyes. The warmth of their breaths intertwining and heating the air around them. Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her gaze brimming with love and dependence. As a playful smile danced on her lips, Xiaofeng, I just kissed you, so from now on you are mine. Therefore you will always protect me like you do today, right? You mustn't lie. I can see through your eyes. As she spoke, she feigned seriousness, her large, expressive eyes wide with mock intensity. Chu Liufeng couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. Although he was uncertain about the circumstances surrounding Li Mengxi, he could sense her unease and unwavering reliance on him. This candidness was a stark contrast to the shy, ambiguous interactions he shared with Aunt Xing and Teacher Su. Li Mengxi was the first to openly and fervently express her affection upon their first meeting. When someone loves you, that love is palpable. If you cannot feel it, do not deceive yourself. She truly does not love you. The one whose name you call out at night is likely calling for another. From Li Mengxi, he sensed that indescribable yet certain affection. Upon their initial encounter, her gaze seemed to devour him whole. What had he done to elicit such deep feelings? Was it due to his status? Did being a handsome male college student hold any significance? Indeed, it was a perplexing puzzle. Thus, Chu Liufeng repressed his smile, tightening his embrace to draw Li Mengxi closer, enveloping her in his arms, providing her with a profound sense of security. He gazed into her eyes, his tone soft yet earnest, as he made his promise, I will. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise illuminated Li Mengxi's eyes, yet she feigned skepticism. Pouting slightly, can I rely on you forever? I will always be your support. You can trust me unconditionally. And, you won't find me bothersome? Never. Regardless of what I do, you won't be angry, right? Absolutely not. And if I were to bite you, would you be upset? Upset? Shouldn't I be pleased? Oh, come on. You're supposed to be serious. Can I be my true self in front of you? I have a tiny temper and some peculiar quirks. Of course. Will you mind my age? Not at all. And if we were to argue in the future, even if I were at fault, you must comfort me first and never give me the cold shoulder or ignore me. We won't argue. But what if I become unattractive or old? Or you discover that I can be quite demanding? No matter how you change, I will love you forever. As he spoke, Chu Liufeng gently nudged the tip of Li Mengxi's nose, his actions affectionate and tender, cherishing her as if she were his own daughter. Of course, Li Mengxi was no longer a mere friend of Aunt Xing. She had transformed into a young woman deeply enraptured by love. Despite receiving all the satisfactory answers, her lips curled into a teasing pout as she declared, Humph, you're such a scoundrel. You agreed so readily. It's evident you aren't sincere. All right. Even if you're deceiving me, that's enough. I'm truly happy. Really? Li Mengxi smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she cupped Chu Liufeng's face, planting soft kisses on his cheeks, leaving a trail of lip prints like a chick pecking a grain. My dear, I truly adore you. Why didn't you let me meet you sooner? As she spoke, she gently pinched his cheeks, playfully displaying her affection. Sooner? Even meeting you a few months earlier would have been illegal. Do you know that? Chu Liufeng silenti muset. After another round of intimate whispers, Li Mengxi suddenly leaned closer. Her cheeks flushed, whispering shyly into Chu Liufeng's ear, "Sweet Xiaofeng, I have a desire to play a special game." "A game?" Her face blossomed with a charming blush, a captivating hue gracing her cheeks as she nodded shyly. "Yes, Xiaofeng, and you could be a little less gentlemanly with me. You could be a tad fierce." Her eyes sparkled with playful mischief and a hint of anticipation as she shyly lowered her gaze, becoming slightly bashful. Chu Liufeng was taken aback. Then a mischievous smile crept onto his face. "All right, how do you wish to play?" Li Mengxi's excitement surged, her eyes twinkling with a strange light, her cheeks a radiant crimson. "Let us pretend we are an exhilarating urban story. I'll play the rebellious disciple who disobeys the master and ventures out, only to find myself in peril, and you will be the brave master who swoops in to protect me, swiftly dispatching the villains and then chastising me sternly." Chu Liufeng blinked, gazing at Li Mengxi. "Are you certain you want to play such a game? Why, do you think I am too much? Are you brave enough to play?" Li Mengxi bit her lip, lifting her fair, rosy profile, her expression eager for the challenge. "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Liufeng's lips curled into a playful smirk. He gently set her down, then feigned a stern expression, adopting a commanding tone, his voice rising with authority. "You, young lady, who permitted you to wander about? Do you not realize how dangerous it is outside? Stand straight." As he spoke, he raised his hand, theatrically gesturing as if to strike, but he did not truly bring it down, merely enhancing the atmosphere without causing any harm. Li Mengxi instinctively recoiled, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, as she playfully retorted, "Oh, master, I know I was wrong." Following this, she winked cheekily and murmured, "I know I was wrong. Please don't punish me." Chapter 71. Not a Chance. Meanwhile, within the Qin City police station, the atmosphere was as tense as the moments before a storm. In the conference room, the harsh white light illuminated the strained faces of the attendees. Qin Yin, with a frosty expression, leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, exuding an aura of icy resolve that seemed to lower the temperature of the air around her. On the screen before her, footage was playing of the brazen robbery on the Cross Lake Bridge. Witnessing the rampant criminals, a glint of ferocity flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. Bang! She clenched her fist and slammed it on the conference table, the dull thud resonating like thunder, sending a shiver through everyone present. "Did you all see that? These scoundrels show such disregard for human life. Their actions are utterly lawless. This is a blatant provocation against us and the entirety of Qin City." Her voice was low yet brimming with fury. She paused momentarily, a flicker of unnoticeable relief crossing her features. Had it not been for Chu Liufeng's extraordinary skills, taking on 6 adversaries and eliminating them all, who could fathom the dire consequences that might have ensued? It was precisely because of his intervention that this incident had been temporarily suppressed, keeping the external world oblivious to the situation. If it were to leak, public panic would undoubtedly erupt, for the nature of this crime was horrendously severe. Murder in broad daylight, armed assaults. Any one of these incidents, if revealed, would send shockwaves throughout the realm of the Great Xia. The gravity of the situation was not lost on the others, especially director Wang Jun, who was drenched in cold sweat and felt a prickling at the back of his neck. He understood all too well that had this not been a targeted act of terror against Chu Liufeng, but rather occurred in crowded locales such as shopping malls or schools, the ramifications would be catastrophic, potentially world-shattering. The first to bear the brunt of accountability would be none other than him, the chief. For the safety of the public and the tranquility of Qin City, I believe we must immediately initiate a Level 1 alert. Who is in favor? Who is against? Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and resolve. Upon her words, every hand in the room shot up in agreement, without a moment's hesitation or dissent. "Very well. It's unanimously approved. Inform everyone immediately. All leave is canceled, and all personnel must be on standby. Increase patrol frequency 3-fold. Key areas must be under comprehensive. Real-time surveillance. No corners left unchecked. We cannot overlook even the slightest disturbance, not even the flutter of a fly. Dig deep and unearth their lair. This operation is codenamed Golden Action. We commence tonight, and I will personally lead the execution of the plan. The cold glint in Xing Yishan's eyes was unmistakable. Her efficiency was remarkable. Despite her recent arrival, her formidable capabilities had already uncovered several deeply entangled leads regarding smuggling and drug trafficking, pinpointing several suspects. Initially, she intended to gather more evidence before making arrests. But with such an affront to her authority, especially with criminals daring to commit murder in the streets, she recognized the necessity of a strong, immediate response. If she failed to act decisively, it would only embolden these miscreants, leading to even more egregious acts. Thus, she resolved to counter violence with violence, making them feel the sting of her iron fist. Soon, under the command of the Level 1 alert, the machinery designed to protect Qin City began to operate at full throttle. An air of tension enveloped the entire city. In an abandoned ward, under Chu Liufeng's stern reprimand, Li Mengxi's eyes turned red, feeling a mix of grievance and the urge to cry. Woo-woo. She could not restrain a few sobs tinged with despair. Having had a strained relationship with her father since childhood, nothing she did ever garnered his attention, be it achieving academic accolades or enduring bullying that left her battered and bruised. His reactions were always apathetic, as though she were a stranger. Today, however, was the first time she truly experienced the weight of her mentor's harshness. The fulfillment of a long-desired aspiration was finally within her grasp. What does that expression mean? Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow, his voice grave. If I don't discipline you properly, you'll just run off again next time? Seeing the obedient Li Mengxi, who was now compliant as if transformed, stirred something within Chu Liufeng. This feeling was indescribable. Taking a deep breath, he approached her and spoke in a low tone. Remember this well. What if you encounter danger and I am not around? If something were to happen to you, what would my existence mean? In the desolate ward, a cluster of vibrant flower petals fluttered down, infusing a touch of life into the otherwise lifeless space. Amidst the silence, there arose an eerie sound, akin to the whispers of ancient deities, or perhaps a call from Cthulhu, sending shivers down one's spine and distorting one's sanity. Should anyone draw near, they would be subjected to immense psychological distress. It was no jest. This was truly terrifying. It could cause one's lips to curve unnaturally, instinctively uttering bizarre sounds. Woo-woo. Mother, 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 oh my dear mother. Not a chance, not a chance, not a chance. Not a chance. No chance. Let you not have a chance. Let you not have a chance. Let you not have a chance. Oh, dear mother, my mother. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. My mother. A chance has come. A chance has come. Oh, my dear mother. A chance has come. A chance has come. I have no chance. I have no chance. I am utterly without a chance. Oh, my mother. I have no chance. No chance. It's too real. Chapter 72. I shall don the nun's garb to accept your confession. After a considerable time, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the last remnants of a warm, golden hue bathed the earth. Li Mengxi found herself cradled in Chu Liufeng's arms, carried out of the abandoned infirmary in a princess hold. At that moment, her stunningly beautiful visage was adorned with a captivating blush, rendering her breathtakingly enchanting. A sweet smile graced her lips, amplifying her allure. She wrapped her delicate, fair arms around Chu Liufeng's neck, resting her head gently against his chest, savoring the rhythmic thumping of his heart. Her slender, porcelain legs swayed lightly, her exquisitely perfect feet illuminated by the warm glow, showcasing an extraordinary beauty. Li Mengxi had never felt such a profound sense of fulfillment and contentment. Though she had only known Chu Liufeng for a day, their bond had undergone a remarkable transformation. To Chu Liufeng, she might merely be a playful and charming aunt, but to Li Mengxi, she had found a steadfast support, affording her the opportunity to heal the shadows of her childhood traumas in the latter half of her life. Chu Liufeng chuckled teasingly. I must say, your voice was delightful just now. So adorable. Li Mengxi cast him a shy glance, her eyes sparkling with playful reproach, a mixture of feigned annoyance and burgeoning affection. She lifted her petite chin slightly, huffing in mock pride. What on earth is that silly little head of yours thinking? Why do you entertain such peculiar, odd thoughts? Her voice dwindled to a whisper, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Earlier, Chu Liufeng had recalled a humorous video he had seen and whimsically urged her to try speaking in that dialect, which spiraled into an uncontrollable moment of levity. With a mischievous grin, he quipped, "My dear aunt, don't you also entertain your own odd thoughts throughout the day? Like perhaps daddy and such." Cough, cough. "What are you saying?" Li Mingxi shot him another coy glare, pretending to be offended. "You don't like me calling you that? If not, I shan't do it again." "Like? I absolutely adore it, immensely." Chu Liufeng responded hurriedly. It would be absurd for anyone not to relish such an endearment, right? Surely, no one could resist the charm of being called such by a beautiful and captivating aunt. "Well, that's more like it," Li Mingxi said with a sly narrowing of her eyes. "Naughty little Feng, do you not feel even the slightest twinge of remorse?" "Remorse? Why would I feel that?" Chu Liufeng was taken aback. "I am your auntie's dear friend. You truly harbor no hint of regret?" Upon perceiving the yearning in Li Mingxi's eyes, Chu Liufeng answered earnestly, "Regret? I regret it, but what should I do about it?" Suddenly, Li Mingxi's expression brightened, and she affectionately caressed Chu Liufeng's cheek, beaming, "It's all right. Naughty little Feng, I am here for you. I shall don a nun's attire to accept your confession." Chu Liufeng's gaze flickered, and he began to envision Li Mingxi in a nun's outfit. A thrill coursed through him. Sensing his excitement, Li Mingxi playfully pinched his face. "Naughty, no imagining. This is a surprise. If you think about it now, it loses its charm. Tomorrow, or the day after, I, the great nun, shall receive the sincere confessions of naughty little Feng." "Ha ha!" Li Mingxi seemed to revel in the thought, her nose twitching with laughter, her smile radiating joy. "I want to see a ghost costume too. Oh, you're so naughty. How I adore it. Ha ha!" After their playful banter, Li Mingxi gently inquired, "Are you tired of holding me?" "Not all. I could hold you all day," he replied. "You're such a bull." Li Mingxi teased, snuggling closer into his embrace, like a languid kitten, whispering softly, "Little Feng, I've discovered that I love you so much. What should I do?" "I want to give you." Before she could finish, a sudden clarity washed over her, and she gazed intently at Chu Liufeng's resolute face. Instinctively, she reached out to caress his cheek, as if wishing to imprint his features deep within her heart. Suddenly, a sweet smile blossomed on her lips. "If you enjoy hearing me call you that, I can do it for you any time. For a lifetime. For 10,000 years, forever and always. However, little Feng, you must first agree to one small request. All right?" Chu Liufeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. What is it?" Li Mingxi's expression turned serious. "Little Feng, this matter must remain a secret from your Aunt Xing. It must never reach anyone else's ears. If she discovers my connection with you, she will surely tear me to shreds. I have very few friends. You and EE are my dearest companions. Just between the two of us, whatever you wish, I will comply. Can we keep it our little secret?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but ponder. Was there something amiss? A little secret? Ah, another little secret? Was it a secret between the three of them? Holding Li Mingxi, he seated himself on a bench by the street outside the hospital, lowering his gaze to her somewhat forlorn expression. He leaned in and kissed her soft, luscious lips. Li Mingxi was momentarily taken aback, then slowly closed her eyes, reciprocating the kiss. After a long while, they parted. Chu Liufeng's gaze softened as he gently spoke. "Give me a little time. I will resolve everything." Li Mingxi was momentarily puzzled. "Do you not trust me?" Suddenly, she understood, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Trust? I trust you the most, little Feng. I will wait for you." Just then, the last vestiges of the warm, golden sunlight quietly vanished from the earth. Night had fallen. At that moment, a blinding car headlight swept across the scene, causing Li Mingxi to squint. Beep, beep, beep. A familiar pink Bentley came to a slow stop before them. Xing Yishan pressed down the car window, her expression initially stoic, even tinged with irritation, clearly vexed by something. However, upon spotting Chu Liufeng and Li Mingxi, she concealed her annoyance and managed a gentle, albeit resigned, smile. "Time to get in. Let's head home, you two little fools." Upon seeing Xing Yishan, Li Mingxi's face lit up with joy as she kicked her legs in excitement, exclaiming, "Yay, it's EE. Oh my, you finally arrived. Now we can go home and sleep. You didn't get drunk today, did you?" Why is little Feng carrying you again? In the midst of a bustling crowd. How could one not feel embarrassed? Come down quickly and take a seat beside me. Xing Yishan looked at Li Mengxi with a blend of helplessness and indulgence in her eyes. It's just a tonic. Let me hold you a little longer. Once we return home, you can be in my arms all night. I'm not going to take that from you. Li Mengxi playfully tilted her head, burying it deep into Chu Liufeng's embrace, her arms clinging tightly around his neck, refusing to let go. Upon hearing this, Xing Yishan's expression momentarily froze in resignation before turning expressionless. Then her index and middle fingers curled, raised high, and with a swift motion, she flicked her fingers downward. Snap! Ouch! Li Mengxi winced, her hands instinctively covering her head. That hurts, it really hurts. Her tear-filled eyes glared at Xing Yishan, naughty You're being so mean again. Be gentler, it truly hurts. Xing Yishan huffed lightly, lifting her head with the pride of a swan. That's what you get for babbling all day. Hold on tight. With that, she pressed the accelerator and the car surged forward. Ugh, Li Mengxi made a face, retreating once more into her own sanctuary. Observing the playful banter between the two lovely ladies, Chu Liufeng felt a slight smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He wished this moment could be frozen in time. Just then, a delayed system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected helping Li Mengxi escape life-threatening danger. Reward, super hearing. Super hearing. Upon activation, the host can hear all sounds within a 1-kilometer radius, freely adjust sensitivity, precisely lock onto desired sounds, and filter out all distractions. Note, avoid absorbing all sounds in noisy environments to prevent dizziness. The host is encouraged to practice for mastery. Ding! Host detected benevolent assistance to Song Ping. Reward. Chapter 73. You carry her scent, beep. Detected that the host is benevolently assisting Song Ping. Acquired. Physical enhancement points. Enhancement skills. Upon utilizing the enhancement points, the corresponding physical qualities will experience a significant boost. For instance, arm enhancement will increase strength. Leg enhancement will enhance speed. Cardiovascular enhancement will improve endurance. Liver function enhancement will accelerate recovery. Kidney function enhancement will. By a fortuitous chance, the acquisition of physical enhancement points left Chu Liufeng in a dilemma. He found himself deeply contemplating whether to augment his arm strength or enhance his leg speed. However, when the sole true deity appeared, this quandary was resolved almost instantaneously. Enhance kidney function. Was there even a need for hesitation? Were it not for genetic limitations, he would have aspired to possess an indestructible diamond-like kidney. Of course, while other enhancements held significance, the current augmentation of his physical constitution had already placed him far beyond the realm of the ordinary. Any further enhancements would merely be embellishments, lacking substantial necessity. Yet this particular enhancement was different. It was vital to recognize that one's body is the foundation of one's endeavors. Moreover, he was not solely concerned with one ant. Therefore, it was imperative to take good care of it. Would he dare admit inadequacy at such a moment? A true man cannot claim defeat, even if he truly faltered. He could only grit his teeth and declare he was in poor condition. He would explain that work had been exhausting, engaging in light conversation about literature, geography, history, and the unprecedented global transformations of the past century, and then patiently await the moment when Shaolin would come into play. After mentally affirming his decision, the enhancement was completed in an instant. In his embrace, Li Mengxi was still savoring the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chu Liufeng, gasping instinctively. What on earth just happened? Li Mengxi's reaction drew the attention of Xing Yishan, who glanced into the rearview mirror, her expression puzzled. Hey, I'm still here. Silly Cece, what are you up to now? Li Mengxi bit her luscious lips, hesitating to respond. How could she articulate this? Just then, 3 patrol cars sped past in the adjacent lane, prompting Li Mengxi to nervously say, so many police cars. I wonder what is going on. Xing Yishan took a glance and echoed her concern. Indeed, all traffic has been temporarily controlled. I've been stopped several times just on my way to pick you two up. I wonder if some bigwig has arrived in Qin City upon hearing this. Li Mengxi and Chu Liufeng exchanged glances, a mutual understanding dawning upon them. It must be that Xing Yan had commenced her actions. Yet, they refrained from voicing their suspicions, as revealing it would only serve to worry Xing Yishan, without any constructive outcome. Moreover, judging by Xing Yishan's demeanor, it was evident that the matter had been thoroughly suppressed. By the way, silly CC, little Feng, weren't you supposed to be house hunting? Why are you at the hospital? Xing Yishan inquired, her gaze shifting suspiciously to Li Mengxi. And what about your car? Li Mengxi's eyes darted around. When she was tea drinking, her mind was still quite sharp. Let us just say that old car stalled halfway, so I had it towed for repairs. Then I suddenly felt unwell, so I asked little Feng to accompany me to the hospital. Unwell? What's wrong? Oh, just a little drinking. The doctor advised me to cut back. It's nothing serious. Xing Yishan, with a serious expression, urged, silly CC, you really need to drink less. Why consume so much? Drink more milk like me. Start taking care of your health. We're not young anymore, you know. Drink more milk? Exactly. It's best to drink warm milk in the morning. Do some yoga, great for digestion and nutritious. Li Mengxi slyly glanced at Chu Liufeng, her eyes glinting with mischief and excitement as she deliberately elongated her tone. So that is how it is I understand now, Chu Liufeng. What do those eyes mean? Answer me. Look at my eyes. However, in front of Xing Yishan, he had no choice but to comply, seeking mercy. Before long, the Bentley came to a halt in front of Li Mengxi's villa. We're home. Silly CC. Hurry up and get out. After a few minutes of lingering, Li Mengxi reluctantly rose. All right, darling, bye for now. I'll come to play tomorrow. I'm absolutely exhausted today. Oh, by the way, dear nephew, I've had my assistant send over several house videos. You can forward them to your teacher, Sue, so she can choose. I'm too lazy to go see them myself. With that, Li Mengxi yawned dramatically. I'm so tired. You two head back. Darling, drive carefully on your way home. No need to rush. You have all night to play. Xing Yishan, expressionless, gripped the steering wheel. She was becoming accustomed to the incessant chatter of the ever-verbose silly CC. Chu Liufeng nodded, smiling. Okay, Aunt Li, see you tomorrow. Mentioning Su Jinyan, he realized she had not responded to his message today and wondered about her situation. However, given that he was at the hospital, there were surely no safety concerns. It had been a busy day. He would take the opportunity to tease teacher Sue during tomorrow's interview. Darling, dear nephew, bye for now. Li Mengxi leaned against the door, blowing a kiss, her gaze lingering on the departing pink Bentley until it faded from view. Only then did she slowly turn, unlocking the door with her face. For reasons unknown, the usually cold and desolate villa now felt warm and inviting. Li Mengxi hummed a leisurely folk tune as she ascended the stairs, swiftly shedding her clothing. Entering the spacious and luxurious dressing room, she rummaged through an array of alluring outfits. Her cheeks flushed as she held various ensembles against herself. Oh dear, what should I wear tomorrow to catch that little rascal's eye? He seems to be fond of Darling's poised elegance. Does he enjoy contrasts? Should I wear some of Darling's clothes? I should be able to fit them in the ghost costume and nun outfit. Oh, how naughty. I love it, she muttered to herself, trying on different outfits, her face adorned with a silly smile as images danced in her mind. Meanwhile, in the car, without Li Mengxi's presence, Xing Yishan's eyes glimmered with a subtle affection as she softly said, Little Feng, and he bought some groceries. You'll cook today. I'm eager to taste your culinary skills. Chu Liufeng gazed out the window, lost in thought, oblivious to Xing Yishan's subtle expressions, casually replying, Sure. Auntie Xing, leave it to me. You can look forward to a delightful meal. Xing Yishan, focused on driving, did not notice the change in Chu Liufeng's expression. Upon hearing his response, her face brightened, softly replying, Annie will wait. As they returned to their villa, before Chu Liufeng could exit the car, Xing Yishan abruptly flung open the rear door and climbed in. She affectionately embraced Chu Liufeng, her soft lips swiftly pressing against his. Her face filled with deep emotion. Xiaofeng, I have missed you so much. As she fervently kissed him, she emitted indistinct sounds. However, after a few moments of passionate kisses, she suddenly furrowed her brow, pursed her lips, and scrutinized Chu Liufeng, her gaze gradually revealing a hint of helplessness. Under the intensity of her stare, Chu Liufeng felt a shiver run down his spine. He blinked innocently and asked, "What's wrong, Aunt Xing?" With a slight frown, Xing Yishan replied with mock anger, "You little rascal, you smell of Limengshi. Did that drunken fool kiss you again?" Chu Liufeng thought to himself, "A perilous question. Do not answer. Do not answer." Chapter 74. The Incompetent Sailor. Such is the nature of a lovesick woman. At her age, how can she still be so naive in matters of the heart? Xing Yishan helplessly rubbed her temple, her face a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Chu Liufeng blinked in confusion. What does that mean? Could it be that Aunt Li has never had a boyfriend? He had sensed something amiss earlier in the abandoned ward. Despite not employing his miraculous healing skills, Limengshi's aura felt strikingly different from her carefree exterior. Her demeanor was almost primal, which was perplexing. Given her boisterous personality and her uninhibited behavior when intoxicated, it was understandable that she might choose not to marry. However, reaching this age without ever having a boyfriend seemed implausible. Thus, he attributed it to his own overwhelming presence. But now, after hearing Xing Yishan's words, something felt off. Xing Yishan blinked, seemingly recalling something, her expression turning peculiar as she remarked, "Oh, she has plenty of boyfriends. In fact, a drawer full of them." Chu Liufeng was taken aback. A drawer? Indeed, and they are particularly advanced, all comprised of new energy. New energy? Goodness. Limengshi is into technology? Aunt Xing, you can't mean to suggest that Aunt Li is actually... These words were not meant to be shared with a younger generation, yet given their close relationship, Xing Yishan shot Chu Liufeng a playful glare and teased, "Do you think I have so many affluent friends? The reason I get along best with her is that Aunt Li and I share similarities. I view these matters quite lightly and prefer not to associate with overly intense individuals. So, your Aunt Li may appear formidable, but in truth, she knows little. I believe I mentioned her childhood traumas before." Xing Yishan paused for a moment and briefly recounted Limengshi's past. How should I put it? Due to her irresponsible father, she has developed a slight case of misandry. She doesn't trust men, which is why her company is entirely female. However, I never anticipated her closeness to you. It's the first time I've seen her like this. So, don't be deceived by her outward bravado. It's merely a fade to blend in with her peers. She fears isolation. In simple terms, her theoretical knowledge is exemplary, but practical experience is non-existent. At this point, Xing Yishan suddenly felt as though she had unwittingly pushed Chu Liufeng into a burning pit. If not for her, Limengshi wouldn't have latched onto him. Her words left Chu Liufeng momentarily stunned. So, it turns out that Limengshi is an incompetent sailor and miner. No wonder she struggles so much. He thought to himself that someday he ought to use his miraculous healing skills to truly help her experience. She is such a pitiable fool. I remember that time when she got drunk and kept calling me mommy, reminiscent of how Kiki would come home in tears after being bullied. She's forever a little girl at heart. As she reflected, Xing Yishan was overcome with maternal affection. In her eyes, there were times when Limengshi resembled her daughter Kiki. She bit her lip, gazing at Chu Liufeng with an inexplicable expression. "Xiaofeng, do you? Like your Aunt Li?" This was indeed a loaded question. Had it been before, he would never have answered. However, given their experiences in hospital, he nodded earnestly and replied, "Aunt Xing, you are the most beloved person in my life. But Aunt Li has also shown me great kindness, so I hold her in high regard as well. You both are the most important people to me." Xing Yishan looked into Chu Liufeng's sincere and bright eyes. She shook her head in resignation, sighing, "Alas, you foolish boy. Do you not realize how much of a cad that statement makes you? Please refrain from speaking like that in the future. It is irresponsible, both to me and to Aunt Li. No wonder Wanshu disallows you from dating. You speak like a heartless rogue while feigning innocence. If you were to act recklessly, who knows how many innocent young girls you might hurt. Chu Liufeng Bodinget, is what I said so callous? By all that is holy, I spoke only the truth. Forget it, as long as you don't feel wronged. I just thought that since she is considerably older than you might not appreciate it, fearing it would discomfort you. As long as you are amenable, I can pretend to be oblivious, much like feigning sleep. But just don't wake me. My patience does not equate to acceptance. Xing Yishan's expression shifted continuously, lost in self-reflection as if her CPU were about to overheat. Chu Liufeng, feeling helpless, wrapped his arms around Xing Yishan, greedily inhaling her soothing fragrance. My dear Aunt Xing, what have you been preoccupied with all day? Well, I had quite a lot on my plate, settled some impending debts, organized the remaining financial matters, consulted with a lawyer, and contacted business associates. It exhausted me. As she spoke, she suddenly straightened, cupping Chu Liufeng's face in her hands, exhaling softly, her gaze laden with allure. Let us forget about all that for now. I'll tell you later. For now, hurry and take a shower. I don't want to smell anything else. Make sure you clean up well. Chu Liufeng bodin get. Is she that eager? Seeing his expression, Xing Yishan grew even more bashful, playfully admonishing. What are you staring at? Didn't you ignite the fire at noon, but have no intention of extinguishing it? Do you know that today At this point, she shyly lowered her head. Witnessing Xing Yishan's adorable demeanor stirred something within Chu Liufeng, prompting him to tease. What do you know? Xing Yishan's eyes glistened with moisture, making her appear shy and enchanting as she murmured, I was thinking of you all day. They embraced, entering the villa's living room. Just as Chu Liufeng prepared to take a shower, he suddenly remembered, by the way, Aunt Xing, didn't you want to cook for you? Aren't you hungry now? Xing Yishan smiled as she slipped from Chu Liufeng's embrace, her laughter different from usual. Her hands clasped behind her back, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth as she replied gently, There are no ingredients at home. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on Chu Liufeng's cheek and started to ascend the stairs. Halfway up, she glanced back at him, exuding charm and allure, softly urging, Hurry and take a shower. Chapter 75. A daily act of kindness. The implications were patently clear. Chu Liufeng secretly slapped himself. What was wrong with him today? How could he have missed that hint? Thus, he quickly undressed and took a shower, ensuring he was impeccably clean and devoid of any odor before excitedly making his way to Aunt Xing's room. Xing Yishan had already changed into a purple silk satin nightgown, exquisitely tailored to a length that barely reached the upper thighs, revealing a pair of smooth, rounded legs. The voluptuous figure of the mature woman was displayed in all its glory, her fair and delicate skin shimmering under the light. Her face was adorned with a refined makeup, with vibrant lipstick accentuating her soft lips, making her strikingly beautiful. A hint of blush graced her cheeks, and her hands shyly rested behind her back. Just gazing at Xing Yishan, one could sense the mature allure that came from the passage of time, exuding both grace and elegance. Merely standing there made Chu Liufeng's heart race, especially when he focused his gaze. Beneath the purple silk nightgown, a strikingly daring ensemble was concealed, replacing her usually conservative attire. Aunt Xing, you look stunning. Chu Liufeng could not help but swallow hard. It wasn't that he was lecherous. It was simply that Xing Yishan was breathtaking beyond words. Where's Tutu? Tutu is here. He was called away by Grandpa Nyo. Come in. Why are you just standing there? You look like you've lost your wits. Xing Yishan remarked, noticing Chu Liufeng's dazed expression. Her heart swelled with secret delight. Oof. It was worth her afternoon spent consulting a few experienced wealthy women friends to learn how to dress attractively and capture the attention of someone she fancied. Thus, seeing Chu Liufeng so enchanted was a source of quiet satisfaction, her alluring smile betraying her glee. After all, which woman does not relish the thought of a man being utterly captivated by her, especially one she holds dear? Several hours later, Xing Yishan nestled in Chu Liufeng's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, she could not help but murmur, Naughty little Feng, why are you still? Developing. A devilish grin crept across Chu Liufeng's lips as he replied earnestly, That's perfectly normal. I've just turned 18. Yes, Xing Yishan chuckled, lightly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling a sheen of sweat clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Little Feng, I'm all sweaty and sticky. I need to take a bath. If you're tired, you should just sleep. I'll come with you. As Chu Liufeng began to rise, Xing Yishan quickly shook her head, her expression flustered. No. If you come in, I want to be able to get up tomorrow. Be good. Listen to me. She sighed helplessly, offering a wry smile. I'm not young anymore, not 18. With that, Xing Yishan hurriedly got up and dashed to the bathroom, luxuriating in a bath to relieve her fatigue. Observing this, Chu Liufeng could only chuckle in resignation. Aunt Xing was quite sensitive about her age. He had noticed the hint of bitterness at the corners of her mouth. A miraculous rejuvenation could perhaps restore her vitality. If used regularly, it might slow the aging process. However, it would be wiser to await even more formidable skills from the system. Perhaps there would be a technique to restore youth in the future. System, did you catch that thought? He mused. I advise you to be discerning and not ungrateful. Reclining comfortably on the bed, Chu Liufeng suddenly noticed several unread messages on his phone. Picking it up, he saw that teacher Sue still had not replied to him. Earlier that morning, she had sent him a sweet selfie with a kitten, saying she was swamped with interviews and wanted to go out for a run. He had responded and inquired about her situation in the afternoon, yet had received no reply until now. Forget it, I'll see what tomorrow brings. Next was a message from Li Mengxi. She forwarded a plethora of information about housing options, all quite appealing. Duplex loft apartments, each more impressive than the last. However, the rental prices were indeed staggering, reaching over 20,000 a month. Despite this, there were plenty of wealthy individuals at Xiada, and even with such exorbitant costs, few units remained available. At the end of her message, Li Mengxi added, "Little darling heart, and we'll give you a big surprise tomorrow, bad smile." This message was sent 2 hours ago. At that time, he was busy and hadn't paid attention. Glancing at the time, it was already past 1. Too late to disturb her for a surprise. "A surprise." A smile crept onto his lips, filled with anticipation. Scrolling further down, he found another message from Zhou Ruobing. She had sent several messages along with a selfie. In the video, the elegant woman was dressed appropriately, donning a formal suit instead of an alluring cheongsam, with the airport serving as her backdrop. Her message indicated that she had reached out to a renowned national-level sculptor, who was currently visiting to discuss the intricate details of a sculpting project. This process would take some time, approximately 2 to 3 days to a week, meaning she wouldn't be in Xinjiang. If Chu Liufeng wished to discuss the imperial green jade with her in the meantime, she regrettably could not attend. She promised to make it up to him upon her return, ending with a photo of a playful kiss, captured at a flattering angle that unintentionally revealed a hint of her alluring curves, a deliberate display, clearly. Chu Liufeng casually skimmed through the messages before setting his phone down. Too lazy to reply. This woman was quite adept, professional, and considerate. With her assistance in managing the affairs regarding the imperial green jade, it would certainly ease his mind. He greatly appreciated a woman who understood the nuances of life, as he would inevitably seek to profit from the jade business. It might be wise to involve her and allow her a taste of the rewards. Just as Chu Liufeng was feeling rather bored and considering utilizing the super hearing skill, a crisp system notification chimed his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has helped Xing Yishan resolve a personal issue. Reward: Marksman Skill Beginner. Marksman Skill. Upon acquiring this skill, the host's understanding and handling of firearms will significantly improve, allowing for automatic and precise targeting when using them. Bullets will automatically home in on the target within a meter radius upon discharge. Note: the marksman skill can be upgraded. Upon reaching advanced capabilities, the host will acquire Gun Fu, achieving perfect accuracy, disregarding cover, angles, and physical loss. In simple terms, bullets can curve, and shots fired backward can still hit foes in front. Marksman? Gun Fu? Another beginner-level concept skill? Chu Liufeng was momentarily stunned. Of course, it was the shock of the marksman skill itself. After all, this was Daxia, not some land of liberty. Even with skills, how could he possibly acquire firearms? What truly astonished Chu Liufeng was the sheer absurdity of it all. Are you not a friend? You truly embody the spirit of benevolence. Is this a beaver? Chapter 76. She said bringing it doesn't count after all. She had played with Aunt Xing yesterday, yet no system rewards had been triggered. This merely suggested that today, Xing Yishan was indeed yearning too much, reaching an entirely new height, even touching the threshold of needing assistance. It was true. Aunt Xing hadn't even called for the lights to be turned off today, and indeed, it was quite wild. Chu Liufeng shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. Suppressing the excitement within, he blinked his eyes and began to test the efficacy of his super hearing. In an instant, a peculiar force surged into his ears, followed by a bizarre voice that distinctly echoed, "Hey, buddy, your ears are stretching right into my mouth." Chu Liufeng's expression stiffened immediately. What the heck? That word, buddy, sounded as if a burly man was whispering it right next to his ear, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he activated his X-ray vision and peered out the window, spotting a barbecue stall about a kilometer away, where the strange voice had originated. To hear so clearly from such a distance, a radius of 1 kilometer, was indeed terrifying. In his mind's eye, it felt as though a vast circular area had been drawn, precisely pinpointing the source of any sound. Coupled with his X-ray vision, it was akin to having a divine eye, capable of eavesdropping on all movements within a kilometer. Incredible. Initially, this super hearing was meant to be used gradually, allowing for slow adaptation. However, Chu Liufeng was eager to push his limits. Thus, gritting his teeth, he decided to absorb all the sounds within a maximum range. In that moment, boom! The sensation was akin to standing unprepared on the exterior of a high-speed aircraft. Countless loud and bizarre sounds surged into his mind all at once. "Oh, baby. Yes. Yes. Oh, Kong Meng. Sister, can I call you Mom? Let us play some tiles together, alright? Ching. Haven't T received any news yet? Woe is me, brother," she said, bringing a dozen tea count. "What should I do, brother? Woe is me." "Hey, buddy, your stomach is empty. Let us fill it with delicious lamb skewers. No more chatting, brothers. The flight is taking off. Tonight I'm going to blitz through the streets." "Yemo time. Actually, I'm really not being told. Actually, I can't live without you. Is the doctor there? I have a friend, truly my friend." His girlfriend said that night there were too many people to distinguish, but she was consistently calling my friend's name. He loves her dearly, and upon learning this, he was devastated. How should I comfort my friend? Of course, I'm asking for my friend. Woe is me. In a late night, some were lost in melancholy, some were reveling, some were eking out a living, and some were savoring the world. Each person led a different life. Each person was human. Yet all the various he might be unaware that I have also come to Shada. That charming demeanor, embodying both the playful spirit of a young girl and the cautiousness of a secret admirer, evokes an irresistible sense of affection. Chapter 77. Oh, the girl in unrequited love. Immerse yourself in the realm of fantasy. The girl gently picked up the Leica camera hanging from her neck, her delicate fingers skillfully maneuvering it as she began to flip through the myriad of photographs. The screen displayed various images of Chu Liufeng, capturing him in different angles during summer military training, playing basketball, and engaging in workouts. Perhaps even Chu Liufeng himself remained oblivious to the fact that he had been surreptitiously photographed on numerous occasions. Her bright, clear eyes remained fixed on the screen, gazing intently at Chu Liufeng, her fingers lightly caressing the surface, as if she could reach through the screen to touch him. And yet, he may have forgotten me. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she whispered softly. Eventually, her gaze settled on a particular photograph, and an unmistakable envy flickered in her eyes. In the image, the sun blazed fiercely. Chu Liufeng wore a gentle expression, carefully carrying an unconscious girl, hurrying towards the school infirmary. The girl, delicate like herself, possessed skin as fair as snow. In a fleeting moment, she envisioned herself as that girl, and the thought of being held in such a manner filled her with longing. A blend of sourness and sweetness surged within her heart, a sensation that ebbed and flowed, leaving her both enchanted and sorrowful. Observing this, Ching pursed her lips and gently said, "Miss, shall we go upstairs to rest?" However, the girl appeared lost in her reverie, remaining silent. Ching sighed softly, pushing the wheelchair towards the elevator within the villa. Once they entered her room, the girl seemed to awaken from her trance, her face still adorned with a contented smile. She approached her computer desk and printed out the meticulously selected photographs of Chu Liufeng taken earlier that day. Each photo radiated brilliance, capturing moments that made her heart flutter. Afterward, she joyfully opened the nearby confidential cabinet, retrieving a small leather safe from within, layered with protection as if safeguarding something precious. Upon opening the small safe, she found not expensive jewels or priceless treasures, but a thick stack of photographs. Thousands of them. If Chu Liufeng were to see this, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for it contained nothing but his images. Not even he had captured such an extensive collection, yet it had been documented by an unknown girl. These photographs chronicled Chu Liufeng's journey from middle school to university, depicting him during workouts, playing basketball, running, reciting during morning study sessions, and receiving awards. From these images, one could piece together the vibrant tapestry of Chu Liufeng's formative years, as if a professional photographer had been trailing him for years, diligently recording every significant moment of his life. The girl gently placed the freshly printed photos into the safe and then selected one with great care, the photograph of Chu Liufeng carrying the girl to the infirmary. Xing, I'm all set, she beamed, her innocent smile illuminating her face as she addressed the caregiver. Xing approached and gently lifted her, placing her on the soft, comfortable bed. Good night, dear, the girl said sweetly, her voice tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet brimming with anticipation for tonight's dreams. Xing nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. Make sure to sleep early, dear. Don't dwell too long on your thoughts. The girl replied adorably, clutching the photograph tightly against her chest. As her eyes slowly closed, she resembled a delicate porcelain doll, tranquil and beautiful. Oh, how I wish one day I could stand up, to hold your hand and walk alongside you, she silently murmured within her heart, her voice dwindling as she gradually slipped into a beautiful dream. Oh, the girl in unrequited love. Immerse yourself in the realm of fantasy. That night, others remained awake. In the hospital room, Ping rested her head beside Song Yujia's bedside, lightly dozing. During this time, she had been tirelessly seeking funds for medical expenses, her strength waning. Now, with Chu Liufeng's assistance alleviating the financial burden, she could finally relax and enjoy a peaceful sleep. The ward was eerily quiet, the only sound being the faint beeping of the medical equipment. Suddenly, the slender arm connected to the floor began to stir. Slowly, Song Yujia opened her eyes, confusion and haze filling her gaze. After a moment, her awareness gradually sharpened. She beheld her mother resting beside her, the blanket that had covered her having fallen away. Observing Ping's fatigued appearance, Song Yujia bit her lip, reluctant to awaken her. Instinctively, she reached out to cover her mother, but found her arm trembling, unable to lift even a fraction of its weight, despite her desperate attempts. A wave of despair washed over her. Tears of helplessness streamed down her cheeks, dampening the strands of hair brushing against her face. At that moment, she could not even wipe away her tears, allowing them to flow freely. Though Ping was asleep, her heart remained tethered to her daughter, and even the slightest movement from Song Yujia made her bolt upright. Xiao Jia, my precious, you're awake. Ping's voice was gentle, but upon seeing the tear stains on Song Yujia's face, her eyes filled with concern as she tenderly wiped away the tears and caressed her forehead. Ma. Song Yujia struggled to whisper, Mom is here. Ping's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she grasped her daughter's hand tightly. I feel so terrible. I don't want to live. A profound sense of despair clouded Song Yujia's eyes. Her awareness was acutely aware of her surroundings. Yet she could not control her body, trapped in a waking nightmare akin to a conscious vegetative state, her mind imprisoned in despair, a cruel torment. She no longer wished to endure. In her heart, the notion of continuing to exist seemed only to burden her mother, devoid of any meaning. She truly longed to escape the agony of her suffering. Upon witnessing this, Ping's eyes turned red. No, my dear, please don't. Mom cannot bear to lose you. Her voice trembled, laden with endless sorrow and pleading. Doctor, the physician has formulated a treatment plan. Let us persevere. Just a little longer. At this point, Ping seemed to recall something. She swiftly grabbed her phone. My dear, let me show you something. Do you know? The classmate who carried you to the infirmary, Chu Liufeng, came to visit you. Ping spoke urgently, her hands shaking as she opened the video that Chu Liufeng had recorded. It was then that she realized the foresight of Chu Liufeng's actions. Diao, I am Chu Liufeng. Rest assured, Your illness is not severe. Listening to his gentle yet reassuring voice, she gazed at his familiar, comforting face. In the once desolate and despairing gaze of Song Yujia, a glimmer of light emerged for the first time. After hearing Chu Liufeng's heartfelt and sincere encouragement, it felt as though a seed of hope had been sown deep within her heart. Song Yujia shed hot tears once more. Mom is here. My darling. Song Ping pressed closely against Song Yujia, as if this closeness could bestow a flicker of hope upon her. The mother and daughter began to weep softly together, as if to express their shared lament over the injustices of fate. Chapter 78. After a long-awaited heartbeat, I end up losing so thoroughly meanwhile at the First People's Hospital of Qin City. Why isn't it working yet? Damn phone. Su Jinyun sat on the hospital bed, her heart brimming with frustration as she glared at her unresponsive phone. The screen remained dark, offering no sign of life. Beside her lay a hairdryer and a hefty stack of dry paper towels. Pouting, she tugged at her hair in irritation. It had been a day and a half. Why hadn't Chu Liufeng come to see her? You scoundrel. You claimed you wanted to be my boyfriend. You. Chu Liufeng. You despicable rogue. You big fool. You utter jerk. This morning, after sending a message to Chu Liufeng, she had thought to freshen up before an upcoming interview. Fearing she might miss his reply, she took her phone with her. But in a moment of carelessness, her phone fell into the sink. After countless attempts, meticulously drying it with paper towels, carefully using the hairdryer, nothing worked. The phone remained entirely lifeless. After a long day of futile efforts, Su Jinyun was engulfed in despair. She yearned to either fix her phone or buy a new one. Although her legs were fine, the hospital steadfastly refused to discharge her, fearing she might face retaliation. No matter how she pleaded, they would not let her leave. Thus, Su Jinyun waited, counting the stars and the moon, longing for Chu Liufeng to visit. Yet, after a whole day, not a single strand of his hair had graced her sight. She felt as if she were turning into a stone statue, waiting in vain, with not even a glimpse of him. A wave of indignation and dissatisfaction washed over her. Did he not care at all that he couldn't reach her? Was his declaration of affection merely a jest? Was that tender exchange of words all a fade? With such thoughts, Su Jinyun felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes reddening. The words of men are but deceivers. She was on the brink of madness. Despite her devoted feelings toward him, the rules against student-teacher relationships at Xia University were immaterial. Rules are rigid, but humans are not. If you confessed, could I possibly refuse? If you would take the initiative, I would. She had even prepared herself for a bold move. But now, what did his sudden disappearance mean? Was he playing hard to get? They say not to engage in romance, to avoid infatuation. Wise individuals never fall in love. For over 20 years, she had maintained her single status, never experiencing the pains of love. Yet now, after finally feeling a spark, she faced such utter defeat. Glancing at the bouquets cluttering her bedside, all sent by school officials in various departments, she had tossed them aside, leaving only the single bouquet from Chu Liufeng, which she had arranged with care. Even with her heart swelled with discontent towards him, she could not bear to discard it. Love, what a twisted form of affection. Chu Liufeng, just you wait. Su Jinyun gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with resentment. She clenched her fists, already devising a plan to give him a thorough beating once she was discharged. She wouldn't be able to release her fury without delivering a good thrashing. Achoo! Chu Liufeng rubbed his nose, feeling as if his head might explode. However, diligence bore fruit. Amidst the overwhelming cacophony, he could even hear the croaking of frogs from a lake hundreds of meters away. If he focused, he could pinpoint conversations from afar. This skill was undeniably impressive. Though he currently had no use for it, he figured it was better to have it than not. Yawning, Chu Liufeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, fatigue settling in. Just then, the bathroom door opened slowly, and Xing Yishan emerged, enveloped in steam after her bath. A charming flush adorned her cheeks, radiating an unprecedented sense of contentment and comfort. Humming a leisurely tune, she slipped into a new set of silky pink pajamas that accentuated her graceful curves before returning to the room. Xiaofeng, why aren't you asleep yet? I've been waiting for you. Chu Liufeng's lips curled into a smile as he pulled Xing Yishan into his embrace, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, greedily replenishing his energy. No, 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 this won't do. Seeing Chu Liufeng, akin to a big bad wolf, Xing Yishan panicked. Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach and alarm. I just finished my bath. You naughty Xiao Feng, how dare you? In the face of Aunt Xing's fierce gaze, Chu Liufeng grinned mischievously, showing no intention of stopping. He lowered his head slightly, resting his forehead against Xing Yishan's, and then kissed her soft, fragrant lips. When Chu Liufeng awoke, it was already nearing 10 o'clock the following morning. He had enjoyed a wonderfully refreshing sleep, feeling invigorated. Particularly, the throbbing in his head from last night had dissipated, leaving him feeling more lucid than ever. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, warming the room as a gentle breeze wafted through the shutters, carrying with it the alluring fragrance that lingered in the air. Sitting up, Chu Liufeng stretched lazily and turned to glance at Xing Yishan, who lay on her side. The warm sunlight bathed her smooth, delicate shoulders, her skin glistening like white jade. Captivating the eye, she seemed to be lost in sweet dreams, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her usual elegance replaced by an endearing innocence. Moved by the sight, Chu Liufeng leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her tempting lips. The sound startled Xing Yishan, prompting a soft, melodious hum from her throat. Yet, she was far too exhausted to open her eyes, remaining lost in slumber. Noting her fatigue, Chu Liufeng decided against waking her. Being mindful, he carefully slipped out of bed, gathered the 2 sets of silk pajamas and the torn stockings from the floor, and softly closed the bedroom door behind him, allowing her to continue her rest. He quickly took a shower, then headed to the kitchen to fry a few eggs and toast some golden bread. After warming the milk to soak the oatmeal, he left a note for Xing Yishan, letting her know he had stepped out. Aunt Xing, I have to go out for a bit. Breakfast is ready. Remember to eat. Love you. Placing the note under the plate, he left the villa, feeling reassured. He had many tasks ahead. His first stop was to visit teacher Sue at the hospital. She had vanished, and he intended to give her a stern reprimand. Of course, this wasn't solely due to his admiration for her long, graceful legs and delicate feet. Next, he had an interview to attend. In the afternoon, he planned to check on Aunt Xing and Xiao Jia, then focus on earning some money or assisting others in need. If time allowed, he hoped to visit Li Mengxi later, eager for the surprise she had mentioned. And then, there was the Yang family. He would not rest until he had thoroughly uprooted that source of toxicity. He wondered how Qin Yin's secret operations had fared overnight. If time permitted, he would inquire about her progress, seeking ways to assist. In summary, time was of the essence, and the tasks were plentiful. Every moment had to be utilized to its fullest. Off to the hospital he went. On his way, Chu Liufeng made a point to purchase a bouquet of pink roses. This object, when it comes to its utility, is rather insignificant. However, despite its lack of practicality, it remains indispensable. It adds a touch of romantic ambience that proves to be quite beneficial. At the First People's Hospital of Qin City, Su Jinyan lies quietly on her hospital bed. Her gaze is fixed vacantly on the ceiling, her expression somewhat hollow, lost in thought. Her lips move slightly, and if one were to draw closer, they would catch her murmurs. Chu Liufeng, you big jerk, despicable rogue, foolish buffoon. It's been an entire night. Why haven't you come to see me yet? Do you truly not miss me? Do you genuinely not care for me? Then why did you act that way? She resembles a neglected little wife, filled with sorrow and longing. Chapter 79. Terrifying mental pollution. Unbeknownst to Chu Liufeng, he had just stepped into the People's Hospital, heading towards the ward, blissfully ignorant of Su Jinyun's lingering melancholy. With his enhanced super hearing, even when not intentionally eavesdropping, his auditory senses had improved considerably. As he passed the proctology department, he overheard a rather peculiar exchange between a doctor and a patient. Let me confirm once more, young man. You're saying that while preparing breakfast alone today, due to the sweltering heat, you opted for lighter attire and inadvertently, you slipped and fell into a pile of vegetables in the back, coming into contact with a remarkably clean radish that was still standing upright. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Chu Liufeng instinctively activated his X-ray vision and glanced inside. Just one fleeting look. My eyes. He staggered back, nearly losing his balance. The image he witnessed was nothing short of a horrific mental assault. It was utterly terrifying, sending shivers down his spine and igniting an urge to gouge out his own eyes. In a panic, Chu Liufeng swiftly covered his ears, shut his eyes, and fled the scene, his face pale. Why? Why was this happening? One shouldn't, at the very least, be subjected to such sights. My apologies, I overstepped. For the remainder of his journey, Chu Liufeng walked with utmost caution, fearful of encountering anything else inappropriate to see or hear within the hospital. After all, hospitals are notorious for housing a plethora of jaw-dropping stories. So much so that he failed to notice Xu Jinyun's distress. After nodding at several nurses and security personnel outside, Chu Liufeng composed himself and entered the ward with a smile, closing the door behind him. Xu, what is the matter? You look unhappy. Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall give them a stern lesson. He casually approached the bedside, placing a bouquet of pink roses beside her, naturally taking her delicate hand into his own. Xu Jinyun, who had been gazing vacantly, suddenly froze. Upon seeing Chu Liufeng, her eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable joy, but it quickly faded into a look of melancholy. Why are you here? She asked, her voice as cold as that of a stranger. With a cheeky grin, Chu Liufeng replied, I dreamt that you wanted a kiss, so I came to oblige. Thank you, but no need, Xu Jinyun huffed dismissively, turning her head away, a mixture of anger and grievance swirling within her. What's wrong, Xu? Why this glum demeanor? Chu Liufeng blinked, genuinely confused. He couldn't fathom why Xu Jinyun had been unresponsive since yesterday, and was still upset now. Do you not wish to see me? Shall I take my leave? You. The mere suggestion sent her into a fit of rage. Xu Jinyun turned her head sharply, her silver teeth clenched, glaring daggers at Chu Liufeng, her frustration and resentment spilling over. Chu Liufeng, you scoundrel. You even thought to come. What are you doing here? Who invited you? Did you not profess your affection for your teacher? Is this how you show it? Leaving me in the hospital for 2 whole days. A full 48 hours. Were you so busy that you couldn't spare a moment to check on me? I finally allowed my heart to stir, and you go in. Her voice grew increasingly agitated, fists clenched as she swung a punch toward his shoulder, followed by a flurry of playful jabs. The assault left Chu Liufeng unscathed, while Xu Jinyun, breathless and weary, was the one who succumbed to fatigue. Observing her furious demeanor, Chu Liufeng blinked. Was she throwing a little tantrum? In such scenarios, the solution was simple. He took her shoulders in his hands, gazing gently into her eyes. The next moment, he leaned down and kissed her. The incessant chatter was silenced, and she became still. Not concerning himself with her consent, he acted with boldness. After all, she was a girl and would surely blush. It was inevitable she would protest. Hence, a man should adopt a more domineering approach in such moments. Of course, such actions should only be attempted by those with confidence and skill, as those lacking in such areas may find themselves facing serious repercussions for their actions. You. MMPH, Xu Jinyun's eyes widened, and she frantically patted Chu Liufeng, wanting to bite him, but hesitating out of fear of causing pain. Suddenly, she grasped his ear, and after a brief kiss, turned away. Pouting, you rogue. I haven't forgiven you yet. Seeing her flustered expression, Chu Liufeng wore a fond smile, gently holding her hand that had been tugging at his ear, slowly releasing it while intertwining their fingers. Xu, I was wrong. I encountered an unexpected situation, but as soon as I could, I came to you. You must know, I've been thinking of you the whole time. Xu Jinyun lifted her gaze to meet his, remnants of grievance still lingering in her eyes. Pouting, she reproached, always making excuses. Go on, I'm listening to your defense. Spin your tale nicely. For the teacher is not so easily deceived. Truly, so he meant no deceit. Yesterday, I intended to show you the house at Xia University, but midway, I encountered an unfortunate event, a car accident, which delayed me for a day. His expression was earnest as he shared the events of yesterday, omitting the more perilous details. As he finished, Xu Jinyun's expression shifted from skepticism to alarm as she realized the gravity of the situation. Her face drained of color, and her eyes, once filled with grievance, now brimmed with fear and concern. She quickly grasped that this was no ordinary accident. it was likely a retaliation. Unbeknownst to her, the incident was linked to the Yang sisters, and she merely assumed it was revenge from other criminals involved in a serial murder case. The thought that her predicament had caused Chu Liufeng distress sent her into a panic. She was certain he spoke the truth. After all, the hospital had increased patrols, and when she attempted to leave to buy a phone, they had warned her of potential retaliation, preventing her from going outside. Initially, she had been perplexed by the situation, believing that since the kidnappers had been apprehended, there could be no further reprisals. If only she had known. With a trembling voice, Su Jinyun anxiously inquired, "Are you hurt?" "Yes." Su Jinyun nearly burst into tears. "Where?" "Let me see. My heart is wounded." Feigning sorrow, Chu Liufeng buried his head in her embrace, nuzzling against her. "My dear Su, why do you ignore me? I sent you messages, yet you did not respond." Su Jinyun's eyes widened. Her face flushed a deep crimson, radiating beauty. Clutching his head, she stammered, "I accidentally dropped my phone in the sink, and they want let me leave the hospital to buy a new one. You mustn't scold me. I didn't want this." Chu Liufeng lifted his head from her embrace, his gaze soft as he gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, whispering, "I shall buy you a phone later." "All right, I want the same model as yours." In Su Jinyun's eyes, an inexplicable light flickered. Upon realizing that Chu Liufeng did not intentionally neglect her, the grievances that had once filled her heart dissipated entirely. "Are you still upset?" Su Jinyun, with a hint of pride, turned her head away and replied, "Humph. Yes." Her temper was rather fierce. "Come, teacher Su, if you let me kiss you. You won't be angry anymore." Chu Liufeng smirked mischievously, but before he could lean in, Su Jinyun suddenly twisted her head, her arms wrapping around his neck. She pulled his head close with a sudden force, shortening the distance between them in an instant. She slightly tilted her head back, her gaze imbued with a blend of shyness and fervor, and then, with an inviting gesture, pressed her delicate lips against Chu Liufeng's, engaging in a passionate kiss. After a while, Su Jinyun abruptly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a radiant hue. She swiftly grasped Chu Liufeng's large hand, her voice tinged with bashfulness as she exclaimed, "We can't. There are people outside." "It's fine. They want to come in." "Don't, you rogue." Chapter 80. Never decline a call from your mother. Meanwhile, outside Xing Yishan's villa, a petite figure stealthily approached the entrance. With practiced ease, she unlocked the door and swung it open, triumphantly flashing a peace sign before slipping inside. Pausing in the courtyard, she scanned the various corners of the villa before directing her gaze toward Chu Liufeng's room. This figure was none other than Li Mingxi. Today, she had slept soundly until the sun had risen high, experiencing a level of tranquility she had never known before. Usually, she relied on alcohol to lull her to sleep, waking the next day in a fog. However, this morning, she awoke feeling invigorated, as if reborn, and inexplicably compelled to seek out Chu Liufeng. No one here? My dear nephew is up so early." Li Mingxi stealthily approached Chu Liufeng's room, peering inside only to find it empty. A hint of regret washed over her. She wished she had come sooner. If only she had arrived earlier, the possibilities danced in her mind. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she tiptoed into the room, leaping onto the bed and burying her face into the covers. She inhaled deeply, reveling in the familiar scent that enveloped her, a blissful smile spreading across her face as she rolled joyfully on the bed. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, questioning her own behavior. But what did it matter? After all, no one was watching. She sprawled across Chu Liufeng's bed, inhaling the comforting aroma that enveloped her, evoking a profound sense of security. An indescribable sensation blossomed within her heart, igniting a desire to move in permanently. Xing Yishan's villa exuded warmth and charm, filled with a homely essence. Moreover, her little man was here as well. In contrast, her own residence felt stark and lonely. Well, but darling would definitely disapprove. Sigh, I must devise a plan. Her bright eyes twinkled with creativity as she pondered how to extend her stay here. After rolling around on the bed a few more times, she finally rose, content, and returned to the living room. Her gaze fell upon the meticulously prepared breakfast on the dining table, and she noticed a note tucked beneath. A flicker of suspicion crossed her features. Had her dear nephew gone out while Yi remained asleep? It was quite late for her still to be in bed. Had they truly stayed up late last night? Her eyes narrowed as she quietly ascended the stairs, glancing furtively at the closed door of Xing Yishan's bedroom. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as a thought struck her. She tiptoed to the bathroom, peering into the laundry basket. Sure enough, she spotted 2 sets of silk pajamas and a torn pair of stockings. Li Mengxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the sight of the garments, particularly that daring lingerie. Instinctively, she turned to the closed bedroom door. Shock etched across her face. She knew that Xing Yishan was a conservative woman. There had been times when she drunkenly pulled Xing Yishan into bed with her, often seeing her in those dull, conservative long-sleeve pajamas. Such short nightgowns were a rarity, let alone such audacious lingerie. The implications were clear. My nephew. You truly, Li Mengxi murmured to herself. Despite her constant encouragement for Xing Yishan to be bold with Chu Liufeng, the reality of the situation left her speechless. However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, a radiant smile broke across her face, hands on her hips as she chuckled softly. My charming nephew. Truly impressive. You're quite the catch. Even he has fallen for your charm. A glimmer of realization dawned upon her. Discovering this secret was immensely beneficial, cementing her belief that Chu Liufeng was drawn to contrasts. If even a woman as reserved as Xing Yishan had donned such provocative attire, it spoke volumes. She silently resolved to make efforts in this direction herself. Darling, your secret is safe with me. As she passed the bedroom, Li Mengxi cast another envious glance at the closed door, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Preparing to leave, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to the dining table. Grabbing a pen, she penned a note beside Chu Liufeng's message. The sun is high. Darling, how are you still asleep? Eat a slice of bread. Love you. Having finished, she hummed a cheerful tune she had picked up somewhere and left the villa with a light-hearted step. Originally, she had intended to visit Chu Liufeng, but he was preoccupied, leaving her no choice but to attend to her own matters. She had to deal with the damages to her Porsche from yesterday's incident, collect rent, and perhaps buy a new car for herself, and a gift for her dear nephew as well. The new Dami SU7 seemed promising, though it appeared to be out of stock. She wondered if her nephew would fancy an Aston Martin or perhaps a McLaren. Additionally, her long-awaited business deal was approaching its final stages, leaving her feeling overwhelmed and frustrated by the plethora of mundane tasks ahead. Doting, Li Mengxi druba spada porskayana, wishing she could buy her nephew a car right away. But there were too many obligations, especially the monthly rent collection from several buildings, which she insisted on overseeing personally. After a moment of contemplation, she headed toward her company, determined to earn more money to provide for her beloved nephew. Inside the hospital's press room, dozens of prominent media outlets had gathered, with numerous journalists from various esteemed news organizations such as Xinhua News Agency, People's Daily, and CCTV in attendance. A rare spectacle indeed. Of course, some local media reporters were present as well. Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyun sat calmly together, ready to face the interview. Chu, in this sudden incident, you bravely subdued the robbers. Could you describe the terrifying scene at that moment? Did you consider the possibility of injury or worse during the struggle? The interview proceeded in a conventional manner, lacking excitement. For Su Jinyun, as a former national athlete, such situations were familiar, and she responded with ease. Chu Liufeng, on the other hand, was completely unfazed, graciously accepting the interview, answering with poise, and the two exhibited a seamless rapport as if rehearsed. Mr. Chu, I would like to ask you. But at that moment, a sudden, jarring ringtone began to softly resonate. What is my father's name? My father's father is called. Chu Liufeng glanced at his phone and recognized the familiar number. It was a call from his mother. He nodded apologetically to the gathered reporters, expressing his regret. Excuse me, I must take this call. Please bear with me for a moment. Chapter 81. Mother does not wish to be a grandmother. Hi, Mom. Do you miss me? On the phone, Lin Wanchu's tone conveyed a hint of concern. Xiaofeng, what are you doing right now? I'm conducting an interview. Is it about that murder case? Wow, Mom, you're quite perceptive. How did you know? You're amazing. It was Aunt Xing who mentioned it to me. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I'll call back later. Lin Wanchu hesitated. fearing she might interrupt Chu Liufeng's work. But Chu Liufeng hurriedly replied, "No, no, Mom. How could your call ever be a disturbance? Don't be cheeky." With a shift in tone, Lin Wanshu's voice grew somber, yet remained gentle and graceful. "Chu Liufeng, do you now feel that you've grown up and no longer need to heed your mother's words? If it weren't for Aunt Xing informing me, would you have kept this from me forever?" Chu Liufeng paused, then gave a sheepish smile. "Oh, Mom, I just didn't want to worry you." Lin Wanshu sighed heavily on the other end, her voice brimming with concern. "You must honestly tell me, what has transpired these past few days? I am genuinely worried about you." Realizing his mother was concerned for him, Chu Liufeng smiled even more brightly. "Mom, a lot has happened." He then recounted the events of that day amidst the frowns and dissatisfied expressions of the reporters, carefully omitting the subsequent car accident, only touching upon his visit to Su Jinyun's home, deliberately downplaying any alarming details that might cause his mother distress. Seeing him act so obediently, Su Jinyun couldn't help but chuckle. "Humph, you're quite the rascal, but it seems it can be tamed." Yet, she felt a twinge of nervousness, her hands fidgeting beneath the table. She wondered what kind of person this future mother-in-law would be, but to raise such a brave, kind, and exceptional son like Chu Liufeng, she must surely be a gentle mother. "That is how it is, Mom. Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. Your son is as resilient as a cockroach." "Mom, are you still awake?" On the other side of the ocean, Lin Wanshu leaned against the window, listening to Chu Liufeng's playful voice. Even though she knew he had left out many details, as long as he was safe, her anxious heart could ease a little. "I'm just about to sleep. I missed you too much, so I couldn't resist calling." Pausing for a moment, Lin Wanshu spoke gently. "Xiaofeng, you've grown up. I know there are some things you may not want to hear, but you are still my son. I do not wish to see you hurt. I have been worried about you all day." Even though Aunt Xing had called her, assuring her that Chu Liufeng was absolutely fine and to not worry. As a mother, Lin Wanshu could never fully relax. If it weren't for an imperative project abroad that kept her from returning, she would have flown back immediately to check on her precious son. The concern from a loved one stirred something within Chu Liufeng, causing his voice to drop, becoming serious. "Mom, I really am fine. Please don't worry. When you return next week, I will come see you right away. How about that? You'll see how energetic your wonderful son has become." "Mom, I could punch a cow to death right now. Do you believe me?" "I believe you, you little rascal. Always being mischievous." Lin Wanshu chuckled lightly, then hesitated before speaking earnestly. "Also, Aunt Xing told me something. After careful consideration, I realized she was right." "What is it, Mom?" "It's about that rule regarding your dating. Upon reflection, I realized it was unfair, so I've revoked it. Now you're happy, right?" Lin Wanshu spoke slowly, her fingertips gliding across the glass, as if caressing Chu Liufeng's face across the ocean. "However, listen carefully. You can date, but you must exercise restraint. If you dare make me a grandmother prematurely, Chu Liufeng, I will not spare you." Yes, Mom is right. Mom is wise. Long live Mom." Chu Liufeng nodded vigorously, grinning widely in agreement. "Oomph, at least you're understanding. That's enough. I'm hanging up now. I need to rest." "All right, love you, Mom. See you next week." Love you too." Lin Wanshu responded tenderly before hanging up the phone. Putting away her phone, Chu Liufeng nodded apologetically to the reporters. "I'm sorry for wasting your time. Where did we leave off with the interview?" Just then, a quiet murmur arose. Such a big deal. Though the voice was soft, it rang clear to Chu Liufeng's ears. Frowning slightly, he sensed a resentful gaze. When he looked up, he noticed a reporter who bore a slight resemblance to the Yang siblings. "What do you mean by that look? Answer me." Chu Liufeng's voice turned cold as he questioned bluntly. The reporter had been glaring at him ever since his interview began, as if he had wronged him in some way. However, upon seeing that face, Chu Liufeng began to understand the underlying animosity. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the reporter's expression darkened, his tone icy and laced with mockery. "How rude. We're all here interviewing you, and you take a call at such a moment? Chatting for so long. Do you have any manners?" Knowing it was his mother on the line, Chu Liufeng's gaze sharpened. "What did you just say?" "I said you. I refuse this media interview. Now leave." "You." The reporter was taken aback, laughter mingling with his anger. Being dismissed publicly would tarnish his reputation in the industry. "What right do you have to make me leave?" I was officially invited by Xing Yishan, and I won T-Budge. What do you do about it? The reporter puffed up his chest defiantly, his face flushed with indignation. If you all feel that way, then the interview ends here. Xiaofeng, we're leaving. Su Jinyun's expression also turned cold as she stood up, preparing to take Chu Liufeng away. Hey, Ms. Su Chu, please wait. A staff member hurriedly called out, casting a reproachful glance at the reporter. Mr. Yang, although you are an officially invited media representative, it is perfectly normal for Chu to take a call from family. What is wrong with chatting a bit longer to reassure loved ones? Your words are overly harsh. Please leave now. It was evident to all that the reporter was making a mountain out of a molehill, taking this opportunity to create a scene. After all, Chu Liufeng had promised to make up for any time lost in the interview. And it was a call from his mother. There was no need for such severity towards a hero of Xing Yishan. As the atmosphere grew tense, a clear yet authoritative voice suddenly broke through. What's going on? Chapter 82. Why does Xing Yin favor him? As the crowd lifted their eyes, they beheld Xing Yin approaching with an air of coldness, her strides purposeful and athletic. Her piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and with merely a glance, she instilled an intangible sense of oppression among those present. Trailing behind her were several solemn-faced police officers, their synchronized steps intensifying the atmosphere's gravity. Upon seeing Xing Yin, the reporter, surnamed Yang, exhibited a flicker of unease in his eyes, but mustered the courage to speak. Team leader Xing, we were invited here, yet you show us no respect. He glared resentfully at Chu Liufeng, already pondering how to compose today's report. Would the heroic persona collapse? An arrogant dismissal of the media? Could such a person truly be deemed a hero? Shockingly, in the name of heroism, he behaved in such a manner. However, Xing Yin raised a hand, interrupting his tirade. I did not inquire of you, she stated, striding directly to Chu Liufeng's side. After casting a concerned glance to ascertain his well-being, she turned her attention to the nearby staff. Team leader Xing, it is as follows. The staff member hastily reported, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon completion, Xing Yan's expression darkened, her voice icy as she pointed at the reporter Yang, declaring with indifference, "Leave. Do not remain here to disrupt the order." Yang was momentarily taken aback, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he retorted loudly, "Team leader Xing, you cannot show such favoritism." It was Chu Liufeng who recklessly answered a call, severely disturbing the interview, not I. If everyone behaves as he does, with no respect for us, how can we? His voice crescendoed with agitation, his expressions becoming increasingly exaggerated. Yet, Xing Yan's brow furrowed, her voice chillingly impatient. Do you not comprehend my words? The reporter, incredulous, pointed at himself. Team leader Xing, you truly want me to leave? Are you jesting? It was merely a call from a relative. How significant is that? Moreover, as a local media entity in Qin City, you are leveraging this situation to maliciously complicate matters. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Xing Yin scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain, her tone laden with menace. Your disrespect towards our city's hero is an affront to millions in Qin City. We do not welcome media of your ilk. I shall reiterate, depart now, and you may retain some semblance of dignity. You humph. Fine, I shall leave. Consider it my misfortune. The reporter, Yang, felt his face oscillate between hues of white and red, ultimately departing in anger. He recognized that Xing Yan's status was far beyond his capacity to challenge. Should he refuse to leave, he might truly be cast out, and that would be undignified. Yet, merely losing face was a minor concern. Xing Yan's subsequent words struck him like a thunderbolt, instantly replacing his indignation with terror. Unwilling to comply? Then I shall permanently blacklist your media outlet, terminating all collaborations. Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He swiftly turned to face Xing Yin, realizing her seriousness, and his previously flushed face turned pale as he stammered. Team leader Xing, no, I'm not defiant. I apologize. I was wrong, truly wrong. Team leader Xing. His voice trembled, tinged with desperation, as his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. The prospect of being blacklisted by the Qin City authorities was a matter of dire consequence, almost catastrophic. The inability to access official information in the future would drastically diminish their credibility and subject them to stringent regulations. This was a devastating blow for any media outlet. Although local media outlets typically possess some backing, it is crucial to consider the magnitude of that backing. Xing Yishan, currently entrusted with significant directives from the provincial government, was a formidable figure in Qin City. Before her, their affiliations were insignificant. Her words were akin to law. None dared to provoke her ire. Team Leader Qin, I was mistaken. I wish to apologize to Chu Liufeng. I am willing to compensate. Yang's legs quaked, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. His lips trembled, yet he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. Only overwhelming fear and remorse filled his heart. Should his employer discover that his foolish actions jeopardized the company's future, he might face dire repercussions. Team leader, please no. He attempted to voice further pleas for mercy, but he was forcibly escorted away from the interview room. His desperate cries faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing entirely. In that moment, the surrounding reporters were left astounded by the scene. They whispered among themselves, unable to fathom that Xing Yishan would act with such decisiveness. They had anticipated that even if she favored Chu Liufeng, she would merely rebuke the reporter Yang verbally and allow the interview to continue. Little did they know she had effectively issued a death sentence to a media outlet. One must not underestimate the power and influence wielded by a high-ranking official such as her, particularly when this media outlet operated locally. Xing Yishan had myriad methods at her disposal to dismantle it. It was evident to all that Xing Yishan was fiercely protective of Chu Liufeng, ensuring he endured no grievances. Yet, paradoxically, her actions were beyond reproach. By framing the situation as an affront to millions in Qin City, she highlighted the substantial issues with the local media's stance, underscoring their fundamental errors. What purpose did such short-sighted media serve? Were they daring enough to expose heinous crimes? Yet, the article was indeed in the works, poised for publication, embodying an unwavering resolve to instill fear. Furthermore, just as with Chu Liufeng, in an instant, the reporters' perceptions of him shifted dramatically. They retracted their previous disdain and regarded him with newfound seriousness. They quickly comprehended that he was no ordinary grassroots hero. The connections and capabilities he possessed were likely far beyond their imagination. His ties to Xing Yishan alone were intricate and profound. To receive such favoritism and protection from Xing Yishan, a renowned figure in law enforcement, was a rarity. It was exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to catch her attention, let alone elicit such loyalty. The reporters began to speculate among themselves, re-evaluating Chu Liufeng in a new light. However, what they thought mattered little to Xing Yishan. While defending Chu Liufeng was one motivation, it was not the primary reason for her severe actions against the media. The crux of the matter lay in the deep-rooted connections between this media outlet and the Yang family. It could even be said that it is the family enterprise of the Yang clan. During the time of the esteemed Mr. Yang, the media was dedicated to singing his praises. However, now that the Yang brothers have been severely beaten by Chu Liufeng, they are unable to vent their frustration, and thus the Yang family is determined to find ways to trouble him. Today's farce appears to have arisen without warning, yet there were signs all along. Unfortunately, he has encountered misfortune by falling into his own trap. Xing Yan's gaze was piercing as she scanned the crowd, her voice indifferent as she spoke. We have always valued our collaboration with the media, yet this journalist shows no tolerance for the heroes of our Qin City. Such behavior is unacceptable. We cannot allow our heroes to suffer both bloodshed and tears. Can we? Please, continue with your work, Chu Liufeng. I shall be waiting for you outside. Do come find me once the interview is concluded. With that, Xing Yishan strode out with graceful determination, her posture tall and imposing. Yet, the tense atmosphere in the room lingered, unable to dissipate for an extended period. Chapter 83. Targeting Xing Yishan, Chu Liufeng blinked in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. All right, Team Qin, he said, genuinely taken aback by Xing Yishan's overt favoritism. It seemed she held him in high regard. He wondered what she needed from him. The interview soon resumed, but the atmosphere had shifted to a more serious tone, delving deeper into the subject matter. Once the interview concluded smoothly, Chu Liufeng turned to Su Jingyun, gently squeezing her palm as he spoke softly. Teacher Su, You should head back now. I'll visit you when I have the time. Su Jinyun's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded with a soft and, seizing a moment of privacy, planted a quick kiss on his cheek. I'll be off then. Remember to contact me when you can, she added playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she brandished her new phone, mirroring Chu Liufeng's model, while her other hand playfully waved in the air as if to threaten him. Okay, I promise not to forget you, Teacher Su. Chu Liufeng's gaze was filled with affection as he admired her graceful figure leaving, her long, shapely legs undeniably captivating. Regaining his composure, he strolled to a nearby corner and spotted Xing Yishan standing there, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Approaching her with a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, Team Qin, what brings you here? Xing Yan's previously stern expression softened upon seeing him, transforming into a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. Even her voice took on a mellifluous quality as she replied, I came to check if you were injured. As they conversed face to face, Chu Liufeng noticed a trace of fatigue hidden in her eyes, a remnant of prolonged stress, as if she hadn't rested properly in ages. He waved dismissively, no worries, who could possibly hurt me? Xing Yishan hesitated for a moment, a flicker of guilt crossing her features as her voice grew somber. I witnessed the attack on you at the lake bridge. I'm sorry we couldn't protect you. If not for your exceptional skills, the consequences could have been dire. Chu Liufeng shook his head. Team Qin, it's not your fault. Who could have anticipated such an event? You didn't come all this way just to discuss that, did you? Xing Yishan nodded earnestly. Indeed not, Chu Liufeng. I came to inform you that you must refrain from going out for the time being. The special operations in Qin City are now in full swing, and within 10 days, I'll be able to initiate AT Chapter 84. Shall I give it a try? Upon hearing those words, Xing Yan's brows furrowed instantly, her gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Is this directed at me? Chu Liufeng was also taken aback. He understood the gravity of the situation, but he never anticipated it would escalate to such an extent. They were openly targeting Xing Yishan, yet she had faced numerous such predicaments before, and her emotions remained undisturbed. Many had wished to take her life, yet she had always emerged unscathed. Who were the hostages? What is the current status? Director Wang replied at a rapid pace. The hostages are all staff members of the entertainment center. Currently, they are not in immediate danger, but each one is deeply frightened, their emotions extremely unstable. The mercenary is exceptionally cunning, constantly cowering within the building, using a hostage as a shield, making it nearly impossible for us to approach. As he spoke, Director Wang pointed sharply. Following his gesture, they glimpsed a vague silhouette in the corner of the second floor of the entertainment center. Chu Liufeng activated his vision enhancer and immediately discerned that it was a foreign man with a sinister expression, lean in build, hiding behind a terrified woman, using her body and the wall for cover. He gripped the woman's neck tightly with one hand while aiming a gun at her lower back with the other. Through the narrow gap of the woman's delicate neck, he cautiously observed the movements outside. A cruel smile plastered on his face as he excitedly negotiated terms with a negotiation expert. At the innermost corner of the second floor, 5 others were bound together, their eyes filled with despair as they gazed at the robber. Take me to the sniper's position, Xing Yishan commanded, her eyes narrowing sharply as she set aside the binoculars, her tone crisp and decisive. In no time, the group swiftly made their way to the sniper's vantage point in the adjacent building. There, several snipers were already intently aiming at the target, beads of sweat adorning their foreheads, their expressions tense, revealing the immense pressure they were under. How is it? Do you have confidence? Xing Yishan inquired, her brows knitted. Several snipers shook their heads helplessly, their faces etched with defeat. We can't shoot. He's too cunning. He barely exposes himself, always peering out from behind the hostage's neck, keeping himself well concealed. We simply cannot find a shooting angle. Let me see. Xing Yishan took the sniper rifle from one of the sharpshooters, her movements deft and fluid as she knelt down, her eyes pressing against the scope, scrutinizing the situation closely. Indeed, as the snipers had said, the assailant was exceedingly sly, rarely revealing himself, only pushing the woman forward while he remained hidden behind her. However, Xing Yan's keen eyes soon detected a flaw. It was not entirely impossible to strike. There was but one method. If she could shoot past the slender neck of the woman, she could hit the mercenary's eye, perhaps even eliminate him. But Xing Yin analyzed the wind direction and speed, her mind racing at high speed, calculating the probability of a successful hit. After a moment, her brows involuntarily furrowed. At such a distance, hitting the criminal with a single shot was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, but it would be akin to a pipe dream. With barely a 5 centimeters gap, and the distance so great, if it were a stationary target, she had faith she could accomplish it. But this mercenary also knew there was a sniper aiming at him. Thus he was exceedingly cautious. Each time he spoke, he would retreat back to the corner. And after a while, he would sporadically poke an eye out, peering through the narrow gap at the situation outside. This made the difficulty of the shot multiply exponentially. Under these circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to hit him, unless you were to cheat. But in reality, there were no cheats. How is it, Team Qin? Is it feasible? Director Wang's voice trembled slightly, tinged with urgency and concern. Qin Yin narrowed her eyes, reluctantly shaking her head. It cannot be done. These 3 short words fell like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those present. What shall we do now, then? We absolutely cannot agree to his terms. What do you think about flanking him? Director Wang's voice was grave. Given how specifically targeted Qin Yin was, if the hostages were swapped, she would inevitably face a dire outcome. This was a foregone conclusion. Not only would her life be extinguished, but the operation painstakingly prepared by the Qin City Police Department would also come to naught. And Qin Yin bore the heavy responsibility of leading this special operation. Kidnapping her equated to seizing the entire Qin City, a proposition that was utterly unacceptable. Yet, if they did not exchange, the hostages would die. Those lurking in the shadows would seize the opportunity to launch a public relations attack, crafting an image of Qin Yin as one who feared for her life. This would trigger a cascade of negative repercussions, leading the public to be utterly disillusioned with the police. Even if the truth were ultimately clarified, it would still deliver a significant blow to Qin Yin's reputation. Such a blatant scheme. The machinations of those behind it were exceedingly ruthless. Qin Yin's brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought, her voice low. First, let the negotiation expert appease his demands, closely monitor the movements of the robber, and then provide me with a handgun. Her expression was cold, devoid of any fear, but rather filled with resolve. Since donning this uniform, she had never feared death. No, Team Qin, you absolutely cannot go. Director Wang's complexion shifted rapidly. We can find someone who resembles you to disguise, and then I, along with several agile officers, will escort you in secret. Chu Liufeng also grasped Qin Yan's arm, speaking earnestly. Calm down, Team Qin. If you go, it will play directly into their hands. You cannot afford to be in harm's way. Observing the grave expressions of those around her, Qin Yin smiled softly, her smile infused with confidence and composure. What are you all thinking? I'm not so foolish. I am confident in my ability to take him out when the hostages are exchanged. She had absolute faith in her marksmanship. If within 50 meters, if the assailant dared to match guns with her, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Furthermore, by stepping out, she could draw the entirety of the assailant's attention, creating more opportunities for them. Once an opportunity arose, they could shoot directly. Director Wang furrowed his brows tightly. Concern etched in his eyes. It's still too dangerous. Team Qin, the moment you appear, the other side may shoot. Others in the police department urged. Yes, Team Qin, this is not just your matter. Even if accountability falls upon us later, we will share the burden together. Even in the worst-case scenario, where 6 hostages perish, we absolutely cannot allow anything to happen to you. Chu Liufeng also obstructed Qin Yin, speaking earnestly. Team Qin, the risk is too great. It is truly unwise. You are the backbone of Qin City, and you must not be harmed. Seeing the determination in their faces, Qin Yin pressed her lips together, ultimately relinquishing that thought. The group then began to contemplate various strategies. Yet no matter how they envisioned it, even in the best-case scenario, at least one hostage would likely perish. Moreover, the likelihood of success was slim. The assailant was a professional mercenary. Should he truly decide to retaliate, it would be nothing short of a massacre for the unarmed hostages. The optimal outcome would still be to eliminate the assailant from a distance. Yet this was precisely the most challenging to achieve. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Chu Liufeng could no longer bear to remain silent and spoke up. Team Qin, how about I give it a try? Chu Liufeng, everyone step aside. I'm about to begin. Chapter 85. The Unyielding Chu Liufeng. Chu Liufeng was growing impatient. What was the fuss about? It was merely a matter of a few hundred meters, a single shot, to take down a robber. Was it truly that difficult? He wielded his weapon with confidence. While it might sound astonishing, this was simply a part of his daily routine. After several days of handling firearms, he understood that when confronting the depths of evil, meticulous aim was essential. Thus, Chu Liufeng radiated self-assurance. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Yin, Director Wang, and others were taken aback. Even the sniper was momentarily stunned, all gazing at Chu Liufeng with incredulity. You think you can do it? Qin Yin's eyes flickered, fixating intently on him. Chu Liufeng replied confidently, trust me, this distance poses no challenge. After all, others who aspired to master sniping required not only innate talent, but also years of rigorous training. Yet he had ascended swiftly thanks to the system. The difference was evident. Chuckling, he mused, my accomplishments today are solely due to my willingness to assist others. Aren't they, Father, who claimed that the sharpshooting skills granted by the system were ineffectual? Wasn't this the perfect moment to utilize them? A frown crossed someone's face as they scrutinized Chu Liufeng, their expression revealing displeasure, bombarding him with questions. Who are you? How did you end up here? Why should we trust you? An explanation followed, noting that he was the hero of Qin City, the one who had dispatched 10 bandits in recent days alongside Team Qin. Hearing this, the individual's demeanor shifted, and with a sheepish grin, they admitted, Ah, it's you. My apologies, Mr. Chu, but I understand your prowess. However, this situation differs greatly from battling bandits. Qin Yin raised her hand, silencing the speaker. Her piercing gaze bore into Chu Liufeng, as if attempting to see through him. At that moment, memories flooded her mind of the scene on the Cross Lake Bridge, where Chu Liufeng evaded bullets with astonishing speed and struck a bandit squarely in the head with a thrown steel rod. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, even 7 or 8 opponents would pose little challenge to him. Yet, Qin Yin solemnly stated, Chu Liufeng, this is not akin to your previous life-and-death struggles. The adversary is a professional mercenary. A slight miscalculation could jeopardize the hostage's life. Chu Liufeng shrugged, responding nonchalantly, I understand, Team Qin, but at this point, you lack a better alternative. I've observed closely, each time the robbers sense external movements, the brief moment when they peek through the hostage's neck is our opportunity. If we can seize that moment, I could take them out instantly. Qin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, and the others looked at him in disbelief. You can see that far? We need binoculars or scopes to discern such details. Chu Liufeng smiled broadly. I forgot to mention, my vision surpasses that of many pilots. But that's not the crux of the matter. The sniper interjected, that may be true, but that gap is less than 5 centimeters, and, at this distance, the robber's movements are erratic. The probability of hitting the hostage is nearly 100%. Striking the robber is virtually impossible. The bullet from a sniper rifle, even if it merely grazed, would deliver enough force to sever the hostage's trachea, resulting in instant death. Thus, a long-range shot would essentially eliminate both the hostage and the robber, contradicting the very purpose of their mission. Chu Liufeng did not counter, but maintained a steadfast gaze on Qin Yin. In the past, he had employed such an assertive look, never expecting to be scrutinized in return. Qin Yin felt a strange chill as he stared at her. Biting her lip, she asked sternly, What is your level of confidence? 50%, he replied. He had nearly said 90%, but that would seem too absolute, and others would undoubtedly doubt him. Nevertheless, a mere 50% was still a formidable probability. Even if Qin Yin were to intervene personally, her chances would only be 1 or 2%. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yin fixed her gaze on Chu Liufeng, and after a moment, she finally spoke. All right, hand him the sniper rifle. Team Qin Wang Jun exclaimed, alarmed, while others expressed concern. Isn't this too risky? Chu Liufeng hasn't undergone professional sniper training. Let me lead a charge first. But Chu Liufeng had already taken the sniper rifle, positioning himself. The moment he grasped the weapon, A wealth of information about the firearm flooded his mind, as if he had trained with it countless times before. The CSLR-4 high-precision sniper rifle, with a range of 1,000 meters and an effective distance of 600 meters, utilizing 7.62mm caliber ammunition. This was the very rifle employed by Director Chi, the unyielding half-child. As he mentally recited these details, his fingers moved swiftly, checking the rifle's status. He transformed, expertly cycling the bolt, confirming the chamber was clear, and inspecting the magazine, which gleamed with bullets under the sunlight. Witnessing this, Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled, while Wang Jun stared in disbelief. What is this proficiency? It's as if he's trained for thousands of hours. The sniper beside them was equally astonished. He had practiced for over a decade and could easily discern a novice from an expert. He was certain that just moments ago, Chu Liufeng appeared to be a complete beginner, but now, upon grasping the rifle, he seemed possessed, displaying a mastery surpassing that of someone who earned a living through sniping. What sorcery was this? Were the gods of the Hall of Heroes truly responding to his pleas? Regardless of their tumultuous emotions, Chu Liufeng slightly adjusted his stance, resting his cheek against the stock, his eyes narrowing as he peered through the scope. This sniper rifle boasted a high-precision white light scope with a variable magnification of up to 32 times. He carefully adjusted the settings to suit the current distance. Through the scope, the figure of the bandit holding the hostage came into focus, the hostage's eyes filled with terror, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face as her body trembled from sheer fear. The bandit's menacing eye was clearly visible, glaring menacingly at her delicate neck. Exhaling slowly, Chu Liufeng contemplated the challenge ahead. At such a distance, hitting the bandit without harming the hostage was indeed a daunting task, nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Even the most elite snipers would face substantial risks. It was all too easy to misfire and cause the hostage's death, contradicting the very intent of their mission to rescue her. Of course, had this been in Russia, they would have likely opened fire without hesitation. The bandit would have been riddled with bullets by now. Hostage? What hostage? Just another unfortunate victim alongside the merciless bandit. The priority would be to eliminate the terrorists. But for Chu Liufeng, with the system at his disposal, he was resolute. The bandit would meet his end, and the hostage would be spared. What? Impossible? The challenge lies in the realm of impossibility. Under the influence of a conceptual-level sharpshooter's skill, there is no need for deliberate aim. The bullets will instinctively adhere to their targets. Is it even possible to miss? Chapter 86, a shot to the chest, and 2 to the head. Even the deities would shake their heads. Witnessing Chu Liufeng's adept maneuvers was akin to observing a seasoned warrior in action. Qin Yan's gaze flickered with a complex mix of astonishment and concern, her brows knitting together as she instinctively clenched her fists. Chu Liufeng. Director Wang, observing the scene, felt a twinge of surprise, but was engulfed more by anxiety. He spoke gravely, "Captain Qin, this is far too perilous. I still believe the assault team should advance from the rear. A professional marksman, and you, Captain Qin, could not manage. How can an ordinary person claim to have a 50% chance? Is this highest?" Yet, Qin Yin narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. "If the sky were to fall, I would bear the responsibility. I trust him." Her voice carried an undeniable authority, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Perhaps it was the indelible impression left by Chu Liufeng's previous harrowing battles, but she felt an inexplicable trust in this man. He seemed to possess an uncanny ability to unleash remarkable strength in dire situations, and his proficiency suggested that he was truly in command of the situation. Though she herself found it astonishing, a profound sense of faith surged within her, especially regarding Chu Liufeng's sudden shift in demeanor and the penetrating sharpness of his gaze, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a reflection of her past self. Only he exuded more confidence and composure, as if he had everything under control. It was uncertain whether this was the audacity of youth or a manifestation of extraordinary capability. Thus, she was willing to grant him the opportunity to prove himself, even in the event of the worst outcome. The responsibility would rest upon her shoulders. On site, the negotiation expert continued to parley, but the robbers were losing patience. Enough with the pleasantries. I know your sniper is aiming at me. Does he dare to fire? If I die, she dies. They all perish. The woman was utterly terrified. Uncontrollable tears streaming down her face as her body trembled violently. The robber, seeing her state, laughed derisively. 5 minutes left. If I don't see the armored car or Xing Yishan rolling in, she'll die first. Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned ashen. Had the robber not gripped her neck, she would have collapsed. Just then, as the robber's arrogant eyes peeked through the gap in the woman's neck, a cold glint flashed in Chu Liufeng's eyes, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the second floor of the entertainment center. The robber's laughter abruptly ceased. A 7.62mm sniper bullet shattered the window and pierced through the woman's neck, striking the robber's grotesque eye with deadly precision. The immense force drove straight into his skull, causing his eye to explode, splattering various fluids in a gruesome display. The rush of air from the bullet caused the woman's skin to sting painfully. The robber's head snapped back, and the gun slipped from his grasp. The woman let out a piercing scream, her legs giving way as she crumpled to the ground, clutching her head in terror. As she crouched down, the majority of the robber's body was exposed. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out. Instantly, a gory explosion erupted from the center of the robber's forehead, his head obliterated, further compounded by the destruction of his left eye. A bloom of blood blossomed from his chest. 1 shot to the chest and 2 to the head. Even deities would shake their heads in disbelief. Quick! Team 1 and Team 2, storm in and rescue the hostages. At the moment Chu Liufeng fired, Xing Yishan issued her command instantly. Regardless of whether he had hit or missed, they had to force their way in. After all, if he had hit, it would be fortunate, but if he had missed, the enraged robber might endanger the hostages' lives. Yet, a weight hung heavily in her heart. The CSLR 4 high-precision sniper rifle could end the robber with a single shot. Yet Chu Liufeng had fired 3. With binoculars in hand, she scrutinized the second floor of the bathing center. Everything had unfolded too rapidly, compounded by the interference of shattered glass. She could not discern whether the robber had been killed or had concealed himself. Upon receiving the command, the 2 teams of special police stationed below the bathing center surged upwards with urgency. As the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation, a thrilling voice crackled over the intercom. Captain Xing, the robber has been successfully neutralized, and no hostages have been harmed. The scene fell into a stunned silence, quickly followed by a surge of astonishment flooding everyone's hearts. Goodness, they truly succeeded. All eyes turned toward Chu Liufeng, particularly those of Director Wang, who had previously expressed skepticism. His eyes widened in disbelief. I apologize. I realize my earlier remarks were rather loud. Xing Yishan was no exception. She hastily raised her binoculars to witness the lifeless body of the robber being carried out from the bathing center. 1 shot to the chest and 2 to the head. The sight was utterly grotesque. She abruptly turned to Chu Liufeng, her lips parting in disbelief, her formerly cold and stern eyes now brimming with profound shock. 3 shots, all 3 had struck true. Moreover, it was 1 shot to the chest and 2 to the head. Such precision and marksmanship was something even she, with her unshakable confidence, could not achieve. Not just her, but even the elite snipers of the world, as top special forces, would find impossible. Yet, this was accomplished by an ordinary university student. Wait, can he truly be categorized as an ordinary male university student? How could this be possible? She finally murmured aloud, her voice trembling with a realization she had yet to fully comprehend. In her heart, tumultuous waves surged. She prided herself on her ability to read people. Yet she had never encountered someone as enigmatic as Chu Liufeng. At first glance, he appeared to be merely a handsome, youthful university student. Yet the strength he exhibited was terrifyingly formidable, and his proficiency with firearms was equally astonishing. Who exactly was Chu Liufeng? In truth, she had long since investigated his background. His family possessed a modest fortune, and he was an exceptionally diligent and helpful individual, excelling academically throughout his life. From every angle, he appeared to be an outstanding child, the kind often described as the exemplary child of other families. Yet no matter how exceptional one might be, it did not equate to the extraordinary prowess he displayed. The skills he demonstrated, both in combat and marksmanship, surpassed even the most elite of special forces operatives. This was far beyond what an ordinary university student should possess. You truly can handle firearms? Her beautiful eyes quivered as she grasped Chu Liufeng's hand, posing a rather foolish question. With the robber neutralized, what else could there be to say? Yet it was evident that Xing Yishan was momentarily overwhelmed, her thoughts in disarray from the shock. Others gazed at Chu Liufeng with astonishment, as if attempting to see through his very being. Chu Liufeng feigned a bashful smile. I practiced during military training. Did your military training even cover this? Several snipers blinked in disbelief, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their astonishment and incredulity. Have universities become so formidable nowadays? Are they truly pushing students to their limits? Are they training undergraduates as if they were elite special forces recruits? Yet, what could be the purpose of teaching such skills? The universities of Xia country. Your political stance is perilously precarious. Chapter 87. It seems Annie's stockings have a hole indeed. Our military training even included techniques for handling firearms. Chu Liufeng innocently scratched his head, particularly the firearm handling techniques, which had proven immensely useful, saving him from countless awkward situations. Military training again. Xing Yan's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Chu Liufeng, unable to suppress a chuckle, playfully rolling her eyes at him. That single glance left Wang Jun and the others in a state of shock, their minds blank. What? When did the usually stern Xing Yan reveal such a captivating and charming side? They had never witnessed her smile in such a manner. In their perception, Xing Yan had always been the iron-willed iron lady, exuding an aura of authority that commanded deep respect. Yet, the playful demeanor she displayed now was so vibrant and striking, reminiscent of a delicate woman, rendering them utterly speechless, unable to reconcile this image with their memory of the cold and resolute team leader Qin. They exchanged glances, as if seeking confirmation that this was not a figment of their imagination. Was this really the usually serious and aloof team leader Qin? Huh? Answer me. They stood frozen, the image of Xing Yan's playful expression echoing in their minds, unable to gather their thoughts for quite some time. However, Xing Yan paid their reaction no heed. She crouched down to assist Chu Liufeng, observing his innocent expression with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Your skills are for military training, yet your marksmanship is also for military training? What? Is Summer University a place for selecting elite troops? Though everyone harbored secrets, she felt he was underestimating their intelligence. But now was not the time to dwell on that. She gazed deeply at Chu Liufeng, cleared her throat, and returned to her cool demeanor. All right, Chu Liufeng, you have made a significant contribution this time. Come on, we need to handle the aftermath. Soon, a group hurriedly made their way down. Upon seeing the gruesome sight of the robbers' corpses, their scalps tingled with horror. 1 shot to the chest, and 2 to the head, all 3 shots striking true. Their faces were unrecognizable, blood splattered everywhere. The way they looked at Chu Liufeng shifted once more, especially the snipers, who exchanged glances, almost wishing to worship him on the spot. At such a distance, hitting even one target would be regarded as exceptional training. Yet, hitting 3 fatal spots in succession was almost surreal, as if he possessed extraordinary abilities. Particularly the woman who had been terrified, though she collapsed to the ground sobbing. Her neck bore no marks, only a slight redness on her skin. Goodness, this is somewhat terrifying, my friends. Meanwhile, as Xing Yan orchestrated the situation with calm precision in the villa, Xing Yishan let out a soft moan, finally awakening groggily. She opened her sleepy eyes, then quickly squinted, slowly adjusting to the glaring light. She reached out to feel her surroundings. The familiar sensation was absent. The space around her was empty. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, realizing that the sun was already shining brightly. How long has it been? Little Feng. Where is Little Feng? She gradually sat up, feeling as if her body was falling apart. Alas, age has its toll, unlike the vigor of youth. Reflecting on the events of last night, he hardly seemed human, more like a bull. A wild bull. You naughty little Feng, I told you not to play. She pouted her lips, speaking with a hint of grievance, but the affection in her eyes was nearly spilling over. Scanning the ground, she noticed her nightgown was missing. She casually put on another piece of clothing, revealing her smooth, fair legs, and stepped out of the room. "Little phone, where are you?" After calling several times, the villa remained empty with no response. How strange. Where did that little rascal run off to? She mused, her expression slightly gloomy. After several intimate encounters, she could not help but feel an overwhelming desire to be close to Chu Liufeng. Waking up without seeing his familiar figure left her with an inexplicable emptiness and sense of loss. Pouting her lips, feeling a bit unhappy, she prepared to make breakfast. Only then did she notice a lovingly prepared breakfast on the dining table. The perfectly fried eggs and slices of bread, accompanied by a glass of milk and oatmeal, clearly bore Chu Liufeng's thoughtful touch. This warmed Xing Yishan's heart, and a smile returned to her lips. "Umph, at least you understand. I haven't spoiled you for nothing." As she bit into a slice of bread, she suddenly discovered a few notes underneath. "Annie, I have something to attend to. Love you. What mischief is this little rascal up to early in the morning?" She drank the milk and oatmeal in one go, letting out a satisfied burp, and said, "Annie loves you too." Just as she was about to clean the table, she paused. "The sun is up." Xing Yishan's eyes widened as she picked up the second note. Darling, eat a slice of bread for you. Li Mengxi is here too." A frown creased her brow, a hint of panic crossing her face. What was this silly Mengxi doing in her house again? Was the villa's front door lock merely ornamental? Oh, she slapped her forehead, recalling that the door lock had been broken yesterday, and she hadn't replaced it. But what was this silly Mengxi seeking her for? Usually, she was drunkenly asking Xing Yishan to come find her. Why so persistent these days? Xing Yishan blinked. It seemed that this silly Mengxi was not looking for her, but rather for little Feng. Remembering how Li Mengxi clung to Chu Liufeng like a koala, her heart felt a twinge of discomfort. This drunken girl always disregarded boundaries with Chu Liufeng. She would kiss when she wanted, hug when she wanted, and say whatever came to her mind, her eyes filled with an insatiable desire for Chu Liufeng. Meanwhile, she was left to maintain an unspoken secret relationship with him. As she pondered this, a feeling of unease began to swell within her. It was a hint of jealousy. After all, they had shared so much, and although she claimed not to care, a primal possessiveness stirred within her heart. Instinctively, she did not want Chu Liufeng to interact with other women. He should only cherish her. Yet, rationality reminded her that, due to various real-world factors, Chu Liufeng could not belong to her. Thus, his actions with Li Mengxi were none of her concern, as long as no one would harm him emotionally. She should not possess such strong feelings of ownership over him. Though she tried to persuade herself, she still pouted, feeling somewhat dejected. Suddenly, glancing at the two notes, her brows furrowed. Little Feng. They wouldn't have gone out together, would they? Given Li Mengxi's initiative, it was even possible that they had been together while she was asleep. Now, they might be on their third or fourth round. Unable to contain herself, she pulled out her phone to call Chu Liufeng. Meanwhile, in another office, Li Mengxi reclined languidly in her chair, her long, slender legs encased in black stockings casually draped over the desk. Her crimson-soled high heels dangled playfully from her toes, swaying back and forth. With a smartphone in hand, she continuously snapped photos, a mischievous and charming smile gracing her lips, hinting at a touch of pride. "Oh, dear nephew, come quickly and take a look. It seems Annie's stockings have a little tear." Chapter 88. Drink responsibly and drive safely as the panic hostages were rescued. Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow, particularly at the sight of the mercenary he had just dispatched. It was not the act of killing that stirred emotions within him, but rather the realization, through his keen perception, that the corpse was riddled with bullet marks, evidence of a seasoned soldier from countless battles. This band of mercenaries bore a striking resemblance to those who had assaulted him the day prior. Their audacity to target even Qin Yin was astonishing, revealing a level of brutality and boldness that was alarming, especially given their unique identities. At this rate, Qin City might as well be renamed Gotham. He mused on becoming its vigilante guardian, a dark knight of sorts, dedicated to its protection. The question lingered in his mind. Could Qin Yin truly handle the task at hand? Raising his gaze, he fixated on Xing Yan's resolute and composed visage. Her eyes revealed an unwavering calm, a testament to her extensive experience with such crises. Furthermore, if she had been dispatched by the provincial committee, it was undoubtedly due to the gravity of the situation. Yet, with peril often comes opportunity. Should she navigate the complexities of Qin City adeptly, her future career could flourish remarkably. Observing her self-assured demeanor, he suspected she might already possess a strategy. At that moment, a voice resonated within Chu Liufeng's mind, a notification from a system. Ding! Acknowledgement of your valor in eliminating a dangerous foe and successfully rescuing hostages. Reward: upgrade of danger perception skill to danger range perception. Danger range perception. In addition to the existing effects of danger perception, you may now freely select individuals to monitor for potential threats. Should any of the selected individuals face imminent danger, be it from physical attacks, environmental hazards, or other latent threats, you will receive an immediate alert. Danger range perception? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Remarkable. Such a considerate system is indeed rare. A wave of joy surged within him. This upgrade was exceedingly timely and beneficial. Just moments ago, he had harbored concerns that this group, having dared to target Xing Yan, would undoubtedly view him as a significant threat. If one assault had failed, they were likely concocting a more formidable scheme. While he felt invincible with the system as aid, he was troubled by the thought of them bypassing him to attack those close to him, like Aunt Xing, Li Mengxi, and Teacher Su. Each woman held a cherished place in his heart, and he could not bear the thought of them in danger. With this new skill, he would be better equipped to respond swiftly to any emergencies, ensuring their safety. The system's responsiveness uplifted his spirits. He contemplated whom to add to his watch list. Starting with his mother, Lin Wanshu, undoubtedly the most significant person in his life. Next were Xing Yishan, Li Mengxi, Su Jinyun, and after a moment's reflection, he included Qin Yan as well. Although she appeared intelligent and brave, he sensed a certain naivety in her demeanor, perhaps a reflection of his own strength rather than her weakness. Given her role in leading the upcoming special operation, her risk level was considerably elevated. He then thought to add Simping and Song Yujie to the list, as her situation also warranted concern. Song Yujie's illness was not life-threatening, but he worried that Simping might not withstand the strain. If she faltered, Yujie would surely follow suit. Both mother and daughter desperately needed his support. Before long, the names of the 7 women appeared on the system, allowing him to monitor each one's safety and determine if intervention was necessary. After a quick check, he discovered that all were safe for the time being, with no immediate threats. However, he was taken aback to see that Li Mengxi's name was faintly highlighted in red, indicating she would soon encounter some danger, though not of a grave nature. Why her? He pondered. While he had considered the risks faced by others, such as Teacher Su or Qin Yan, he had never anticipated that the inebriated auntie would find herself in peril. What could possibly unfold? Wait a moment. Could she be drinking and driving? Given her wealthy disposition, it was indeed plausible. This was unacceptable. He needed to find Li Mengxi and investigate the matter thoroughly, ensuring she understood the critical importance of drinking responsibly and the dire consequences of reckless behavior. As Chu Liufeng was lost in thought, Qin Yan approached with a purposeful stride. Chu Liufeng, I have arranged for your contributions to be recorded. You will receive special commendation at the recognition ceremony following this operation, she said, her tone gentle and her expression relaxed, akin to a conversation between old friends. After all, Chu Liufeng had been instrumental in aiding her numerous times over the past few days. Had he not been present today, a bloodbath could have ensued, a scenario she was keen to avoid. Chu Liufeng, you have assisted me greatly. Is there anything I can do to return the favor? I feel somewhat remiss, always relying on your support, she added with a playful smile, her demeanor warm and inviting, garnering the admiration of passing officers who cast her respectful glances. What a remarkable background she must have. Even Captain Qin is so amiable. Just as Chu Liufeng was about to respond, his phone vibrated in his pocket. What is your grandfather called? Your grandfather? Aunt Xing? He offered Qin Yan an apologetic smile. She waved her hand dismissively, signaling for him to take the call. Aunt Xing, you're awake? In the villa, Xing Yishan pressed her lips together, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I'm awake. Xiaofeng, where have you been? Casting a glance at the mercenary S-covered corpse, Chu Liufeng blinked. I just took care of someone. He realized that if he revealed the truth, it would likely terrify Xing Yishan. Captain Qin from the provincial department needed my assistance. I'm with her now. Is something wrong, Aunt Xing? Xing Yishan paused, instinctively asking. Qinyan, ISN T Li Mengshi with you? Li Mengshi? I haven't seen her today. Why do you ask, Aunt Xing? And nothing, just checking. Well, Xiaofeng, you carry on with what you were doing. Not with silly Mengshi? When did she arrive? A sudden wave of joy washed over Xing Yishan, and she almost ended the call. Wait, Aunt Xing. Chu Liufeng in does it? Captain Qin, I actually have a small predicament that requires your assistance. Qinyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, Chapter 89. Xing Yishan, though, was somewhat painful. I could endure it with a bit of grit. Soon, Chu Liufeng succinctly recounted the situation concerning Xing Yishan. Upon hearing this, Qinyan nodded and responded earnestly, very well. I shall arrange for a task force from the Economic Investigation Team to verify the circumstances. The person you are speaking with is your Aunt Xing, correct? She extended her hand to take the phone from Chu Liufeng. Hello, Miss Xing, this is Qinyan. I am aware of your debt situation. Do you have time today? On the other end, Xing Yishan was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I do. Good. Please stay at home for a while. I will have someone from the Economic Investigation Team contact you shortly. Qinyan's voice was cool and carried an air of undeniable authority. Before Xing Yishan could respond, Qinyan instinctively hung up the phone, blinking her beautiful eyes. Qinyan offered a sheepish smile. I apologize. It's a habit of mine. She then retrieved her personal phone and dialed a number. Is this the Qin City Economic Investigation Team? This is Qinyan, seeking Captain 1. Captain 1, I have a special case of suspected economic crime that requires your team to investigate the situation. Qin Yin maintained a blank expression, her voice reverting to its icy tone as she succinctly outlined the matter. In no time, the response came that arrangements would be made immediately. Understood. Captain Qin, you could directly command. Though Chu Liufeng was somewhat perplexed by the dynamics at play, he understood that Qinyan was the chief of the Criminal Investigation and Narcotics Division of the Provincial Department. Although the Qin City Economic Investigation Team was of a lower rank, it seemed illogical that they could be directly commanded by her. However, after Qin Yan ended the call, she looked up at Chu Liufeng, a rare playful smile gracing her lips. Guess what? With a resigned smile, Chu Liufeng replied, I have no idea, Captain Qin. I will be staying in Qin City for a while, possibly 2 years, as the director of the Public Security Bureau. As she spoke, a warm, heart-melting smile appeared on her lips. So what do you think? After graduation, would you like to work under my command? You know I have always valued you. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Qin Yan's eyes. She genuinely wished to recruit Chu Liufeng. This young man possessed exceptional abilities and courage, far surpassing the so-called talents she had encountered previously. With a little nurturing, he could swiftly become her capable aide. Chu Liufeng was momentarily stunned. No wonder she could directly command the Qin City Economic Investigation Team. She was destined to become the bureau chief. It seemed this was merely a stepping stone. After 2 years in Qin City, he could enhance his resume and subsequently ascend to the position of Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Department, and in a few years, perhaps even reach the directorial position held by Director Qi. Moreover, given Qin Yan's youth, her future prospects were limitless. If he were merely an ordinary person, being so valued by a figure of Qin Yan's stature would indeed signify a meteoric rise. However, Chu Liufeng's aspirations lay elsewhere. Thus, he chuckled, Captain Qin, let's discuss this later. I have just begun university. Indeed, Qin Yan seemed to have anticipated his rejection, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. Your demonstrated abilities often lead me to overlook your true age. No rush. Whenever you decide to join, just let me know. There will always be a door open for you here. Now, I will arrange for someone to take you back. During this time, feel free to travel or stay at home, but please refrain from wandering about too much. Give me some time, all right? At this point, a glint of resoluteness appeared in her eyes, suggesting she had devised a new plan. Don't worry about me. Captain Xing, just as Chu Liufeng began to speak, his phone vibrated again. Upon glancing at it, a breathtaking photo filled his screen, causing his heart to race and blood to rush to his face. "Ah, dear nephew, look quickly. It seems Aunt's stockings have torn." He felt a sudden wave of heat wash over him. "What's wrong?" Xing Yishan furrowed her brows. "Are you facing some trouble?" "Nothing at all." Chu Liufeng cleared his throat. "Captain Xing, I must take my leave now. If anything arises, I will reach out. No need to worry. Should I encounter any difficulties, I will certainly seek your assistance." As he departed, Xing Yishan observed him with a hint of puzzlement in her gaze. However, she shook her head, her expression returning to its cool demeanor as she continued to orchestrate her operations. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xing Yishan gazed at the terminated call, warmth flooding her heart as a gentle smile graced her lips. She had not anticipated that Chu Liufeng would rush out early in the morning solely to resolve her troubles. She pondered how he had become acquainted with Xing Yishan, who, although not privy to the specifics, clearly held a position of significant authority. As an ordinary university student, for Chu Liufeng to have connections with such a prominent figure, he must have endured considerable hardship. Contemplating how to reward her thoughtful nephew, she mused. Perhaps she should finally acquiesce to that long-desired request of his. Though it might be somewhat painful, she could manage it with determination. A flush crept upon her cheeks as she realized the extent of Chu Liufeng's efforts on her behalf, leaving her uncertain of how to repay him. As Xing Yishan engaged in her musings, her phone vibrated once more. "Hello, is this Ms. Xing? We are from the Qin City Economic Investigation Team. Are you available now? We are on our way to your home." Xing Yishan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, what extraordinary efficiency. After parting with Xing Yishan, Chu Liufeng stared at the photo of the alluring long legs on his phone. He had to admit, this image was undoubtedly taken from a carefully chosen angle by Li Mengxi. Those luxurious high-end stockings, exquisite in texture, adorned her flawless legs with a touch of seductive elegance. Particularly captivating was the way her foot, encased in black silk, playfully teased her high-heeled shoe, revealing a hint of crimson soles, igniting a yearning deep within him. As he gazed at those perfect legs, Chu Liufeng instinctively inhaled sharply, his fingers moving to enlarge the photo, savoring the view, searching for the rumored tear. A tear? Where is it? It appears perfectly intact. Just as he sent his message, Li Mengxi promptly replied, sending a video that widened Chu Liufeng's eyes in astonishment. In the video, Li Mengxi delicately pinched the stockings with her slender fingers and pulled with force. The clear rip echoed audibly as the expensive black silk tore, revealing her fair, supple thigh beneath, the stark contrast between the torn stockings and her flawless skin creating a striking visual impact. And now, Li Mengxi, holding her phone, her cheeks flushed with a charming allure, was utterly adorable. Torn stockings are meant to be torn. Her sparkling eyes blinked playfully, and she seemed genuinely intrigued by her enticing nephew. She greatly enjoys the way Chu Liufeng is captivated by her, as it fills her heart with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Gazing at the photograph, Chu Liufeng felt his blood racing through his veins, overwhelmed by an intense respect. His fingers continued to move. "Aunt Li, is this all you have? Could you send more?" Just as he sent the message, a flurry of notifications erupted. Li Mengxi, as if possessing foresight, sent dozens of messages, each featuring meticulously selected photographs that showcased her exquisite figure from various angles. Moreover, it seemed she had taken special care to cater to Chu Liufeng's preferences, capturing her in uniquely charming poses, whether elegantly kneeling, lazily reclining, or lying on office chair, sometimes shot from below and at other times from above. Most strikingly, regardless of her pose, her petite face remained serious, exuding an air of noble sophistication akin to that of a high-class lady. As he perused the numerous photographs, the stark contrast left Chu Liufeng in a dreamlike state. He couldn't deny that the serious side of Li Mengxi was undeniably captivating. In the past few days, he had only witnessed her tipsy, mischievous, and playful demeanor. Yet now, she appeared cold and composed, her gaze reflecting the dignity of a powerful woman, radiating an indescribable allure. "How do I look?" Is it appealing? Li Mengxi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the final photograph, she gracefully knelt on her desk. Her rosy face turned to the side, her delicate teeth gently biting her luscious red lips, revealing a seductive and inviting gaze. Simultaneously, she slightly pulled down a strap, exposing her fair and exquisite collarbone, while one hand playfully tugged at a torn section of her black stockings. The entire scene brimmed with breathtaking beauty. Would you like to tear it yourself? Taking a deep breath, Chu Liufeng gazed at the blushing Li Mengxi. I'm a doctor. I declare this as a fever, and she indeed has a fever. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly typed a brief reply. Send the location. Upon receiving the message, Li Mengxi's initial surprise transformed into an unmistakable joy, and she exclaimed, Nephew, you truly are coming? Why wouldn't I? Whether to uncover the potential dangers surrounding Li Mengxi or to administer a fever-reducing injection to this ailing woman, a visit is absolutely necessary for a thorough investigation. Without delay, Li Mengxi eagerly shared her office building's location, Dream Building. Chu Liufeng glanced at it. It was merely 10 kilometers away. He hastily hailed a cab and sped off. Half an hour later. Li Mengxi's heart soared with excitement upon reading Chu Liufeng's message. Great. I will wait for you after sending the reply. She tossed her phone aside and sprang from her office chair. Barefoot, she hurried into the lounge behind her office. Her chairman's office had been artfully transformed from the top floor of Dream Building, boasting ample space and complete facilities, including a gym, lounge, workspace, and even a swimming pool. Given her fondness for alcohol, she had also crafted a petite bar. It was no exaggeration to say it resembled a luxurious penthouse. Moreover, to ensure she wouldn't be seen in an unrefined state after indulging in drink, this floor was exclusively hers. No other employees, not even her secretary, were permitted without her consent. The privacy was unparalleled. Often, she would invite Xing Yishan to join her for drinks here. In the bathroom, splashing water, Li Mengxi rinsed her mouth, but still felt an odd taste lingering, prompting her to brush her teeth thoroughly. Regret washed over her as she thought, had she known her nephew would visit, she wouldn't have indulged in such spicy food at lunch. However, as she brushed, a sly smile crept across her face, and a daring thought emerged. Perhaps letting her nephew experience the fiery sensation wouldn't be so bad. Yet, she quickly shook her head, realizing that while he might suffer initially, she would ultimately bear the consequences. Best to stick to cleaning her teeth properly. Soon after, she exhaled softly, confirming her mouth was fresh before rushing to the makeup area. She carefully retrieved a drawer full of cosmetics and meticulously reapplied her makeup. After several minutes, satisfied with her appearance, she gazed into the mirror, admiring her delicate skin, which seemed to outshine even the fairest snow. Her high nose and smooth forehead complemented her features, creating a strikingly beautiful visage. Dear nephew, see how I can enchant you with a joyful smile. She playfully flashed a peace sign, exuding an air of confidence. Spritzing herself with perfume, she selected a form-fitting navy blue dress made from exquisite fabric, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. The V-neck design elegantly highlighted her refined neck, evoking a sense of grace and sophistication while also exuding a hint of modern sensuality. Additionally, her unique physique made this attire particularly captivating. She cinched her waist with a red belt, striking the perfect balance. At first glance, she appeared to be the epitome of a polished urban woman, yet beneath, Li Mengxi slightly pouted her full, red lips, contemplating her attire before opting for a pair of exquisite gradient black stockings. After carefully donning them and slipping into a pair of red-soled high heels, why not fully embrace the contrast? At first glance, she appeared impeccably proper. Who would suspect what lay beneath? As this thought crossed her mind, an unexplainable shyness surged within her. She had never adorned herself in such a manner before. The sight of her flushed face was irresistibly alluring, and she felt confident in her figure, particularly her pronounced curves, which she knew Chu Liufeng appreciated. Would he enjoy this version of herself? Surely he would. After all, even he adored it. Li Mengxi stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing longingly at the bustling street below, eagerly awaiting the familiar silhouette. Finally, within moments, a taxi arrived at the foot of Dream Building. Chu Liufeng stepped out slowly. Upon catching sight of him, Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had spotted a treasured gem. She swiftly turned and made her way to the exclusive elevator. Outside Dream Building, Chu Liufeng looked up at the towering 55-story office edifice. His heart stirred. While he was aware that Li Mengxi was affluent, he had not anticipated the extent of her wealth. It appeared she owned several such buildings. Alas, no wonder even a few millions worth of Porsche can be damaged without a hint of concern. In stark contrast, my Aunt Xing appears rather shabby. Even if I were to bestow upon her tens of billions daily, it would still seem insufficient. Indeed, I must find an opportunity to help Aunt Xing earn a bit more. Chapter 91. A man should be positive and not whine. While Chu Liufeng was lost in thought, Li Mengxi had already arrived at the entrance of the first floor, her delicate arm waving enthusiastically. As he observed Li Mengxi in her deep blue V-neck fitted dress. Chu Liufeng bolinget. After seeing her in less attire over the past few days, he was taken aback by this dignified appearance. Indeed, she exuded an aura of an elegant and intelligent woman, causing his heart to flutter slightly. However, Li Mengxi's seriousness never lasted beyond 3 seconds. As Chu Liufeng approached, she suddenly playfully wrapped her arms around his, rubbing against him with sparkling eyes, and exclaimed, "Nephew, hee. You finally made it? I missed you so much." The two stood closely together, and a fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafted into Chu Liufeng's senses, prompting him to smile and say, "Aunt Li, you smell wonderful today, and you look exceptionally beautiful." His compliment was genuine, for Li Mengxi indeed appeared strikingly different that day. Her makeup was exquisitely applied, and the fitted azure dress accentuated her superb figure, bestowing upon her a mature charm that was utterly captivating. Each smile and gesture seemed to mesmerize him. "Of course, am I not beautiful every day?" Li Mengxi teased playfully, urging him to lean down. With a conspiratorial whisper in his ear, she added, "Wait until you see the surprise I have for you. It will surely leave you astounded." Surprise? Noting the mischievous glint in her eyes, Chu Liufeng scrutinized her and vaguely sensed what the surprise might be. Surely, this little heiress wouldn't tea, but he restrained his impulse to see through her. After all, he would soon find out. As they entered the Dream Building, it was indeed as Aunt Xing had mentioned. In Li Mengxi's company, he saw no male colleagues. The entire building was filled with female employees, each dressed in professional attire, all stunningly beautiful. Upon spotting Li Mengxi, they stood up respectfully, greeting her, Director Li. In contrast to her enthusiasm in front of him, Li Mengxi merely responded with a cool acknowledgement, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Those unaware might mistake her demeanor for severity. As Li Mengxi affectionately clung to Chu Liufeng, everyone gawked in excitement, fervently messaging in their company chat, "Who is that handsome guy with Director Li?" Breaking news. Director Li has brought a young pup. No, a wolf pup. He is so handsome, so tall, so manly. Is Director Li finally opening her heart? The chat erupted with excitement, and as the messages flooded in, heads popped up from workstations, creating quite a commotion. Chu Liufeng felt as though he had entered a realm akin to the legendary land of women. Glancing sideways at Li Mengxi, he noticed her expression remained unchanged, her gaze fixed ahead as if she were oblivious to the commotion. Yet, the grip she had on his arm tightened, suggesting that this little heiress was secretly pleased. They proceeded directly to her exclusive elevator, and as soon as the doors closed, Li Mengxi eagerly wrapped her arms around Chu Liufeng's neck, her eyes sparkling, whispering, "Hold me." With gentle strength, Chu Liufeng lifted Li Mengxi, supporting her petite frame, as her legs entwined around him, creating an intimate embrace. Her delicate nose nuzzled against him, and she savored his scent, relishing the closeness that filled her with warmth. Resting her forehead against his, Li Mengxi playfully kissed his cheeks, leaving a trail of lip prints as she cooed, "Little darling, do you like my outfit today?" "I love it," he replied, and her eyes shimmered with delight as a rosy hue bloomed on her cheeks. "But don't get too fond of it just yet. There is something even more to your liking coming up." Upon hearing this, Chu Liufeng felt a surge of excitement. The exclusive elevator belonging to director Li ascended swiftly, arriving at the top floor almost instantaneously. The doors opened silently to reveal the reception area. Li Mengxi stepped down from his embrace, playfully tugging at his collar, pushing him gently back onto the sofa, then straddled his lap. Hee, she giggled, her hands roaming towards the waistband of her dress. The red belt slipped to the floor, followed by the fitted dress. Do you think it looks good? She asked coyly, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. As expected, this little heiress indeed possessed surprises that left him astounded, gazing at the stark contrast of Li Mengxi before him. Chu Liufeng felt his heart race with an uncontainable attraction. He found himself utterly defenseless against her charm, feeling an overwhelming affection. Li Mengxi, sensing his excitement without needing a response, realized that this little rascal was indeed drawn to contrasts. As Chu Liufeng gazed intently at her, Li Mengxi's shyness reached its peak. With a tremor in her voice, she urged, "Close your eyes for a moment." Swiftly, she retrieved a black and white nun's outfit from a nearby bag and, with grace, changed into it. She approached him with a hint of anticipation, looking down at him. "You may open your eyes now." As Chu Liufeng opened his eyes, he was met with a striking figure. Li Mengxi, having kicked off her heels, elegantly placed her leg on his chest. He inhaled deeply, gradually lifting his gaze to meet hers. "Are you cosplaying as a battle nun? This outfit seems rather unorthodox." The black long skirt was slit from the calf all the way up to her slender waist, revealing a side of her voluptuous, snow-white skin. She also donned lace-trimmed black stockings, and with each movement of Li Mengxi, her elongated, exquisite leg peeked enticingly through the opening of the skirt. For a moment, Chu Liufeng was utterly entranced. Li Mengxi seemed to have transformed into a different person, her petite face adorned with a hint of solemn divinity. Her eyes were slightly lowered, fervently gazing at Chu Liufeng, her gaze imbued with a sacred authority, yet concealing an irresistible shyness and anticipation. "I, the great nun, shall accept the sincere confession of the wicked little Feng." A smirk of triumph danced at the corners of Li Mengxi's lips as she gently leaned forward, her face slowly drawing closer to Chu Liufeng's, one hand delicately lifting his chin, her voice soft yet laced with seduction. "Sinner, confess your transgressions to me. Let the fountain of the nun's compassion cleanse the impurities of your soul." Chapter 92. Your words are somewhat childish in the serene and deserted salon. An intense battle erupted between the sinner and the nun. The scene of conflict was once exceedingly fierce. The sinner grasped the nun's throat, spewing forth a torrent of curses, his emotions aflame, veins bulging, though not from his arms. The nun, battered and exhausted, emitted muffled cries, her knees weakly kneeling on the ground, though not in supplication. This struggle endured for a considerable time. The flames of combat eventually even spread to the soft couch, before the grand, luminous floor-to-ceiling windows, and upon the serious desk. Only when the nun, utterly drained, could no longer bear it and knelt down imploring the sinner for mercy did the battle finally cease. Clearly, the nun was overwhelmed. She was far too weak. The sinner's penance remained unfulfilled to the extent that a brand new ghostly garment nearby had yet to be unwrapped. After a while, the tumult of the battle gradually subsided. Scattered across the disheveled floor lay the nun's attire, a testament to the extraordinary ferocity of the confrontation. In the innermost lounge of this floor, upon a luxurious bed, Li Mengxi lay blushing atop Chu Liufeng, her small hand gently tracing circles on his chest as she playfully remarked, "Big bad guy. You're beyond saving. Even the nun cannot rescue you." Leaning against the headboard, Chu Liufeng tenderly caressed her long hair, a hint of indulgent amusement gracing his lips. It must have been that the nun was simply too feeble. Li Mengxi shivered slightly, retracting her head hurriedly, and weakly asserted, "I'm not weak. It is your sins that are far too grave." Suddenly, she lifted her little head, gazing at Chu Liufeng, her tiny hands pinching his cheeks, and demanded earnestly, "Confess honestly, what did you do to my darling?" Chu Liufeng blinked in confusion. Earlier, when Xing Yishan called to inquire if he was with Li Mengxi, now Li Mengxi was questioning him about what transpired with Xing Yishan. Was there some secretive matter occurring between these two ladies that he was unaware of? Oh dear, big fool. I came to find you this morning, but you were not here. I saw the breakfast you made for darling, and the note you left, and I even spotted those stockings in the laundry basket. Quickly tell me, how did you manage to get darling to wear those stockings? She has always been so conservative. I can't even imagine how beautiful she must look wearing them. Li Mengxi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Ah, so that was it. The little heiress sought him out this morning and was discovered by Aunt Xing, who mistakenly believed that he had gone out with Li Mengxi. Moreover, it seemed she had uncovered a little secret involving him and Aunt Xing. Faced with this critical question, Chu Liufeng opted for silence. He merely wrapped his arms around Li Mengxi's waist, gently massaging it, as if to restore the nun's vitality. Noticing the helpless expression on Chu Liufeng's face, Li Mengxi's playful, bright eyes blinked rapidly. First, she exhibited a look of sudden realization, followed by a mischievous smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. You two must have been secretly at it all night. When I went to find you, the sun was already high. Yet, darling was still in bed. As she continued speaking, Li Mengxi suddenly grasped his ears, her face flushed, playfully chiding, "Humph, you two are definitely hiding something from me. Big bad guy. Do you realize your sins have deepened even further?" Li Mengxi paused, her eyes glistening, complemented by her rosy cheeks, making her appear even more charming. Understanding that this question was unavoidable, Chu Liufeng spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. So what? So what? Li Mengxi exclaimed, her eyes widening in mock reproach. Wow, you. As Chu Liufeng observed her captivating demeanor, a stir of emotion welled within him. He embraced Li Mengxi more closely, leaning towards her ear and whispering softly, "What's wrong with me?" His warm breath brushed against Li Mengxi's delicate ear, causing her to shiver slightly, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her neck, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. "You are feigning ignorance." Li Mengxi pouted, lightly punching his chest. "Be gentler. You may be a bull, but even darling can't handle you, let alone me." With a playful smile, Chu Liufeng teased, "Gentle? That doesn't seem right. Just a moment ago, someone was asking me, too." "Oh dear, stop right there," Li Mengxi exclaimed, hurriedly covering his mouth with her hand, pretending to be angry. "Not now. Be gentler. Rest assured, you and darling. I'm not jealous. Life is short, and living joyfully each day is far better than anything else." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her bright eyes blinked rapidly, and she leaned closer to Chu Liufeng's lips, enticingly suggesting, "Do you want me and darling together? If you ask nicely, I might consider helping you." Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up at the thought, envisioning the graceful Aunt Xing alongside the alluring Li Mengxi. He couldn't help but feel a deep respect. Li Mengxi sensed the shift in his demeanor, her gaze becoming sultry as she playfully wriggled, her expression filled with mischief. "Naughty little phone. I knew you liked it. Come on, hurry and ask me, beg me, and I shall assist you." She swayed back and forth like a playful child. Unable to suppress his laughter, Chu Liufeng remarked, "Auntie, your speech has a childlike quality." Li Mengxi's expression froze, and she quickly sat up straight, playfully glaring at him. "How rude, big bad guy. It's all your fault for making me." All right, it's all my fault." Chu Liufeng chuckled, nodding. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead, speaking tenderly, "Auntie, let this matter remain between us. You mustn't tell Aunt Xing. She cannot handle it just yet. We must take it slow. Aunt Xing is rather shy." Her breath quickening. After contemplating, she realized he was right. Given Xing Yishan's shy and conservative nature, she would undoubtedly struggle to accept this for the time being. "Fine. I understand. I'm not foolish. Let us not speak of darling anymore." She gazed dreamily into Chu Liufeng's eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and leaned in for a kiss. "Kiss me." The nun had regained her strength. The battle with the sinner would continue. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, the sudden ringing of a phone in the office shattered the tranquility of their blissful moment. Chapter 93. unruly titles and confused generations, a melodious voice suddenly pierced the air. Mr. Li, the representatives from Jinyang International Real Estate have arrived at the company lobby. Are you free now? Li Mengxi, who had been nestled in Chu Liufeng's embrace, jolted upright as if responding to an electric shock. The sleepiness in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by her usual air of aloofness and competence. She pressed the intercom at the bedside, clearing her throat before responding. All right, I'll be down shortly. Once she had finished speaking, she turned her gaze back to Chu Liufeng, a hint of allure flickering in her eyes. Nephew, what time is it? It's 4 o'clock. Oh my, is it already so late? She cooed. Sweetheart, you can continue to sleep a bit longer. I just need to sign a contract, and later I'll come to take you out for dinner. With a gentle kiss on Chu Liufeng's cheek, she sprang up and began to dress, each movement exuding an air of efficiency. Watching her flurry of activity, Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow. In that moment, he felt a heightened sense of danger regarding Li Mengxi. Could signing a contract escalate the risk? It seemed that the content of the contract was indeed the cause. His diligent investigation into Li Mengxi was finally yielding some clarity. He approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her, whispering in her ear, Aunt Li, I'll accompany you. Li Mengxi turned around, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Oh, how ambitious of you. How about you call me godmother? After learning management from me for a few years, I could pass down my vast real estate empire to you. Chu Liufeng Godimat, am I supposed to call you godmother? And you, father? With a swift slap on his shoulder, she playfully protested. Such disrespect. The generational titles are all muddled. Li Mengxi bit her lip, emitting a playful whine as she continued to put on her clothes. This time, she opted for something more conventional, aware that her beloved was nearby and that the playful games had come to an end. She donned a professional gray women's suit, complemented by a pair of modest heels, exuding an air of seriousness. After taking a couple of steps, Li Mengxi's expression suddenly shifted. She grimaced in pain and steadied herself against the wall. With a coy glance at Chu Liufeng, she pouted, ouch. Nephew, come here. Support me. Chu Liufeng, bemused, complied and gently guided her into the elevator. You naughty boy, Li Mengxi lamented, clinging to his arm and playfully biting him, leaving a faint mark. I told you to be gentler. Chu Liufeng chuckled, silently offering his warmth to alleviate her discomfort. Li Mengxi felt the comforting heat of his hand, which indeed eased her pain. As the elevator descended to the first floor, her expression softened considerably. At the elevator entrance, a dozen employees awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Li Mengxi's flushed face, they exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their intrigue. Wow, Mr. Li really has it good. With two stunning individuals alone together, and given Li Mengxi's satisfied demeanor, they couldn't help but speculate about what had transpired. Sensing the envious gazes directed her way, Li Mengxi's lips curled into a slight smile, tightening her grip on Chu Liufeng's arm. Mr. Li, they're arriving soon, a secretary approached, extending a contract to Li Mengxi. However, she merely waved her hand dismissively, her tone cool. Let us go. She strolled arm in arm with Chu Liufeng, relishing the attention as they walked through her domain. Chu Liufeng glanced at the contract in the secretary's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. A mere glance revealed a cascade of data unfolding in his mind. The eye of value could even assess contracts. Assessment item: commercial investment contract. Description: this contract pertains to the purchase of commercial apartment buildings A1, A7 by Dream Building Real Estate from Jinyang International Real Estate, located in the new economic zone on the outskirts of Qin City. Proposed transaction price: $550 million. Total market value of commercial apartments: $900 million. Return rate: -90. Summary: high-risk project, proceed with caution. What on earth? A project valued at $900 million, purchased for $550 million. Shouldn't that yield a profit? Yet, a return rate of -90? This was not a real estate purchase. It was akin to acquiring a landmine. Mr. Li, what kind of contract is this? Li Mengxi paused, then shyly glanced at Chu Liufeng, perplexed by his address, yet she gently explained. This is a significant project I've been working on for a long time. Didn't I mention to you, NE? I plan to acquire several apartment buildings. This endeavor requires a substantial investment, leaving my company's accounts rather drained. That's why, when he asked to borrow money from me the other day, I couldn't assist her. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly sparkled, and she leaned closer to Chu Liufeng, whispering playfully, "Naughty boy, if you call me godmother just once, I'll gift you those buildings." Seeing her affectionate demeanor stirred the curiosity of the onlookers behind them. Who would have thought they would witness Li Mengxi displaying such a girlish, love-struck side? Of course, if they knew that the esteemed Mr. Li had even more contrasting facets before Chu Liufeng, they would likely be left speechless. Chu Liufeng Chuke, Bemut, are you that enamored with me calling you godmother? Of course. Li Mengxi's expression hinted at her eagerness regarding the title. Chu Liufeng laughed lightly, but refrained from commenting further. Instead, he inquired, "So, is that apartment building really worth it?" Well, after several months of research, I believe that once the economic zone is developed, it will hold significant commercial value. I'm confident that purchasing it won't lead to losses. Initially, they asked for $780 million, but after months of negotiation, I brought it down to $550 million. Impressive, right? Her face beamed with joy, seemingly yearning for Chu Liufeng's praise. At that moment, several luxury vehicles, including customized Alfords and a Range Rover, arrived at the foot of Dream Building. Just as Chu Liufeng was about to speak, his gaze sharpened. Emerging from one of the Alfords was a man in a suit. Exuding a sumya sinistioha. Upon spotting Li Mengxi, he approached with a beaming enthusiasm, appearing at first glance to be a seasoned business elite. However, Chu Liufeng recognized him all too well, or more accurately, he was more familiar with a man wielding a silver dragon-headed cane. Chapter 94. Do you know how to write Mang in Mang Village? This individual had previously encountered Yang Kaisen in the VIP room of the Lani Club. He is the brother of the man wielding the golden dragon-headed cane, and is also a distinguished guest of the Yang family. Chu Liufeng narrowed his eyes, activating his perception to survey the surroundings. He noticed several Alfords and Land Rovers filled with burly men clad in suits. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary bodyguards. However, Chu Liufeng discerned the multitude of gunshot scars and bullet marks on their bodies, revealing their diverse backgrounds. Some were of Korean descent, others from Southeast Asia, and a few bore the same aura as those who attacked him the previous day. Even more alarming was the discovery of concealed submachine guns and handguns within the modified seats of these vehicles. Mercenaries? Chu Liufeng furrowed his brow imperceptibly. Li Mengxi had inexplicably become entangled with this perilous group, and they had been finalizing their collaboration for months. No wonder she found herself in danger. The group approached with eager enthusiasm. The leading man sported a radiant smile as he strode towards Li Mengxi. Upon catching sight of Chu Liufeng, he slightly furrowed his brow. Chu Liufeng keenly perceived the fleeting glint of malice and confusion in his eyes. The newcomers were not to be underestimated. "Mr. Li, this is Mr. Bamo, the head of our Asia-Pacific division at Jinyang International. He has come specifically to sign a contract with you," introduced a representative from Jinyang Real Estate, beaming with friendliness. At this moment, Mr. Bamo was devoid of his signature silver, dragon-headed cane. He extended his hand, his voice booming, exuding the charisma of a business elite. "Mr. Li, I have long admired your reputation. It is my honor to finally discuss matters face-to-face today." Li Mengxi politely smiled and shook his hand, replying, "Mr. Bamo, you are too kind. I have heard that under your leadership, Jinyang International Real Estate has gained remarkable acclaim worldwide. Meeting you today, I see how well-deserved that reputation is." After a round of mutual compliments, she gestured for them to proceed. As Li Mengxi was about to follow, Chu Liufeng suddenly grasped her small hand, his finger lightly tapping her palm. Li Mengxi looked at Chu Liufeng with curiosity, softly asking, "What is it, Xiaofeng?" "This contract must not be signed. Find an excuse to decline," Chu Liufeng said earnestly in a hushed tone. "Not signed?" A flicker of surprise crossed Li Mengxi's eyes. Before she could respond, her female secretary interjected eagerly, "Mr. Li, we have been pursuing this project for 4 months, and we finally negotiated a price. If we don't sign today..." The secretary's expression grew troubled, although she was unaware of the relationship between Chu Liufeng and Li Mengxi. She understood that if he swayed Li Mengxi's decision at this critical juncture, their months of hard work would go to waste. Moreover, the price was indeed quite favorable. If someone else had said such a thing, she would have likely mocked them. Yet, given Li Mengxi's attitude towards him, she couldn't dare show Chu Liufeng any disrespect. Thus, she anxiously urged, Xiaofeng, do you find the price too high? It's all right. 550 million is still profitable. We calculated that we could break even in 3 years. Li Mengxi assumed Chu Liufeng was concerned about the cost and patiently explained. However, Chu Liufeng shook his head again, his tone resolute. I will explain later. Just trust me, this contract cannot be signed. Li Mengxi gazed intently at Chu Liufeng, noting his unprecedented seriousness. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, and after a gentle nod, she smiled brightly. All right, if Xiaofeng says we shouldn't sign, then we won't. Although she was unaware of her nephew's motives, she chose to trust him without reservation. Mr. Li, we have prepared for months, and now you say we won't sign? The secretary was visibly anxious. Such a romantic notion. Having a boss enthralled by love was quite perilous. In such a state, she was entirely reckless. They had invested immense resources into this project, and just as they were on the verge of success, Chu Liufeng's 2 sentences threatened to jeopardize everything. The secretary's eyes turned mournful, but her anxiety was futile. The decision lay entirely with Li Mengxi. Li Mengxi merely cast a fleeting glance at her secretary, providing a reason that was utterly disheartening. I trust my nephew. Let be. I will find an excuse to back out later. Very well. The secretary was at a loss, feeling utterly helpless. But she was merely an employee, and regardless of her reluctance, she could not sway her boss's decision. Soon, they moved to the conference room. Li Mengxi and Mr. Bamo sat opposite each other, with several secretaries standing behind them. Piles of contract documents were neatly arranged on the conference table as they discussed the relevant terms. Mr. Li, let us proceed with the contract at the price of 550 million. We only need the funds transferred to our account within 2 weeks. Mr. Bamo spoke incessantly, yet a barely perceptible urgency flickered in his eyes. He wore what seemed to be a sincere smile as he continued. Acquiring the A1, 7 commercial apartment buildings for 550 million is a guaranteed profit. Once that economic zone develops, property prices will double, if not more. If it weren't for our decision to aggressively pursue international projects, we would not even consider selling this land. This was indeed the truth. The market price for the asset was 900 million, and they were essentially offering it at half price. Unless there were special circumstances, no one would engage in such a transaction. In Bamo's view, he had demonstrated considerable goodwill. Just as he prepared to sign, however, Li Mengxi suddenly frowned and said, Mr. Bamo, there are some clauses in this contract that I need to review with professional lawyers and financial advisors before proceeding. We cannot sign today. As her words fell, everyone was taken aback. Even some of the executives present stared in shock, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Bamo's expression darkened immediately. He glared at Li Mengxi, momentarily speechless. Behind him, a fierce young man with a buzz cut and clad in white socks stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, Mr. Li, this is quite unreasonable. We have been negotiating this contract for months. We have been so busy abroad, yet we made time to return specifically for this. Now, just as we are about to finalize things, you say we won't sign? Are we being treated like fools? As the young man spoke, he leaned heavily against the conference table, exuding an intimidating presence. The ominous look in his eyes conveyed a sense of threat. Li Mengxi's expression shifted, but before she could respond, Chu Liufeng quickly stepped forward, positioning his sturdy frame protectively in front of her. This action instantly calmed Li Mengxi's previously flustered heart. With a voice as cold as ice, imbued with disdain, Chu Liufeng questioned, What? Do you intend to coerce us into submission? Chapter 95. Qin Yan. Are you capable or not? As Chu Liufeng observed, Bamo squinted slightly, quickly regaining his composure and reprimanding, Ah Chung, what are you doing? Business relies on mutual consent. Since Director Li has reservations, it would be prudent to delay for a few days. Despite his words, a fleeting shadow of malice did not escape Chu Liufeng's keen gaze. The young man named Ah Chung, with his buzz cut, displayed signs of resentment, but could only grit his teeth and glare fiercely at Chu Liufeng before retreating behind Bamo. In his eyes, these individuals were already as good as dead. If they were not in the Great Xia, but abroad, he might have drawn an AK and pressed it against Chu Liufeng's head. How audacious for a mere pretty boy to act so brazenly. After finishing his remarks, Bamo stood up, preparing to leave the conference room with Aunt Xing and the others. Director Li, I look forward to your favorable news. However, do make haste in these next couple of days. This project is of interest to more than just your company. Just as they reached the door, Bamo suddenly turned back. A sinister smile plastered on his face, his tone dripping with implicit threat. Of course, we are not the type to be swayed by money, allowing ourselves to be manipulated. We still anticipate collaborating with you. Do take care of yourself. Watching their departing figures, Chu Liufeng's expression turned icy. He turned to Li Mengxi, only to find her brow furrowed, her countenance filled with concern. Simultaneously, several executives gathered around, inquiring about the sudden halt in cooperation. Yet, Li Mengxi remained silent, merely gazing at Chu Liufeng with confusion. Observing this, the secretary, who had overheard everything, sighed in resignation and quickly ushered everyone out of the meeting room. Soon, only Li Mengxi and Chu Liufeng remained in the conference room. Xiaofeng. Li Mengxi grasped Chu Liufeng's hand tightly, her voice laced with curiosity. What happened to the contract? I reviewed this project. It seemed flawless. It was crucial to note that this was a contract involving hundreds of millions in funding. The company had conducted numerous risk assessments, all yielding no issues. Had anyone else made such a suggestion, she would have dismissed it outright. However, this was Chu Liufeng. Even without any business acumen, she instinctively chose to trust him. Still, a multitude of doubts lingered in her mind. Chu Liufeng leaned closer to Li Mengxi, gently caressing her cheek as he spoke softly. The project is sound, but the people involved are not. The bodyguard behind Bamo are in league with those who attacked us yesterday. Upon hearing this, Li Mengxi's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across her features. She instinctively tightened her grip on Chu Liufeng's hand. Xiaofeng, are you certain? The brutality of the assailants from the previous day had left her rattled, and now she was being told that those seated at the negotiation table were allied with such dangerous criminals. Had she been dancing on the edge of the knife all this time? How could she not be terrified? Li Mengxi's complexion visibly paled, a chill racing up her spine. Chu Liufeng crouched down to meet her gaze, holding her hands firmly as he assured her, I am certain, Aunt Li. Do not worry. I am here. Li Mengxi, clearly anxious, asked urgently then Xiaofeng, what should we do now? Should we call the police? Chu Liufeng pressed a gentle kiss on her lips, attempting to instill a sense of security within her, before calmly responding, It's all right. Leave it to me. With that, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Xing Yan. Meanwhile, in her office, Xing Yan was deep in the throes of another demanding day. Her expression betrayed fatigue as she rubbed her temples while listening to reports from her subordinates. So, as of now, we still have not uncovered their whereabouts? Several officers nodded in silence. What about the individual who attacked Chu Liufeng? Has he revealed anything? He is still receiving treatment. He refuses to divulge any information and is completely uncooperative during interrogation. A frown settled upon Xing Yan's brow, her mind swirling with perplexity. This city was not vast. Yet in the past few days of special operations, she had conducted exhaustive searches of several suspicious locations and uncovered nothing, not even a scrap of useful lead. Whether it was drugs, production bases, or the critical suspects, they seemed to have vanished without a trace, hiding meticulously. Despite apprehending numerous individuals, they were all professionals trained to resist interrogation, leaving the entire special operation plan in a state of significant impasse. After dismissing the officers with a wave of her hand, she leaned back in her chair, softly murmuring a few names. Angshan, Bamo, Yang. She closed her eyes slowly, meticulously reconstructing the entire special operation plan in her mind. With such substantial efforts on her part, how could the opposition remain so compliant, allowing her to capture individuals without resistance? Her brow furrowed deeper as she pondered how to find a breakthrough. If only she could apprehend either Angshan or Bamo. Even just one of them, it would propel the case forward immensely. Yet, these two were elusive, leaving her with no leads. Where could they possibly be hiding? Surely, there must be some detail I have overlooked. Xing Yin murmured to herself. This drug trafficking case was extensive, spanning multiple countries and involving numerous significant figures, backed by a tightly organized scheme. Without a breakthrough, merely capturing a few low-level operatives would yield little benefit. This drug trafficking case could not progress in such a manner. Just as Xing Yin found herself at a loss, her private phone suddenly rang. Chu Liufeng. Xing Yan's eyes flickered with interest as she quickly answered the call, her voice filled with urgency. Chu Liufeng, what's wrong? Are you in danger? Hearing her cool yet melodious tone, Chu Liufeng's eyelid twitched. Captain Qin, do you truly wish for me to be in peril? It certainly isn't the case. Since there is no danger, speak. Do you have more good news for me? A subtle smile graced Xing Yan's face, though it was merely playful banter. After all, with so many officers under her command making no progress, she doubted Chu Liufeng could bring any valuable news. Yet, his words made him blink in surprise. Captain Qin, are you truly a mind reader? How did you know I have good news? Who am I? I am Qin. Xing Yin had been comfortably leaning back in her office chair, but in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, her body instinctively standing upright. Her voice laced with urgency. Chu Liufeng, you truly have good news. Quickly tell me, what is it? I have discovered the individual wielding the silver dragon cane. He calls himself Bamo. I also observed several submachine guns concealed within his convoy, along with a dozen mercenaries guarding him. This information should be useful to you, right? Chu Liufeng succinctly relayed the situation. Certainly, his primary intention was to have Xing Yin take charge and subdue this Bamo, to prevent him from orchestrating any clandestine schemes. Furthermore, since the adversary is armed, Xing Yin, as the future chief of police in Qin City, ought to combat such lawless brigands. Otherwise, Qin City might as well be renamed Gotham. Bamo? Are you referring to Bamo? Chapter 96. Your loyalty has reached its limit. Xing Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled with urgency as she instinctively replied, Are you certain that Bamo has appeared? Yes. They seem to be heading towards the outskirts of Qin City. It's a convoy consisting of 3 Alfords and 2 Land Rovers. Bamo is in the second Alford, surrounded by a total of 13 armed bodyguards, Chu Liufeng stated, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room, intently observing the convoy departing below through a pair of binoculars. How about it, Team Qin? Is this useful? Chu Liufeng's gaze was filled with determination. If Xing Yin was unable to act for any reason, he had resolved to infiltrate their lair over the next few nights. Relying on his instinct for danger and the assistance of his father, he was confident that he could single-handedly dismantle their stronghold. After all, a life of exceptional prowess requires no explanation. He could not allow a repeat of the incident at the Cross Lake Bridge. Damn it, they always struck first, truly taking themselves for invincible. If I don't act, do they think my father is merely a decoration? However, Chu Liufeng clearly underestimated the profound shock this news would bring to Xing Yin. In an instant, she was nearly ready to leap onto the office desk. Her usual composure and calmness vanished. Even through the phone, Chu Liufeng could hear the excitement in her voice. Useful, absolutely invaluable. Xing Yan's voice trembled with exhilaration as she responded loudly. A gleam of excitement illuminated her eyes, which had been dulled by the lack of progress in the case, now shining brightly. Even her delicate frame trembled slightly with anticipation. Bamo, he is a colossal catch. Capturing him would surely open the door to significant breakthroughs. Xing Yan's face radiated joy, her heart brimming with excitement. Chu Liufeng, you have truly come to my aid once again, huh? I won't say much in gratitude. Henceforth in Qin City, whatever you need, I will have your back. With that, she decisively picked up her walkie-talkie and commanded coldly, Everyone pay attention. Emergency assembly. Soon, the Qin City Police Department was bustling with activity. Simultaneously, the surveillance network across various streets was silently activated, discreetly monitoring Bamo's convoy. As darkness descended upon the sky, the convoy of armored Alfords had already entered the outskirts of Qin City, heading towards a highly secretive location. The road was desolate, enveloped in silence. Bamo sat with his eyes closed, seemingly unaffected by the contract's implications. Yet, the throbbing veins on his forehead betrayed the fury he harbored within. Opposite him, Chung keenly sensed his anger and said with a fierce countenance, "Brother Mo, should I go tonight and capture that vile woman? Damn it. We took such great risks to sign this contract, and she dares to toy with us." Cheng's face contorted in rage. At that moment, Bamo suddenly opened his eyes as if struck by a thought, and exclaimed, "Chu Liufeng. Quickly, show me a picture of Chu Liufeng." Cheng was momentarily taken aback. "Chu Liufeng? Brother Mo, this matter falls under the purview of the elder brother's operational team. We don't have a photo." "Then contact the operational team now," Bamo shouted in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. Within the organization, he and Aunt Xing managed two entirely different departments. Aunt Xing was responsible for all covert operations, including drug production, smuggling, transportation, murder, and kidnapping. He, on the other hand, oversaw the organization's legitimate business dealings, negotiating with drug lords from around the globe, engaging with wealthy tycoons, and laundering vast sums of illicit money. Their areas of responsibility were entirely distinct. The operational arrangements concerning Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan were solely managed by the operational team. Seeing the urgency, Cheng quickly dialed the operational team's number, his fingers trembling. After a considerable wait, a deep voice finally answered, "What is it?" Cheng hastily replied, "Brother Mo asked me to find you. Do you have a picture of Chu Liufeng? Send it over. We need it urgently." "Understood." After hanging up, Cheng cautiously inquired, "Brother Mo, do you suspect that person is Chu Liufeng?" Bamo's expression darkened. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the photo earlier, but something about Chu Liufeng's face felt familiar. Yet, he could not recall where he had seen it before. It seemed too coincidental that the person Aunt Xing intended to eliminate yesterday was someone he had negotiated business with for months. Moreover, while Chu Liufeng was indeed formidable, Bamo had not regarded him with any seriousness. After all, does being strong mean anything? In this world, power and connections are what truly matter. Had it not been for Chu Liufeng causing Aunt Xing to suffer a setback, he wouldn't even have spared a glance at someone like him. Soon, the operational team sent over the photo, and Cheng hurriedly handed his phone to Bamo. The image of Chu Liufeng, captured from the high-definition surveillance of Alon E Club's private room, displayed him clearly. "Indeed, it is him." Bamo's face grew cold as he said, "Cheng, this person is quite capable. Bring more operatives with you tonight, and say it is my command. Capture him and that vile woman together. Let them drink the bitter cup of punishment for their insolence." Cheng nodded heavily, reassuring him, "Understood, Brother Mo. Do not let your anger consume you. It can harm your health. I will contact them immediately." Just as they were conversing, a deafening crash suddenly echoed, accompanied by the screech of tires. Bang! Following, there was a series of rapid collisions. Bamo and Cheng felt as if the world was spinning. Their bodies tossed around the chaotic interior of the vehicle. Struggling to rise from the wreckage, they looked out the window in terror, their faces turning ashen. Around their vehicles, several police cars, flashing their lights, had silently surrounded them. The earlier commotion had resulted from the police intercepting their convoy and crashing into their vehicles, causing a loss of control due to punctured tires. "Police, do not resist. Hands on your heads. Come out immediately." Authoritative voices rang out from all directions as officers clad in bulletproof vests held their weapons, cautiously taking cover behind their vehicles, aiming at Bamo and his men. Sweat beaded on Bamo's forehead as he realized he had never anticipated that the police would locate him so swiftly, laying a meticulous trap. "Hey, Brother Mo, I'll charge out and fight them." Cheng, bloodied from the crash, looked fearsome. He had already drawn a small pistol, his hand moving to retrieve other weapons. Gritting his teeth, the moment an opportunity presents itself, "You must escape immediately." Bamo clenched his teeth, drawing his own weapon, his eyes reflecting a wild and brutal intensity. "If we are to fight, let us fight together." Given his actions, surrender only leads to death. Perhaps if he fights, there may be a glimmer of hope. They are currently in the suburbs beside a river. If he can plunge into the water, he might salvage his life. However, Cheng hastily grasped him with urgency etched across his face, exclaiming, "No, Emoji, I can die, but you must not come to harm." Ba Mo, filled with disdain, retorted fiercely, "If death is to be, so be it. Those who live this life have long anticipated such a day." With gritted teeth, Xing suddenly tackled Ba Mo to the ground. Desperation in his voice, MOG. Some individuals are destined to perish for the sake of others. Had it not been for you, I would have perished long ago. Ba Mo, pinned down and unable to move, turned his head sharply, shouting, Xing, what madness is this? Let me go. Montaki. There is something I have harbored in my heart for far too long, something I wish to tell you. I have always loved you. Ba Mo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, and after a prolonged silence, he bellowed, at a time like this, you dare utter such words? Montaki. I understand this is difficult for you to accept, but if I do not speak now, I fear I may never have the chance again. Xing's face bore a bitter smile, as if he sensed his inevitable doom. He spoke earnestly from the depths of his heart. I was never inclined towards men. I have always loved women, until you rescued me, leading me to follow you. I followed you out of admiration and respect. I began to care for you. Slowly, I realized I could truly die for you. I am terrified, yet I believe no one in this world is more significant than you. Not even myself. I can no longer discern whether this is loyalty or genuine love for you. MOG, can you understand? I understand nothing, you fool. Is this something a normal person can comprehend? Ba Mo suddenly sensed something, and his gaze turned ferocious. Damn it, your loyalty suffocates me. In that moment, Ba Mo wished he could drive a knife into his own back. Yet before he could speak, Xing shouted, Emoji, go, you must leave. In this life, we are brothers. In the next, I will be your woman. With that, Xing forcefully pushed Ba Mo aside and charged towards the police car, rolling and scrambling. Unbeknownst to him, a bomb belt had been strapped around his waist. As he raced forward, he tore the detonation cord from his body. Chapter 97. The cold and distant police flower Ba Mo's eyes widened in shock, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. All that remained in his vision was the resolute silhouette of Xing charging forward. It is often said that a brother lends a helping hand, but when someone is willing to sacrifice their life for you, such love transcends all boundaries. Although Ba Mo was startled by this sudden display of brotherly affection, he felt a profound stir within his heart. No matter how cold the man, there lies warmth within. Yet, Xing had made up his mind to face death. Heedless of the consequences as he rushed towards the police vehicle, his mind set on creating an explosion to grant Ba Mo a fleeting chance of escape under the cover of darkness. Quick, take cover. A member of the police team sensed the danger and shouted loudly. All the special police officers crouched low behind their vehicles for protection. But within an armored vehicle, a sudden flash of light erupted. Bang! A shot fired. Target acquired. Xing Yishan, donning night vision goggles and wielding a smoking CSLR-4 precision sniper rifle, took her shot. Her aim was impeccable. Just as Xing burst forth from the vehicle, he froze, as if robbed of all strength, a gaping wound bleeding profusely from his chest. He cast a reluctant glance at Ba Mo, a complex smile of bitterness etched on his face. Run! The words barely escaped his lips when, boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air, ringing in everyone's ears. The fierce blast consumed Xing's form in a flash of fiery brilliance, illuminating the dark night sky, while the shockwave sent nearby vehicles rattling. Xing! Ba Mo watched in horror as his beloved brother fell before him, his pupils constricting in sheer despair, his mind a blank canvas, crumbling under the weight of grief. His life seemed to flash before his eyes. He recalled the first time he met Xing, saving him from the brink of death at the hands of a drug lord. He remembered the excitement and anxiety of their first mission together. He recalled Xing's worried and furious gaze when he had been injured in a drug lord shootout. All their heartfelt moments flooded back, revealing that everything was not without reason. Yet, there was no time for sorrow now. If he remained, Xing's sacrifice would be in vain. Ba Mo gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, determined to dash towards the nearby river. But in the next instant, Xing Yishan efficiently reloaded her sniper rifle, aiming for Ba Mo's thigh. Bang! A shot rang out. Ba Mo crashed heavily to the ground. Xing Yishan's gaze was cold and focused, a disdainful snort escaping her lips. Thinking of escaping? Though her marksmanship may not rival Chu Liufeng's, she was still a sharpshooter, at such close range. Allowing Bamo to flee would be akin to throwing herself under a bus. Team 1, secure the explosion site and assess casualties. Team 2, bring Bamo in. Xing Yan's voice was cool and composed as she relayed commands over the radio. Soon, Bamo was limping towards her, blood oozing from his thigh. The pain of a sniper bullet was no small matter. It felt as if his femur had shattered. He glared at Xing Yan with hatred, a malicious grin on his face. Xing Yan, don't celebrate too soon. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Huh. You will pay for today's events. Why do these villains always resort to such cliché threats at their last moment? Xing Yan rolled her eyes, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Hey, the burdens I carry are countless. Countless have vowed to kill me, wishing to subject me to unspeakable agony. Yet, what is the outcome? I continue to thrive, while those who threaten me lie in graves overgrown with weeds. Perhaps some are even attending kindergarten now. Thus, she felt no fear in the face of his threats. Take him away. With a sweeping gesture, Xing Yan directed the special police to load Bamo into a police vehicle. At that moment, an officer hurried over, whispering in Xing Yan's ear, Captain Xing, the explosion site has been cleared, no injuries on our side, 8 targets neutralized, 6 captured. We also discovered some secret documents and communication devices in the vehicle and are in the process of transporting them. Xing Yan nodded slightly. Soon, the remaining special police had rounded up the rest of the individuals. This ambush could be deemed a resounding victory. A portion of the police team remained to clean and secure the scene, while the rest escorted Bamo in a grand procession towards the police station. Inside the armored vehicle, Bamo, a high-ranking figure, had been captured alive. Xing Yan could hardly contain her excitement, eagerly pulling out her phone to call Chu Liufeng. At that moment, in the conference room of the Dream Building, Chu Liufeng held Li Mengxi in his arms, soothing her anxiety while awaiting news. Comforted by his warm embrace, Li Mengxi felt utterly reassured, her eyes beginning to droop with weariness. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was Xing Yan. Chu Liufeng, the target has been secured. As soon as the call connected, Xing Yan's melodious voice rang through the phone, her excitement palpable even from a distance. Bamo has been captured alive. What do you think of my efficiency? Her tone was far warmer than usual, a radiant smile gracing her lips, as if the two shared the camaraderie of old friends. Upon hearing the good news, Li Mengxi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, that was quick. It hasn't been long since you called, and that fearsome gang has already been apprehended? Should I commend your skills or question them? All right, you've all worked hard. Chu Liufeng replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unchanged. It was as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. After all, he had provided Xing Yan with all the necessary intel. Targets, numbers, locations, and weaponry. If she couldn't secure the capture after such assistance, it would raise doubts about her capabilities. If you fail to complete a task, sometimes it's wise to introspect. Have you truly put in the effort over the years? Just coasting along, are we? Huh. Xing Yan frowned slightly, finding the conversation odd. It felt as though Chu Liufeng were her superior, as if she were reporting her progress. However, she merely blinked and dismissed the thought, once again extending an olive branch to him with a smile. Chu Liufeng, I feel you're my lucky star. I've only just arrived in Qin City, and you've already helped me resolve several troublesome issues. How about it? Will you consider being my deputy? Don't worry about your studies. I'll speak to your school on your behalf. Learning from me will be far more beneficial than anything you could glean from your classes. Xing Yan genuinely admired this capable, intelligent, and remarkably fortunate young man. Most importantly, she felt an undeniable sense of fortune in having him by her side. Without him, navigating the myriad complications upon her arrival in Qin City would have been far less smooth. There was undoubtedly something extraordinary about him. For one who is favored by fortune, securing them under one's command could indeed bring prosperity to the nation. Inside the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, as Xing Yan laughed melodiously, her gentle demeanor rendered the other guards momentarily speechless. A glimmer of envy flickered in their eyes. Goodness, has she truly succeeded in such a manner? Who is this person across from us? She has nearly melted our aloof police flower's heart. To elicit such admiration for a legendary figure like her speaks volumes about the exceptional talent of the individual in question. Upon hearing this, Chu Liufeng's gaze shifted, suddenly recalling the notorious tiger of the major crimes unit who thrives on the fortunes of others. With a hint of playful sarcasm, he inquired, "What advantages would it bring to be under your command? Perhaps a complimentary gold card or something of the sort." Chapter 98. Nephew, do you wish to share the same bed? What is this affiliated gold card? Xing Yin furrowed her brow, a hint of perplexity evident in her beautiful eyes. What is this affiliated gold card? Is it a bank card? Are you in dire need of money? I do not comprehend this matter. She tilted her head slightly, her sleek short hair swaying gently, her tone imbued with curiosity and confusion. However, I can offer you my identity token, which will spare you much trouble within Qin City. Qin Yin refrained from elaborating further, yet the implication of her words was clear to all present. An identity token? Chu Liufeng raised an eyebrow. Is Qin Yin truly this generous, willing to bestow such a thing upon him? This would imply that anyone who glimpsed the token would instantly recognize him as Qin Yan's associate. Regrettably, he had no intention of pursuing a career in law enforcement, so he merely chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, with your assurance, Qin team, I find solace. Allow me a moment to ponder. All right then. Qin Yin shook her head in exasperation. She discerned the undertone of refusal in Chu Liufeng's voice. Very well, let us leave it at that. Remember, should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to contact me. I feel somewhat embarrassed to utter this. It has always been Chu Liufeng bringing her good news, and she realized she had not truly assisted him in any meaningful way. Hang up now. I'll look forward to your next surprise. With that, Qin Yin efficiently ended the call, her expression swiftly returning to her usual aloof demeanor, devoid of humor. As she leaned back and closed her eyes to rest, they were still on the outskirts, with over an hour's journey remaining to the police station. She had been quite fatigued lately, her nerves perpetually taut, and she had not been able to rest properly. Thus, she sought any opportunity to steal a brief nap. Naturally, she held no concerns regarding the transport of ammo. She doubted any bandit would dare attempt an assault, not to mention the convoy of 3 armored vehicles, the Saber-Tooths, accompanied by 7 or 8 special police vehicles for protection. The sheer number of nearly 100 fully